do on race 2, can't we? To get Mazda set up a bit earlier for the because we got Fiestas on. Hello and a very warm welcome, and it is a warm and sunny welcome once again to day 2 of our summer meeting here at Cadwell Park with the British Racing and Sports Car Club. We have got a full day of racing action. Yesterday, if you joined us, first of all, thanks for your company yesterday, and thanks for your company today. We did punctuate the day with a couple of qualifying sessions. Today it's racing right the way through, apart from a well-deserved lunch break for our marshals and crew. Both sections today, the morning session and the afternoon session, are beginning with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. And they're about to go out on track. I think Sid Smith, the poleman, is just about to go out. So we're not going to be able to grab any interviews with the drivers, sadly, before they go out. But we've got a great meeting for you. We've got 4 Ford formulas. We've got the modified Fords, the juniors, the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, the Vinyl Solution STs and XR2s. We've got 3 Nankang sponsored formulae. We've got the, 2 beg your pardon, the Nankang BMW Compact Cup. We've got the CityCar Cup as well joining us this weekend. And of course a staple of British Racing and Sports Car Club action, the Mazdas. The clubmen went home yesterday, but we do still have the BRSCC MX-5 Championship and the SuperCup for the Mark IIIs. To start to call the grid for race 1 and introduce you to the rest of the day, a great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box young Andy McEwen.
I like that, Richard. Thank you. I don't get called that very often these days. Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, welcome along, everyone, to the BRSCC, second day of this BRSCC race meeting here at Cadwell Park. Glorious sunshine, a glorious track to go racing at, and yesterday it treated us to an afternoon full of really, really exciting racing. I'm sure that today's 16 races that we're going to cram in are going to keep us entertained throughout as well, and it will start with a bang, I'm sure, both within half a second of the pole position time at the end of the session. Luke Hilton and Ben Mulryan share the 3rd row of the grid with Archie Handy and Lewis even Hodgin on the 4th row together. Lexi Belk and Lucas Hayden share row number 5 of the grid, ahead of the only of the Mark 7 Z-Tech Fiestas, the sort of new Fiesta Junior car that's being gradually introduced to the championship. Harry England at the wheel of that one, and George Foxlow sharing the 6th row with him. James Pope and Jasmine Shaw round out the 14-car field. So the Fiesta Junior Championship, one of, if not the most affordable form of junior racing in the UK, and it's great to see it becoming popular again over the last couple of years. Grid numbers swelling well into the teens, which is really nice to see, and the racing is always really, really good. I mean, you give a group of teenagers a pocket rocket like a Ford Fiesta ST to go and race around the country's best racetracks, and you're guaranteed action and excitement. The championship, though, it's an interesting situation we've got in the championship, actually, because, again, we have dropped scores to take into account. On overall points, Sid Smith has a pretty handy lead over the rest of the field. However, they dropped their 2 lowest scores for the season, so that is changing things quite significantly, because there's been a little bit of inconsistency for a few drivers. So Sid Smith actually only 11 points clear of Albert Webster at the top of the championship table, 283 for Sid Smith and 272 for Webster at the top of the championship points. Of course, Webster has out-qualified Smith today, but only by 1 position. They're sharing the front row, so that's the championship battle. Not out of the championship fight yet is Thomas Jack Lee. Thomas Jack Lee on 256 points once he drops his 2 results. His championship, though, has not been helped by an exclusion from the first race at Croft earlier on in the season. You can't drop a race from which you're excluded, so that is a 0-point score that he has to count towards his final points tally. So that, even from just the 3rd round of the season where it happened, has certainly put him on the back foot. But Thomas Jack Lee, 3rd on the grid, is going to be gunning for some more race victories if he can get them. Speaking of race victories, only 2 different drivers have actually managed to win races so far this year. Sid Smith claiming 3 earlier on in the season, and Thomas Jack Lee claiming a handful as well. Albert Webster, who is 2nd in the championship, hasn't won a race yet this year, has never won a race actually in the championship, which I'm surprised at, because he was a front runner last year as well in the Fiesta Junior category, and it seemed like a race win was just around the corner. He's got pole position for this race again, so a race win would not only help his championship bid, but it would be his first in the category, so, and therefore his first car racing race victory, I should say, ever. So Albert Webster in the AMD Livery car is really going to want to try and convert pole position into a win here this morning at Cadwell Park. But yeah, 3 wins for Sid Smith, 5 wins for Thomas Jack Lee, and that really goes to show how much that exclusion is hurting him. 5 race wins should put him comfortably in the championship lead, but it doesn't, because he had that result that he can't drop from Croft. So the field making their way around the mountain section, then past my commentary position in the building there just to the right of shot, and a little bit of cement dust I noticed down on the entry to the paddock more than anything. I don't think it's on the racing line. That's from the modified Ford race at the end of yesterday. Which saw a couple of mechanical issues for cars, and you can see a bit of cement dust there even yesterday morning, still lingering on the track heading into Barn Corner, these final couple of corners on the track, and the really tight hairpin that they're exiting at the top of the shot, and that's slightly quicker but off camber right-hander at Barn Corner, which brings them around onto the grid, where Albert Webster is already lining up on the pole position. There he is, the AMD liveried car starting on our right, driver's left. That's the inside line for the first corner. The inside at Coppice isn't always the best place to be though, because the next turn at Charlie's is a right-hander, and Coppice, certainly on the first lap, is flat out, so you can go around the outside of someone at Coppice to get the inside for the next turn, and that's what Sid Smith will be trying to do to get ahead of his championship rival as they head towards the first corner. He is in the white, black and green number 99 car. Thomas Jack Lee and Daniel Lewis sharing that second row of the grid. So here we go then, ready to go racing. The red light's going on. The first of 16 races here today at Cadwell Park bursts into life with a very even start from the front row starters. Not that quick away was Daniel Lewis from 4th on the grid though, so he is in danger of losing places as they head towards the first corner. Door handle to door handle between the top 2. One car on the grass further back trying to go on the inside of Harry England. There's a crash already. Cars off into the barriers on the left, cars into the barriers on the right, and that is going to be an instant safety car, possibly a red flag. The number 19 car seems to have come out of that the worst. That's Daniel Lewis. Number 32 is pointing the wrong way, Luke Hilton. He's getting out of the car now, but there's a car park of Fiestas at the first corner, and the red flags are out immediately. So not the start to the day that we wanted. Sid Smith, for what it's worth, had got the lead away from Albert Webster, but that will count for nothing now, because when we restart the race, we will go back to the original grid positions. So that was another one of those typical Cadwell Park first lap shunts, really. Oh, there's another car. There are 5 cars, I think, in total that are stationary now. Some of them may not be too badly damaged. George Foxlow there, the 144. That looks like Jasmine Shaw, the 48. The back of the line of cars that had stopped. Those cars didn't look too badly damaged, but the 19 of Daniel Lewis, who did not get a good start, seemed to have come out of that the worst. And as I said, he was in danger of losing places into the first corner, but it's that stack-up effect that you get. We saw it in the modified Ford race yesterday. When one car doesn't get going very quickly, it's such a narrow circuit here at Cadwell Park that there just isn't the space for everybody to squeeze around them, and it's not uncommon to see a little bit of contact into that first turn. So the marshals and recovery crews will jump into action to get the incident dealt with them, and good to see at least the majority of drivers, if not all of them, getting out of their cars and starting to assess the damage done. But a total, I believe, of 5 cars stationary at the first corner, some of them a little bit worse for wear than others, and that's going to take more than a moment, I think, to get everything fixed up and moved out of the way. So unfortunately a small delay at the start of the day. Fiesta Junior Championship actually racing 3 times today. In theory they already had a race that was being replaced, or that was supposed to have run at Alton Park at our most recent round, which not our most recent round before last, actually, in the middle of June the Alton Park round took place, and that race didn't happen because, again, of delays and time constraints. So that had been pushed back to this weekend and was due to run later on this afternoon. It's the same story, actually, for the CityCar Cup, who lost a race at Snetterton last time out. So the last thing we needed was delays in the timetable, because we've got more races than usual to cram into the day. And it may now mean that we have to start shortening some of the races, but we'll let the event organisers at the BRSCC, who do a wonderful job of keeping the event on track, we'll let them make those decisions, and we'll give you the news of it as and when we get it. So the cars then will line up probably just on the exit of the final corner, and we'll wait further instructions from the marshals to direct them into the positions that they need to be in. And as I said, it will go back to the original grid order, basically, for the Fiesta Juniors. And they will then hopefully get a restart, perhaps over 15 minutes, perhaps over slightly fewer. championship started off at Brands Hatch with a couple of races at the start of the year, one won by Sid Smith, one by Thomas Jack Lee, and that's kind of been the story of the 2022 campaign. And then at Croft, again, it was Smith and Thomas Jack Lee who looked quick, although Sid Smith did manage to get the pair of victories there. Alton Park, Thomas got back to winning ways and actually hasn't stopped winning since, because he won all 3 races last time at Snetterton, while Sid Smith only got on the podium once, and that was really when the championship started to tighten up a bit, because Albert Webster had a really consistent weekend, managing to score 3 podium finishes across those races. Now that's Harry England. Now he was also slow away, I noticed, at the back of the field, being overtaken on the grass by somebody as they went towards the first corner, behind what became the pile-up at turn 1. So I don't think he's got damage from that, but I wonder if there is an issue with the Mark 7 Z-Tech Fiesta, because he's stationary at the bottom of the mountain. And that's not where he should be. He should be stationary on the start-finish straight, waiting to be re-gridded. So there is clearly a problem of some sort there with Harry's car. Or he's perhaps been stopped there by the marshals, because we've got the recovery vehicles. Of course, they're all being scrambled from the assembly area right next to me, which is at the top of the mountain. And perhaps they didn't want Harry... no, there we go. The bonnet's up now, so there is an issue, clearly. And the marshals are going to try and help him get out of the way. So that's a shame for Harry, who had qualified in 11th position. That car, which we're hoping to see a few more of on the grids, certainly for next season. The ST150 is a reasonably old car now, really. Getting on for 20 years ago now that that car was released. And BRSCC doing their best to upgrade and modernise and bring in the newer shaped cars, and so the Z-Tech Mark 7 is the next generation of Fiesta Junior car, and it is widely believed that once all of the development work is done in it and we get enough drivers out there in them, that it can be at least as quick as the ST150s that we've got now. So encouraging to see that there's plenty of interest in that car. It's a shame that Harry might not be able to show us what it can do in this race. So there you can see the extensive clean-up operation down at the first corner coppice. So the car, I don't think I identified that number 15, did I, of Lewis Hodgin. So Hodgin is the other driver, the 5th driver involved in that one. And there, I mean, that we're not going to see much more of Daniel Lewis today, I don't think. That car is a mess. The left front corner really badly damaged. There is likely some chassis damage to that car as well. And that's a real shame, because it's the first of 3 races, as we say, that were due to happen today for the Fiesta Juniors. So Daniel, who was just starting to come on strong, really, got his first podium at Alton Park a couple of rounds ago. He would have been hoping to maximise what clearly was going to be another quick weekend for him here at Cadwell Park, but having qualified 4th, sadly not getting any further than the first corner. See Jasmine Shaw there putting her helmet back on. 3 drivers trudging back on foot towards either the paddock or maybe the medical centre, just for some checkups, but normally if they're walking away on their own, then that means the medics have spoken to them and assessed them, and they've agreed that they are more or less okay. A little bit shaken though, I'd imagine. I mean, these, we do forget sometimes, these are teenagers, 14 to 17-year-olds in Fiesta Juniors, and in fact, who is our youngest driver in Fiesta Juniors this year, and how young? I don't think we've got any 14-year-olds this year, have we? I think maybe 15-year-olds. Yeah, sometimes they start off as 14-year-olds, and then by the end of the year they hit 15, and they look and sound like completely different people often by the time they get to the end of the year. It's one of my favourite forms of racing, though, junior racing, because a lot of these drivers are fresh out of karting. Some of them actually haven't even done karting, and it's always fascinating to me to watch their rate of progress over the course of the season. Often drivers will arrive at their first race a little bit like a fish out of water and not, you know, really quite sure of what they've let themselves in for, and they might not be setting lap record pace at the start of the year, but then as they get through the season, they get more confident in the car. They learn how to race each other on a big proper racetrack in a proper race car, and they get better and better and better as the year goes on, and that's always really interesting to me to watch their rate of progression. And we've sort of seen that in the way that, okay, we only had 2 different winners this season, but there have been lots of different drivers who have been able to get themselves onto the podium. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different podium finishes this year. One of whom was Deegan Fairclough, who only raced with us for the first round. Deegan was a championship contender, though, in 2021. We've also had a podium finish for Jake Maynard. Ben Ryan had a podium at Croft. There was a podium last time at Snetterton for Archie Handy. Daniel Lewis got one at Alton Park. George Foxlow got one at Snetterton. Luke Hilton, 4th in the championship. Only the one podium finish. It was a 2nd place, though, at Croft in the 2nd race. And then, of course, our top 3, Thomas Jackley, Sid Smith and Albert Webster, all having scored podium finishes as well over the course of the season. So a really competitive championship, and particularly when you look at the likes of George Foxlow and Archie Handy getting their first podiums at our most recent round at Snetterton, and that sort of proves my point that they're getting better as we go deeper and deeper into the season. So the drivers then now starting to get themselves out of the way. The marshals and recovery crews getting their cars out of the way. Tony, our safety car driver there, just checking up on one of the drivers as they wander towards the pit lane. We've also now got this Harry England car to be moved as well, so that's now 6 cars for marshals to move. And of course, the mountain is a completely different section of the track, but it is quite close, geographically speaking, to the area where the shunt took place. That is Lewis's car. You get a better look at the front of that now, and it will take a pretty Herculean effort to get him back out again today for either of the races. The 32 car there is pointing the wrong way on the grass. And that is the Luke Hilton car. So we've got Lewis and Hilton, who started 4th and 5th. Obviously, we know Lewis had the slow start. Daniel Lewis, I guess, got tangled up with him somewhere. He's the silver and yellow car just being hooked up now. But then the other cars involved were all, I think, a bit further down the order. So there's obviously been an initial bit of contact, I'm guessing, between Daniel and Luke, and then a secondary shunt as people have then tried to scrub off speed suddenly to avoid them spinning. I only caught a glimpse of it at the time, but there were cars spitting out of the pack left and right, which I'm guessing were the 32 and 19 cars from the top 5. And then, of course, everybody else panics. They see the smoke, they see the spinning cars, they hit the brakes, and everyone very close together, accelerating through the gearbox into the first corner. Out in the pit lane is Lucas Hayden as well, the Jam Sport car. There are only 6 cars, I think, still on the track after that. We started with 14. 1 is in the pit lane, 5 are in a heap at turn 1, and Harry England's car stationary at the bottom of the mountain. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what the issue is there for Lucas. There wasn't a terrible amount of work going on the car, which might mean that there isn't a problem and that he's going to be okay to take the restart, but it might mean that there is a problem and they've realised they can't fix it in the pit lane. So, oil down as well. Okay, we'll add this to the list of things the marshals have to do. Oil down on the exit of Charlie's. It's a long day, this. I made the point, 16 races. We're racing from 9 o'clock in the morning till after 6 o'clock this afternoon. Spare a thought for the marshals, because they'd like to pace themselves, ideally, and ease their way into the day. They're not being given that luxury because they're straight to work from the very first racing lap of the day, first lap of the day full stop. And they are out there on post all day long in what looks like being a very warm day as well, in all of their fireproof overalls, and very, very little opportunity to get a rest. We do have an hour's lunch break scheduled into the day, but I would be surprised if we get the full hour. I'm just going to put that out there now. I think we have to mentally prepare ourselves for a very, very short break, if any, through the middle of the day. And the marshals, I'm sure, will be having exactly the same thoughts as they deal with multiple incidents here on this first lap of racing of the day. No news yet, by the way, on a length for the restart of the race, if we indeed get a restart of the race. I'm hoping we will. The timing screen has switched to 0 minutes now. The race actually should be finishing now. It's coming up to 9:15, and we still haven't yet got any news of the restarted race. And I don't think they've actually started regridding the cars either, have they? So the cars are lined up single file to the left-hand side of the start-finish straight to leave room down the right for any recovery vehicles to access the scene of the accident. And that means that they can't start regridding them until they're confident that they don't need to get any more recovery vehicles through. There is 46 car of Lucas Hayden in the pit lane. Head in hands there for a couple of the Jam Sport crew, perhaps in exasperation at what's going on, or perhaps because they realise that their car might not be taking the restart. But there you can see what I mean. So the car's lined up down the left-hand side of the track to leave space down the right for ambulances or trucks, pickup trucks or whatnot, to make their way down to the first corner. Now, behind my commentary box, I can see George Foxlow has arrived in the assembly area. Now, George Foxlow's car doesn't look particularly damaged. In fact, I can't see any damage on George Foxlow's car. So I think he's hoping to take the restart of the race. He's putting his helmet on, I can tell you. So we might be about to gain one car back into the race, George Foxlow, number 144. There you can see the work ongoing with the cement dust down at the exit of Charlie's corner. And there, Archie Handy's car, the pink and white car. Oh, the number 15, a bit more damage than I thought, actually, Lewis Hodgin. So, Hodgin, that might be repairable. Depends, again, whether there's any structural damage done underneath. They can replace things like radiators and steering arms and suspension bits and pieces. But if there is more damage underneath, that could be an issue. Archie Handy's car, I'm pretty confident they'll get out. And now notice that the truck is dragging that car back on the grass. I'm guessing that's because there is a concern that there's maybe some fluid coming out of the Archie Handy car. And that is always a possibility when you have a frontal impact like that, because of course the radiator can very easily get damaged and you start spilling radiator coolant everywhere, and that's not good. So they're dragging that car down on the grass. That's further slowing down the recovery process. You can see they have put quite a lot of cement dust down, haven't they, at the first corner. Right across the track there is fluid that's been spilled, so that's A, going to take a few minutes to clear up, but B, that's going to make things very difficult when we do go racing again, because there's going to be a line of cement dust right across the road. Whichever line you take through that first corner, you're going to come across it, and that will reduce your grip levels, it will reduce your visibility potentially. And we know there's then further cement dust around Charlie's as well, and if that fluid has come from Harry England's car, which it might not have done, but it might have done. He, remember, has stopped and had his bonnet up at the mountain. That potentially means that there is fluid all the way around the track until you get to the mountain. So what, 2/3 of the lap could be affected by this. I don't know if there's any cement just going down elsewhere around the track, or is it just on the exit of the second corner at Charlie's. There you can see the main area of work. I don't see any activity at the top of the park straight, so it looks like whoever it was has sort of got onto the grass coming out of Charlie's, and that has at least limited the damage done to the circuit. But the Marshals being kept busy here from the very start of the day at Cadwell Park. So again, still awaiting some news on the restart. But I have just been told that George Foxlow's car has been cleared by the scrutineers to race, and indeed he is heading onto the track now. So it looks like someone's taken a bite out of the rear bumper, but apart from that, the car clearly working okay, and the scrutineers are happy that it meets all of the safety and technical regulations. There it is, so George Foxlow being released onto the track, and the fact they're releasing him onto the track tells me they are going to restart the race, because they wouldn't send him around to the grid unless they planned to get the race back underway again. So they're not yet thinking about canning the race altogether. So good news for Fiesta Junior drivers who are still in the race anyway. They look like they're going to get a few racing laps in, but whether it is the full 15 minutes or so, I don't know. Another car rocking up now, looking a bit worse for wear. That's Jasmine Shaw. And the checks now being done to her car as well. George Foxlow coming into the pit lane. Guess he might have to start from the pit lane because he's technically been given outside assistance to get back into the race. It may just be that he wants the team who are situated down there to help check the car, because again, one of the quirks of Cadwell Park is that the pit area where this car is now is nowhere near the paddock. To get to the paddock, you have to cross the track at the top of the mountain. The only way to do that is by physically walking across the track, which clearly you can't do when the track is live. So the pit crews rush down to the pit lane just before the cars are released from the assembly area pre-race, and they are then stuck down there with limited tools and spare parts that they can take down the very steep hill with them. And it means that when we have a situation like this, if the car makes it back to the paddock, that's one thing, but the team aren't there. The team are down in the pit lane. So having got the car going and made sure that it is structurally sound and legal to go racing in again, he has now delivered it back to his pit crew who are waiting down in the pit lane to further assess the damage. And I guess that Jasmine Shaw is now about to do that, because she is also being released from the assembly area with a team member jogging down the hill behind her. So they're going to probably undergo similar process with her. There she goes through the four bends. A little bit of tank tape that's been put on the front of her car. But as I kind of suspected, these cars, I mean, Foxlow started 12th, Shaw was 14th. The cars at the back of the queue, I don't think had a particularly big role in that accident, no big impact. Anyway, it was just it was a bit of a fender bender, as they call it in America, as one car stops suddenly and the cars behind running a bit too closely to stop in time, so they just sort of bump into each other, but that is fine. These cars can withstand that sort of impact pretty well, and Jasmine Shaw's car looking a little bit wonky, but only cosmetic damage, I think, hopefully done to the 48 car, and she does indeed bring it down into the pit lane. Right then, whilst this is all going on, we have got more drivers for our next race, the CityCar Cup, lining up in the assembly area too. So with, I believe, a couple of those, maybe even a couple of Fiesta Junior drivers, we can hand back over to Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Andy. And yeah, a shame obviously for everybody watching that we've got this delay, and a shame for the drivers involved. Very grateful that Archie Handy's come down to talk. Archie, first of all, thanks for coming down. And you're okay?
Yeah, I'm all good, all good. The car's all safe, so it keeps me safe, don't it?
Okay, yeah, so that's where we're going to go. Tell us about what happened.
Well, off the start, everyone got a good start. I got a flying start up the inside of the two drivers in front of me, and then next thing I know, I think they've come together and I've been taken out with them, and other cars have all come piling in with us. It was all a bit of a in-the-moment thing.
It's frenetic, isn't it, in any motor race for that first corner?
Yeah, it's a good corner. If you get it right, it's a good battle between you, but trying to get through there, quite a few cars wide, it don't go too well, as you've seen.
So you said the car's all right. What sort of damage is there to repair, and is it going to be okay for our second race this weekend?
Yeah, we'll be up for the second race. It needs a new oil cooler on it, 'cause it's knocked that off, so I've got an oil leak on it. The rear axle's a bit bent in, so we'll replace that. Then it's got a passenger door and window, so not too much work, but more than we wanted.
With something like the rear axle going, presumably that changes the setup, so have you got to go back to settings that you've agreed with the team coming into the race?
Yeah, obviously it'll make a massive difference. We've just got it dialed in for this race. We had problems all weekend with the setup on it. We've just got it right, but obviously with this, going to put a curve in the works, but we'll put a new axle in it for the next one and see where it goes from there.
It was great to see you at Snetterton. You had your first podium in the championship. We actually had trouble getting you because you were so excited getting that podium. We went, Archie, over here, and the emotion was fantastic, which was really, really good. So disappointing qualifying today, but as you said, you think you know what's there and you'll be able to sort that out for the racing.
Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, we had not the best qualifying, but I can't complain over it. I'm midfield, but as I've seen, I know I've got the start, so if we get the car fixed for the race too, I should be on pace, up with the front drivers again.
Okay, well, sad that you're going to have to spectate this one. Are you going to watch it, or are you going to be involved in the repairs?
No, I'll have to help repair the car. If I'm done in time, then I'll be watching, but I don't reckon it will.
Top man, you know what? The top people in Formula 1 never do that.
No, exactly. I can't make the mechanics do it all. It's my car, so I've got to help out.
Good lad. Archie, thanks very much.
Cheers.
Good luck. Look forward to seeing you out, and thanks
Thank
very
you.
much for talking to us. Glad to see that Archie is okay. It's Archie Handy in the Junior Championship, and hopefully he'll be out for race 2. It sounds positive, but we'll look forward to seeing him on track a little bit later on. Let's go back now to Andy in the comms box.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Great to hear from Archie there, and as you say, good to see that he's okay, mainly, and actually optimistic that they're going to get the car back out there. So they have worked wonders on that car in the past. I remember he had an off at Croft in qualifying or practice, I forget which one it was now, last year, and the car was an absolute mess after he went head on into the tyre wall at the first corner at Croft, and the team still got it out for the first race. It didn't look pretty, but it went pretty well, and Archie getting quicker every time he gets into the car as well now in his second season of Fiesta Junior racing. So yeah, fingers crossed we do get to see Archie taking to the track for the second of 3 races today. Right, this is terrific news. We've got cars lined up on the grid, including the 2 cars that were in the pit lane as well, Lucas Hayden and Jasmine Shaw, who have both also been inserted into their original grid positions at the back. So we are going to get a green flag lap underway, and we will get a 10-minute restart. 10-minute restart for this race, so they're only losing 5 minutes from the race distance. That is not ideal though. That is Lexi Bell not going as far as they should be. Oh dear. Right, so hold that thought. Car stopped on the green flag lap now as they go towards the first corner, and Lexi Belk is, it would appear, not going to take the restart. So hopefully the marshals get that car out of the way, otherwise we're going to have a further delay to the race, and I suspect this might be their last chance to get it started. Anyway, the rest of them are heading around on the green flag lap once again, so we will still have our 3 championship protagonists, if you like, at the front of the field with Albert Webster having claimed that pole position in that very competitive qualifying session yesterday. Webster on pole, Smith second, Thomas Jack Lee lining up third. There will be no Daniel Lewis or Luke Hilton. Their cars both damaged in that shunt, so 4th and 5th place grid positions will remain empty. We should, though, have Ben Mulryan 6th on the grid. We know we won't have Archie Handy 7th, Lewis Hodgin 8th. We now won't have Lexi Belk in 9th either, because that is her car being pushed back into the pit lane. That's good news, though, that the car is at least being moved out of the way, so we shouldn't have to delay the restart here. Lucas Hayden is going to be there, because he did get going again in the end. George Foxlow, James Pope, Jasmine Shaw. So, in fact, Foxlow won't be one, really. He was the 6th car then that will be non-starting. So of the 14 we were originally supposed to be seeing, we are down to 8 of them now, I think. But at least our 3 championship rivals are all still there, and particularly Sid Smith and Albert Webster sharing that front row. Webster on pole, Smith second, but the other way around in the championship, an 11-point advantage for Sid over Albert, who's looking for his first ever victory in the Fiesta Junior Championship. So around the mountain section they go. Hopefully the next time they get here, they'll be doing full racing speeds. The cars, you can see even on the green flag lap, look like they're about to take flight over the top of the mountain, but they will definitely be getting some air underneath the tyres when they get going. I've just spotted out of the window the 46 car of Lucas Hayden. We saw him coming into the pit lane. That was so they could take the boot off the car, it would seem, because that car is driving around with no boot on it. Now, thankfully, that's not aerodynamically significant in these cars, but it does look a little bit odd when it drives away from you. So the green car just there, the Jam Sport racing car going through the shot. If you get a rear shot of that car, you'll notice that it does not look quite as you would expect, but it's going to be starting from basically 5th on the grid. It will be the 10th starting slot even on the grid, but it will be the 5th car on the grid. And it'll be interesting to see if that does slow down at all. It probably won't, to be honest. So, Webster then, number 2, sort of on pole position. He overshoots slightly and reverses back into the correct slot. He shouldn't get in trouble for that, hopefully, because the rest of the grid hadn't yet formed. They have now formed. Instantly, the 5-second board goes out, and the red lights will go back on for a 10-minute restart then of our first race of 3 today for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Take 2 is underway, and again, an identical start for both of our front row starters. Sid Smith maybe with his nose fractionally ahead of Albert Webster as they head towards the first corner. Into Coppice they will head. Slippery surface flag out because of this cement dust that we've got down. Wheel to wheel they will go. Webster on the inside, Smith on the outside, but that now becomes the inside line for a very dusty Charlie's. He goes through on the inside line, and Sid Smith moves ahead of Albert Webster, so already a change for the lead, and it is the championship leader who will lead them out of Charlie's. Gets a bit sideways on the exit, but gets onto the park straight, still ahead then. Webster in second, Thomas Jack Lee is there in 3rd position. 4th place looks like it's still Ben Mulryan ahead of there, the number 46 car, minus the boot of Lucas Hayden. Leaders, though, up towards Park Corner for the first time. Sid Smith defends the inside. Bit sideways on the way in. Cold rear tyres. Did he keep it on the island there, or did he run wide onto the grass? There's no dust, so I suspect that he managed to keep it on the track and holds on to the lead of the race. But a big bit of turning and oversteer there with that cold left rear tyre. Leaders then down through the gooseneck. Again, this is where you need the rear tyres to be gripping, and they're not really. They're all sliding around a bit. Thomas Jack Lee there, the race car consultant's prepared car, actually closing right in on the top 2 as they make their way out of Mansfield, where Sid Smith is a bit wide, a bit slow on the exit. Webster draws level with him as they head towards the mountain, but that's the outside line for the number 2 car. It's a very difficult move to make around the outside there, and indeed Sid Smith it is, who hangs on going into the mountain. A better line through it though for Webster. Tries to get up the inside over the top of the hill into the Hall bends, but no, he's not going to be able to do it. So Sid Smith stays in front, Webster second, Thomas Jack Lee in 3rd, Mulryan in 4th. 5th place, very much going with them, is Lucas Hayden there in the Jam Sport car. Lots of different teams represented at the front of the field as well, which is really nice to see. And they make their way out of the hairpin then towards the end of the first full lap of racing, with Sid Smith certainly not looking very comfortable out in front here. Got through at the start, but Albert Webster wants that lead. He wants that first victory in the championship, and he is going to fight tooth and nail for it. In the slipstream is the number 2 car as they head towards Coppice Corner. The end of the first lap, less than 0.2 of a second between the top 2 cars. The top 5 covered by 1.7 seconds, with the 46 car still just about a part of that leading train. So, out of Charlie's then. And Sid Smith now almost getting a helping hand there from Albert Webster, who was so much quicker off the corner. Well, Ryan and Hayden both running onto the grass further back, but a really good exit there from Webster. Almost too good, though. He sort of ran into the back of Sid Smith, and that lost all of his momentum up the hill. And now Webster's sort of scared to go to the outside because he knows that he's got Thomas Jack Lee behind him. That could be a really nice switchback manoeuvre, though. Wide line in, tight line out for Webster, but Smith just about gets across to the inside line and again defends the position, but he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth here, Sid Smith. And as much as he would like maybe just to let Webster go for now and settle in behind him, he can't afford to do that because they are so tight in the championship, and it is Webster who's trying to take the points out of Smith to close in on the championship lead. Again, they almost touch as they come out of Mansfield. I think they have had contact at some point because the little plate on the front of Webster's car is dislodged. For the second lap in a row, he looks to the outside into the mountain, but for the second lap in a row, Sid Smith on the inside line will prevail and come up over the top of the hill as the race leader by less than a car length, though. This is Fiesta Junior Racing at its very best. Last year here at Cadwell Park, they put on probably two of the best races of the season in Fiesta Juniors, and they look likely to do the same sort of thing again here today. Lexi Belk, I believe, by the way, might be in the pit lane. Oh, she's just gone back out instead, in fact. So Lexi Belk back into the race then, having stopped on the green flag lap, so she's back in the fray, albeit a lap or so down. Leading trio, leading quartet really now, coming out of the final corner. Bedford Ryan latching back onto the top two because he's just set the fastest lap as the three cars ahead start to trip over each other slightly. 1:47.465 then. Almost a second and a half slower than the pole position time, though, which shows how much they're delaying each other at the front of the field. But that's because Sid Smith is having to watch his mirrors. He's having to drive defensively. That's not the quickest way around the Cadwell Park circuit, but he is doing it magnificently at the moment. Albert Webster's front plate again coming even more deranged now as he heads down the park straight for the third time. And for the third time, we'll look to the outside of Sid Smith to try and get this switch back on the exit. Look, he turns into the late apex, gets on the power a bit sooner, tries to get his nose to the inside. He's there. This time there's contact heading into Chris Curve as Sid Smith tried to close the door. And actually, it's Webster who gets delayed the most. Thomas Jack Lee up the inside for second place. And that was not in the script for the championship contender who tried to get the lead, and it ended up costing him second place. So Webster down into third position then. But that was really Sid Smith closing the door when Webster already had a small overlap, and Webster's dander will be well and truly up now as he tries to get that second place back. He does not want Sid Smith to escape at the front of the field because in a shortened race now, we're already halfway through the 10 minutes. He might not have time to catch him back up, although Sid Smith is not getting away. And actually, Thomas Jack Lee is trying to get to the inside of him into the Hall bends. They almost touch as they go into the first of the right-handers. Sid Smith's car really looking very nervous at the rear, the back of the car hopping and skipping around all over the place, and that perhaps is the bit of the circuit where he's struggling the most, but there's no way through for Thomas. He runs wide onto the grass coming out of the hairpin. He'll have dirt on his tyres now as they turn into Barn Corner, but they're all sideways anyway as they pitch the cars in. Very stiff rear suspension on these Ford Fiesta STs, and that means that you do get a little bit of turning oversteer even when the tyres are, as I'm sure they are now, right up to full operational temperature. New fastest lap for Lucas Hayden now. Lucas Hayden with a 1:47.3 is the new lap time to beat, and that is worth, is it not, a bonus point in Fiesta Junior Racing. So extra championship point for him, but more to the point, he's taking that away from our championship front runners. Lucas Hayden only 10th in the points, but looking as quick as the leaders now in this race, now that he's settled down a bit after the early shuffle. So Smith defending again, but this time from the blue car of Thomas Jack Lee at the top of the hill. And again, Smith, by defending on the way into Park Corner, is really slow and scrappy on the exit. And Thomas almost slips from the inside of him as they go through Chris Curve, where he took second place from Webster a lap ago. But Sid Smith, we know, is able to defend well. And, Sid is the car who will lead them down the hill. Webster sideways on the grass. He's lost it. He's straight across the road and into the side of Thomas Jack Lee. And that is Albert Webster out of the race. It might be Thomas out of the race as well. He just got it slightly wrong coming out of the gooseneck. The back of the car started to hop around and he lost control going down the hill. Webster out of the race, and that is a big bit of damage now to his car and to his championship hopes. Now, in also to the paddock is coming Thomas Jack Lee. He's out of the race as well, so that's second and third in the championship tangling, and suddenly Sid Smith has a healthy lead over second place Ben Mulryan, and third, Lucas Hayden. Webster's car, I'm afraid, is stationary. It's got a lot of damage done to the right front corner, and that is in a precarious position if ever I saw one, so I wonder if we might end up getting an early end to this race. So unfortunate that. It wasn't really anybody's fault. I mean, Webster made the mistake, but then it was the smallest of mistakes. Didn't really deserve to have that sort of an outcome. But coming out of the gooseneck there, I just mentioned how stiffly sprung these cars are. Once the back starts hopping around like that, it's very, very easy to lose control. The main news is that Webster is out of the car and okay. We saw that Thomas got the car back to the paddock under his own steam as well, so they both seem to be physically okay. The cars, however, not in such good shape. Now, for second place, there is a bit more contact now between Ben Mulryan and Lucas Hayden. Lucas Hayden suddenly finds himself in a podium spot, and he wants to try and get one step further up the podium into Park. He looks to the outside of Mulryan on the way in. Again, tries to tee up that switchback manoeuvre, but didn't quite get the power down well enough to get up the inside into Chris Curve. What about on the exit of Chris Curve? He's pushing Mulryan through the corner. Now, Ben Mulryan was a driver who has a podium finish to his name. He got one at Croft earlier on in the season. Lucas Hayden, though, has not had a podium, and I don't think he's ever had a podium in Fiesta Junior racing, so he's already on for a top 3 finish, and now is trying to get one step higher. They're leaving Webster's car there, presumably covered under double-wave yellow flags. You would hope so anyway, because we're going to have another lap after this one if they choose to let the race carry on, which it appears they're going to. So Sid Smith now away and gone up the road, but for second place this battle is going to be able to run on, it seems, although no overtaking allowed through left-hander at Mansfield. Oh, Lucas Hayden, the back of the car in the air as he goes through the Hall bends there. Checkered flag, we believe, is being prepared this time, though, so it looks like this is going to be the final lap of the race. Hayden saves that big slide through the Hall bends and will come out of the final corner in third, but it looks like the victory is going to go to Sid Smith. It will be his 4th victory of the year, his first one, though, since Croft in the middle of May. The checkered flag for Sid Smith, who extends his championship lead here at Cadwell Park. Second place for Ben Mulryan, third place goes to Lucas Hayden, his first ever podium in BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, as far as I'm aware, anyway, certainly his first this year. 4th place for James Pope, that's got one of his better finishes of the season so far, followed by Jasmine Shaw, whose car was involved in that first corner shunt. So too was Lucas Hayden's, actually. So here comes Jasmine across the line. Lexi Belk will be classified, I think, in 6th position, because although she's a lap or 2 down, she is still running at the flag, whereas most of the others, unfortunately, are not. Right, well, that was a suitably dramatic start to the day, wasn't it? And Sid Smith is able to come through it all to claim his 4th victory of the season, and now take more points out of Albert Webster, because he will get the 50 points for the win. He got the fastest lap as well, didn't he? So that's 51 points, I believe. 0 for Webster, 0 for Thomas Jack Lee. So that means that it's suddenly a very healthy margin. Actually, Thomas will move into 2nd place in the championship because he was dropping more points than Webster. Webster had a non-finish at Brands Hatch, in fact 2 non-finishes at Brands Hatch, which we're already counting as his 2 drop scores. So that actually moves Thomas ahead of him in the points, despite the fact neither of them finished the race. A race that was won by Sid Smith, from Ben Mulryan just about hanging on from Lucas Hayden for 2nd, James Pope, Jasmine Shaw and Lexi Belk, the rest of the finishers. Lexi 1 lap down officially at the flag, whilst, Thomas Jack Lee, Albert Webster and George Foxlow were all non-finishers at the end of a very dramatic start to our day here at Cadwell Park. So Fiesta Junior drivers will make their way down to the podium shortly. They're going to have some stories to tell after that one. The teams are going to have some work to do, because their next race is at 2:05, just after the lunch break. The second of 3 races this weekend, so there's some of the teams with a lot of repair work to be done, but there will be 3 much happier drivers making their way towards the podium very shortly, where they'll be greeted by Richard John Neal. Well, we will get down to Richard in a moment or two then, who's waiting patiently by to speak to our top 3 finishers from that race then. Sid Smith, Ben Mulryan 2nd, and 3rd place for Lucas Hayden, and they will make the walk down to the podium. Takes them a few minutes for them to get there anyway, really, because the Parc Ferme area where they come in is a level higher on this very, very hilly Cadwell Park paddock area. There is Albert Webster's car, and Albert Webster himself slams the door, and that was such an unfortunate moment. Ran wide onto the grass, the back of the car stepped out on him. And then, of course, he instinctively, I think, hit the brakes to try and slow the car down, but the car was sideways and bouncing around all over the place. That actually made it more unstable. And sadly, Thomas Jack Lee, completely innocent in all of that, was stuck Webster was stuck with nowhere to go and went straight into the side of him down at the bottom of the hill. Didn't really see how badly damaged Thomas's car was, but the number 2 car certainly badly damaged. And for Webster, well, for both of them, it's important that they get their cars back out there, because I reckon, according to my points table anyway, now it's a 32-point advantage for Sid Smith over now Thomas Jack Lee in second and Webster third. Those two separated by quite a bit as well, because that was Albert Webster's, as I said, third non-finish. He did actually score a couple of points in a race at Brands Hatch that he didn't finish, because he'd set the fastest lap in that race, but yeah, essentially had 2 non-finishes that he was dropping already. You only drop your 2 lowest scores in this championship, and so that really has affected Smith's championship campaign, and of course not yet won a race in the championship either, so that's not helping matters. So Thomas Jack Lee then 32 points behind Sid Smith as they go into the second race later on, and then they have that third race rescheduled from Alton Park earlier on in the season, which is another opportunity to score some points. But it's now really Thomas that needs to get that car fixed and back out there in order to try and take the fight to Sid Smith, which he might be able to do, because he was challenging Sid for the lead at the time at which he got taken out of that race. So Sid Smith, I don't think he's going to have this all his own way. Sid is dropping a decent amount of points, but not as many as some of the others. He had his 2 worst finishes of the season have been a 6th place at Snetterton, which scores 34 points, and a 4th place, excuse me, of which he's had 2 actually, so he can pick from either Alton Park or Snetterton what he wants to drop. So he's dropping a total of just over 70 points at the moment, Sid Smith, so he can almost afford to have another bad race. Right, we'll try and get down to the podium area again there, where perhaps Richard John Neal now has some drivers to chat to.
Thanks very much, Andy. I'm just going to have a quick look around, because behind me, no drivers there yet. Let's have a word, if we can, with Ben Kriener, who's on pole position for the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is a subset of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. I'm just going to see if Ben's going to let us. Yeah, he is. Very good stuff. Let's have a Ben. Ben joined us when we were at Snetterton last time out, and pole position for the Oxford Brooks car, so within class. So well done, Ben.
Yeah, thanks very much. The guys have done a lot of work to the car between the last round and this, and then the testing on Friday certainly helped. And you know, they've got a lot of confidence in what they're doing, which is great for me, obviously. If the team trusts what they're doing, then it makes my life so much easier to trust what the team are doing as well. Yeah, they've given us a great car, and there's more time in it yet. You know, we couldn't quite get the best lapping in qualifying, so we've got every hope that when the lights go out today, we can stick on the back of the 4 in front of us, hopefully, and have a good race.
Well, that's good. Well, we're going to have a separate podium for you guys as well. We'll see you there. Wish you well for the race, Ben, and thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Good Cheers.
Luck. So Ben Kriener there with the Oxford Brooks cars. So we've got the overall championship cars. And this guy very well in the mix. I think, Ben, I meant to ask him actually whether he raced in the Scottish Motor Racing Club C1s. I think he did. I'll need to check that. But we've got the drivers ready for our podium now. So we're just trying to make the best use of time while we're waiting for the drivers in one Formula for their podium to have a word with the others. So here we go. In the podium. I hope they're listening. Right, let's just make sure we get them in the right order. So for the Fiesta Juniors, welcome along, 3rd position in the race, first podium, Lucas Hayden. Well done, Lucas. So we'll get Lucas onto the 3rd step on the podium, very well done, mate. And 2nd position, Ben Mulryan. Ben takes his hat and trophy, joins the podium, and the race winner, Sid Smith. Well done, Sid. Well done to our top 3. This is where I get really annoying for everyone with their cameras and trying to do social media. So let's have a word with Lucas Hayden. Lucas, we met on another Formula Scholarship, didn't we? And a while ago, and it's great to see that drivers that you know, maybe don't get there at the first opportunity find another one or make another opportunity to do it, which is what you did. And first podium, many congratulations.
Thank you. I'm so happy. I just want to thank Jam Sport enough. Can't thank them enough for all the work they put in, and just happy to bring it home in a P3.
Yep, yeah, and you know, you thank the team, but you did the drive, you got there. You know, a couple of other guys had a bit of bad luck, but it's got to come some way.
Had some help, yeah, but Yeah, just so over the moon with the podium, really, and yeah.
Now you got one, many more hopefully.
Yeah, more for race 2, hopefully.
I wish you well with that. Well done, Lucas. Let's go and have a quick word with Ben Mulryan. An eventful race, isn't it? You never quite know how things are going to pan out in Fiesta Junior racing.
No, I mean, we were starting 6th, didn't know how the race was going to plan out. Bit of lap 1 carnage. Thought I was going to go in the wall, but once they red flagged it, kept my position starting 6th, and managed to make my way just through the field. I mean, sadly, Albert and Thomas crashed, which is unfortunate for the team, but managed to pick up P2, so really happy with that.
You were saying you were thinking you were going to go in the wall. What's the thought process, and what did you see to cause you to think that?
I mean, I saw Hilton and Dan Lewis go out in front of me, and I thought they were going to bring me into that kind of whole crash, and I thought I was going to be in the wall in the next second, but managed to keep it straight all the way through and managed to keep on the track.
How frustrating for you as a driver is it to have that sort of stop-start? You know, had the first start, then you've got to go away, recollect your thoughts, and get ready for another go.
I mean, it wasn't too frustrating as the first start was a bit carnage and it wasn't a very good start. Managed to get it good off the line second start. So, to be honest, it was kind of just like a second opportunity to do better. So I didn't really mind.
That's good. Well done on second place. Great to chat to you. And Sid Smith, right, I'm going to go up here because these youngsters get taller and taller. And Sid, congratulations. The smile says it all, but that was a very, very hard race. You had to do a lot of defending. I think the back bumper maybe soaked up a bit of damage as well at some points.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was very entertaining. Bit nerve-wracking at times with someone on my bumper at all times, but I absolutely loved it. And championship-wise, that's perfect for what we needed. And just what I can ask for a better race out of that, yeah.
I was thinking when the other two guys that sadly departed the scene were behind you, I was thinking, are we going to see tempers frayed on the podium or off the podium, or how's it going to be? If they'd have been here and you'd have had maybe a second place, would there have been words between you guys?
Oh no, I think it was a really good battle, and obviously we're friends off track, but not on track. But it's really good battle, and then even if they didn't unfortunately take each other out, then I think we would have understood completely, give each other space, we respect each other, and I think it would have lined up race 2 perfectly. So yeah, now it's just on to race 2. But I want to thank Romac and Green Recycling just for making this happen. It's just really helped me, and well, I wouldn't be where I am without them. So thank you to them.
Good lad for remembering them and thanking them for their support. Final question, it's a boring one for a presenter to ask and probably boring for you as well. Championship-wise, that's worked out rather well. It's Christmas early, maybe a little bit. What are your thoughts on the championship? Or is it far too early to talk about that? Are you just focusing race by race?
Well, we're getting to the end of the season, so we're focusing solely on the championship at this point. So we need to think consistently, win, and just ahead of the other oppositions. And then I think we've done that today, and that's really, really healthy for our championship. So, yeah, good.
Excellent. Sid, we're going to let you have a little bit of a breather and then get ready for our second race. Well done, Sid Smith.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for our podium finishers. Down here, a little rip from everyone. Lucas Hayden, Ben Mulryan and Sid Smith. We're going to hand back now to Andy, who's in the commentary box, and he'll give you the grid for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Got there in the end, didn't we? Dramatic opening race of the day. And now we head to the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and a big grid of these little city cars set to do race around the Cadwell Park circuit for 15 minutes, the duration of their race, hopefully. And cars, as you can see, making a splendid sight as they line up on the grid in the sunshine here at Cadwell Park. Elliot Lettuce on the pole position in his Peugeot 107. In fact, all 3 different cars represented on the grid, represented in the top 3 positions, because we've got the Peugeot of Lettuce on pole, Citroen C1 of Andrew Dyer second, and then the Toyota Aygo of Richard Bliss starting third alongside the similar car of Stuart Bliss, also on that second row with him. Then it's Ben Craner and Andy Burgess together on row number 3. Christopher McKenzie and Richard Jepp are together on the 4th row of the grid, and Liam Browning, regular front runner, starts 9th on the grid alongside Patrick Booth. Dan Selleck and John Nicholson make up row number 6 here for this first of 2 races today. George Palozzi and Adam Reeves together on row number 7. The Citroen C1 ahead of the Toyota Aygo, and then a brace of C1s with Charles McKenzie and John Booth's Citroens sharing the 8th row, and row 9 for Dominic Fletcher and Adam Reynolds. Row 10 is where we find Gary Cabourn and Craig Flynn, Peugeot ahead of Citroën there together on the 10th row, rounding out the top 20 of this enormous 31-car grid, particularly big when you consider that often drivers don't fancy the trek up to Cadwell Park, but we're glad to see that the vast majority of our CityCar Cup regulars have made it up here this weekend. Richard Snuggs and Brandon Savage together on row 11, Andrew Payne and Daniel Lockett on the 12th row together, and then row number 13 for Richard Bastow and Brad Porter, again a pair of the Citroën C1s there towards the back of the field. Then it's Leon Wild and Bob Bannister together on the next row, that being the 14th row, and almost at the back of the grid now. Joe Miller and Stephen Turner are next, and then last on the grid, Ben Shaw in his Citroën C1. So the championship then, coming into this weekend, again a pretty tight one. We've got just 6 points separating Richard and Stuart Bliss, a family affair at the front of the field. That's after the 3 lowest scores for those 2 drivers have been dropped, and then only a further point back is Andrew Dyer in third, who is 3 points ahead of Elliot Lettis. So we've got the top 4 in the championship separated by 11 points, and they are the top 4 cars on the grid. So the championship battle, very easy to spot for this one. They are the first couple of rows of the grid. And interestingly, the 2 Blisses, who are the top 2 in the championship, starting on the 2nd row. So Elliot Lettis and Andrew Dyer are actually in pretty much reverse order on the grid, because Lettis is 4th in the championship on pole position, Andrew Dyer 3rd in the championship, starts 2nd, and then Richard and Stuart Bliss are the right way round. Richard the one who is fractionally ahead in the championship standings. Race wins so far this year. Well, this is the 5th event. They raced at Alton Park at the start of the season, where Richard and Stuart Bliss took a win apiece. Richard then got back to winning ways again at Snetterton, although the 2nd race at Snetterton won by Elliot Lettis, his first win of the year. He got another one at Anglesey next time out. So too did Andrew Dyer, who got his first of 2 victories for the season. It was a triple header at Anglesey, actually, so we had 3 different winners in those 3 races. Dyer in race 1, Lettis in race 2, and Richard Bliss in race 3. He then won again at Snetterton, his 4th of the campaign, so he does have more race wins than anybody else. The 2nd race at Snetterton, though, was won by Andrew Dyer. So as of yet, no one has managed to win more than 1 race at any given event. So most of them double headers, but a few of them, well, Anglesey and Snetterton were supposed to be triple headers, but as we know, we didn't quite get that that 3rd race in at Snetterton, so that race being run later on in the day as well, due to be the last race of the day. We also have within the CityCar Cup the Student Motorsport Challenge. The Student Motorsport Challenge is a series within the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Entry is open to colleges and universities who compete for both overall and class honours within the championship, designed to provide students who are studying for motorsport related qualifications with real-world trackside experience in running a car in competitive championships. So these days you can go and study motorsport or motorsport engineering and other courses like that at university, and those student motorsport cars being run by students who are studying in those fields. So there are 7 drivers here today: Andy Burgess, Richard Jett, Daniel Lockett, Leon Wild, Ben Shaw, Ben Craner and Joe Miller, all running in the SMC class, the Student Motorsport Challenge class, and they have their own separate championship, which is being led into the weekend by the East Surrey College team, because again it's the teams who score the points there rather than the drivers. The East Surrey College car is being driven by Andy Burgess this weekend, and that car leads the points by 9 over the MET Motorsport car of Richard Jett, number 57 and 65, the 2 to watch out for there. And as we saw from the grid graphic a little bit earlier on, they are many of them running quite close to the front. I mean, Andy Burgess and Richard Jett both inside the top 10. Ben Craner, though, the Scottish driver, who is reasonably experienced these days, actually, Ben Craner, for his young age, and Ben Craner 5th on the grid, the first of the student prepared cars. But it goes to show that they know what they're doing, these teams, who are learning on the job, very much so, and doing a fantastic job of preparing cars that are capable of finishing on the podium and maybe even winning races, although it will be tough to break through past those 4 championship contenders that we've got at the front of the field. So the silver, yellow and black car is the pole sitter Elliot Lettis, alongside in the black, yellow and orange of Andrew Dyer. The 2 Bliss brothers on row number 2. Now, there is probably a way of telling those apart. I think the orange wing mirrors are the telltale that that's Stuart Bliss, who starts 4th on the grid. I think they're grey or blue wing mirrors on Richard's car, starting 3rd on the grid. So those two cars near identical, and they are starting next to each other on row number 2 as well. 15 minutes of racing for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup then. 31 of these city cars set to launch off the line any moment now, because the lights on the starting gantry are about to illuminate red. They're just waiting for the last row, I think, to be completely in position. Now the 5-second board is shown. The next stage is to put the red lights on, and when they go out, we're racing for 15 minutes at Cadwell Park. The lights go on, the lights go out. Now away we go, and who gets off the line best? Not a huge amount of power in these cars, so reasonably easy to control the wheel spin off the line, although one or two drivers getting away slightly better than others. And now we hold our breath and hope they all get into and out of Coppice Corner in one piece. So far so good, no big squeeze going on. They're 2x2x2 at the front of the field, and they remain that way as they head towards Charlie's, with now the inside line being held by Andrew Dyer, but right round the outside will go Elliot Lettis to try and retain his lead from pole position. Out of Charlie's they go, all of them on top of each other a little bit, and it will be the pole sitter who leads. They're 3 wide further back though, and that's the 2 Bliss brothers side by side, but they're both going to be overtaken, I think, by, is that Ben Craner maybe, the first of the Student Motorsport Challenge drivers? I think it might be, breaking into a podium place as they go up the hill. So the lead held by Lettis, second is Dyer. Is that the number 77 car going into 3rd? I think it is, although fighting back round the outside, Richard Bliss. Stuart Bliss has dropped down into 5th position there, trying to fend off the number 21 of Christopher McKenzie. And they race their way through Chris Curve for the first time. And a fantastic job they're doing of keeping this nice and clean as well. They may not be the biggest of cars, but it's still a narrow old track, and they're doing a good job of avoiding contact for the time being. Down toward Mansfield then for the first time, and the top 2 already starting to make a bit of a break now then. The number 3 car of Elliot Lettis leading the way, the number 15 of Andrew Dyer in 2nd position. And then you can see the gap back to number 17, Richard Bliss, in 3rd. 4th is the 77, I think, of Ben Craner, the black and yellow car. So Ben Craner really pushing on in the early stages. There's a lock-up there from about 7th or 8th position as they head into the mountain, but whoever it was just about kept it on the island, although they are going slowly up the mountain now, so I think there is an issue for that car. One car pulling off onto the grass as they came over the top of the hill. Thankfully, though, it's some way off the road, so should be able to continue the race without the need for a safety car interruption. There goes the number 8 car heading through of Adam Reeves. He's picked up a few places from where he started, but the leading 2 making their way out of Barn Corner, across the line at the end of lap number 1, and a decent little lead being built up by Elliot Lettis, who was the best part of 2/10 clear in qualifying of Andrew Dyer. So in CityCar Cup terms, that was a pretty good advantage to have in qualifying, and Lettis already 1 second up the road at the end of the first lap. Dyer 2nd, Bliss 3rd. It's actually Andy Burgess, excuse me, it's Andy Burgess, another one of the SMC cars running in 4th position then, so he leads that class at the moment, with Stuart Bliss 5th, 6th position for Christopher McKenzie, 7th for Ben Craner, 8th position for Liam Browning, 9th position then for number 33, Patrick Booth, and the top 10 rounded out by John Nicholson. So apologies for that. It's Andy Burgess who's up there in 4th position, running really strongly then after a particularly good start from 6th on the grid, picking up 2 spots in the opening lap. So number 3 then, Elliot Lettis, leading by a second at the start of the lap. I'd say that's coming down slightly. Side-by-side action going on further back, and that looks like, yeah, that's Bliss, isn't it? That is Stuart Bliss, sorry. Not on the pace in the early stages, or just getting roughed up a bit maybe. He was 5th at the start of the lap, but he lost at least 1, maybe 2 positions there going into Park Corner. So this is not what Stuart Bliss was hoping for. 6 points away from the 7 points away from the Championship lead coming into this race, and dropping down the field quite considerably now in the opening stages of the race. That, I think, puts him down to 6th position now behind Christopher McKenzie. Ben Craner wasn't a million miles behind him either at the start of the lap. The leading 3 really breaking clear now, though, and Elliot Lettis looking like he's going to be a hard man to catch in this race. Over the top of the mountain they go for the second time. These cars not quite catching air over the crest, but still looking very spectacular as they slide and bounce their way through the hall bends. And there, a battle between Christopher McKenzie and Ben Craner, and McKenzie getting sideways there. Ben Craner in the red and silver car might try and get up the inside and into the hairpin, but opts against that admittedly pretty risky move. Stays in line behind him as the leading 3 come out of Park Corner and head down across the start-finish straight once again. Elliot Lettis then was a second up the road. He gets another couple of tenths on that lap over Dyer, but Stuart Bliss in 3rd position, Richard Bliss in 3rd position, sets the new fastest lap, so 1:55.895 the lap time. 6/10 off what they did in qualifying late yesterday afternoon, but he's closed right in now on Dyer for second place, and Bliss will want to try and get past Andrew Dyer so that he can then have a shot at getting after Elliot Lettis out in front. While further back, car bouncing onto the grass there, coming out of Charlie's, that was Mackenzie, but behind him, Ben Craner was also a bit slow off the turn, so Stuart Bliss does get back alongside him. Stuart Bliss, second in the championship, trying to gain at least one of those places back and take 6th place away as they head towards Park. Did that work? No, Ben Craner standing his ground on the inside in the Citroen C1. The Igo trying to squeeze around the outside was never going to be left any room by Ben, who's done a bit of Euro NASCAR racing over the last few years. He's not going to make it easy for someone to go around the outside of him. And then the Bitcoin livery car of Liam Browning right behind, making this a 3-way battle now for the 6th spot as they head through the gooseneck once more. Down the hill, wide there for Bliss through the dirt. We saw in that Fiesta Junior race earlier on how easily that can go wrong, but these cars a little bit more compliant than the Fiestas, softer suspension, they don't move around quite as sharply when you bounce over the grass like that, so easier to keep the car in check. And Ben Craner and Stuart Bliss there, both able to keep control of their cars as they launch themselves back over the mountain top once again. Now that doesn't look like a 1.2 second lead anymore for Elliot Lettis. I reckon that Andrew Dyer is coming back in a bit on this lap. We've still got 9.25 minutes to go, so if Dyer gets his head down and bridges this gap to the Peugeot out in front, then we could have a 3-way fight for the lead, because he's bringing Richard Bliss with him still in 3rd position. Slow car there heading out of Mansfield. That's the number 9 machine of Ben Shaw, who was the slowest qualifier, but that looked like he was going quite a lot slower than he should be, so he might well be bailing for the pit lane. Richard Bliss fastest lap then, 1:55.1, but they're both quicker than the leader, so Elliot Lettis does a 55.5, it's a 55.3 for Dyer and a 55.1 for Bliss in 3rd position, so that lead gap is coming down. 2nd to 3rd is coming down as well, and there you can see they're all in the same shot now as they come out of Charlie's corner, and a bit of a scrappy exit there for the race leader. So Elliot Lettis not going to be carrying a huge amount of speed onto the Park straight. Then it's even closer look for 4th place. Andy Burgess has been caught now by Mackenzie and Craner, who have dropped Stuart Bliss again slightly. Here's the lead battle though, and it's the 2 little French cars ahead of the Toyota Igo in 3rd position. Great to see that all 3 of the cars represented on the grid are capable here today, as always is the case, of fighting for race victories. In fact, of those 4 championship contenders, we have 2 Toyotas, a Citroen and a Peugeot as well. There is nothing to choose performance-wise between these little city cars, and the drivers very evenly matched as well. Elliot Lettis really having to work hard though to keep Andrew Dyer behind him now as the 3 leaders drop into Mansfield corner. Out of Mansfield corner, all pretty much carrying the same speed off the turn, so Elliot Lettis should retain the lead again as they head into the mountain. But this is the situation that we saw develop in many of the races yesterday. Somebody would make an early break and then they'd be reeled in through the middle part of the race, and we'd end up with a real nail-biting finish, and it looks like that will be the same again in this CityCar Cup race. 4th place battle bouncing its way through the mountain top. I think that is still Andy Burgess in 4th, but he's got, well in fact that's Bliss up the inside of Craner, so Ben Craner was a bit slow over the top of the mountain, and through goes Stuart Bliss. So Bliss does now get ahead of the Scot into 6th place. They've got Liam Browning there as well, so I make that now a 5-way fight for the positions just off the podium, with still Andy Burgess leading in the Student Motorsport Challenge then, in the number 57 car, which is the car which leads that championship as well, the car prepared by the East Surrey College. Across the line they go then, Andy Burgess leading this train of them through, and the East Surrey College team principal George Keith, the driver for them, Andy Burgess. And we took the championship lead after a pair of victories for Andy last time out at Snetterton, actually. Wasn't able to race at Anglesey, though. Andy is an Aston Martin product specialist, returned again at Snetterton to dominate those 2 rounds. And he is trying to extend the lead for that team in that really competitive grid. And I was being told earlier on by someone who does media for the Student Motorsport Challenge, they're expecting maybe double the cars on that grid, so they could almost take up half the field next year, these student run cars. But it's an ideal car for them to run, because they're proper little racing cars, don't get me wrong, but you know, they're not the most complex of cars to run, and part of the joy of the CityCar Cup is that when you decide that you're going to race in it, you get a pack of bits that you add to the car. They're all identical, they're control parts, so you just have to make sure you're fitting them correctly, maintaining the cars correctly, and then doing what you can to set them up right for the driver. It's all the basic stuff that they need to learn, these students, and they're doing a great job of it. Bit of argy-bargy there between Stuart Bliss and Christopher Mackenzie. Mackenzie ran a bit wide at Mansfield, and Stuart saw his opportunity to get to the inside. He's now being given a shove by Ben Craner. He really is leading into his NASCAR roots there. Bit of bump drafting as they head towards the mountain, and they both sweep past Mackenzie. So Mackenzie dropped from 5th down to 7th there. Stuart Bliss continues now to march back through the field. He's still only in 5th position, and his 3 championship rivals are well up the road. Elliot Lettis, Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss. There they go through Barn Corner. Leaders heading across the line, and then 4th place battle heading into Barn, with Burgess now really facing some stiff competition to try and hold on to that position. Race leader there, Elliot Lettis, setting the fastest lap now, 55.0, and we are now underneath the pole position time by a couple of tenths. So new fastest lap for the leader, the gap out to 7 tenths though, because he was only a 10.5 quicker than the second place car Dyer, who then was a 10th quicker again than Bliss in 3rd place. Side-by-side action there coming down the hill. That was the number 8 car. I think of Adam Reeves trying to gain a place into Barn Corner. Wherever you look on this grid, there is some real battling going on. And 45 there moving up alongside to try and take a place as well, heading into the first corner. The outside line there for Copper, sorry, 46, excuse me. That looks like a move that is going to pay off as well. Craig Flynn, that was, going around the outside of Brandon Savage, number 43, and then a very aggressive attempt up the inside of the move by Daniel Lockett, who is in the another one of those student motorsport challenge run cars. Don't know if that worked for him. I don't think it did quite. Top of the hill there, 210. Charles Mackenzie trying to get to the outside. And not able to make the sweeping move around the outside work at Park Corner, and nor, I fear, will number 43, who again is on the attack, Brandon Savage, and will lose a place there. That failed overtake around the outside, left the door open very nicely. In fact, 2 places about to be gained by the number 99 car here. And that was opportunistic stuff there, as the 2 cars ahead, which is Basto in the 99, gaining the places. The 2 cars ahead so preoccupied with each other they forgot he was there, and manages to gain 2 positions. This all happening just inside the top 20, about 18th place I think he's just taken, with those couple of nice overtakes going on. Fast and frenetic stuff here. And a lot of these drivers racing novices as well in their first season of racing. You can see why they choose the CityCar Cup to come and learn their craft. It's not just useful for mechanics and team members to learn about motorsport, but also for drivers with relatively little experience to learn what it takes to go racing. The leader's going into turn 1. I just spotted there to the right of shot a yellow flag going into the mountains, so someone's had a bit of a moment over the grass there. Don't think it's anything serious though. I reckon that yellow flag has gone in again already. As the leading trio once again make their way out of the right-hander at Charlie's corner, and Elliot Lettis is down in 3rd place now. What happened there? So off camera somewhere, Elliot Lettis has dropped behind both Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss. So Dyer now leading the way, Richard in 2nd place, and Elliot Lettis down to 3rd with it all to do again, and only 2.5 minutes left to try and do it. So a lap and a half to go, I think, and Elliot Lettis finds himself slipping out of the race lead. It's also changed for 4th. Look, Stuart Bliss up into 4th, Ben Craner 5th, and down to 6th for Mackenzie. So exactly the same thing happening to Mackenzie as happened to Lettis. He dropped 2 positions and fell to the back of that trio. There is Elliot in the number 3 car. And remember, he and Andrew Dyer were separated by only 3 points going into this race for 3rd in the championship. Dyer then, at the moment, set to outscore Elliot by a little way. Points situation, you get 50 for a win, 47 for 2nd, 45 for 3rd, and then down in 1-point increments with a bonus point for the fastest lap, which at the moment would be going to Elliot Lettis. So this is going to tighten things up even more, with Richard Bliss admittedly into 2nd place, but with Stuart struggling. Lettis struggling too, dropping away from those top 2, having lost the positions. Now doesn't seem to be able to stay with them particularly. There is Stuart Bliss with a wing mirror hanging loose sideways through the hall bends towards the hairpin for the penultimate time. 1 more lap then left in this race, and the leading 2 nose to tail as they come off the final corner. Can Richard Bliss steal a victory here then? He's not looked like the fastest of these 3 at any point in the race, but his racecraft and experience has put him into second position now, and he sees an opportunity perhaps to get in the slipstream of Andrew Dyer and have a go at him heading up the park straight. They've really dropped Elliot Lettuce. I wonder if there's an issue of some sort with the number 3 car. If he does survive for a podium, then hopefully Richard John Neal can find out exactly what ails that number 3 machine, because it's clearly not got the pace now that it had earlier on in the race, whereas Richard Bliss seems to be getting stronger and stronger with every lap. He closes in on Andrew Dyer as they head up the park straight for the final time. This is his last really good overtaking opportunity on the lap, and it's not going to be close enough, is he? So Andrew Dyer doesn't even feel the need to defend into park. The Toyota Aygo stays behind. There goes Lettuce in third. Now what's going on for fourth place? Well, Stuart Bliss making fourth place his own now. It's Ben Craner who's having to defend for fifth position. To the outside goes the 21 car, which is sideways up over the curb there for Chris McKenzie. What a save that was. He's on the grass still, actually. He's not quite saved it yet. Bounces back onto the road through Chris Curvely, and Browning goes through. So too will Andrew Burgess, who's dropped down into 8th place somewhere over the last few laps. So he loses the lead of the Student Motorsport Challenge as well to Ben Craner. But that was a big moment for McKenzie, who nearly T-boned Craner and then almost got right up on 2 wheels as he went sideways over the curb. Leaders back at the mountain, and intriguingly, Elliot Lettuce, perhaps listening to me, has now got back on with this and closed in on the top 2, but he's not going to have time, I don't think, to challenge them. They head through the Hall Bends for the final time. Time has ticked down to 0, so it's a checkered flag that awaits them at the start-finish line this time. And Elliot Lettuce, I think, despite having led more laps than anybody else in this race, is going to have to settle for P3. Out of there, the hairpin, down towards Barn Corner they head then, and Andrew Dyer coming out in the final corner. He has 2 race victories to his name already this season, and that now becomes 3 because he heads across the finish line now, sees the checkered flag, and wins race 1 here at Cadwell Park for the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. Second place for Richard Bliss, and third with a new fastest lap on the last lap as well for Elliot Lettuce. So just to prove that the car was okay, he's actually the only driver to get into the 1 minute 54s in that race. So maybe it was just a mistake for Elliot on that penultimate lap that saw him drop back. Then it's Stuart Bliss in 4th, then Craner in 5th, wins in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and that's excellent news for the OBU Student Challenge team, who will take a class victory in that race then. Liam Browning in 6th, Andy Burgess 7th, is the second of the student prepared cars. Chris McKenzie, after that last lap moment, is 8th. 9th place will go the way of Patrick Booth, and Dan Selleck rounding out the top 10 at the end of a very competitive race, but excellent driving standards there. It goes to show that you can have good side-by-side racing here at Cadwell Park without it ending in contact. And despite the fact we had 31 starters there, I don't think we had a single non-finisher. No, all 31 of them, I think, are still running. Although I might have spoken too soon, because 2 of them, or 1 of them at least, has not come through on the last lap, that being Adam Reeves, number 8. Where Adam has gone, I don't know, but he has now comes through. He's had a moment on the last lap, along with, I think, the 46 car, which also was delayed on the final lap, 46 being Craig Flynn. Those 2 were quite close on track, weren't they? So they've had an issue on the last lap, but have got to the flag. So yeah, I think we'll get all 31 starters to the end of the 8-lap race. Andy Dyer, though, gets there first, and he will take the race victory then. So let's tot up the points then. Andrew Dyer, 50 points for him. 47 points go to the championship leader, Richard Bliss. 45 will go to Elliot Lettuce. And, of course, Stuart Bliss did get 4th in the end, so 44 points for him. And the points calculator says that that is a change for second in the championship now. Andy Dyer moves 2 points ahead of Stuart Bliss and to within 5 points of Richard Bliss. So Bliss leads, 5 points back to Dyer in second, 2 points further back to Stuart Bliss in third, and he's 6 ahead of Elliot Lettuce in 4th place. Elliot really brewing whatever happened to cost him the race lead there. So Andrew Dyer wins, Richard Bliss second, Elliot Lettuce third, and Stuart Bliss in 4th. The 4 championship contenders filling up the top 4 positions. The Student Motorsport Challenge is won by Ben Craner in 5th position, ahead of Liam Browning, Andy Burgess, Christopher McKenzie. Then it was Patrick Booth and Dan Selleck to round out the top 10. John Nicholson is next, George Pelozzi in 12th, ahead of John Booth, Charles McKenzie and Richard Snuggs, with Adam Reynolds, Gary Cabourn, Richard Jett, Brandon Savage and Dominic Fletcher rounding out the top 20 runners. Andrew Payne was next, then it was Daniel Lockett and Brad Porter. Craig Flynn had that delay on the final lap, dropped down to the top 20 to 24th place at the flag, ahead of Richard Bastow, Leon Wild, Adam Reeves, the man with whom I presume Craig tangled, finishes 27th, ahead of Joe Miller. Ben Shaw, the last car home, and did get home, the 31st runner to see the flag. So entertaining stuff from the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, and with all of the reaction to that first race of the weekend, from them we can head over to Richard John Neal.
Thanks, Andy. So here we are down ready for the podium, but before that I think we're going to have a quick word with a couple of the BMW Compact Cup drivers. I'm going to zone in here on Mike Doble, who leads the Masters Championship. Mike, great to see you, and you are leading the Masters, aren't you?
I think we're leading by 9 or 10 points after yesterday's result, I think, yeah.
Okay, and again, it's a great championship. It's great for youngsters, but this is a family sport for you, isn't it? Because you've got your sons racing as well.
Yeah, we got three of us in the race, so, you know, I'm normally looking at Mikey in front and what's going on behind with Joseph, so...
You've got to let you go, mate. Sorry, fella. Yep. Apologies to the officials there. We're still waiting for the guys to come down from the C1s. I'll just apologise to the marshals for holding up that car. Obviously, now, if you're wondering what's happened in terms of, we had time to talk to one of the C1 drivers. Basically, the turnaround of the racing here, which is as efficient as ever by the marshals and the British Racing and Sports Car Club, is that the next race can go out quicker if there's less clearing up to do. Now, although we had a huge grid, as Andy McEwen pointed out, there were very few, if any, non-finishes when I left the commentary box, so there's no clearing up to do, hence we don't get as long to talk to the drivers that are going out for the next race. So that's the logistics there. Why are we waiting for the podium? Well, Lindsay, close bless her, who's sorting out the drivers on the podium, has got to round up 6 drivers for the CityCar Cup, because we've got the overall top 3 and the top 3 from the Student Motorsport Challenge. So obviously it's a little bit longer, and the holding area down here is a way away from Parc Fermé, which the drivers are up at there. I can see we have got some drivers. Kev, if you want to flick round, we've got some drivers making their way down here. That will give you a little picture of what's going on. Scott Wood was involved in getting the drivers down, and we're going to do the overall podium first of all. We've got silverware there, which is great. So I'm going to crack on because we've not got too much time. Third position goes to Elliot Lettice. Elliot, well done. Good to see you. Take third position. Trophy of the hat there for Elliot. Second position goes to Richard Bliss. Well done, Richard. Getting to know some of these guys now, having seen them for a few rounds. And your race winner, Andrew Dyer. Well done, Andrew. Another win for Andrew. Whiz over here. Let's grab a quick word with Elliot. Pole position, what happened in the race? You got fastest up on the last lap, by the way, as well.
Yes, yeah, the toe is really powerful around here, but the first few laps, the tyres just started to go off towards the end, and I left the gap open. That was pretty much it, yeah. But half the lap is a toe, so I'm defending for half of it, and no brakes towards the end, pretty much. But no, it was a good race. Happy, yeah.
Bit of sorting out to do for race 2 then.
A little bit, yeah. I think tyre management is the one, but not too bad, yeah.
Well done, good to see you on the podium. Sorry to cut these short, but we've got a full day's racing to get through. Richard Bliss, we're making a sort of habit of podium interviews, which is a nice habit to have. P2, not what you wanted to be on that top one.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice, but P2's good. It's good for the championship. It was nice to be able to, like, just be us free, just out there, like, in front, and we were just controlling our pace. Obviously, when Andy made the move on Elliot, it gave me a chance to get past, and then we just sort of stayed there. I was quite happy with second, so see what the rest of the weekend brings.
We look forward to that. Well done. Let's have a quick look with Andrew Dyer and race winner. Congratulations, Andrew. Super race.
Yeah, it was a good race. I bided my time a little bit at the start. See what Elliot was doing. I could see he was a lot faster than me at the start. Through the mountain section, I couldn't keep up with him, but had a good run when I overtook him with a toe, so that really helped. Yeah, and other than that, I was just managing tyres and brakes. Like last 2 laps, I was really concerned I was going to understeer off the track, so just eased it off a little bit and just held on to it. I just didn't want to throw it away. So, yeah, it was good. It was good.
Okay, very well done. Congratulations to our top 3 overall. Have we got our student motorsport? We haven't got the student motorsport runs, which is a shame. So we interviewed Ben Craner before the race, so that worked out kind of well because he won it. So he has had a little bit of time with us. But I can hear the BMWs out on circuit. They obviously left us in the lurch here as far as our interview is concerned. Let's go back and get the grid, courtesy of Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, BMW Compact Cup action coming up next then. The cars making their way around the circuit. And a race yesterday won by Mikey Doble, not by a huge margin though. He and Guy Davis have done all of the winning between them this season. Most of it Mikey Doble, but Guy did win all 3 races at Anglesey, and those 2 were nose to tail for the entire 20-minute race yesterday, and they will start together on the front row of this one. Mikey Doble, the points leader, is on pole. Guy Davis alongside. Matt Flowers got his first pole position yesterday, but could only manage third in the race, so he starts third alongside Ian Howes on row 2. Lead Andy Sadler starts 5th, with Matt Milson alongside him on row number 3. Matt Wilkins starts on the 4th row of the grid, 7th place for him, alongside Jonathan Williams in 8th position, one of the Masters drivers on the grid. In fact, Jonathan Williams was the Masters class winner yesterday, ahead of Mike Doble, who dropped down the order. He qualified well, but the father of the championship leader, Mikey, only 9th at the flag, ahead of Rudy McMillan. Joseph Doble, the 3rd member of the Doble family, starts on row 6 alongside Ross Stoner, and then it's Pete Smith and Tom Middleton together on row number 7. Gordon McMillan, father of Rudy, starts 8th on the grid, ahead of John Robinson. 16th position for him at the start of the race, with Matt Kendall and Tim Seaford, who was the last of the finishers yesterday. They are together on row number 9. The 2 non-finishers from race 1, Russ Cager and Jim Barrett, hopefully will be both starting at the tail of the field. I just saw Jim Barrett go past me. I think Russ Cager was out there as well. So, the championship being led by Mikey Doble. He has got, getting on now for a 40-point cushion over lead Andy Sadler in 2nd, but Lee is only 13 ahead of Ian Howes, who is 6 ahead of Mike Doble and Gordon McMillan. So, even if Mikey Doble's got a pretty comfortable margin for the championship lead, lead Andy Sadler, Ian Howes, Mike Doble and Gordon McMillan very close together indeed. Of course, Mikey did use up a couple of his drop scores at Anglesey when he had a non-finish and an electrical issue that sent him a lap down in one of the races too, and there is a question mark over whether his Ginetta racing campaign is going to allow him to compete in the rest of the rounds in the championship, so he was hoping to be able to use his drop scores for any races that he wasn't able to do. He now might be forced to really try and build a championship lead in case he has to miss a round. So Mikey Doble, the blue and white car, starting from pole position, one of 3 nearly identically liveried cars that are scattered up and down the order. And alongside him, Guy Davis. You're not going to miss that car, are you? The purple, pink and yellow car. 5-second board then is shown. 20-minute race about to get underway. The second of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Red lights go out now. Away we go. Guy Davis away nicely. Not a great start from Matt Flowers there, 3rd on the grid. And also a slow getaway for number 73 there, Jonathan Williams. That causes the dreaded 3 wide situation to rear its ugly head again, going into the first corner. Let's hope they all keep it clean. Bit of door handle bashing maybe, but it's Guy Davis who's got the lead. Guy Davis sweeps around the outside of Mikey Doble and gets the advantage as they head through Charlie. Something he wasn't able to do at any point yesterday was get ahead of Mikey, and he's done it right at the start of race number 2. So a great start that from Guy Davis. Mikey Doble will be right on his tail again though as they head down the park straight to try and get the advantage back, heading towards Park Corner. There's his dad, Mike Doble, there on the outside line heading up the hill, but Guy Davis actually with a couple of car lengths advantage over Mikey as they arrive at Park. Ian Howes is up into 3rd, Dendy Sadler in 4th position, both of them getting ahead of the slow starting Matt Flowers, and that's one of the Dobles out wide. He's not the only one on the grass, but that is, I think, Mike Doble, isn't it, who is very wide. 2nd race in a row then that Mike has lost ground early on, and he's now going to be left with a lot of overtaking to do to get back inside the top 10. Davis then leads them down into Mansfield. Ian Howes doing his best to go with those top 2, but Davis and Mikey really were the class of the field yesterday. Matt Flowers in 3rd place, not able to live with their speed, and had to really defend from Ian actually to hold on to that 3rd place. So again, Ian getting past him in the early stages might just transform Howes' chances of fighting for a race win. Over the mountain top they head, hopping up into the air. Rudy McMillan going with them as well. I will make a concerted effort today not to confuse Rudy with his dad Gordon, who I was calling as being running inside the top 10 all race, when actually it was Rudy in the number 20 car who was doing so well. Gordon had a bit of a tough time of it yesterday, struggling along to a 15th place finish, but Rudy McMillan looks like he's getting some positions in the early going. Car out wide in the background, that might have been Ross Stoner. In fact, there's a car sideways in the middle of the road, and that is the number 17 car of Pete Smith, and others scattering to avoid him. That was almost a nasty shunt as they came out of the hairpin, but they just about avoided any significant contact. So, Guy Davis leads at the end of the first lap of racing then. Mikey Doble right with him though, only 3 tenths between them. Ian Howes then a further 8 tenths back in 3rd place. 4th place for Milkins. 5th position is lead Andy Sadler ahead of Matt Flowers, then Rudy McMillan, Matt Milson, Tom Middleton and Gordon McMillan. Seems like if your surname starts with an M, you can race in the BMW Compact Cup, perhaps suitable for a brand known for their M-class cars. These compacts, very much more a production-based formula, and it's been a very popular form of racing in the UK for a long time now. Lots of the regular front runners moving on to other things this year, which has opened up the playing field. We weren't really quite sure what we were going to get in 2022. Mikey Doble certainly started as the pre-season favourite, as one of the few former race winners actually still in the class. Lead Andy Sadler there, almost nerving the Matt Wilson car out of the way as it goes through the gooseneck, and still pushing him around Mansfield. This, remember, is the fight for fourth position. The blue car of Wilson in fourth, then decided the grey and blue is fifth, then the white and blue of Matt Flowers there, number 3. Will be a bit disappointed, I think, having started from third on the grid. Another poor start means that he is down in 6th place as they come through the mountain for the second time. Over the top of the hill they head, sideways over the curbs in true Cadwell Park fashion for the leaders, although Matt Wilson there a bit wide of the apex through the first part of the All Bends complex, so he'll lose a car length or so as a result of that. You get your line wrong going into All Bends, and you're not going to get it right again until you come out of All Bends. It uses you a lot of time, but it's so precise, and it's a hard sequence of moves to be precise at because of the gradient changes, the camber changes, the curbs, the bumps. Very, very tricky sequence of corners indeed, but Guy Davis has got them right because he's 9/10 clear now, Mikey Doble on that lap, a fastest lap of the race, of course, as the first full flying lap of this race. 9/10 clear of Mikey Doble, that's not easy to do, but will we have another of these races where the leader gaps the field and then is reeled in again later on? We've seen it so many times for whatever reason here at Cadwell Park. It's like some drivers warm up a bit quicker and get into the rhythm a bit quicker, and then other drivers maybe take a few laps just to get into that rhythm. It's a real rhythm circuit, Cadwell, and if you're not feeling it in the early stages, then you can lose a fair bit of time to those who are warmed up. Guy Davis clearly up for the fight here in the early stages. 1:47.2 is a very, very respectable lap time, only a few tenths away from the fastest lap yesterday. As Russ Cager, the orange 22, defending from Mike Doble. So Mike Doble, after his grass tracking on lap 1, is 13th place. And he has got Ross Stoner ahead of him in 12th. In the pit lane is number 41, that's Tim Seaford out of the race. Seaford was the last of the finishers yesterday. And there's some work being done to the right rear corner of that car. So Tim Seaford then perhaps out of the race, but hopefully we'll get back out onto the track in the next few minutes. Middleton there, the orange car, running in 9th. In fact, there does go the 41 car. Looks like that's another of the many race car consultants prepared cars. They seem to be, they're the new Jam Sport, I think, race car consultants. They're running cars in every championship going at the moment. And they are also represented on the Compact Cup grid, it seems. Tim Seaford will not lose a lap, but he will almost lose a lap as a result of that visit to the pit lane. So he was then back across the line. 3 laps about to be completed. What was a 9/10 of a second advantage for Guy Davis goes out again now to 1.4 seconds, and a 1:46.999 is only fractionally slower now, half a tenth off the fastest lap yesterday. In fact, it was Guy Davis who set that lap time, a 1:46.92. He's just at a 46.99. Whereas Mikey Doble, his personal best lap that he just set of a 47.5 is 6/10 slower than he went yesterday. So for whatever reason, Mikey Doble Jr., one of the Doble Juniors in the race, is not quite as quick at the start of this one as he was yesterday. There is Guy Davis, and you're about to see what a 1.4 second cushion looks like, because there is Mikey Doble. Ian Howes, though, has dropped right back. A really slow lap there for Ian Howes in the 49s. That had to have been a mistake or a problem for Ian. About 3 seconds slower than he should have been really on that lap. There, a bit of side-by-side action into Park Corner. Around the outside went Gordon McMillan in the number 10 car. He's having a better race now. Both the McMillans inside the top 10. But ironically, only one of the 3 Dobles running inside the top 10 right now. Need Andy Sadler having a little dive up the inside of Mansfield there, trying to get past Matt Wilkins. Now they're both caught, or catching anyway. Ian Howes in 3rd. So Howes, I think, might have a little problem here. Certainly going to have a little problem when these 3 catch him, but there you can see Howes coming through the bottom of the mountain, the blue and red car, a lot further back from the top 2 than he was, and a lot closer now to being caught by the 4th, 5th and 6th place cars. So this is where the action's going to be in this race, I think. There goes Howes. Nothing obviously wrong with the car, his speed just isn't there at the moment. And so Wilkins, who started 7th on the grid, with a strong 4th, that could become a podium before the end of the race. Now, has Wilkins had a podium? Yes, he has, and a 2nd place accuracy appearance in the top 3 so far this season. Like to make a return to podium form here as they come across the line. He is going to be significantly quicker than Ian Howes on that lap. Yeah, 1 full second quicker than Ian. So it's clearly some sort of drama for the 27 car, which sits 3rd in the championship, but might, well, I was going to say might lose that 3rd place, but actually he's beating Mike Doble and Gordon McMillan, who are the 2 drivers nearest to him, and Matt Wilkins is some points further back. So even if Ian loses a few places here, he should still finish ahead of those that he needs to retain 3rd in the points. But of course, Dendy Sadler, he's trying to catch for 2nd Dendy Sadler is one of the cars closing in on him at the moment in this race, so that's the man that he'll really want to keep behind him. I'm not convinced he's going to be able to do it. Through Park they go. And 4 of them now absolutely together for 3rd place. There goes the 16, that is Matt Milkins. Milson, of course, also in this race. And work their way through the Mansfield and Gooseneck sequence of corners. There goes the Tim Seaford car staying out of the way as well. Really the Masters category, which is being led by Tom Middleton at the moment, actually. That category won by Jonathan Williams yesterday, but he's only 3rd in the class because Williams has dropped down into 11th place. So a very different look to this race than we had yesterday. He does head over the top of the mountain, but it is now all about this 3rd place squabble. Ian Howes has been caught by Wilkins. Wilson, and Denny Sadler, excuse me, behind him, and Matt Flowers. 4 of them through the Hall Bends into the braking zone at the hairpin. Really a place where you're likely to see a move made, but I'll be interested to see, actually, now that we've got these cars with Ian Howes, it might be possible to see where he's losing time. Is the car down on power, or is it a handling issue that he's fighting? If it's down on power, then we'll see the other cars all over him down the straights. That doesn't actually appear to be the case as they flash past the pits. There goes Rudy McMillan, meanwhile, 7th. He has got the 16 car behind of Matt Milson. Ross Stoner as well, I think, the company there. The orange number 22 car, whose transponder isn't working very well at the moment, but he is there in 9th position. That's the 3 cars heading through Charlie's, and a bit of a mistake there for Rudy, who just got a bit of a lock-up through the second part of the Charlie's sequence. But actually, it is Milson who gets the slower run off the corner, and so Tom Middleton, the orange car, closes right in on him. I don't think they're going to change positions though at the top of the hill. They don't, so the 16 car just staying in front. So through Chris Curve then down towards the gooseneck again. There goes Tom Middleton, who is the Masters category by 7 seconds over Gordon McMillan, so he doesn't make any more progress up the order than that. He is still looking good for the Masters class win. Now, Ian Howes, intriguingly, not being overtaken at all easily here, is he? He's keeping the Matt Wilkins car behind him really well. And as I said, we're interested to watch that back a little bit and see whether it's a power issue that he's facing or whether it's something through the corners that he's struggling with. This group of them, say 7 or 8 of them now together. Gordon McMillan ahead of this group. McMillan just ahead of the 73 car of Jonathan Williams, and there Joe Doble, number 11, who's only a couple of places behind Mike Doble. 14th for Joe, 12th for Mike at the moment. Corner to come through onto their 7th lap of the race. The leaders have just gone through onto that 7th lap. 2.3 seconds between Davis and Mikey Doble at the head of the field. Ian Howes 7.5 further back in 3rd. Wilkins in 4th, Denny Sadler 5th, Flowers 6th, then another gap of 2.6 back to this group of cars. Right-hander at Charlie's corner again, out onto the Park straight. Exit to this corner, so important. You've got to carry the speed along the Park straight, and McMillan there just a little bit wide of where he should have been. Bounced over the grass a little. McMillan staying in 10th position over the crest. Anyone going to make a move into the braking zone? I don't think they are, or, well, it might happen on the exit because McMillan had a big lock-up going into the corner, but keeps the car on the straight and narrow. McMillan, always exciting to watch in Compact Cup racing, and he almost got a bit too excited there into Park Corner, but held on to it. Williams behind him then, Jonathan Williams there running 11th position. That is for second Masters class. Ooh, Williams very wide over the grass. The 2 Dobles then are actually together, aren't they? Because Joe Doble got past Ross Stoner on the previous lap. Ross Stoner, orange and one of the orange and black cars on the grid, stepping down a couple of places on that lap. Back to the other McMillan now, Rudy McMillan, 7th place for him, still ahead of Milkins and Middleton. Oh, and it's all kicking off through the Hall bends. Just saw that out of the window. That was that big pack of cars we've just been watching. One of the Dobles was on the grass and another car as well with them. So I think we're going to see some big changing of positions in that next pack of cars. No, we haven't had a change for third. It's still Ian Howes ahead of Wilkins through Park Corner, through Charlie's Corner. And into the pit lane. Now this is one of the cars I just saw getting involved at the Hall bends, and that is Jonathan Williams. So Williams, who was challenging Gordon McMillan for second in the Masters class, is into the pit lane. It was that group that I think there were 3 abreast going into the Hall bends, and there was a bit of argy-bargy. One car at least ended up on the grass, and perhaps a bit of damage done to a couple of them. So that means that, yeah, Mike Doble goes 11th now, Joe Doble 12th, Stoner 13th, Pete Smith 14th. So actually the only place that changed was that everyone from 11th on back got ahead of Jonathan Williams. It looked like more positions would have swapped around that. Back with Matt Flowers, who's all over the back of Lee Dendy Sadler, 5th position they are fighting for here, and Lee Dendy Sadler, a real late move to defend, and Matt Flowers nearly lost control actually as he tried to bail out of it. Up into the Hall bends they go. Guy Davis, though, absolutely flying in this race. Mikey Doble cannot keep up with him, and we've not said that very many times this year. I know that Guy Davis won those 3 races at Anglesey, but 2 of those races Mikey Doble had mechanical problems in, so it wasn't really a fair fight between the 2 of them. But Guy did beat him in the first race, and that was a fair fight. Guy Davis took the win, Mikey Doble took 2nd place. Mikey then sort of made it 1-1, if you like, in the race yesterday by fending off Guy Davis. But now Guy looks as though he's going to take another victory. It's a shame that Davis hasn't done the full season. He raced with us at Brands Hatch at the start of the year, finished 3rd in race 1, but then non-finished race 2, and missed then the next 3 races at Snetterton, won all 3 at Anglesey, but then didn't race at Alton. So he's only doing a half season. And even with the drop scores, that's not enough to bring him into championship contention, which is a shame, actually, because Guy Davis versus Mikey Doble is a championship fight that I would have loved to have seen over the course of 2022. Because there isn't a lot to choose between them in pace, or, okay, today Guy Davis seems to have the advantage for the time being, but yesterday they were very, very close, and I'm sure if Mikey Doble had another crack at this race, he'd be able to give Guy a real run for his money. Maybe some little issue in the number 88 car that we don't know about. We'll find out perhaps on the podium later on in about 5 minutes time or so, because that's how long is left in the race. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and still this battle going on. The Doble's ganging up a bit now on Gordon McMillan. This is 9th, 10th and 11th place. Gordon McMillan, who also has a son racing in this race, has then got father and son duo Mike and Joe Doble behind. And the blue and white cars heading towards the gooseneck now look a little bit quicker than Gordon at this stage. Mike Doble really should be further at the order than this. He qualified well for the race yesterday. He was, where was he? 5th fastest in qualifying yesterday, but had an early off in race 1 which sent him plummeting down the order. So only managed to finish that race in 9th, and now finds himself running in 10th in this one, having again been off the road at Park on lap 1. McMillan's sideways ahead of him though. That will give Mike a little bit of hope that he might be able to find a way past the number 10 car before the end of the race. Four bends they go. Lots of curve and grass being taken there by Ross Stoner, the number 22 car. As they make their way through the hairpin where McMillan is wide. He's left the door open this time for Mike Doble, and Mike did not need a second invitation. Dives to the inside. Now, can he open the door for Joe Doble as well on the exit? Yes, he can, because McMillan slides wide onto the grass. So Mike Doble through into 9th, and Joe Doble might just be able to get all 3 of the Dobles into the top 10 as he drags ahead of Gordon McMillan. He's still there, though. Joe wanted to close the door, but Gordon still had his nose on the inside line. As they turn through Coppice, though, Joe Doble does go ahead, and now Ross Stoner tries to squeeze through as well. No room there, though, so Gordon McMillan at least limits the damage to just 2 places lost. And now Joe Doble can set off after Mike to try and get past him down into Park Corner, perhaps. Probably looking at 2 more laps to go, including this one. That's the 73 in the pit lane of Jonathan Williams, Masters winner yesterday, but involved in those shenanigans through the Hall bends a couple of laps ago. He's out of the car and going no further. Through this curve. Miller then trying to regroup now. Let's see if he can come back at the Dobles. Looked like he was struggling to hang on when he was at the front of this group, but now that he's following them, might have the second wind and can't break back into the top 10 then, dropping down into 11th then with that moment at the hairpin. Just couldn't quite get the car stopped, could he? And he's locking up a few times. We've noticed this into Park a few laps ago, again there into Mansfield. I wonder if he's flat spotted a tyre, Gordon McMillan, which can happen. It's a very bumpy circuit, Cadwell Park. It's very easy to snatch a brake going into a braking zone. And then once you flat spot these Nankang tyres, like any tyre, whoops, then you'll keep on catching the flat spot. You can't blame a flat spot for that one, though. That was a bit too much flat out, I think, for him as he went through the mountain and got very sideways. Ross Stoner goes through, so does Pete Smith. And Gordon McMillan, lucky not to lose control of the car on 2 occasions there, really. Once when he had the initial slide, and then secondly when he tried to contest the position with Pete Smith going into the wall bends, and wanted to back out of it. But neither the front or the back of that number 10 BMW looks like it's handling as it should be. And I think Gordon McMillan's going to be quite grateful to see the checkered flag this time, which could happen this time. I'm not sure, actually, because the leaders crossed the line about 40 seconds ago. No, we might squeeze 2 more laps out of this. I think they're going to come through with about 10 seconds left on the clock, maybe. And, of course, Guy Davis can't afford to back off to make this the final lap, because Mikey Doble's only 2 seconds behind him. 10 seconds ahead of Ian Howes. And Wilkins in 4th position. There is the leader coming out of Mansfield corner then, so he's already into the second half of this lap with still a minute to go nearly. So, yeah, I do think he's going to get 1 more lap in. And he probably won't mind. I think he's enjoying himself, Guy Davis. Car working well, driver driving well. And comes over the mountain and into the Hall Bends with absolutely no pressure from Mikey Doble. Doble doing everything he's got in this race, but second place as good as he can manage, it seems. Good championship points, though. Doesn't really need to worry about beating Guy Davis as far as the points are concerned. Beating Sadler, Howes, Mike Doble, Gordon McMillan, those who are closer to him in the championship standings. Through goes Davis then, and he is going to have, that was a good guess, wasn't it, about, well, okay, 11 seconds left on the clock as he crosses the line. So he will get 1 more lap in, another 3/10 quicker than Mikey Doble that time. 2.3 seconds was the gap between them, with 1 more lap around the nearly 2.2 mile Cadwell Park circuit to go. Got 12 laps in yesterday. That is what they're going to do again in race number 2, and the Compact Cup drivers only getting the 2 races, so this is the last we'll see of them this weekend. They'll get an early dart home, actually. They should be out of here by 11:30 or so, most of them, which, certainly for those who are based in the south of the country, they'll be very grateful for. Mikey Doble heading through Chris Curve, driver racing not only in this championship but also the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, where he has been a podium finisher and regular front runner. And his father, Mike, no stranger to one-make racing either on the British Touring Car package, racing in the Seat Leon Championship about terrifyingly 20 years or so ago now, but lots of short oval racing before that as well. Very, very strong racing family, the Dobles, and it's nice to have all 3 of them on the Compact Cup grid this year. Oh, Guy Davis sideways through the mountain. That was not necessary, Guy. You've got a 2.5 second lead, and that was a big, big moment. Mikey Doble is actually catching him on this lap as well. You can see Mikey hasn't backed off, but Guy Davis so nearly lost control then, coming out through the right-hand part of the mountain. I think he took a bit too much curb with a bit too much right foot, and sailing wide coming out of the corner. Thankfully, Guy Davis survives that scary moment, comes out of the last corner, and he's going to take another win. His 4th of the season, his 1st at Cadwell Park. Guy Davis victorious here in the 2nd Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Race of the weekend. Mikey Doble in 2nd. 3rd place will, I think, go to Ian Howes, who has gapped the 4th place car of Matt Wilkins again. So Howes comes through now in 3rd. Wilkins a couple of seconds behind him in the end in 4th. Ahead of lead Andy Sadler 5th, Matt Flowers 6th, and then Rudy McMillan here coming across the line in 6th, just fending off Tom Middleton for 7th. McMillan 7th, Middleton in 8th place, and then 9th position. Mike Doble ahead of Joe Doble. Yep, still the same order with Rostoner in 11th position. So, entertaining stuff. A very, very good win that from Guy Davis, despite the almost slip-up on the final lap. But he has come home victorious again in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Got his 1st ever win in the category when he did the hat-trick at Anglesey. And he is now looking looking like one of the star drivers in the championship. It'd be nice to see him maybe stick around for the rest of the season. The Compact Cup drivers head next to Knock Hill, north of the border. Wonder if we'll see a return of the multiple former champion Stephen Daly, who will be, I'm sure, a force to be reckoned with if he does return. Stephen Daly, the Scot, who also did a bit of Ginetta racing actually last year, taking a bit of a racing sabbatical in 2022, but it would be great to have Stephen back on the grid for around at Knock Hill, and then it all gets concluded at Silverstone on the 15th and 16th of October, the international circuit, I believe that is, for the BMW Compact Cup on one of the BRSCC finals day, finals weekends, which are always really exciting races at the end of the year with championships on the line. Will this one go down to the wire? Will Mikey Doble be there? Because I think there is a Ginetta clash that weekend, and he might struggle to do the two. We'll wait and see. Guy Davis, though, gets the victory here at Cadwell Park. Mikey Doble in second, Ian Howes in third, then Matt Wilkins and Lead Andy Sadler fourth and fifth, Matt Flowers sixth, and Rudy McMillan in seventh, with Tom Middleton in eighth position, taking home the Masters class victory ahead of Mike Doble ninth, and Joe Doble making it all three Dobles inside the top 10. Then it was Ross Stoner and Pete Smith ahead of Jim Barrett and Gordon McMillan, John Robinson, Russ Cage and Matt Kendall and Tim Seaford, the last of the finishers. Tim Seaford having pulled into the pit lane, finishing a lap down, whilst Matt Milson was a non-finisher, so too Jonathan Williams, who retired to the pit lane. So cars heading back to the paddock area then, where drivers will get out. They'll discuss their races with each other on the trot down the hill to the podium area, and then hopefully we'll hear from our top three drivers. And I'd be intrigued to know, well, there's a few things I'd like to know really. Ian Howes, whose pace seemed to dip a bit mid-race, wonder what that was all about. And then that big slide for Guy Davis at the end as well, where it really looked like he might be about to throw it all away, but thankfully managed to keep the car pointing the right direction. We'll find out all that and more in a few minutes' time with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Andy. Before we go to BMW Podium, let's have a Mazda moment with those very nice people from Clapham North. Very nice person, George Grant, who's here. Let's have a quick word with George. I know he doesn't mind me sticking the microphone in, and raises the visor as well. What a pro. George, have you recovered from that Silverstone? The last time we spoke, you did every race possible, and I think you went away on holiday. I hope that was good.
It was brilliant, yeah. It was a monumental weekend for me, doing so many races. It looks like we've got to go out in a second, but today is phenomenal because we've done our best. We were on the podium yesterday in the Masters, and a P14 overall, which is fantastic.
That's great. We're going to get shooted out of the way because you're going out. Good luck, George. Thanks for talking to us.
All the best.
Let's just move back here so the cars are going to go. I got told off last time. There goes George. I thought we were going to go that way around, but they came from that way. So Mazda MX-5 cars going out on track. Let's head to the podium and see if we can grab a word with the... they get an early bath now, don't they, the BMWs? Just wait for the last couple of Mazdas to go out for their race. George Grant, Clapham North, great supporters of the racing for BRSCC. A massive thanks to them, and runyourfleet.com, who look after us so well as well, which is good. Mikey Doble's there, so let's go over onto the podium. Mikey quicker out of the car than he was in it. He's not going to thank me for saying that, is he? Here we go. Let's go down, and so we're waiting for Guy Davis and Ian Howes as well, who will come down, and we get a little bit of a throng from the various other teams that are coming down. And Scott Woodwis has done the rounding up, so he's our good shepherd, if you will, today, and brings them down. We'll get onto this as quickly as we can, because I know that we've got to get onto the grid for the next race. So, onto our podium, and third position, Ian Howes. Well done, Ian. I'll do a quick handshake as well. Good to see you. Take third position. We'll grab a word we once we're on the podium. Second position, Mikey Doble. Well done, Mikey. P2 for Mikey. And our race winner, Guy Davis. Doubling up what we did at Anglesey. Good to see you again. We get you up on the top step of the podium. And we Masters winner as well. Mike Doble, Masters winner. Well done, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll get you over there as well. So that's our podium. Now, we spoke to Mike before the race. I'm going to have a quick one over here. Ian Howes, your name's on the sheets a great deal with pole positions, podiums, fastest laps, and another podium today.
Yeah, we'll take it today. We had better pace than that, but the brakes went about lap 3, something like that. Losing all pressure on the brake pedal, so I was just driving around that for the rest of the race, trying to bring it home. So relieved to get the podium, but disappointed we weren't further up.
Okay, well, safe trip out. Knockhill next.
Yes, yeah, long journey, long journey, but looking forward to it.
Yeah, similar to this, isn't it? Ups and downs and a bit tighter.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of similarities.
Or shorter, I should say.
Yeah, less corners to learn, which is something.
I hope you enjoy that. Well done on the podium. Great to see you here. Mike, quick one. Masters winner. Happy with that again?
Yeah, quite happy. I made a mistake on the first lap trying to go around the outside at the end of the back straight and went on the grass, went backwards, but I was pleased coming back through, got past 3 or 4 cars to get to the front of the Masters. So beat G-Mac again, that's the main thing.
Good stuff. Well done on the Masters win. We'll have a word with Doble Jr. and Mikey. And Peter, good championship points there, Mikey.
Yeah, it's good points for the championship. I mean, I beat my main championship rivals there. Guy just had the better of me in that race. He made a great start. He's got some serious pace this weekend, and trying to keep up with him I definitely broke a sweat trying to keep up with him.
It was great to watch, and Guy, congratulations on the win. And it was a hairy moment. Was it at the mountain on the last lap?
There was a couple. Just towards the end, it's just managing the tyres and just trying to stay calm. You're obviously still trying to drive as fast as you can, but just trying to manage the gap.
It's a good formula, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good, and it's nice to have the close race. And obviously, it was nice to be able to see what pace I had by myself that time. So it was nice to relinquish that and obviously just go on by myself.
And looking forward to the long trip up north as well.
Yeah, no, really looking forward to that. Like you were saying earlier, very similar to this circuit with the ups and downs, and great fun to drive as well.
Have you raced there before? I mean, how did you prepare? Because presumably the visits are few and far between up there.
Prepared just with the test day, really. You've got your data and video from last year, so you can refer to that. But yeah, ultimately you just got to get on track and do as many laps as you can.
We wish you well up there. We'll be keeping an eye on the results, but that's it from our podium from the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Back to Andy.
Thank you, Richard. Cars out onto the green flag lap then. Perfect timing that for our next race of the weekend. This is the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup then. The cars heading around the Cadwell Park circuit. Slightly more overcast Cadwell Park circuit now. We did have a bit of a rain shower in our Clubman race yesterday morning. Let's hope we don't have a similar situation here. I'll give you the grid then, which is headed by Patrick Fletcher then. Patrick Fletcher on pole position alongside him Will Blackwell-Chambers. Colin Bysouth and Michael Nibbs make up the second row of the grid, and then it is Lee Britton and Richard Amos on row number 3. This grid based on the second fastest lap times from qualifying, so it doesn't actually bear much resemblance to the result from yesterday. James Cosson starts 7th alongside Braden Fletcher, whilst Tom Selden and Will Morris are together on row number 5. 6th row for the Masters front runner Simon Fleet, and alongside him, Nick Rutter starting 12th on the grid. Row 7 for Nick Grindrod and Chris Richardson, another pro Masters driver, there, Nick Grindrod, alongside Richardson on the 7th row, and the 8th row shared by MX-5 veteran Martin Tolley and MX-5 veteran again these days, George Grant, who's only racing in the one championship this weekend. I think he saw sense after his marathon Silverstone Grand Prix weekend, where he competed in every race going pretty much. Bruce Robinson and Kevin Brent are together on the 9th row, Scott Wright and Stephen New rounding out the top 20 on the grid, and then the last couple of rows are filled by Matt Pickford and Oliver Hall on the 11th row of the grid. Row 12 is where you'll find Louis Smithen making his debut in the championship along with Oliver Hall. They had a good battle yesterday. Christopher Ginn starting 24th as well. Row 13 for Clive Chisnall and Adrian Burge, and Liz Walton will be the last car on the grid. 27 starters hopefully for this second of 3 races this weekend. Now, the championship, once the 3 drop scores are applied, is being led by Will Blackwell-Chambers, former champion of the Mark 1 series, of course, a number of years ago. Finally now starting to get to grips with this SuperCup car. So many drivers who make the transition from Mark 1s to Mark 3s say that it takes them a season and a half. It's always a season and a half to learn the SuperCup car. Well, Will Blackwell-Chambers is halfway through his 2nd season and is suddenly starting to win races with some regularity. Got a win at Brands Hatch, a win at Alton Park last time out. He was 2nd yesterday, and his championship lead over Richard Amos went out to 11 points once the drop scores are calculated. The difference is that Amos is now tied for 2nd with Patrick Fletcher, and it's Fletcher, remember, who starts alongside Blackwell-Chambers on the front row this time. That looks like one of the Paddock Motorsport cars coming out of the pit lane. Braden Fletcher, then, number 10, is not going to be starting from his 8th place grid position. He'll be in the pit lane. The 4th place man in the championship, by the way, Colin Bysouth, is only a further 5 points back, so it's 16 points covering the top 4 in the championship, and they all start towards the pointy end of the grid. Richard Amos was leading most of yesterday's race, but made a mistake with a lap and a bit to go at Charlie's, ran onto the grass, lost the lead, and he was kicking himself after that. Some valuable championship points that went begging. So 20 minutes of action then from the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. The lights go out, away they go, and Will Blackwell-Chambers and Patrick Fletcher will do battle towards Coppice Corner for the first time. The usual midfield scrum sees drivers darting from right to left to try and gain some ground into the first corner. One or two of them on the grass further up the road, but as they turn through Coppice for the first time, who has got the lead? It looks like Blackwell-Chambers is going to fend off Patrick Fletcher, who's out wide through Charlie's. Up the inside goes By-South into second place, so Blackwell-Chambers leads. By-South second, Fletcher gets the switchback almost done perfectly coming off the corner, but has to settle back in line in third. Michael Nibbs is fourth, Amos fifth, up the inside of Lee Britton, I think that was, who was way wide up the grass coming out of Charlie's corner. But as they head up the hill, we've got cars on the grass. There's a yellow flag halfway up the park straight. That's never something you want to see. Somebody has gone off, and I think it's somebody in the lead groups. The marshals at Charlie's had their attention caught by somebody. Yeah, there's a big plume of dust on the right-hand side of the track there. Someone is off, but who it is, I couldn't quite tell. We'll try and see who the leaders are. Oh, it's Patrick Fletcher! It's Patrick Fletcher who's gone off and has rejoined at the gooseneck. Now, I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to do that. It is never a good idea if you've had an accident to skip half the track and rejoin in the middle of the road, because that can sometimes go very badly wrong. And if it was Patrick Fletcher who went off on the park straight, then I suspect he might get in trouble for doing that. There's usually a penalty of some sort that gets applied if you start doing things like that. But we'll see what happens to Patrick. Well, what happens to Patrick is he gets nerfed off again now over the top of the mountain. Patrick Fletcher having a day to forget here at Cadwell Park. That was the 17 car of Will Morris who elbowed him out wide, and he fights his way back in line just ahead of Simon Fleet. Through the hall bends they go, and well, dramatic opening half a lap or so there for Patrick Fletcher, who started on pole, and that does his championship hopes no good at all. So through they come at the end of lap one then. It is Blackwell-Chambers who leads, second Colin By-South, so the championship leader leading the man who is fourth in the points. Michael Nibbs is into third place, fourth for James Cossins. Now, James Cossins had some issues with that car yesterday. It was a clutch, I think, they replaced after qualifying, and then I don't think the car was working quite right in the race either. James Cossins could only manage, where did he finish in the end? Way down the order, wasn't he? Outside of the top 10, that was for sure. He was 21st, Cossins, in race one. And thankfully running a lot better here in fourth place in this one. Tom Selden in fifth, Richard Amos only sixth. So Amos, despite all of the carnage around, it didn't actually gain anything. He stayed in sixth place. Richard, the only driver inside the top 24 to still be in the position that he started in. Everybody else either gained or lost something on the opening lap of racing. For Patrick Fletcher, he lost an awful lot because he started on pole and he was ninth at the end of the first lap. But if he did go off on the park straight and rejoin at the gooseneck, surely he's not allowed to keep that place. I don't know for sure whether it was him that did that, but certainly there was a car in the leading pack who went off on park straight, and then Patrick re-emerged half a lap later on the grass at the gooseneck. So putting two and two together, I might be getting the wrong answer, but it does look likely that it was him who went bouncing across half the track. So meanwhile, midfield battling continuing on as they head towards the mountain for the second time. Grindrod there, the yellow, red and black car at the head of that particular train, which works its way towards the final part of the lap again. One car running a bit wide there. That might have been Oliver Hall in the 27 car with a bit of a wiggle coming out of the mountain. He kept Braden Fletcher behind him. Braden Fletcher in the 10 car started from pit lane, was 22nd at the end of the first lap, but more places this time around. Fastest lap briefly held by Will Blackwell-Chambers, then beaten by a couple of tenths by Michael Nibbs in third. So the top three are concertinaing together in true Mazda MX-5 fashion. There is Braden Fletcher. He did actually get ahead of Oliver Hall that time, so Oliver Hall losing a place, but Braden Fletcher, a very quick driver, not a driver who seems to experience a huge amount of good luck, but he's a good driver to follow for Oliver Hall, and if you can stick with Braden Fletcher, you might learn a thing or two about the Cadwell Park circuit. Documenting Oliver Hall's scraps with Louis Smithen this weekend as they both make their debut in the championship. Well, Louis at the moment is down in 23rd place and Oliver Hall in 20th, so a few places ahead for the number 27 car for now. Nick Rutter up the inside into Park Corner. 96 is the car that he is overtaking. Chris Richardson and George Grant, three very experienced Super Cup campaigners here together. The Downforce Radio liveried car for George Grant, who along with Clapham North are the series sponsor of the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and we thank them for their continued support. George Grant personally for his continued support, because he has been a regular on these grids for a number of years now. A great character to have in the paddock is George. And I don't think there's a single driver out there who enjoys their racing more than George Grant does. Out of Mansfield we go. Braden Fletcher there getting ahead of one of the Go For It racing drivers. That's Stephen New, the number 25 car, and Oliver Hall now goes on the inside of him into the mountain. That was a brave pass, and it worked as well, I think. So no, that wasn't Oliver Hall, sorry, that was another car. Braden Fletcher that would have been, wasn't it? Going on the inside of the other Go For It racing car that's in that group. So the two Go For It racing teammates now nose to tail ahead of there, the 27 car of Hall. Into the hairpin on this, the third lap of the race. Leaders just gone on to their fourth lap, and the leading three are now together again. Colin Bysout has caught Will Blackwell Chambers, 3.5 tenths between them as they come out of Barn Corner and down towards, or the midfield group was out of Barn Corner anyway. The leaders already heading up the Park Straight, where we might be about to see a challenge for the race lead then. Colin Bysout has caught Blackwell Chambers, and now we'll try to find a way past him. Colin Bysout has had 4 wins. He did a lot of winning in a short space of time. He won 2 on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and then the next 2 races at Brands Hatch as well. But they are the only wins that he's had. Someone on the grass there going through Charlie's. Who was that going wide? It looks like the 11 car, isn't it? Yeah, number 11, which has been off the road. And gets going again now. Scott Wright, that was, and there Braden Fletcher is sideways, and his motorsport teammate nips up the inside. Number 90 there, Bruce Robinson, having none of that. Then the Go For It racing driver starts to join in the battle as well. Number 65 is Kevin Brent going up the inside of Fletcher into the gooseneck. Fletcher's going to stand his ground on the outside and keep the position. This is a very lively scrap going on at the back end of the top 20. There goes Oliver Hall at the inside. That was a late move. Almost ended in some contact with Stephen New. He's got the overlap coming off the corner. Can he hold the inside line into the mountain section? He's on the inside. Has he got an overlap? He has now, because he's later on the brakes, and he will slip through. As further up the road, Braden Fletcher also gains another place. And Fletcher now has got through this whole group of cars in the space of about 2 laps. Good stuff that from Braden, despite the sideways moment at Park Corner. And a nice move there by Oliver Hall as well. And there is Louis Smitham in the 35 car, who's now caught that group as well. Down to the final turn they go. Blackwell Chambers, by the way, still holding on to the lead of the race. Double for that time, 3/10 of a second, so 6/10 of a second. Doubled by 3/10 there over Bysout in second and Nibs in third. James Costin's 2.2 seconds back in 4th position. Amos in 5th now, so Richard Amos has got past Lee Britton in the recent past, so he's now scoring a few more points. But a weekend of what could have been really for Richard Amos, having led most of yesterday's race before going off at this part of the circuit through Charlie. Just drifted a bit wide with a lap and a half, just under 2 laps really to go. 2 wheels on the grass, and that was that. Sideways there for Oliver Hall coming out of Charlie's, becoming a very spectacular driver to watch is Oliver, as he tries to get every last bit of performance out of that car. Around the right-hander at Chris Curve they go, and Nick Rutter now has caught another of the Go For It racing cars. Nick Rutter, is that Martin Tolley ahead of him, number 23, I think it might be. They turn through the gooseneck, back down into Mansfield Corner again. There's been a mistake there for Will Morris down at Mansfield. Nick Reinrod, who was 2.5 seconds behind him at the start of the lap, is now about 2 lengths behind him as they head for the mountain. Into that left-right sequence they go. Reinrod in fact goes through. So Nick Reinrod picking up another place, 8th place at the expense of Will Morris, who just had that mistake at Mansfield. Didn't see the start of it, was very wide on the exit, so suggests that he outbraked himself slightly going in there. George Grant now onto the tail of the group ahead as Colin Bysout sets a new fastest lap out in front. It was Blackwell Chambers who went quicker, but then 2 tenths faster than him. Colin Bysout, who's now only 4 tenths adrift of the race leader. Bysout could do with a win now. A win would put him right back into the championship fight, heading into the final, 7 races of the season after this one. 4 tenths then is the distance between the 2 leaders, then a further 1.1 back to Nibs in 3rd place. George Grant continuing to try and hang on to the 3 cars ahead, but actually Tolley, Rutter and Richardson just gapping him slightly on this lap. Blue car and Martin Tolley with some defending to do to keep Nick Rutter at bay. Nick Rutter has got the draft up the Park Straight and into the braking zone. He forces Tolley to defend, Rutter to the outside line, and Nick Rutter isn't going to go round the outside of Martin Tolley, I don't think. So Martin holding on to 11th place. Martin 2nd in the Masters category within the Pro class, 3rd of the Masters overall. We have 4 classes, technically 2 main classes and then the Masters class within both the Pro and Club Championships. Front it is the Pro drivers, as you'd expect, who are setting the pace, and here we can see that Will Blackwell Chambers very much has been caught by Colin Bysouth, but is Colin going to be able to get past him or not? Suspension working hard there as he goes through the Hall bends. Meanwhile, Louis Smithen gaining a place, and up the inside further back goes the 11 car of Scott Wright as well, but Louis Smithen has just got ahead of Christopher Gibb, that was, and he's back into the top 20 now. Louis in yesterday's race was running in the top 20 initially, but finished in the end 24th. He just got back into 20th, I think, on that lap, and now will try to catch the next group and maybe gain some more places, perhaps get back onto terms with Oliver Hall, who's only a couple of spots ahead of him. Now, the last time we saw the leaders, they were nose to tail. 2 or 3 corners later, the gap has gone back out, but they're both on the grass, and Colin Bysouth completely sideways. That will surely cost him second place, because Michael Nibbs is already alongside him, carrying so much more speed up the hill after that mistake for Bysouth, and in the end, it's going to be one of the easier moves that Michael Nibbs has had to make all year long. He's into second place, and actually, because the leader went wide too, he's caught up to Blackwell Chambers by a few car lengths as well. So Blackwell Chambers then, what is his lead going to be at the end of this 7th lap of the race? Bysouth with a Richard Amos-like mistake there, the same part of the circuit more or less that Amos got it wrong yesterday when he was in a promising position. But Colin, I was about to say, had dropped back again since we'd last seen him. He was on the tail of Blackwell Chambers heading into the mountain a lap ago, and by the line he was nearly 8 tenths behind. So perhaps pushing a bit too hard to try and get that time back there. The mistake was made, and he's now down to 3rd, but Michael Nibbs has got a sniff of a race victory now. Through the mountain they go. Michael Nibbs with the 6th place in the championship coming into the weekend, a win at Alton Park, and of course managing to get the win yesterday after others threw themselves at the scenery rather. Michael Nibbs, can he do the double? Came on strong at the end of yesterday's race. That's a big, big moment right in front of Oliver Hall. How on earth did Stephen, and it's the 65 car of Kevin Brent, how did he save that? That was a very close moment. We saw earlier on in the day how it can go wrong at that corner. And Oliver Hall, very, very lucky and very quick reactions there to avoid it. And now off again goes the Go For It racing car. And that does now let Oliver Hall through. I wonder if something's broken on the back of Kevin Brent's car, because that was a very odd couple of moments for him. Of course, he will have had dirt on his tyres, I suppose, after the first spin. He's continued rather slowly through the Hall bend. So Oliver Hall survives the moment, gains another place. That puts him into 17th place. Then it's Stephen New, and then, of course, Louis Smithen, who has caught the 2 cars ahead now. So Stephen New going on the attack. Sure, Oliver Hall still catching his breath after that huge, huge moment for the car ahead of him. And he gains a place, yes, but very nearly lost any chance of finishing the race there. Through the first corner they go. Stephen New looking to the inside. He's got that inside line into Charlie's, but Oliver, having none of it, chops across in front, and that's really delaying Stephen now. It's bringing Louis Smithen onto his tail. Sideways again for Hall. Good car control, but not great momentum off the corner, so he's going to have to defend as they head up the Park straight. Here comes the Go For It car behind. Again, Stephen New to try and reclaim this 17th place. To the outside of Park. Can he get the switch back on the exit maybe? Got to watch out, because the other car behind of Smithen will try to capitalise on this if he can. They're sort of ganging up here on Stephen. As Oliver Hall defends, it's bringing Smithen well and truly into the fight. 17th, 18th and 19th these 3 cars run. Gooseneck, and Oliver's sideways again, and Stephen Hughes to the outside. There's not space there, surely. Well, they just about make space, but this time around it's Oliver Hall who gets it wrong through the gooseneck. Out wide goes Stephen Hughes sideways into the side of Oliver's car. They're both side by side again as they head to the mountain, and Louis Smithen now trying to insert himself into the battle too. Into the mountain they head. This might only be for 17th place. You'd think it was for the race win they're going at it. Into the mountain they go, and Oliver Hall just, again, keeps the position, but goes to show that the battling throughout this MX-5 Super Cup field is just as intense. It doesn't matter what position you're fighting for. Racing drivers will be racing drivers, and when they get wheel to wheel with each other, it's no holds barred stuff. Just about keeping it clean, although a little bit of paint traded perhaps as they went into and out of Mansfield Corner. Now less than 5 minutes to go, they continue to do battle. We've had another change for second place, I can tell you. Colin Bysouth back ahead of Michael Nibbs now, but 1.2 seconds adrift of the leader, so their battling has just allowed Blackwell Chambers to break away, probably far enough away now that he's not giving much of a slipstream, if anything, to the car behind. And through Charlie's go this little group. Patrick Fletcher, by the way, hadn't noticed this whilst we were watching some of the midfield battling, but Patrick Fletcher, having potentially missed half the lap on lap 1, has been in the pit lane and dropped down, well, briefly outside of the top 20, but he just moved into 20th place on the last lap. He is catching that battle we were just following. 65 into the pit lane, that's Kevin Brent, who of course had that big moment earlier on, and Lewis Smithen has got past Stephen New, so Stephen New looked as though he was going to get past Oliver Hall, but now he loses a place and almost loses control into Chris Curve, dips a wheel onto the grass there, and Lewis Smithen gets past him. So now Oliver Hall and Lewis Smithen do battle again. They were quite close to each other in the first part of race 1 before separating a little bit through the middle part of the race, and now this is going to be a very entertaining scrap, I think, over the last few laps. And there, look, Patrick Fletcher, championship contender, coming through. So Patrick is not going to care how much this lot are enjoying their battle. He just wants to get as far up the order as he can, thinking ahead, of course, to the third race later on, where he'll want to start as far up the field as he possibly can. Through he goes past Stephen New. He's going to catch the Oliver Hall-Lewis Smithen battle through the Hall Bend, which is not a great place to try and overtake anybody, but he's already got past Smithen up the inside into the first part of the Hall Bend. Patrick Fletcher really flying, and that goes to show the difference that a few years' experience in these cars makes. Patrick Fletcher, former star of Renault Clio Racing, made the switch into the MX-5s about 4 or 5 years ago now in the SuperCup, bypassed the Mark 1 championship, going straight into the Mark 3s, and has got quicker and quicker as the years have gone on to be a genuine championship contender this season. And he is going to be able to blast past Oliver Hall, I think, into the first corner. And that will put him into 17th place now after a pit stop and a huge moment on the first lap. So Fletcher then gets ahead of Oliver, who for the time being has a few car lengths in hand over Lewis Smithen. Stephen New sort of catching back up again as well slightly. Look at the way that Hall actually closed in slightly on Patrick Fletcher through the second part of Charlie's there. And will try and draft back onto his rear bumper as they head towards Park Corner. They hit the brakes, and Patrick Fletcher just about far enough ahead that he doesn't feel the need to defend. A bit of damage there to the back of Lewis Smithen's car from one of the bits of contact that he's been involved in, but that's just Mazda MX-5 racing for you. 35 car will fight hard over the last couple of laps, I'm sure, to try and gain another position against his teammate. Right, leaders across the line, 2 minutes to go, and the lead gap down by a couple of tenths that time, but it still stands at nearly 1.2 seconds, so Blackwell Chambers should have done enough here, but we've seen enough Mazda MX-5 SuperCup races over the years to know that he's not got this in the bag just yet. By South out of Charlie's then, across the dip on the Park straight, and is that gap coming down slightly this time? I think it might be. By South maybe just getting a whiff of that slip. Oh, he's definitely catching. That's not a second anymore between Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. What Bysouth needs is for Michael Nibbs to work with him here and not apply any pressure to the second place car, because if they do work together, they might both have a chance at getting Blackwell Chambers at the end. But again, Nibbs not a championship contender. So is he thinking big picture racing, or is he just thinking that he's close enough to Bysouth to have a go for second? Well, didn't have a great run through the gooseneck there, Nibbs, so actually he's not close enough into Mansfield to get up the inside. Kevin Brent either still in the pit lane or back in the pit lane. No, back in the pit lane. Second visit there this race. As the leading trio come around the mountain, Blackwell Chambers slightly smaller gap back to Bysouth. And all it takes is for Colin to get within 7 tenths maybe at the end of the lap, and then he's close enough for the toe. And the last half a second or so disappears in one straight then, because the slipstream effect in these cars is so powerful. Lewis Smithen has got himself ahead of Oliver Hall, look, so Smithen now taking 18th place away from Oliver Hall. So a reversal of the race result from yesterday, where Oliver Hall was a few places ahead of Louis. 15 seconds left on the clock, time for one more lap around Cadwell Park, and that is a much better lap for Colin Bysouth. He's 6 tenths nearly quicker than Blackwell Chambers that time around, so Will Blackwell Chambers then is going to have some real pressure here going on to the final lap, and this has championship implications as well between Will and Colin. Colin Bysouth came into the race, what did I say, 16 points off the championship lead, being held by Blackwell Chambers. Up the hill they go. Blackwell Chambers is surely going to have to defend into Park Corner. Which side does Bysouth go? He tries the inside, there's no space, he goes to the outside instead, draws level with Blackwell Chambers. He can't go around the outside, he'll try and switch back on the exit, but there's no traction on the wide line. It's the dirty side of the road, and Will Blackwell Chambers hangs on. That was the biggest overtaking opportunity survived. There are other places, though, that Colin could try and launch an attack. The next one is on the exit of the gooseneck, down the hill into Mansfield Corner. Blackwell Chambers is neat and tidy through there, though, and Bysouth not close enough. He doesn't necessarily want to be trying a do-or-die manoeuvre here, because a non-finish would almost end his championship hopes. Second place is better than stacking it on the final lap, trying to get the win. But he certainly wants to put the pressure on Blackwell Chambers, which he's doing. Blackwell Chambers defends into the mountain. Bysouth again trying to focus on getting the exit speed over the top of the hill. You can sometimes get to the inside into the Hall bends, but Blackwell Chambers just manages to scrabble over the top of the hill, still in the lead of the race. Sideways from Blackwell Chambers, lots of curve taken by Colin Bysouth. Down to the hairpin we go for the final time. We wait with bated breath for them to appear the other side, and it's still the number 18 car that leads. And now I think Will Blackwell Chambers should have done enough. Into the final corner he comes, out across the start-finish line they will head, and Will Blackwell Chambers will come across the line then to take his third win of the year, and again extend his advantage in the championship. Blackwell Chambers wins, Bysouth second, Michael Nibbs third. The top three covered by half a second at the flag. Brilliant racing between the three of them. It should be Lee Britton in fourth place, with Richard Amos in fifth. Another slightly disappointing race that from Richard. Now, what's been going on between Louis Smitham and Oliver Hall? Remember, Smitham was one place ahead of Oliver at the start of the lap, and I think there's now another car between them as they come towards the mountain this time. So Louis Smitham looks like he is going to get the better of his teammate in this race. That's Martin Tolley who has got past Oliver. And Martin Tolley then going to split these two. Louis Smitham really coming on strong in the second half of the race, despite the damage done to the rear bumper, which the team will work hard to replace before the next race. There goes Patrick Fletcher. Oh, there's contact further back. Oh, no, big contact, and that's Oliver Hall involved. He was tangling with Martin Tolley, and then Stephen New launches over the back of his car out of the hairpin. Off the final corner they come, and Oliver is just about going to survive that one, but that was a dramatic end to the race. Martin Tolley loses quite a few places as a result, and Oliver Hall scrabbles across the line in 18th place, one position in the end behind Louis Smitham, but that was some dramatic contact there for him right at the end, and he was very, very lucky to get to the end without any major damage. So Will Blackwell Chambers then gets the win. 3/10 in the end, his winning margin over Colin Bysouth, and it's time to turn to the points calculator again to see what that all means. The fastest lap, by the way, did go to Bysouth, so he at least gets that point. So it's 100 for Blackwell Chambers, 99 for Bysouth, 98 finishing second, bonus point for the fastest lap. Michael Nibbs in third gets the 96, and you can see confirmation of the result on your screen. 94 points for Lee Britton, and then 92 for Richard Amos, who you can see finishes in fifth position. Nick Grinderod then in sixth wins the Masters. Seventh, Tom Selden. Eighth, Will Morris. Ninth, James Cossins. And 10th, Simon Fleet. Then it was 11th for Chris Richardson. 12th for Nick Rutter. 13th from the pit lane. Good effort that from Braden Fletcher. George Grant, Patrick Fletcher next. So Patrick Fletcher 15th at the flag. That earns him 72 championship points. So that means that he will fall to fourth in the points now after that. That's a real disappointment for Patrick. Having started on pole, looked like he could have maybe taken the championship lead in that race and ended up losing a position in the points. You can see the rest of the finishes there. Martin Tolley falling down to 22nd after the collision with Oliver Hall at the end of the race. But it is a victory, first of the weekend, a third of the season, for Will Blackwell Chambers. So he moves on to 1,166 points compared to 1,149 for Bysouth, who is now second, 1,147 for Amos in third, 2 points between them, and then 1,143 for Patrick Fletcher, only another 4 points back. So second, third and fourth still very close, 6 points covering them, but they are now that little bit further back, nearly 20 points now behind Will Blackwell Chambers, who's looking to try and claim the Mark 1 and Mark 3 MX5 titles. He's a former Mark 1 champion and now looks the favourite to maybe take the championship in the Mark 3s as well. And I'm trying to think back now and figure out if anyone else has done that before. Had people win races in both Mark 1s and Mark 3s? Have we had a champion in both? Answers on a postcard, everyone. I'll try and find out before the third race later on, but I certainly can't think of anybody. So, Will Blackwell Chambers looking very, very quick in the second half of this year, really gelling with that car. But had, again, a hard fight there. Colin Bysouth, another much improved driver over recent years. And he will do his best to keep himself in championship contention through the final few races. So we can head down very shortly to the podium and in the assembly area, Richard John Neal, after what was a very, very exciting second race of the weekend for the MX5 Super Cup.
You're in for an absolute treat. And we are with our next race as well. So before, I don't think we're going to get a chance to talk about vinyl detail STs and XRs because we've got drivers coming down. But I was going to grab a word with Alex Causa, but we've got drivers coming down. I'd like to try and talk to our podium drivers and get through before we hand back to Andy. And this is where I have to check the timing screen on the last lap for the club class victors. I think we've got all 6 coming down. And fair play to the BRSCC for getting all of the drivers down. So I think Colin was in 3rd place, so let's get Colin Bicel 3rd position. Colin, going to make him run now. Is he not here yet? Colin Bicel 3rd position. Well done, Colin.
Oh, cheers, thank you.
We'll get you on the podium. We'll grab a quick chat with you in a moment. And 2nd position, Will Blackwell Chambers. Not here? I'm reading yesterday's results, aren't we? Rookie error there, beg your pardon about that. So Colin was 2nd, Michael Nibbs in 3rd position. There we go, we get it right in the end. Well done, Michael. Apologies everybody at home. I'd written yesterday's down so we could reference them. So 2nd position, Colin Bicel. We'll get there in the end. Well done, Colin. And Will Blackwell Chambers, finally. We've got the club class to do as well. Let's go and grab a quick word with our 3rd place driver.
Hi.
Wow, hectic stuff.
It really was, yeah. Yeah, I think there was a bit of contact there at one point with Patch. I'll have to watch it back. Not quite sure what happened then.
Was that on the early stages?
It was, yeah. Yeah, going down the back straight. But no, it was good. Yeah, good times.
And you've got it all to do again, so these are quite frantic meetings, aren't they, with 3 races?
Yeah, I think there's a 2-race gap and then I'm out in the Mark 1. And I had a bit of trouble with that earlier. Yesterday, blew an engine, so new engine, so I'm starting at the back, so that'll be fun to come through. Try to anyway.
Okay, we'll let you get your breath and get ready for the next race. Have a quick word with Colin in P2. Having finally sorted you all out on the correct steps on the podium. And again, it doesn't look like you guys have been in a race. You're all fairly cool and calm and collected.
Don't know, you might want to film me.
I'll skip that one.
No, that was a bit like yesterday, but more enjoyable because it was faster and non-stop battle with, you know I'm bad with names. Will, there we go. Yeah,
do some Mazda speed dating or something.
Yeah, I need to go and look through the entry list. No, but it was fairly nose to tail, and it was just the slightest mistake here and there puts you back 3 car lengths, and then trying to get it back, and then trying to go on the offensive, and then knowing that Michael was behind. I got his name right. Knowing that Michael was always there, ready and waiting to pick up the pieces if we start scrapping too hard. So it was quite you really had to sort of measure it. So it was enjoyable.
Step harder than yesterday.
That's it, yeah. So hopefully one more today.
I know there'd be use for me talking about yesterday's results in the end. And Will, congratulations. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So we're back with the height thing again, and stand up straight, Richard. Will, great race and great win.
Yeah, no, really happy. That car was absolutely amazing. Had a really good opening lap, managed to get up to 1st, and then, to be honest, it was an awesome race. Colin was immense, huge amount of respect between us for clean racing the whole way through, how Mazda should be. So yeah, just really happy with that race, to be honest.
It's a different approach, is it, for race 3?
I'd like to. Well, we've got reverse grid, so don't know where I'll be starting. What is it, between like 6th and 10th? So it's going to be hard work to get back to the front, but we'll see what we can do.
Just take what you're given and get on with it, basically.
Pretty much. Just quick shout out to sponsors again, Clapham North for the sponsor of the championship, Northern TV time, and Hydro Force for, again, the epic water bottles.
Nice one, Will. Very well done. Thanks very much for that, and good luck for race 3, reverse grid. So Michael Nibbs, Colin Bicel and Will Blackwell Chambers. And let's move on to our club class podium. We've got the club class drivers here. We got 2 of them. So in club class, Oliver Hall, 3rd position. Do we have Oliver? He's the one that's not here. We'll move on to 2nd position, Bruce Robinson.
Thank you.
Well done. Hopefully I've got this right. There we go. So there's Bruce. And our winner, Simon Fleet. We'll do a double interview with these guys. Oh, well done. And Simon, another win. Well done. Many congratulations. We'll swap the trophies over the silver a little bit later on. So let's have a word with... So Bruce, another podium.
Yes, it's been quite a good weekend, hasn't it? Yeah. 2 broken engines up the last 2 races, and then we've seen how it got...
Races or meetings?
Meetings, sorry, even. Meetings. So, yeah, it's got sussed. Paddock boys have got a good engine and a good car.
That's the key, isn't it? You've got to stick with it. And, I tell the youngsters that are coming up, whether it's juniors or Sax Max or whatever they call it now, or Fiesta juniors, you get bad meetings, don't you? And you've got You've got to keep going.
Yeah, 2 on the trot. And also I broke my arm here last year.
Ah, well, you've laid that to rest for now. Let's have a quick word with Simon. Good meeting so far then?
Oh, fantastic. It's great fun. I love the circuit, as I said yesterday. Cars sliding like mad, so I don't know if something's happened or if it's just the circuit, but struggling to keep it on the track. I've got pretty much the whole of my family here, loads of friends. Alex is normally screaming. I've had a shave for my mum because she complained yesterday I was looking scruffy. So, yeah, brilliant meeting.
Well, congratulations. Hopefully we'll see you for race 3. Oh, we've got Oliver Hall as well. Let's go have a quick word with Ollie. We're not going to do it on the podium because we've got a... Have we got... Oh, it was Louis, was it? Sorry, Louis. Congratulations, podium. Good news.
Yeah, good news. So happy. I was working hard. I was trying to catch up everyone and paid off.
Racing experience before Mazdas?
Just indoor go-karting, bit of outdoor. So obviously a big step up for me. Yeah, I'm just so happy.
That's what it's about, isn't it? Coming in, finding your feet and getting these trophies.
Yeah, like I just knew it was going to be hard. I just tried to keep my head down, work hard, and yeah, paid off.
Many congratulations. Here's to the next podium as well. All the best. Well done. Thanks very much. I'll hand you back now because we've got the cars out on the grid for the vinyl detail STs and STs. So we'll hand XR2s rather. So let's hand you back to Andy McKeown in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Top job as always on the podium. And yes, we've got, I think, a green flag lap underway already for the vinyl detail STXR challenge. So I shall run you through that now. Matthew Pimlett on the pole position. Michael Blackburn alongside. This is because we do have, I believe, a slight reversed grid for this one. Simon Robinson is next alongside Mark Blunt, and then it's Chris Chisnell and Chris Grimes sharing the third row of the grid. Then Alec Townley alongside unknown competitor, but I can tell you it should be Colin Upton on the fourth row of the grid. Tony Mumford and Alex Causa will round out the top 10. And then we've got Oliver Hunt and Chris Rowlands on the sixth row of the grid. It's not a reverse grid, of course. I completely forgotten that Matthew Pimlett did take the win over Michael Blackburn yesterday in a very, very close first race of the weekend. Ron Lefstad and Aidan Vickers together on the seventh row of the grid. Row number 8 for Paul Dobson, who lost a wheel yesterday, and Gareth Pilling also on that 8th row together. Then row number 9 for Sam Beckett, all on his own at the back after a non-finish for the man who arrived here at Cadwell Park, second in the championship, a long way behind Mike Blackburn. He's even further behind now, having not scored any points yesterday. So, yes, as I can now remind myself, it was Matthew Pimlett who claimed the win in the first STXR challenge race of the weekend. Pimlett by a 10.5, fending off Michael Blackburn, who was then 3/10 ahead of Simon Robinson. The top three covered by half a second at the end of 20 minutes of racing. The big story really of that one was that you've got these ST150s, which make up now the vast majority of the grid. All but 2 cars on the grid are the newer shaped STs. We have only 2 XR2s on the grid these days, and Simon Robinson in one of them was up there fighting for the win the whole race. He actually started on the front row, never was able to lead the race because the XR2 is just down on power compared to the ST150s. They generate their lap times in different ways, but actually over the course of a lap, very evenly matched. So the XR2 very good through the second half of the lap from the mountain onwards, and then the ST150 is better through the first part where it's more about straight line speed. So we'll see a similar story in this one, I'm sure. Can Simon Robinson break past them though and claim a race victory? We will find out momentarily, because 15 minutes of vinyl detail STXR challenge racing gets underway now. Away we go, and a good start made by Blackburn there from the outside of row 1. Robinson was away well too from row number 2, and might actually move up to challenge the pole sitter Pimlett into the first corner, but I think Pimlett will stay ahead. They're 3 wide and on the grass further back, as always at Cadwell Park, and they go through the first corner then with Blackburn leading, Pimlett in second, and Robinson trying to fend off Mark Blunt, I think that was, for 4th position. All of them cleanly through though the first couple of corners, out onto the Park straight, and Matthew Pimlett now trying to reclaim the lead from Mike Blackburn as they head through the dip on the Park straight and up towards Park corner. 15 minutes this race, slightly shorter than some of the other races we've had today, so much less time for the drivers to get on with this and make their way to the front, or indeed stay at the front if you're Michael Blackburn. Simon Robinson there trying to fend off Mark Blunt again through Park corner, and there the other XR2, Alex Causa, with Sam Beckett, that looked like, going around the outside of him. So Sam Beckett, the silver and yellow car, one to keep an eye on from the back of the grid. He's already passed a handful of cars, 5 or 6 of them. Championship contender, Sam Beckett, needs to try and get into the top 5 as a bare minimum in this race. There's another race, a third race coming up later on in the weekend, which I think will have a reversed grid, and you might well be able to benefit from that if that's the case. So down to the mountain they go then, to the left-right sequence. There goes Alex Causa. Behind him again now is Sam Beckett. Beckett was running wide through Chris Kerr the last time we saw him, so fell back behind the second of the XR2s in the pack. They all run within the same class. There isn't a separate point system for the XR2s, and they all just finish wherever they do, score wherever they finish in the overall running order. Because as we've seen, they are capable, a well-driven XR2 is capable of winning races and finishing on the podium still, although Simon Robinson's got some work to do in this one, because his early defence against Mark Blunt has allowed the top two just to pull away slightly. Sam Beckett there back ahead of Alex Causa now as well, so that's going to put Beckett perhaps inside the top 10 already at the end of the first lap of racing. Across the line they go then. Blackburn leads by 0.6 over Pimblett in second, and then the gap back to Robinson, 1.7 seconds, 1 3/4 seconds between second and third places as they run through Coppice for the second time, the first time at full racing speed, of course. It's a really quick left-hander, that, virtually flat out in these cars as they fling it back to the right then through Charlie's. The next target then for Sam Beckett is going to be the number 20 car. It's actually a guest car of Oliver Hunt. So Oliver Hunt, I don't think, will be scoring points as a guest driver, but still is physically on the track in front of Sam Beckett. So Sam needs to try and get past him so that he can then start taking more points away from others ahead. There goes Alex Causa in his XR2. Great looking car, the XR2. It is a shame we don't have as many of them on the grid now. You can see why. They became increasingly expensive to run, increasingly difficult to find parts for when you needed them. But a great looking car, and there's nothing quite like seeing one of them being really driven hard around circuits such as this one, or Alton Park, where they do a lot of racing as well. These old school tracks, it is like being transported back in time to the 1980s. And the XR Challenge was a hugely popular national level championship. So through the mountain we go once again. Blackburn 0.6 at the start of the lap ahead of Matthew Pimblett. He's gone out, I'd say now, to closer to a second this time, so Matthew not really able to take the fight to him particularly. Robinson, of course, is still struggling to stay clear of Mark Blunt, and then some side-by-side stuff going on behind. That was not a nice place to be going wheel to wheel. We have had a change there, I think, with Owen Hunt getting ahead of Alec Townley, and Townley is now the man in front of Sam Beckett, who hasn't actually gained a position on this lap yet. Through the last couple of corners they go. He has got that number 4 car rides ahead of him. Unsurprisingly, the fastest lap set by Michael Blackburn, a 1:47.385. Much quicker than they went yesterday, half a second quicker than yesterday, but it has cooled down noticeably here today, actually. It's a bit more overcast now. That will help the track conditions. Cooler the track conditions to a point anyway. The more grip you have, the more efficiently the engines run, so the more power you generate. And it is usually these kind of conditions where you see some slightly quicker lap times. Plus, they've had a bit more time on the track now as well. I'm sure some of them will have made some setup tweaks overnight. For many of these drivers, they're only in maybe their second season racing the STs, having spent many a year in either XR2s or XR3s, as Michael Blackburn did. So every time they go on track, they probably find new ways of making the cars go quickly. Alec Townley there has fallen behind Sam Beckett and Alex Causa, so he's down into 10th place now. Alex Causa making a bit more forward progress in this one. Finished, well, he finished 10th, I suppose, yesterday. We didn't see as much of him yesterday as we did Simon Robinson, because Robinson was up there fighting for the win overall, whereas it was managing in the back of the top 10. But Alex looking a bit more racy here today, into 9th place now. Might be able to gain more places if Sam Beckett now starts to battle with Owen Hunt ahead of him. Just ahead of Owen is Chris Chisholm, number 83 car. Through the mountain again, lots of curb, a little bit of air maybe just being caught underneath the front wheels of these front-wheel drive Ford Fiestas. And then Sam Beckett using a lot of curb heading into the all-bend sequence. Sam Beckett, silver and yellow car then, won a race, I don't think, before this weekend, would have been at the podium in more races than he hadn't been. That's why he was second ahead of Mark Blunt, actually, with Blunt, of course, not having a particularly good run in, well, 4th place yesterday, 4th place again today, but not on race-winning pace this weekend, so he's not been taking as many points out of Sam Beckett as he otherwise could have been. Through Coppice again. How much more speed Sam takes through Coppice. He sort of sacrifices his line into Charlie's so that he can take more speed out of Coppice. If you go really fast through Coppice, then you can't really get back over to the left-hand side of the track for Charlie's, but it doesn't really matter because there's a bit of a dip on the first apex of Charlie's, and so that dip kind of helps to hook the car into the corner. Even if you go in on the tight line, you don't tend to wash out wide unless you really overdrive it. And now he's going to try and slip up the inside of Owen Hunt into Park Corner. That was a textbook Cadwell Park move from Sam Beckett. Good run out of Charlie. He's got the slipstream at the Park Straight and outbraked up the inside line. And again, Alex Causa is right on the tail again of Owen Hunt. As soon as Sam Beckett gains a place, Alex Causa tries to follow him through. It's the right way to do it, really, because as Sam Beckett goes side by side with other cars, that slows them down and reduces the advantage that the STs have at that part of the circuit over the XR2. Leading group coming through the mountain. The lead gap just a fraction under a second a lap ago. Might have come down a bit this time. As often is the case here at Cadwell Park, the gap's sort of yo-yoing a bit. Very easy place to make a little mistake, and when you do, it can cost you quite a bit of time, actually. It's a real momentum, rhythm circuit. So, I'm not saying that there's been a mistake from Blackburn, but if he did just put a foot wrong slightly, that looks way by Pimlet is closing in a bit. There's just over half a race to go, too. So Matthew Pimlet not out of this. Out across the line they go. Out wide there goes Chris Grimes in 5th position. But what is that lead gap? Well, as I confidently predicted, it goes out, actually, instead of down. So 47.7 for Pimlet was a 10.5 or so slower in the end of Blackburn. To the eye, it looked like it was less than that, but the time between doesn't lie. So Michael Blackburn further establishing himself now as a more comfortable race leader. Out of Charlie's goes Simon Robinson then. 3rd place for him. Mark Blunt was a second behind him at the start of the lap, but that gap really will come down over the first half of the lap as the more powerful ST is able to use his extra power up the hill. And Blunt there as he pushes on through Park Corner, trying to just get back onto turns with Blackburn. If he can get close enough to Blackburn that Michael is thinking about what's going on behind him, then there's half a chance for Matthew to take the win. Pimlet has had a bit of an up and down year, had a round that he missed actually at Anglesey, and actually picked up some penalty points at Anglesey too. But when things have gone well for Matthew, he has been a regular podium contender, certainly finishing in the top 5 in most races this year. And Pimlet would look to try and claim his first victory of the season, but well, this time he's definitely closing in. I know I said this a lap ago, but that is most certainly a smaller gap than it was when they crossed the line. So Pimlet now starting maybe to build his challenge for the race victory. There you can see, yeah, that's, you all agree with me, not 1.1 seconds anymore. So across the line they go. How wrong am I this time? 6 minutes to go in the race, and well, Pimlet didn't get off the last corner very well, did he? It does come down, in my defence, to 3/4 of a second, but not as much as it looked like it might do. So not a great exit from the last corner. Blackburn, therefore, not putting any real threat into the first couple of corners, where there's still a bit of cement dust down after our Fiesta Junior shenanigans at the start of the day. That's what the little whiffs of dust and smoke were there. Nothing to worry about too much. Simon Robinson now starting to look more comfortable in 3rd. And Chris Grimes in 5th, just fractionally maybe, closing on Mark Blunt ahead of him in 4th place. Leaders at the top of the hill. Not quite close enough to attack yet for Pimlet, but filling the mirrors a bit more now of Michael Blackburn. There goes 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then a big gap back to Sam Beckett, who is now 6th, with Alex Causa staying right with him. This is a good showing, this, from Alex Causa. One of the better races we've seen from him this season. May only be in 7th place, but he's challenging Sam Beckett, who's been on the podium overall on multiple occasions this year. So Alex Causa with a bit of a giant killing performance here. Can he find a way back ahead of Sam Beckett? He's sort of been following Sam through the field up to this point, but at this stage of the race, looks a little bit faster. Now we're heading into the bit of the track that suits the XR2, so it's the mountain and the Hall Bends is where he might be able to close in, but it's so hard to pass around here. If you're going to have a car that has an advantage in one area around this track, you really want it to be down the straights, because that is where you do the overtaking. You spend more time in the corners, so from a lap time perspective, you might not be the quickest, but in a race situation, you're always going to have an advantage if you're quicker down the straights. There is Chris Chisnell with Owen Hunt behind him. 8th and 9th positions they run. Towards Barn Corner again, Causa right on the tail of Beckett, and then these 4 pretty close together as well. It's Tony Mumford and Paul Dobson aren't a million miles back. Headlights on there for Sam Beckett, but there's no one really directly in front of him. Sam Beckett is 7.3 seconds away from the top 5. possibly switched them on earlier on when he was overtaking people left, right and centre, and switched them off again, but Alex Corsa is actually the one putting the pressure on him in this late stage of the race. 3.5 minutes remain. The second of 3 races this weekend for the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge, who have ventured as far south as Snetterton. It's unheard of for this championship to go any further south than really the North Midlands, really, but expanding now to become a national championship again, and it goes to show, therefore, the effect that the introduction of the ST150s has had on this championship, really raising the profile of it. The cars, of course, a lot more modern than the XRs, 20 years or so more to date. And the drivers happy to go travelling around the country a bit more now. Back when I first started commentating on this championship 10 years ago, exclusively ran at Alton Park and Anglesey, the northwest of the country, but now they have raced at Snetterton. They've, of course, raced at Alton and Anglesey. Donington Park last time out, Cadwell this weekend. They're at Croft next, and then it all finishes at their spiritual home at Alton Park at the end of the year. Ooh, Matthew Pimlett, lots of curb taken through the hairpin. This part of the track, again, he's a lot closer, but then a few laps ago he did this and then didn't come off the last corner very well. Now this time it's a lot better off the last corner. He's got 2 laps left then to try and get the lead away from Michael Blackburn. Pimlett on that particular lap nearly 4 tenths faster, and he's only 4 tenths behind as they go on to their 8th lap of 9. Coppice into Charlie's corner. Pimlett's car bouncing around there into the double apex right-hander, but it's all about the exit there. You've got to get off the corner well. Pimlett maybe runs a bit wide, but he should just be okay there. I don't think he exceeded track limits anyway. Not enough to gain an advantage. Simon Robinson there on his own now in third, having a much more lonely race today than he did yesterday, but the same cannot be said for Michael Blackburn, who very much has company now in the shape of Matthew Pimlett. Both cars stepping out slightly as they turn into the corner. And that's just how you drive these ST150s. Back them into the corner, floor the throttle, power out of the turn, and pick up that throttle as soon as you possibly can. It's got to be a very exciting car to drive. You're on the limit like this. Michael Blackburn certainly is on the limit, trying to retain the race lead, further extend his championship lead. Looking like it's going to be hard to beat now, heading into the final couple of events of the season. Through the mountain section again, turns into the left-hander, steeply uphill. The camera flattens this part of the circuit a little bit, it has to be said. Pimlett really aggressive over the top of the crest, and you can see the result of that. A bit more speed over the hill, less than a car length in it now as they hop and skip their way through the Hall bends. There goes Robinson, there goes Blunt in 4th. Grimes in 5th position, a further couple of seconds back, but the leaders are absolutely together. In fact, they're side by side out of the hairpin, and Pimlett almost gets to the inside at Barn Corner. That was his best chance yet. It's an odd place to try and make an overtake, but he's obviously really good through that hairpin, because the last couple of laps he's closed in on Blackburn through there, and that time almost got alongside him fully. So 1 more lap to go then, and Michael Blackburn is going to have to think about this. Of course, Simon Robinson is now lapping quicker than the pair of them. He was over a second faster than these two on the previous lap, but I don't think he's quite going to get there. 1.5 seconds back at the start of the lap. He could catch them, I guess, if they go side by side again, but whether or not he'll have time to get past either of them, I'm not so sure. Pimlett there with a good exit out of Park Corner, then gets in the slipstream heading up the Park straight. Through the dip, through the kink at the top of the hill, into the braking zone. Blackburn for the first time now starting to move to the middle of the road to cover, but then drifts back over onto the racing line again as he hits the braking zone, realising that Pimlett wasn't there, wasn't in range to slip up the inside of him. Chris Grimes through Park into Chris Curve, running in 5th place, but it's all about the fight for the lead, which bounces down through the gooseneck now. I'm going to see Matthew Pimlett have another go through the hairpin in the Barn Corner section at the end of the lap. He closes in through Mansfield. Needs to get this next sequence of corners right, though, if he's going to have any chance of forcing maybe a mistake out of Blackburn or forcing a move on Blackburn into the last couple of corners, as he tried to do a lap ago. Neat and tidy through the mountain. Concentrate on the exit. Don't understeer wide. Neat and tidy for both of them there. Hop over the hill. They flash in front of me into the Hall bends. And yeah, Pimblett a lot more curb through the right, a bit more curb through the left as well. There goes Robinson in third, but who is going to emerge out of the hairpin as the race leader? Will it be Blackburn or will it be Pimblett? Blackburn's still there, and Pimblett this time can't quite get up the inside, so I think that Michael Blackburn is going to do it. He comes out of the final corner then, down towards the line. Simon Robinson almost got them, didn't he? He caught them right at the end of the last lap, as I suspected might happen, but Michael Blackburn's going to come through to take the race victory. He gets the better of Matthew Pimblett this time. Blackburn wins, Pimblett second. It's one apiece for those two as far as race victories are concerned this weekend, with the third race still to come later on. Simon Robinson in third is the first of the XR Challenge cars home in the podium place again that time. Bit of side-by-side racing here to the last corner. That's Tony Mumford, I think, up the inside of Alec Townley, and they almost lent on each other. I think they actually got away without contact there, and Mumford is going to go through. So Tony Mumford for 9th place on the line, and they're both showing as being ahead of Alex Causa, who has not got to the line in his orange XR2. So where's Alex Causa gone on the last lap? Thought I saw him go past me, actually, into the Hall Bends, but we have definitely lost Alex Causa. Oh, there he is in the pit lane. Now, did he pull into the pit lane on the last lap? He must have done, yes, because he's crossed the line now in 14th. So I don't quite know why. Obviously, there must be something fairly seriously wrong with the car because he'd slowed anyway. But Alex Causa into the pit lane and just came in. So, yeah, that's a strange one then for Causa. He'd lost some ground anyway, so there obviously was a problem. And then he's decided not to take the flag on the track. So Causa officially will be classified in 15th place. The win, though, goes to Michael Blackburn. Second, Matthew Pimblett. Third for Simon Robinson. And the rest of them filing in behind. Another good race that, not quite as topsy-turvy as yesterday's was, where we had a couple of lead changes and Simon Robinson's XR2 in the battle. But later on today, their third race due to start at 4:10 here at Cadwell Park. We might well see Simon Robinson get back into the hunt for race victory again. There is Causa's car in the pit lane. So yeah, he pitted on the last lap and well, they're looking at the right-hand side of the car, but what the issue is, I couldn't begin to speculate from here. What I can tell you is that Michael Blackburn got the win, Matthew Pimblett was in second place, and Simon Robinson in third. Mark Blunt fourth, ahead of Chris Grimes, Sam Beckett, Chris Chisnell, Tony Mumford, Alec Townley, and Oliver Hunt rounding out the top 10. Hunt, of course, running as a guest driver. Paul Dobson, Gareth Pilling, Chris Rowlands, Aidan Vickers, and Ron Lufstad round out the 15 finishers. And actually, Alex Causa didn't cross the line in the pit lane, so he is classed as a non-finisher, not as the 15th place finisher, so he may well find himself at the back of the grid for the race later on today. So drivers then heading towards the paddock at the end of that race. We've got another 3 races coming up before lunch, though. The Modified Ford Series, they're up next for 15 minutes. Then the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship for their second of 3 races. And the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Senior Championship, as it's called, or as it's known, is going to round out the morning's race action. We're almost halfway through this mammoth day of club racing here at Cadwell Park. The sun's starting to break through the clouds again here as well. A good crowd on hand too. Many of them here supporting certain teams or drivers, but I'm sure many of them are also just local fans who are coming here to support Cadwell Park and enjoy a good day's racing. And so far, I think they're probably very much enjoying what they've seen out there on track. So the course car heads out, bit of clean up to be done, bit of dust being swept off the track. I can see at the Hall Bends where liberal use of curb and grass has been taken by the drivers. But whilst that's all going on, we can head back down to Richard.
Thanks very much, Andy. We're looking forward to the Modified Fords going out. We're by John Edwards-Parton, who has had quite a few class wins so far this year. John, is it all right if we just stick the mic in and say hello and how you doing? I'm probably the wrong side, but we don't always we talk to top 3s, but you've had lots of class wins and we haven't had a chance to chat with you. So I wanted to say well done on those and tell us a bit about the car, if you would, please.
Yeah, well, I bought the car as a very tidy, nice-going, rot-free Fiesta 11 years ago. Wow. Turned it into a race car and raced it for the last 11 years. And it's been a good, faithful friend. Managed to keep out of trouble most of the time and win a few championships with it. I won the Classic Thunder and the Blue Oval with it. So, yeah, that's overall championship winner. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, it's been a good car.
That's amazing, isn't it? For a car to have that longevity, rather than moving into Formula Racing or wherever you've got to buy a car every year, And you've got a car that served you well over that time, and as you mentioned, lots of different places that you can compete with it.
Oh yes, yeah, 'cause it's very competitive. But I've had lots of race car saloons previously, but there was always a Fiesta XR2 about somewhere giving me aggravation because they're very nimble. So when the chap...
Got to cut across you, John. Sorry, but you've got to go and race. All the best. Thank you for talking to us. Sorry to cut across there. Obviously, we're a little bit behind with the timetable here, and John's about to get going. He's off. He's away. That's good. Okay, just checking that we didn't hold him up there. And as if by magic, the timing has worked out rather well because we've got our 3 podium finishers coming down from the Vinyl Detail XR2 and ST Challenge. It's the same 3 drivers we had yesterday, but not necessarily in the right order. I heard that somewhere before. Here we go, let's do the podium. The trophies are there, so we'll talk to our 3rd position driver.
Well, apologies everyone, lost the sound on the pit lane or podium microphone there. We'll try and get back to Richard if we can in a few minutes' time, but if not, we shall turn our attention to our modified Ford Series race, which is coming up next, and this their 2nd race of the weekend. Cars lining up on the grid now ahead of the rolling start. The only series racing here this weekend to have rolling starts, and the race yesterday was certainly a dramatic one, not necessarily for all the right reasons, unfortunately. I'll fill you in on that in a moment or two, but the grid, based on the results of that shortened race after a lengthy red flag, Paul Neville on the pole with Jack Gadd alongside him, the Escort Mark II ahead of the RSR Mark I Escort. Then it's Malcolm Harding Zaxpeed Escort 3rd on the grid with Rory Jose in the Focus ST, which was flying at the end of yesterday's race and arguably could have been a race winner had the race not been flagged early. Pip Finney and Chris Baker share row number 3 ahead of Lloyd Jameson's Escort Cosworth and John Edwards Parton in the Fiesta XR2. Tim Sandu's ST150 is next, alongside the similar car of Jason Stone on the 5th row. Kevin Hadfield in the very rapid Ford Puma starts 11th, alongside Richard Sanders in another of those popular ST150s. Dave Barrett in the Mark IV Fiesta starts on the 7th row. He's got Anton Martin in the Mark III Escort RS1600i for company. Mark Hadfield's Puma is next, ahead of Paul Solb in the Mark I Ford Focus. The 9th row shared by Graham Waite. Now, Graham Waite started at the front yesterday, but had some issues with the Sapphire Cosworth. He'll have the similar car of Gary Waite alongside him, the 2 family members together on row 9 ahead of Justin Fuller and Dave Cockle, who we didn't see in yesterday's race, but Dave Cockle, a very quick driver, and the Escort Cosworth, a very quick car, should be able to make progress from there. And likewise, AJ Howe, who had some issues earlier in the weekend, was struggling to get the parts together for that rather unique car that he is at the wheel of, the Focus Estate. And they, I think, have clearly got the parts together now, because he's out on the grid and will be starting at the back of the field. So, if you didn't join us at the end of yesterday's race, then you missed a good race, actually. Paul Neville, Jack Gadd, Malcolm Harding, Rory Jose, all very, very evenly matched. The qualifying session yesterday was very tight between those 4. Continued to be the case over the course of what was supposed to be a 15-minute race. But sadly, at the initial start of the race, Graham Waite, who started on the front row of the grid, 2nd on the grid, his car just didn't accelerate from the rolling start. It caused a big, big traffic jam behind, and unfortunately, Alex Boehm and Tony Paxman got sent off into the barriers, Boehm in the Fiesta and Paxman in the Mark I Ford Escort. It was a fairly significant hit. There was a bit of medical attention needed to be given to Alex Boehm. The latest news I've heard, though, is that he's been discharged from hospital this morning and appears to be more or less okay. So that's great news for Alex. It took a long time to get him out of the car, mainly because apparently he was debating with the marshals how best he could get out of the car without having to do any further damage to it, because he does want to be back out there racing again before the end of the season. So we wish him well on his recovery, but we did eventually get the race restarted. restarted, and when we did get it restarted, Paul Neville never did really escape from Jack Gadd and Malcolm Harding. They were being reeled in rapidly by Rory Jose at the end of the race as well, and it was a four-way battle that was building up. But then Graham Waite, whose Sapphire Cosworth was again proving troublesome on the restart, had an engine failure of some description coming into the mountain, and I think there was a little bit of a concern among the marshals that there might be some fluid down. We were already running deep into the afternoon. We were looking likely to go over the 6:30 curfew, and so as to avoid any further delays, they flagged the race early so they could get the track cleared and get the qualifying session of the Legal Master for the CityCar Cup underway. So it was sadly a very truncated race and a very stop-start race for the Modified Ford Series. I'm expecting though, or hoping certainly, for a cleaner race today, because once it got going, battling at the front was very, very exciting indeed. But Jack Gadd particularly very evenly matched. Harding, very experienced racer in his Zaxby Ford Escort Mark II. And then Rory Jose's car, the much more modern Focus ST, which didn't start off the race particularly quickly, but really, really was fast. It set the fastest lap of the race at the end, the 1:37.5, about 6/10 quicker than anybody else could do. And was taking chunks out of the leaders in the closing stages. Slippery surface flag out there, look at the Hall bends. Now, that's any cement dust down, so I'm not sure what that's for. Perhaps they spotted one of the cars leaking a bit of fluid on the outlap to the grid, but whatever it was, it's been warned about the slippery surface, or it could mean that there's debris on the track, but of course the race hasn't even started yet, so that would be fairly unlikely. Anyway, we should monitor that when the race gets going. 2x2 though, they come through the final corner, and the rolling start about to get underway then. Paul Neville in the Escort Mark II on the pole position, Jack Gadd the Mark I alongside him, and who is going to get the whole shot into the first corner? Let's hope for a clean start this time. Green flag the red lights will go out in a moment or two to signify the start of the race. That happens now, and away we go, and a couple of them are a bit slow away from further down the grid, but the front it is going to be Jack Gadd who gets the lead of the race heading into turn one. The Sapphire Cosworths marching through the order from further back as well. Keep an eye to AJ Howe and Dave Cockle from the very back of the grid. They definitely will make progress from their lowly starting positions, having not raced yesterday, but the leaders cleanly through the first corners, out onto the back straight, and it is going to be Jack Gadd who leads the way. Neville in second, Harding in third into fourth place, as he was yesterday at the start, is Pip Finney in the Mark III Fiesta, getting ahead of Rory Jose, who does just seem to take a couple of laps to get himself and the car warmed up. The leaders, though, arrive at Park Corner with Malcolm Harding look up the inside of Paul Neville into the sharp right-hander. Can he make that one work? We'll find out in a moment or two. There goes Graham Waite in the black Sapphire Cosworth. Sorry, Gary Waite in the black one, Graham in the burgundy and white one there around the outside of the XR2 there of Carlton. Make their way down into Mansfield, and do we have a lead change? Yes, that's Neville back in front now actually. So Neville, when we saw him at Park, was nearly losing second place. By the time he gets to Mansfield, he's back into the lead, so I'm not quite sure how he pulled that off. Here comes Rory Jose to the outside of Pip Finney for fourth position, but Pip keeps him behind, and they head now into the mountain section for the first time, with the race being led again by Neville. Gadd in second, third for Harding, fourth Finney, and fifth for Rory Jose through the Hall bends over the curve. Bit of smoke and dust being kicked up by someone there in the midfield. It's the bright pink Ford Focus ST of Rory Jose. Miss him in the pack, are you? Heads into the hairpin, sideways for Paul Neville in the race lead. Tries to get all that power down in the very slippery traction zone off the hairpin. Rory Jose on the grass in the background. He's going to dive to the inside of Pip Finney, whose car slows suddenly. I know that the Focus is quicker than the Fiesta down the straight, but it's not normally that much quicker. Is that a problem developing for the Mark III Fiesta? I think it might be. Could have just been a missed gear, of course, because he did seem to pick up the pace a bit more as he got to the end of the pit straight. We'll see if we can get eyes on Pip again in the near future, but for now, the leading trio heading out onto the Park straight. And there is Pip. He's still going. No, he's offline, so there is a problem. Pip Finney, that's a shame. From fourth place early on, something seems to have broken as he accelerated out of Barn Corner. And that looks like him out of the race. So, Neville, the leader, got the same top four as we had for yesterday's restarted race now. But they're starting off a lot closer together than they did yesterday, so we should have a real fight between them all for the victory. What progress being made by Dave Cockle? Well, he's into the top 10 already, Dave Cockle in the number 95 car, and there is AJ Howe in the Focus Estate, just slipping up the inside of Jason Stone's Fiesta, the 134 car. So AJ Howe, that will put him into about 15th, I think. So Dave Cockle, the one really making the progress though. Dave, regular front runner in this series and lots of other categories. These drivers will race their cars in multiple championships and series around the country. Dave Cockle into 10th. He was right behind Gary and Graham Waite as well, wasn't he? So those three actually moving through in unison, really, through the pack. He was back at the end of another lap, though. No change to the order, but you sense that there is a change imminent, maybe, amongst these four. Perhaps not for the race lead, though, because Paul Neville now starting to gap Jack Gadd slightly. He was 4/10 quicker on that lap. Rory Jost, though, sets the fastest lap of them all. And again, he's half a second quicker than the leader. If Rory could ever get to the front, I don't think they'd see him again all race. He's clearly flying. But Dave Cockle is even quicker, a 37.4. Second and a half quicker than the race leaders, Dave Cockle. He is up into 6th place already. And we need to try a spot Dave now, because he's 10.9 seconds. Let's call that 11 seconds off the race lead. And that sort of pace over 11 minutes, he could get the win here still, Dave, from the very back of the grid. Only going to get one race in this weekend, sadly, Dave. Only 2 races for the Final Detail STXR Challenge. But Dave Cockle, in fact, he's already gained another one, has he? Ahead of Roy Jameson, maybe, in the Escort Cosworth. I think he has, so I reckon Cockle's 5th now. So there goes the 16 car through the shot. But I think we've got now Dave Cockle up into the top 5, maybe. There's Waite, number 159, Gary Waite, who's just in behind Lloyd Jameson. But the next car ahead of these two should be Dave Cockle. He's so far ahead of him, you can't even see him anymore. Waite is going to get up the inside. Oh, almost into the back there of Jameson as they came out of Mansfield Corner. Such was the acceleration advantage for the Sapphire Cosworth. The leading 4 go through. And wait, where's Dave Cockle? Here's Dave Cockle. So the silver Escort Cosworth, fastest car on the track by a long way, and now he's in clean air, should arguably be going even more quickly. So we look at the lap times for the leaders, compare them to the 5th place car of Dave Cockle. Here come the leading quartet then. Paul Neville across the start-finish line. He was a 37.9, 37.7 for Gadd, 38.2 for Harding, 38.6 for Rory Jost. A slow lap that time. And what is Dave Cockle going to do in 5th position? A 35.8, another new fastest lap of the race. He's 2 seconds a lap quicker than the race leader, and he is 8.8 seconds back. So my rough maths means that he needs about 4 or 5 laps to get there, and I think he's going to have at least 5 laps left in this race. So Dave Cockle absolutely could win this race. Out of Charlie's, down the Park Straight. Look at the power that thing's got in a straight line. It is indecently quick through the dip of the Park Straight, and he's going to be on the tail of these two within another couple of laps, isn't he? So that now should spur on the likes of Rory Jost in particular to try and break past some of those escorts in front of him, because if he can put a buffer between himself and Dave Cockle, then he might just be able to keep the race victory away from Dave, who in the 95 car clearly is the fastest car on track. But catching will be one thing, and as a famous commentator once said, passing is very much another. And even if you can catch these leading 4, it's not going to be the work of a moment to get past them all. Jack Gadd here just moving in Paul Neville slightly as well as they come over the hill. But look, Dave Cockle almost in the same sequence of corners as them now. Just as they go out of the mountain, he comes into the mountain left-right sequence. And heads into the Hall Bend, visibly closer than he was a lap ago. So he was 11 seconds behind 2 laps ago. Then it came down to 8.8. Now, at the end of lap number 4, what's the gap going to be to the race leader then? Paul Neville comes across the line. The pressure now from Jack Gadd. 37.7 for the leader, 37.5 for Gadd, who looked to the inside there, wasn't able to get through. 34.4, that is ridiculous. That's 3 and a bit seconds quicker now. Oh, off has gone the Puma, that's number 97, off the road. And trying its best to rejoin us. Another car we didn't see yesterday, I think, 97, Justin Fuller. But Justin getting going again after a moment. Here comes Jack Gadd challenging for the race lead. But yeah, Dave Cockle 5.5 seconds behind now. Took more than 3 seconds out of the race leader that time. And the leading 4 all did personal bests. They're not going slowly. 37.7 would have been a very competitive lap time in yesterday's race. So Cockle's going to get there with potentially half the race still to go. 7.5 minutes now remain of this 15-minute race. And this is definitely going to spur Jack Gadd into action, I think. Paul Neville running a bit wide there out of Mansfield Corner, has now moved to defend into the mountain. So Paul Neville under threat from Jack Gadd for the race lead. Who's going to get the advantage into the mountain section? It is still the Mark II Escort ahead of the Mark I example. tearing off slightly now because Malcolm Harding's definitely losing touch with those two, falling back into the clutches of Rory Joseph third. They're both going to have Dave Cockle on their tail by the end of the lap. There is Dave through the hall bends again. Spectacular looking car. It was a real shame that he didn't get out yesterday. I don't know what the issue was. I think we'll probably get a chance to talk to him after this race and find out, because a podium surely is on the cards. But can he go all the way and get the race win? Well, he's got just over 6.5 minutes to try and do it, and he might even have a crack at Rory Jones in the next couple of corners. Now, Rory's car is probably going to be the most difficult of them for Dave to overtake, because I think the Focus is probably the quickest in a straight line of the group ahead. Now, Cockle's car is quicker, no doubt about it, but if Rory positions the car well into some of the braking zones, Dave might not be able to just drive past him down the straight. If he's going to do it, this is where it will happen. Out of Charlie's corner, Rory Jost does move over to cover look, so Dave Cockle has to back out of it, and Rory Jost now is starting to really delay. Oh, in fact, he goes to the inside of Malcolm Harding, so forget defending from Cockle. He takes third away from Malcolm, who then chops across the bows of Dave Cockle, who's, as I said, not having an easy time of it getting past them. He might be 3 and a bit seconds a lap quicker than them, but he just can't roll past them that easily. AJ Howe, by the way, I can see going slowly out of the window. This is in his his Focus estate. So unfortunately, whatever mechanical repairs they made to that car have not worked, or another issue has reared its ugly head. The third place, I think that might have changed by the time they next come into sight. Cockle was up the inside, yeah, and he has gone through past Malcolm Harding. So Dave Cockle into fourth now, but Rory Jost critically has gone through first, and he's not going to let Dave Cockle by without a real fight. He's going to defend wherever he has to, because Rory Jost knows he's got the pace to win this race as well. We're getting into the phase of the race now where these older escorts, they've got to be using their tyres a bit more. Imagine being older cars as well, the mechanical sympathy has to come in mind here for the drivers. They're not able to push the car to the absolute limit for the full 15 minutes. AJ Howe's car certainly isn't going to last the full 15 minutes. He's in the pit lane, and Rory Jost there was on the grass coming out of Mark Corner, but there's a back marker ahead, and every time Dave Cockle gets the run on Rory, something seems to stop him actually converting it into a move. That was the Paul Solb Mark 1 Ford Focus there that was right on his line. So Rory Jost stays in third again, making their way out onto the Park Straight. More traffic ahead. Of course, we never did catch the back of the pack in race 1 yesterday. The race was over by this point yesterday afternoon. It's certainly not over now, though. 4 cars still in contention, arguably 5 cars really for the podium places, because Malcolm Harding isn't a million miles behind this lot. And now as they get stuck in traffic, overtaking becomes even harder, because more of the track is being filled by cars, and it's going to make Dave Cockle's life even harder. Out through Chris Curve, he's got a good run here on Rory Jost, looks to the inside of the gooseneck. That is a brave overtake, but it's going to work. Cockle goes past, and that was a part of the track where I don't think Rory was expecting the move to come. So Cockle into third place now. But I think Paul Neville's just starting to escape, isn't he? Yeah, because that's Jack Gadd now in front of Dave Cockle. Dave will make very, very short work of that overtake. But where is Neville? He's a second or so up the road. There is Neville. Now he's going to be caught by Dave Cockle, I've no doubt about that. I still maintain that the overtake against Rory Jost was the most important one for Dave to make. But how hard can Paul Neville defend? He's going to have to do so for 3.5 minutes or so to try and hang on to a second victory of the weekend. The writing seems on the wall here, but we've been in enough races over the years to know that it's never as easy as you want it to be. From the back of the grid, it's already been a really, really spirited drive, this from Dave Cockle. It'll be a lovely, lovely finish to get onto the top step of the podium, and I think he probably will. He closes right back in on Paul Neville again into the first corner. Officially, it's just under 7/10 between them. The flame-spitting Escort closing in on the race-leading car. The Escort Cosworth is surely now going to mirror signal manoeuvre and blast past. Look at that. That is almost comical, isn't it, the extra speed that Cockle has, and he is now comfortably going to be in the lead by the time they get to Park Corner. So Dave Cockle started the race right at the back, about 19th, 20th on the grid, something like that, and he's going to come through with the race lead by the end of lap number 8. At one point he was about 12 seconds off the lead, and within the space of about 4 laps he's gone from 12 seconds off the lead in 5th to leading the race by probably a couple of seconds even at the end of this lap. Now the question becomes who's going to join him on the podium and in what order, because Paul Neville is being caught again by Jack Gadd as they come through the traffic, looking at the inside there of Anton Martin's Mark III RS 1600i into the mountain. Neville really getting delayed here by some of the lapped traffic. Blue flags waving, of course, but there's only so much they can do, and actually now Jack Gadd gets boxed in as they come over the top of the mountain. And did that allow Rory Jost to challenge? No, because he and Malcolm Harding also got held up there. Catch traffic at this part of the track, and no matter how hard they try to get out of your way, they just can't. There isn't the space for two cars to go side by side through the mountain or the Hall Bends. That's Paul Neville off the hook a bit, and Jack Gadd. Malcolm Harding there looking to the inside. He's on the grass going into Barn Corner. Is he still there? Yes, and he's still at the inside of Rory, but again, the power of the focus just drags him back ahead of the absolute escort across the line. 2 laps to go. 4.9 seconds the lead for Dave Cockle. He wasn't even in the lead at the start of that lap. He was over 5 seconds quicker than Paul Neville. The traffic having something to do with that, of course. Saw Paul getting really held up by it through the mountain, but Dave Cockle with a 36.4. That's not even within 2 seconds of his fastest lap of the race. He's not even pushing now. So there goes Cockle. Race leader through Park Corner. There, Paul Neville. And Jack Gadd, I think Jack Gadd is faster than Paul, but every time he gets closer to him, they seem to come across some lapped traffic. And I said a similar thing yesterday, actually, with I felt that Gadd was faster than Neville, but just couldn't get past him. Of course, in the end, only had half a race, really, to try and get past him. Now he's got 1 lap and a half to go, and he can get himself ahead of Neville before the end of the race. There's not going to be as much, if any, traffic now for them to deal with before the end. They might catch a couple of cars on the last lap, but hopefully not. Hopefully this battle can just run unimpeded by the lapped runners. Rory Jost now strangely not keeping up with them as well. You can see his focus starting to understeer a bit. Front-wheel drive, that car, compared to the four-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars around it. So maybe now just starting to overheat those front tyres. It seems to be changing direction like it was earlier on. Gadd's car though, working well. Heads out of the hairpin, down to Barn Corner to start the final lap of the race. Dave Cockle is already coming towards the line. What's this lap time going to be, I wonder? This could be quite a quick lap. No, he's really backed off now. 1:37.2. I mean, it's still 4 seconds quicker than anything that the rest of them can do. But well, actually, no, on that lap was matched almost by Neville, Gadd and Jost, who all just did a personal best lap of the race. So it's by saying that Rory in particular was struggling a bit now. He's actually just gone quicker than he's gone all race long. Not quite as quick, though, as he did yesterday. About a second slower than he was in yesterday's race. He set the fastest lap. This time around, of course, it's going to be Dave Cockle's 1:34.4, which is the fastest lap. That ain't going to be beaten now, not by anybody else anyway. Happen for second place though, Paul Neville and Jack Gadd, nose to tail as they run through Chris Curve. And towards the gooseneck again, Cockle long gone, and it now looks like Paul Neville's looking a little bit more secure in second place, not under quite the same level of pressure as he was a lap ago at this part of the circuit. Field battling going on here, this all 1 lap down, 97 car there having rejoined the race after its off-track excursion early on in the race. That is the Ford Puma of Justin Fuller, who started 10th on the grid. Which is interesting because he wasn't 10th in the race yesterday. I think that car may be being shared by 2 drivers or something, because we didn't have a 97 in yesterday's race result. Anyway, podium battle really coming together again now, because Jack Gadd has caught some traffic at the end of the race, and he's got Rory Jost and Malcolm Harding all over him now into the last couple of corners. Dave Cockle coming out of the final corner though, and he is going to take the checkered flag from the back of the grid. A superb performance that from Dave Cockle, who wins the second race of the weekend in the modified Ford Series here at Cadwell Park. Second goes to Paul Neville, third Jack Gadd, with Rory Jost and Malcolm Harding 4th and 5th respectively, so no change there in the order in the end on the final lap of the race. Gary Waite is going to come through in 6th place ahead of Lloyd Jameson, I think. There's some way back. Gary Waite in the Sapphire Cosworth, not yet arriving at the hairpin. This group, though, battling to the very end, and are we going to see another place change right at the end of the race? Oh, bit of a defensive move being made. That was a real squeeze onto the grass goes the Puma. That was a bit unnecessary, and it is going to be a change of position. Then Justin Fuller gets himself ahead of Anton Martin. That was that even for position? I guess it must have been. Anton Martin, yes, it was. It was 16th overall and 4th in Class C, but I don't think that will have pleased Anton particularly, having the squeeze put on him there into the run to the line. Anyway, the race won by Dave Cockle, and he will be very, very pleased with that race. Excellent performance from him. Great to have that car out there. Great to have Dave out there as well. Shame we didn't get to see him in yesterday's race, although actually we were probably treated to a pair of more exciting races because of it, because yesterday we had a genuine fight between the top 4. and today we had the fight back from the tail end of the field. So Dave Cockle entertaining us thoroughly there in that race, and nice to see him getting a win at the end of the weekend. So everyone, I think, now across the line. Only the 2 retirements, AJ Howe and Pip Finney. Howe in the Focus Estate, Finney in the Mark III Ford Fiesta, everybody else getting to the flag, so 19 of the 21 starters managing the whole 15 minutes. Don't forget, 2 more races to come here, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship up next, followed by the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship, so 2 more races before lunch, and then another 8 still to come in the afternoon. We're not even halfway through today's racing yet, and you do not want to go anywhere, because the Mazda MX-5 is coming up next in particular, should be really, really exciting race. Right, Dave Cockle, the winner of our Modified Ford Series race. Paul Neville second, Jack Gadd in third, all of them class winners as well. Rory Jose in fourth, ahead of Malcolm Harding, then Lloyd Jameson, Gary Waite and Graham Waite from the back of the grid in their Sapphire Cosworths were 7th and 8th respectively, ahead of Chris Baker and John Edwards Parton, again both of them class winners. Then it was Kevin Hadfield and Tim Sandu, with Richard Sanders, Dave Barrett and Jason Stone inside the top 15. Justin Fuller, Anton Martin, Mark Hadfield and Paul Soul the last of the finishers, with AJ Howe and Pip Finney both failing to get to the flag. So that's the provisional result then for our second and final Modified Ford Series race of the weekend, and we look forward to having them back on the BRSCC bill in the very near future, and we should hopefully very shortly be able to chat to the drivers on the podium then in that race, who particularly Dave Cockle will have quite a few things to tell us after that one. So we wait for them to wander down to the podium area then, and meanwhile Mazda MX-5s starting to assemble in the assembly area, as they would, for their second 20-minute race of the weekend. And this is hopefully going to be a rerun of the very exciting battle that we saw yesterday in the MX-5 Championship, the Mark I Championship, their second of 3 races for the weekend. Before we start the build-up for that race, we can now, I think, head down to Richard John Neal with our Modified Ford Podium.
I'm on the walk, actually, because I'm just looking, the Ford guides aren't coming down yet. I think the cars are going to go out quite quickly. I was going to see if we can grab a word with Steve Foden, and you'll excuse us if we have to dip away. Steve, I heard you had an engine change, is that right? Talk us through.
Yeah, so we had a biggest, well, everything seemed fine on Thursday, Friday testing, and then qualifying. We were obviously qualified on pole, and then first race kind of just started gaining a lot of engine temperature at the end of the race, managed to hold 4th. End of the race came back, we did a leak down test on the engine, and it was like 60% leak down in cylinder number 4, so we've had a big overheating issue, and we've kind of had oil blowing back through into the inlet manifold. So the guys were up at 6:30 this morning, putting in an old refurbed engine that's not been running.
All the best for the race. Thanks, Steve. Sorry to cut across. Last thing I want to do is get on the wrong side of the officials if we don't let them out. As luck would have it, we've got the guys coming down for the podium, so let's head over towards the podium for the modified. What a race that was. Dave Cockle, I tell you what, you know, there's an argument which says we should do reverse grid racing all the time. I'm not sure Dave Cockle will agree with that. We'll ask him, because coming through from the back of the grid was a fair old achievement. Okay, I'm going to crack on with the podium straight away. 3rd position today, Jack Gadd. Well done, Jack, 3rd position. We'll come over and shake hands and do the honours in a minute. And 2nd position, Paul Neville. Well done, Paul. Get you up on the podium. And our race winner, Dave Cockle. Let's whiz over quickly, see if we can grab a couple of interviews. So, Jack, another podium. That was a very, very busy race all round.
Yeah, it was definitely a busy one. I mean, we managed to get pull off the start, and then he come into his own. We knew it would be a matter of time before Dave would come flying through and catch us up, so it was just trying to make a bit of space before he come. No, it was a good race. Good race.
Your car and Cadwell, is it a good combination for you?
It is, yeah, it is. It's a very twisty circuit which suits the car, so yeah, no, good.
So thanks for entertaining us this weekend. We enjoyed meeting you and seeing the car in action.
Very much for having us.
Great start, absolute pleasure. Let's whiz over and have a word with Paul Neville in P. Did you think you were going to hang on to that, Paul?
I didn't. Jack got in front of me at the start, and I thought that was it. My win was lost, but I managed to overtake him and going around the bend, so got in front and stayed in front. Kept it clean. You know, I gave him plenty of room to take me, but it just wasn't fast enough on the day.
Flicking back to yesterday, obviously you got the win. How was Alex, by the way? Any news on Alex for us?
No, he's fine. He's fine. He was winded and he just needed a bit of time to get out of the car, but he's absolutely fine and he'll come back. You know, he's in his blood. So he's
right and proper that we take the time to get the driver out of the car and make sure they're okay. But I wanted to reassure the viewers that all was well.
You know, the crew, you know, the medical crew staff were fantastic. You know, they did what they did, and we got out of racing as well.
So I'm brilliant. I'm glad he's okay. Well done on double podium and a win yesterday. Dave Cockle, we had a chat, didn't we, at Snet, a couple of chats at Snetterton, and I was just asking the question. It might be rhetorical, but. Reverse grid racing, you know, off the back. First of all, what put you to the back?
I had a power steering issue in qualifying, and I had to go home, fit a spare steering rack.
Where is he? Is he far away from here?
At workshop. About 11 o'clock at night last night when I finished. Midnight I forgot to bed, and I back up at 4 to come back here. So yeah, this makes it worth the while, without a doubt.
I mean, from us, vastly entertaining, and I love reverse grid racing, but you could probably do without it.
No, I enjoyed it. You know, to be fair, it would be a good idea, as long as people qualified.
You have to deal with traffic, don't you, at various stages of the race anyway?
Yeah, normally, yeah, you get some traffic. I nearly didn't make it. Did you see me spin going out there? Hope you've not got that on camera.
They catch everything.
Do they? Oh God.
And you caught it as well?
Yeah, no, I didn't catch that one. I on grass.
Got it back.
Yeah. But yeah, brilliant. I'm delighted. Just want to say, hope everybody's all right from yesterday with the crash. Really gutted that weren't here, but good to see the crash and injuries. I hope everybody's all right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I'm sorry for passing the boss.
Not really.
Yeah, not really, no, but.
Well, thanks, guys. So our guest Ford, the modified Ford series, absolutely brilliant to have them here. Paul Devil in second position, third position Jack Gadd, and our winner Dave Cockle. Brilliant stuff, and we look forward to seeing them again soon. Back to Andy in the commentary box.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars on the move then for our next Mazda MX-5 action here at Cadwell Park, and it is the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mark 1 Championship. Big grid of cars to get through, so let's show you what order they're going to be lining up in. This is based on the result of yesterday's race, so if you missed race 1, where were you? Because it was very exciting, and this is the way in which they finished, with Fraser Fennick on the pole position because he won yesterday, and alongside him Seb Fisher. Luke Pullen back onto the podium in third place after a fighting drive. Steve Foden, though, had some overheating issues and managed only fourth place. Oliver Graham and Courtney Milnes with probably her best showing of the season, I'd say, there with sixth place. Brad Jones likewise was on form with seventh, and Jack Noller alongside him on row 4. Owen Mills and Richard Wootton will round out the top 10. They start together on the 5th row of the grid, just ahead of Kevin Dengate and Matthew Goddard in car number 18. Matthew Goddard and indeed Kevin Dengate both racing in the Clubman Championship yesterday as well, but just the 2 races today for the Mark 1 Championship. Graham Rumsey likewise was racing with them in Clubman yesterday. Jason Greytrex 14th on the grid. Jason 4th in the championship coming into this race, needs to make some progress from there. Bo Parry will start 15th alongside Simon Hartley, whilst Tim Dorr in a not his car, because he wrote his car off in qualifying yesterday, but one of his AB Motorsport teammates lent him their car for the rest of the weekend, and he came from the back of the grid to an impressive 17th. He'll start there alongside Chris Malloy, with Michael Green and Ollie Walden together on row number 10. Owen Woodwards and Andrew Dean share the 11th row of the grid, and then on row number 12 it is Richard Barnett and Christopher Abbott. Towards the back of the field, still another row or so to go though, because then it is Levi Aisbert, sorry, Simon Cribbs and Michael Nibbs getting ahead of himself. Michael Nibbs, definitely want to keep an eye on. Nibbs was a non-finisher yesterday, but we've seen he's won a race already this weekend in the SuperCup, was on the podium in SuperCup earlier on today, so 26th on the grid. What progress can he make? Levi Aisbert is then on row 14 alongside Adam Craig, with Darryl Radnall, those last 4 drivers, all failing to finish the race yesterday. The championship story then, coming into the weekend, was basically one of Fraser Fennick continuing to dominate. He's won more races than anybody else has this season. In fact, I think he hit 10 wins yesterday. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 10 wins for Fraser so far this season. Only 4 other drivers have actually won a race. Steve Foden, second in the championship, got a win at Alton Park finally last time out. There was a win on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone for Mike Comber. And then Jason Greytrex and Callum Greytrex got a win apiece at the Silverstone International season opener. But there are other drivers out there yet to get a win who you feel are overdue one now. Seb Fisher, in particular, starting second on the grid, came very close to the win yesterday, involved in some brilliant three-wide racing through the gooseneck. Luke Pullen as well knocking on the door of that first victory. We've got Courtney Milnes having her best weekend to date. So it's certainly the championship being dominated points-wise by Fraser Fenwick, but he never seems to win the races by an awfully big margin. And I'm sure that will be the same in this one. There are other people capable of beating him. He's just been the more consistent of the regular front runners as far as point scoring has gone. So the back of the grid then is in place now. The red lights start to go on. The second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship is underway now. Very even start from the front row. Luke Pullen a bit slow away there. Looks like Steve Foden might beat him into the first corner for third place. Three-wide action further back. Again, we hold our breath and hope they get through the first corner in one piece. Michael Knibbs darting from the outside of the road to the inside into the first corner. But it's neck and neck between Seb Fisher and Fraser Fenwick through the first couple of corners. Fenwick charging around the outside through Charlie's. Did he manage to keep it on the road? Yes, he did. And he gets the lead as well. Superb stuff that from Fraser. Second place for Seb Fisher, third Foden, and Luke Pullen there trying to go around the outside of Courtney Milnes. Those two have traded paint on a few occasions this season, and Courtney gets a bit of a helping hand there, a bit of a push from Oliver Graham, I think that was behind the 24 car, not going with Luke, but instead pushing Courtney up the hill. Steve Foden already attacking for the lead as they get to Park Corner for the first time, and certainly was looking to try and take second place away from Fisher. Might even have had a go at Fenwick as they came off the turn. Number 113 is out wide there. That's Levi Aisbit from the back of the grid. Look how many places he's gained already. Excellent first half a lap for him, even if he's a bit wide heading through Park. Luke Pullen over the curbs through the gooseneck. Sort of forces Ollie Graham out wide, and now he's got his teammate Brad Jones looking up the inside of him as well. Back for fifth position as they get to Mansfield Corner. There's some contact on the exit. Ollie Graham gets fired out onto the grass and bounces right back on pretty much where he was in the line. He might lose a couple more places though, because he's on the outside line into the mountain where Fenwick leads. Second place for Fisher, third place Foden, fourth Milnes, Pullen in fifth, Jones in sixth, side by side for sixth there, leaping over the top of the hill. That might be Jack Noller, I think. Kevin Dengate looks like he's on the grass further back down the order, and will try now to rejoin, but a lot further down than he was. But yeah, some very feisty racing here, side by side through parts of the circuit. It's not that easy to go side by side through. Somehow they all seem to have come out the other side. So through Barn we go again then, onto the pit straight. Fraser Fenwick leading by how much at the end of the opening lap? Well, only a car length or so it seems, over Seb Fisher in second. Small gap back then to Steve Foden, who was saying that whenever he was in behind under the car started to overheat quite drastically yesterday, but they were pretty confident when I spoke to him last night that they'd got that problem fixed. So hopefully he'll be able to close in on those top two without having to worry about the engine temperatures. There goes Michael Knibbs. Now Michael Knibbs, I said, should make some progress from towards the back of the grid. Where did Michael get himself to? 15th place. Only 11 places gained on the first lap for Michael Knibbs. He's never backwards in coming forwards, Michael, and a top 10 result definitely on the cards here in this second race of the weekend. Now, change for the lead. Seb Fisher and Steve Foden both up the inside of Fraser Fenwick. So Fenwick down to third. Don't think that's a problem for Fraser. That's just the effect of the slipstream in these cars. He was a bit of a sitting duck heading up the back straight, and he drops into third place. He's lucky in a way that Courtney Milnes has dropped away from the leading three, so she and Luke Pullen not close enough to take advantage of that. But Fraser Fenwick is not going to be happy with third place. He may have a good championship lead. You could argue that he probably should start thinking now about just finishing the races and bagging the points, but that's not the way Fraser thinks, and he's already on the attack. I'm trying to get back to the inside of Steve Foden. These two have had a couple of run-ins this season already, and they're nose to tail again as they make their way to the mountain. In fact, on the inside, there goes Fraser Fenwick. That's such an aggressive move. It doesn't work. Foden all over the curb, slows them both down on the exit of the corner, and Fraser Fenwick is now, look what that's done though, because Courtney Milnes was over a second behind these two at the start of the lap, and now she and Luke Pullen are right there, so it's 4 cars for second place, and Seb Fisher starting to get away at the head of the field. There is Fisher, Foden second place then still, despite the attack by Fraser into the mountain. And they head back onto the pit straight once again. Steve Foden in P2 now needs to try and get his head down, chase back after Seb Fisher, who sets the fastest lap of the race and is 9/10 up the road. That fastest lap though beaten by Jack Noller. Jack Noller in 7th place, having again one of his better weekends of the season. And Jack Noller is there, look, just behind Brad Jones as they turn through the right-hander at Charlie's. So if he can clear Brad Jones, he could easily close in on the leading quintet as well. Brad Jones there, the white, blue, red, black, yellow, bit of everything car really, number 69, just ahead of Jack Noller then in the Go For It racing car. We've seen Go For It racing cars in the Super Cup, in Clubman Championship and in the Mark 1 Championship as well, while Steve Foden already has overhauled a 9/10 of a second deficit to Seb Fisher and tries to go around the outside of him through Park Corner. Now that could open open the door for Fenwick. We had these three wide through this corner in yesterday's race. They keep it 2 by 2 this time as Seb Fisher tries to hang on to the lead. Round the outside goes Foden, though. That's the inside line for the second part of the gooseneck, but not for the first part, where he has to hang it tough on the outside line. Goes into the lead, Fenwick through into second place, and just like that, Seb Fisher does what Fenwick did a lap ago and goes from the lead down to third position within a couple of corners. Courtney Milnes still struggling just to quite latch onto these leading three, and she's got a queue of drivers forming up behind her now as they make their way into the mountain. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them together, all the way back to Richard Wootton there, the black and yellow number 3 car, in one long line of MX-5s. And then it's Jason Greatrex. Jason Greatrex was 15th in yesterday's race, but he is just about still in this championship battle, and he's in 11th place. If the battling continues up front, which I think it will, he could get onto terms with the top 10 winners within another couple of laps. So keep an eye on that red and white car there, just coming out of the hairpin. Jason Greatrex, the only Greatrex racing this weekend, but he is the highest placed of the 3 in the championship. So Steve Foden now becomes the third different leader in 3 laps in this race. A 146.1 is now the fastest lap set by the Scouser, and he keeps Fraser Fenwick behind him into the first corner, but we know that if the overtake is going to come, it will come up the park straight. There, Courtney Milnes and Luke Pullen sort of together for 4th place, although Luke would like to be a bit closer to her onto the park straight in order to get that toe and have a go into the braking zone at the top of the hill. Owen Mills there, the orange number 22 car. We definitely will see some overtaking in that pack, but is it going to be for the lead? No, not this time. Fenwick pushing Steve Foden into park corner. Courtney Milnes defending 4th from Pullen. And there, Jack Noller doing the same to Ollie Graham in the, the blue and orange 24 car, which was on the grass on the first lap of the race. Hasn't really been able to recover from that. 68 in the pit lane, that is Owen Woodward's. He's just outside the top 20 in yesterday's races. Here, Luke Pullen trying to try and get up the inside of Courtney Milnes into Mansfield. No, thought better off that. He knows he's got his teammate behind him, Brad Jones, but you don't tend to get much in the way of teamwork in Mazda MX-5 racing. Everyone's out there for themselves. And unless it's a situation where you're trying to help your teammate win a championship, for example, at the end of the year, normally there's not a lot of quarter given or indeed asked for between teammates. So Luke can't rely on having a rear gunner there in Brad Jones. Further back, and the 113 there making its way through, that is Levi Aisbit. Now, where's he got up to from the back of the grid? Levi is, well, actually only 23rd. I feel like he's lost a couple of places since we saw him halfway around that first lap, but he's in amongst a big group of cars just heading into the Hall Bends now, being headed by Graham Rumsey. So he's well outside the top 20 as Levi, but he's actually in the queue of cars fighting for 14th, because that's what Rumsey was in at the start of the lap. Fastest lap set by Foden, then Fenwick at the head of the field, and then both of them beaten by Seb Fisher. So Seb Fisher, 45.703 now, the fastest man on the track, with a 1.7 second cushion back to Courtney Milnes in 4th place. As Graham Rumsey comes back across the line again, and is he still in 14th place? Yes, he is, with now number 737 behind him of Simon Hartley. The leaders heading down the park straight, side by side for 4th there. Luke Pullen to the outside of Courtney Milnes. It was almost overlapping for the lead as well, as again Fraser Fenwick peeks to the outside of the Rob Boston Racing run car of Steve Foden. They stay single file. What's going on for 4th? Pullen has gone through. Now that could be significant. He was as quick as the leaders yesterday, but he's got to bridge a gap of getting on for 2 seconds, and I think he was wide there on the grass coming into Chris Curve as well. He has got past Courtney Milnes there with what looked like a very good move around the outside. Down the hill comes Fenwick, just kicked up by Steve Foden, the race leader. Would be really nice to see Foden get a win here after the misfortune that he's had this year. Kind of felt, I think, coming into the season that this was his year to fight for the championship, and it's not really worked out that way. He's had enough non-finishes now that, well, the championship's not out of the question. Certainly, it's going to be a tough ask. He'll need a bit of bad luck now to befall Fraser Fenwick in order to get back into that fight. But Foden could still finish second in the championship. That would be a really good result for him. And a race win here would go a long way toward making that happen, because of course it's Jason Greatrex and Michael Nibbs really that he's racing for that second place in the points. Well, Nibbs is into 12th place now, which is good from where he started, but it's not scoring him that many points. And of course Jason Greatrex even further back one place up the road, in 11th position. Steve Foden fastest lap now, 45.4, but only 4 tenths up the road from Fraser Fenwick. Luke Pullen in 4th, 1.9 seconds off the leading trio, but that was a personal best lap for Luke, so See what this lap time is in clean air. Can we get a big long line of them back together? Because if he can catch them, you would imagine he could pull a few more through with him. All wide there for Brad Jones, and that gives Ollie Graham half a chance up the inside. He's on the grass there down the dip in the Park Straight, and he is part of that queue trying to chase after the leading three. There they go. What's going to happen here? Graham through, and then there's a bit of contact. On the inside goes Jack Noller past both of them. I don't think he planned that. I think there was contact with Brad Jones in the braking zone, and it almost gained him 2 places. He does get past Brad. Doesn't quite convert it into an overtake against Ollie Graham. That really would have been cheeky. And now Owen Mills up the inside of Brad Jones as well. And is he going to make that one work coming down into Mansfield Corner? It is, yes, through Brad Jones, does fall behind Owen Mills. So Mills then into, I reckon, now 8th place. Jones falling from 6th down to 8th or 9th even now, because he's got Richard Wootton behind him. Yeah, Richard Wootton number 3 there, right in his wheel track. So there goes Pullen in 4th, Mills in 5th, Graham there, the blue car, in 6th. Pit lane now for number 64. Oh, that's Darryl Radwell, who retired to the pit lane yesterday too. And as they wind their way back through the Hall Bends there, Jason Greytrax has caught Richard Wootton, so he's on the back of the top 10 now, Jason. And he had another 4 seconds or so back to Michael Nibbs behind him. Right, leaders out of the final turn. Top 2 breaking away now, aren't they? Seb Fisher in the middle part of the race, not quite able to run with Foden and Fenwick. Foden's car clearly working better now in this race than it was in yesterday's. In fairness, in clean air, he was perfectly quick enough anyway yesterday. It was only when he dropped back behind Fraser Fenwick and Seb Fisher that things started to go wrong. But right now, he's got the clean air. We know that car is quick. He was saying from practice or testing on Friday that he felt he had one of the quickest cars here, if not the quickest car here. And he is now starting to make the most of that and sort of going to prove that had he not had the engine issues earlier on in the year, he probably could have taken the fight to Fenwick for the championship. Back to Brad Jones, who's got Owen Mills at the inside of him now. Oh, sorry, that's not Brad Jones, that is Jack Noller with Owen Mills looking at the inside, with Jones in 9th position, of course, losing those 3 places on the previous lap, through Chris Curve into the gooseneck. Just calming down ever so slightly now in this group. Jason Greytrax, by the way, is already ahead of Richard Wootton. He had him by the time he got to the line. So Jason Greytrax then into the top 10, that's significant, and of course there are lots of other cars not that far ahead of him. There is Greytrax, the red and white car, so Brad Jones will be his next target. He's got 8 minutes yet to gain a few more places. Coming into this race, Jason was about 20 points behind Foden in their fight for 2nd place in points, so a bit of an ask still for him to, well, at least avoid losing too many points to the leader of the race here. Foden looking good at least for a top 2 finish. Still be the race win. He's got to try and fend off Fraser Fenwick for another few laps yet though. He'll pull him through the last corner. Not really catching the top 3 in the way that I anticipated. He is getting away from Courtney Milnes a bit, but the pace being set by Fenwick and Foden is just really, really quick. I don't think anyone can quite live with them. And yeah, 45.2 that was for Fenwick, new fastest lap, a 45.4 for the leader, whereas Fisher and Pullen are both in the low 46s, as indeed was Milnes, who was a fraction quicker than Luke on that lap. 4th to 5th coming back down, just staying just about within a second. So Fenwick probably close enough to have a go for the lead this time into Park Corner. Wouldn't be surprised to see the lead maybe having changed next time we catch a glimpse of them. Brad Jones there heading up the hill, under threat again from Jason Greytrax as Ollie Graham on his own really turns into Park Corner. What's going on behind? Jones is still ahead, Noller is still ahead of Mills too. What's going on with the lead there? Did Fraser Fenwick manage to stay close enough to Steve Foden to get past him into Park Corner? It's Jack Noller car slides and bounces its way onto the grass actually out of the gooseneck. Owen Mills almost up the inside, and then look at this lot. Now this is the Graham Rumsey train, except it's not the Graham Rumsey train anymore because he's lost a few places. He's down to 17th now, so I think it's now being led by Tim Dorr, who this next corner had quite a sizable accident in qualifying yesterday, but Tim Dorr, the likeable Aussie, there bursts over the crest of the hill and is now up into 15th place. So good drive this again from Tim, who started this race 18th, so he's picked up another few places now. Graham Rumsey there has got was that going around the outside of Rumsey then? It would have been Levi Aisbett, 113. coming from the back of the grid. Oh, and then up the inside of him goes Adam Craig through the mountain, and there's contact, and he ends up on the grass, and Graham Rumsey delayed in that as well. That's why you don't try and go side by side through the mountain, because it's perilous at the best of times. And neither of them wanted to give in there, so Rumsey, the blue car, number 45, drops a few positions. So too did Adam Craig, with whom he traded a bit of paint. He's lost about 6 or 7 places over the last couple of laps, actually. That's not quite going to plan for him. Down into the start-finish area they come again. There's Adam Craig, so he came out of that slightly better than Graham did, even though he was the one on the outside line. I think he would lose more places. Right, a couple of changes here, actually. Jack Noller had already been dropped behind Owen Mills by the end of the lap. He's now fallen behind Brad Jones as well, so Jack Noller slipping into 9th place now. Jason Graytrex still only 10th, hasn't been able to make as much progress through this group as he would have liked, and I think he's got Michael Nibbs on his tail now. So Michael Nibbs was 4 seconds behind this group a couple of laps ago, but there is the 82 car, and Nibbs is going to have a pop at Graytrex there. No, not breaking into the left-hander at Mansfield, but Michael Nibbs looking racy. I realised, as I said, that's situation normal for him. Levi Aisbert's on the grass, a long way on the grass at Park Corner, and that will drop him to the very tail end of the group of cars we just saw, so somewhere around 22nd place he'll be now, outside the top 20 for sure. But yeah, Jack Noller slipping back now down the field, and 2 very quick drivers behind him mean that he might end up falling out of the top 10 before the race is over. 4 minutes away from that happening yet. The leaders have just gone through onto another lap, nose to tail still, 3/10 of a second between Foden and Fenwick. The gap pretty static. I wonder if Fenwick's just waiting for the last lap to get past Steve Foden, or is that as much as he's got? They're both lapping a little bit slower than they were earlier on in the race. I don't know, we'll keep an eye on that over the last couple of laps. Brad Jones here through Coppice Corner, and there Graytrex, we can see the green rear bumper on the back of his car. It didn't start the weekend green, so that's clearly as a legacy of some contact earlier on. Back marker there through Park Corner, but there are your race leaders. Steve Foden in the race lead still, has led most of this race actually. We had 3 different leaders in the first 3 laps, but once Foden hit the front, he stayed there. And Fraser Fenwick hasn't yet gone past him. Now, whether that's by choice or because he simply can't get past Foden, I'm not so sure. I mean, knowing Fraser, I think if he had a chance to get into the lead, he would prefer to be in the lead. So I'm tempted to say that this is just as fast as he's able to go, and even with a slipstream, he can hang on to Foden, but can't get close enough to pass him. 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, though, so if he has got a grand plan, then we're getting down towards the part of the race where he might enact it. There, Fisher in 3rd, sort of on his own, but still not being caught by Luke Pullen, who actually looked a bit further back there than he had been at the start of the lap. It was 2.6 seconds, 3rd to 4th. But it has definitely gone out now. In fact, Pullen's been caught by Milnes and Graham, I can see out of the window, so I don't know if something's happened to the 27 car there. Backmarker gets out of the way at the last corner. There, Fisher in 3rd, and as we go on to the penultimate lap of the race now, we've got battles breaking out all over the circuit. Steve Foden looks as though he's got the measure of Fraser Fenwick for now. The gap goes out now to nearly 0.6 of a second. Then Fisher in 3rd, and his gap staying stable as well, really, 3.4 seconds. But then Pullen, Milnes and Graham, nose to tail now, 4th, 5th and 6th positions. There goes Fisher through, and there, the back marking car, number 68, makes its way through. That is Oliver Woodward, so I think he's had a pit lane visit in this race, and the car still doesn't look like it's working terribly well. And there is your 4th place battle. I think there's been a mistake from Pullen, because the car looks like it's running fine, but he was 2.5, nearly 3 seconds ahead of Courtney Milnes a lap ago. Fisher into Park Corner in 3rd place. There is the train of cars behind. Oliver Graham maybe now looking the most dangerous of these 3. Know that he started the race well until the off-track moment that he had exiting Mansfield. He was battling with Fisher and Pullen halfway around the first lap, and they're a few places ahead of him still, so Oliver Graham will want to have a crack at getting back into the top 4 at least. He needs to get past Courtney Milnes first, and that's not been an easy thing to do today, nor yesterday actually. Courtney has been really driving well at Cadwell Park. As I say that, she goes on the grass out of Mansfield, but actually, because the grass is dry, it loses her absolutely no time at all. Making friends with the clerk of the course, doing things like that, but as long as she's not been doing it consistently through the race, she should steer clear of those dreaded track limits penalties. Right, leaders then towards the hairpin for the last time, And Steve Foden in race lead by, what's that, half a second or so as they come into the last corner. If Fennick's got anything for him, now is the time to show it. I just don't think he's close enough, is he? The slipstream is keeping him sort of vaguely in range, but not he's not catching Foden, which proves that Rob Boston Racing have put together a really strong car there. The 77 car, it's the car it's not the car actually initially that he was going to race in this season. Steve Foden had a testing accident at Alton Park in his original car, and they very quickly, before the season started, switched the engine and everything else that they could salvage into this car. And that is kind of the reason that they think they've had a few niggling little problems through the year. It's because they sort of cobbled everything together a bit at the start of the season. He still managed to win a race, and now might be about to take his second of the season. But yeah, the pre-season preparation didn't really go to plan for him, and that perhaps explains why he's had some bad luck through the year. Courtney Milnes here trying to hang on to 5th position. She finished 6th yesterday. I'm sure Courtney's not had a top 5 before in the championship. Oh, she had a podium at Alton, of course she did, you're absolutely right. Scott Woodwis, as usual, here to correct me when I start talking rubbish. Courtney Milnes has had a top 5, but only the one. And in fairness, it was at a round I wasn't at, unfortunately, at Alton Park. So Courtney Milnes really coming into form midway through the season now, which is nice to see. Always nice to see new drivers up near the front of the field. And Courtney Milnes, in her 2nd or 3rd season now racing in Mark 1s, starting to become a regular appearer at the front of the field. But Steve Foden has been the class of the field in this race, really. Had to fight for it in the early laps. Once he got past Fraser Fennick with on about the 3rd or 4th lap of the race, he has never looked back, and he's actually going to have a very healthy margin of probably over a second as they come out of the final turn. And Steve Foden is going to take a very hard-fought and well-deserved 2nd victory of the season. Across the line goes Steve Foden. Checkered flag waves for the number 77 car. It's Rob Boston Racing from AB Motorsport at the front of the field, because Fraser Fennick, the points leader, gets some more good championship points in 2nd place. Seb Fisher gets onto the podium this time in 3rd position, a bit adrift of the top 3, but a good result for him nonetheless. And Luke Pullen, despite whatever happened to him in the latter stages there, manages to hang on to 4th. Courtney Milnes likewise in 5th ahead of Ollie Graham, and Owen Mills in 7th place. Then it's Brad Jones in 8th, Jason Greytrex gets 9th, and Michael Nibbs in 10th. So those two who came from deep in the field, both managing to get a top 10 finish. Jack Noller 11th, Richard Wotton 12th. He ran inside the top 10 for a period there in the early stages, but a good race that, and Steve Foden a well-deserving race winner, and he will look forward to the 3rd race later on now to try and do it all again. Let's see if this does make any difference to the points. Who got fastest lap? It was Fennick that got the fastest lap, so 99 points for Fennick. That's the frustration for Foden. You win the race, you get 100 points. You think, oh, that's great for the championship. But then if your championship rival finishes 2nd, they only score 2 points fewer. It's 98 points for 2nd, plus the bonus point for fastest lap, which went to Fraser. So it's only 1 point difference between them. Jason Greytrex, meanwhile, finished, where did I say, 9th at the end of that one, which scores him 84 points for Jason Greytrex. And Michael Nibbs was 10, so that's 82 for him. And then Luke Pullen in 4th place that time around gets 94, so that will mean that yeah, it's still, Foden is now ahead of Mike Comber, who's absent for 2nd in the championship, but he's not really any closer to Fraser Fennick than he was coming into the weekend. Foden then gets the win. Fraser Fennick 2nd with the fastest lap, Seb Fisher 3rd, Luke Pullen in 4th, and Courtney Milnes rounding out the top 5 ahead of Ollie Graham, Owen Mills, Brad Jones, Jason Greytrex and Michael Nibbs. Jack Noller, unfortunate there that he fell out of the top 10. It was a good drive that from Jack, ahead of Richard Wotton, Michael Green, Adam Craig and Simon Hartley. Ollie Walden, Tim Dorr, Levi Aisbit from the back of the grid, another standout drive that, ahead of Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey. Then it was Kevin Dengate and Chris Malloy, Richard Bartlett, Christopher Abbott, Andrew Dean and Simon Privet rounding out the 26 finishers, with Matthew Goddard, Owen Woodwards and Darryl Radwell sadly failing to reach the end. So Mazda MX-5 action done with. We've got one more race to come, that for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta Championship, and I think maybe with a bit of build up to that whilst we wait for the MX-5 drivers, we can hand back over to Richard.
Let's go over and have a word with Joseph Knight. I short-changed the guys in the 150s yesterday, so I'm going to see if we can have a word with Joseph Knight. I'm going to open the door. Hello, mate. Nice to see you. Firstly, I wanted to apologise. I think we short-changed you a little bit on the podium yesterday, but well done on the class win, and maybe tell us a little bit more about that and your preparations for today.
Yeah, I mean, the win yesterday, it meant a lot. I mean, especially after, like I said, we had a DNF in quali. Yeah. We wasn't able to get any testing. So, yeah, we had a decent start in the race. I mean, we held third. We lost a little bit, but we was able to make it back up. We had some really good racing with Tom and Nick, and was able to get the win in the end. Yeah, massive thanks to the team, Specialised, all my sponsors, Turn 1 Essex, Bumps Away, Brentwood Karting, NGK, all of them helped me out loads, and part of the reason why I was able to get the win yesterday.
You're a Brentwood boy?
Yeah, well no, from Billericay actually, just near there.
A Brentwood karting boy?
Yeah.
Nice little facility down there. My son's done a couple of things, and I think he's going to do one of the development nights in there. So was that your starting point?
Well, we was flipping between rental karting and owner karting, so that really helped me progress as a driver. And then when I felt comfortable, we made the change to owner karting, and then from there we just got to where we are today, really.
Any history on this car, Joseph?
Well, this car, we bought it in 2020. It was previously Josh Steed's the year before, and we did juniors in this for 2 years in 2020 and 2021. And then this year we felt we was ready to move up to seniors. So yeah, no restrictor, slick tyres. So we're doing that this year. We've had a bit of bad luck this year, but I mean, this weekend's been going pretty well so far with the win yesterday. So hopefully we can continue that this weekend.
What would be the plan going forward? I mean, I'm not talking necessarily long term, everyone wants to do touring cars or whatever, but how do you see yourself and things panning out over the next couple of years?
Well, the plan is to hopefully move up to either one of the turbos or maybe something like a Ginetta or something very quicker.
I've got to let you go, mate, because you're going out. I don't want to keep you much. Good luck for the race. Thanks for chatting to us. That's Joseph Knight, who won the ST 150 class yesterday. I'm moving back just over here for the moment because these cars are going to be going out in the next thing, and I don't want to get in the marshal's way, but we've got drivers with the podium. So I'll tell you what, we'll go around the back, Kevin, if that's all right. Excuse the light going in and out because we're going out of the trees. Really good field of cars that you see as we come down here. Still very well supported with the 240s and the 150s as well. So Scott's waiting for us patiently, and we're going to get down there. Okay, so as I walk down, third position, Seb Fisher. Seb Fisher, hey, get him up on the podium. Walk and talk. Who said blokes can't do two things at once? Second position, Fraser Fenwick. Well done, Fraser. Second position. And our race winner, Steve Foden. So here we go. Let's whiz in. Sebastian or Seb, which you prefer?
Seb's fine, thanks.
Seb, well done. So another podium and a hard race once again.
Yeah, no, it was good. I didn't have enough pace to stick with these two, to be honest. I did manage to get into the lead for the first couple of laps, which was pretty cool. But then Steve did a great move on me, and then Fraser followed him through. So I tried to hang on to him, but I just couldn't do it. You know, there's no other way of putting it. But yeah, no, great to get another podium, and hopefully we can have another good one a bit later on.
We look forward to that. Well done. I'm going to move across to Fraser Fenwick. This is unusual for me interviewing P2. So difficult race. Were you going for the win? Were you trying as hard as you could for the win, or were you thinking championship? Because there must be some point during the season where you're thinking, I need to finish.
Yeah, no, that race was all about the championship. I had a great team down on pit wall letting me know who had fastest lap. So as soon as I saw my number on there, I knew I could relax a bit and just stay in P2. So overall, I've only lost a point in that one race, so I'm more than happy.
So what was the difference between that and yesterday when you were 3 wide at the gooseneck to get the lead?
Well, you know, more points the better, but we only came up with that plan last night to do that. So yeah, that's what we're going to do from now and just keep finishing races.
Well done, Fraser. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. And Steve Foden, we talked very briefly. I had to cut that short because you were called out for the race, but did you imagine that things were going to be that good with the new engine?
Not at all. I thought we were going to go backwards, to be honest. It was a refurbed engine with we were running mineral oil around the paddock earlier on this morning. I just want to say a massive thanks to Aaron and my dad for changing the engine. They were up at 6:30 this morning changing that engine, and we were tracking it up with about 5 minutes to go to the start of that race, and to be here winning, dream come true for today, so I'm really happy.
Thanks for that interview beforehand, and viewers, if you haven't had a chance to watch it, go back and watch the interview with Steve, because it's a really good technical interview about what went wrong. We appreciated that. Well done on the race win. You've got to do it all again now.
Yeah, well, that's the plan, obviously, so yeah, on to the next one, but yeah. Thanks to these two as well for giving clean racing as well yesterday and today. We were 3 wide at the gooseneck yesterday, 2 wide today for the gooseneck. No contact, absolutely fantastic racing again from these guys, so well done to them as well.
Mega, Steve, great sentiment. Steve Foden, our race winner, Fraser Fenwick in second position, and Seb Fisher, who takes third position and completes our podium. Round of applause for our podium, and we'll hand you back to Andy McKeown in the comms box.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, great to hear from our podium drivers there in the MX5 Championship. We've got cars on the green flag lap for our next and final race before lunch. Thank goodness. Everyone here at Cadwell Park breathing a sigh of relief. We're almost halfway through the day, and we have got one more race of 20 minutes before we head into the lunch break. It's the second of the weekend for the Fiestas, so this is how they finished yesterday's race. A win going for Zachary Lucas, with Rob Smith finishing in second place, so they make up the front row ahead of championship leader, joint championship leader now actually, Alistair Kellett, with Spencer Stevenson alongside him on row 2. Marlo Cordell and Jensen Brickley, the other man with a share of the championship lead. He's starting 6th, having had a bit of a disappointing race yesterday. John Cooper starts 7th on the grid alongside Simon Horrobin. Then JB Going, the man behind the Jam Sport operation, starting 9th, and Stuart Robbins in 10th position. Dylan Hotchin will start 11th on the grid on the 6th row with Marco Ricci, who starts in 12th. Row 7 for Connor Blackburn, and Caitlin May will line up 14th on the grid, and that's the last of the ST240s. The ST150s, of which there are a handful. We've got Joseph Knight, who was the winner in their subclass, if you like, yesterday. He will start alongside Nick Moore, then Tom Horton. Well, actually, we should have Tom Davis and Adam Burdis first, then Tom Horton at the back of the grid, but not sure if they are actually going to be there. Tom Horton, the only driver so far this weekend to actually send me some information on himself. So thank you, Tom. I really appreciate that. A 20-year-old from Ipswich, has been karting, though, for 10 years already. Did some races in Fiesta Juniors a few years ago, and currently working as an ARDS instructor, actually, at 20 years old for MSV at Brands Hatch. So one of many young drivers out there realising that once you've got that ARDS test under your belt and a bit of race experience, you can actually make some money out of being a racing driver, even if you're not racing at the very top levels of motorsport. Thomas says that he's self-funded, only started at Snetterton, had a few electronic issues that weekend, but they fully rewired the car, replaced the ECU and a number of other components, and right at the last minute, the car only coming out of limp home mode and being race ready an hour before qualifying started this weekend. Had an exhaust clamp failure in race 1, so that's useful to know, because we wondered why he retired from the first race, and it was an exhaust clamp that failed. So notice that exhaust dragging on the ground. I speculated at the time it might be damaged because he'd been off the road, but no, it was something that had broken under the car, and he, I'm sure, will be able to, hoping anyway, to run without that reoccurring in this race. And his team, Experience Motorsport, doing a good job overnight to make sure that that was sorted for the race today. Experience Motorsport, a company set up by Thomas and his dad, who is a school teacher, to promote motorsport careers in school, with hands-on experience days involving simulator driving, mechanical models and exercises to teach about sustainability and future fuels. And that is a great idea, because we saw in the CityCar Cup earlier on today the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is for university students who are studying motorsport-related degrees, getting some hands-on experience. Well, why not start off people from an even younger age to get involved in motorsport? The younger that people can get involved in racing now, the better. You can be a racing driver on the track from 14 years old. There are other things you can do, such as marshalling, for example, and stewarding or official work from a relatively young age as well. We really want more youngsters to get involved in motorsport. So really great initiative that by Thomas and his dad to try and get more youngsters involved in the sport. And yeah, hopefully we wish them the best of luck with that, and with the next 20 minutes, because the race is about to start for them and for the rest of the field. And on the pole position, we've got Zach Lucas, the dark green car then. Zachary Lucas 4th in the championship, not likely to be able to get himself back into championship contention now, but he can still finish 3rd in the points if he has a good second half of the year, and in fact could take 3rd in the championship away from Simon Horrobin in this race, which gets underway now. Lights out then, up towards Coppice Corner they go for the first time, and it looked like a good launch from Zachary Lucas there from the inside of row 1, so he's going to lead the field into Coppice for the first time. Second place for Alistair Kellett, though, who's got himself ahead of Rob Smith. That's significant. And so second place now for Kellett. Out wide there, that's Marlo Cordell, I think, in the 27 car, one of the Jam Sport run cars, running very wide over the grass, and he drops right down the order. So as they head down the Park straight for the first time, it's Lucas who leads, Kellett in 2nd, Rob Smith there in 3rd position, 4th Spencer Stevenson, and 5th position for Jensen Brickley, who is joint championship leader with Alistair Kellett coming into this race. So needs to try and get onto terms with the man who's just moved up into 2nd place at the start of the race. Through Chris Curve they go. The ST150 is coming through further back. And there's a spin. Oh, and a big accident. That's Marlo Cordell, who's been collected coming through Chris Curve. And that is another sizable shunt, I'm afraid. Cordell was sideways. Somebody else got into him. I couldn't see from that angle who it was, unfortunately. But there is the number 27 car that had already had an off, or run wide anyway, through Charlie's. And Marlo Cordell, as he was spinning, was hit very heavily at the rear of the car. And we'll wait and see. That's certainly going to be at least a safety car, maybe a red flag again, unfortunately, to make sure that everyone's okay and get the track cleared. For now, they are still racing as they get to the Hall Bend for the first time. Then Lucas leading the way. Second for Kelly, third place for Rob Smith. He'll be disappointed with the way that his race started, and we are going red flags. So the race being stopped, second red flag of the day, and unfortunately, Fiesta's again the culprits, but it's just one of those things, a narrow track, someone spinning, and just nothing that the chasing cars could do to avoid. Like I said, I didn't spot who it was, and I wouldn't like to speculate who it was who got into Marlow. But Cordell losing it through Chris Curve, and then as he sort of came across the track, was rear-ended by somebody else. So another red flag, unfortunately, and the marshals waving the field into position on the start line. Again, they do this so that any recovery vehicles, medical vehicles or whatnot can get through. It's John Cooper, I think, isn't it? Is that number 88? And both drivers out of the cars, though. That is terrific news, because Marlo Cordell is walking over to John Cooper, so they're both out of the cars. That is excellent news, but it does look like the white number 88 car of John Cooper, who collected Cordell, and they are going to be having a conversation about that, I'm sure. It's not really anyone's fault, that. Cordell was already spinning for some reason. Marlow had a scary incident at Croft, actually, as well, a few rounds ago, where the car caught fire going down into Tower Corner, and they did really well then to repair the car, but that looks like it might be fairly significant damage done to the 27 car. But cars can be repaired or replaced. People can't as easily, so good to see that they both have got out of the car under their own steam, and now the marshals can just try and get the circuit cleared as soon as they can. So there is John Cooper just taking his helmet off, and the ambulance and rescue unit will arrive on the scene just to make sure they're okay. I'm sure they'll both be taken to the medical centre for a checkup after that, because that was a big hit. And John Cooper, I'm sure, tried his very best to avoid Marlow, but with the car broadside across the road, I mean, you can see even from this part of the track, if you were to place a car at 90 degrees across the track, it would fill most of the track. So especially at speed, very, very difficult, near impossible really, for everyone behind to scatter and avoid hitting him. So the marshals once again go to work. Another chance to thank them for everything they've done. Had a couple of fairly significant incidents to deal with this weekend, but the red flags flying once more here at Cadwell Park. Hopefully shouldn't take too long, though, to get all of this cleared. As I said, the drivers at least out of the cars under their own steam. So that's not going to be a lengthy process to get them to safety. It's more about getting the cars out of the way and getting the fluid cleared up. But that can be tricky, especially the more badly damaged the cars are, the harder it is to get them out of the way, because the bits of the car you would attach tow ropes and things to sometimes are broken or aren't even there at all. You'd like to tow them out of the way ideally, but if they're leaking fluid or if they've got wheels pointing in different directions, that's not an option. So it's very much a case of assessing that situation for the marshals and then getting the communication to the recovery crews as to which recovery vehicles they need and how they're best going to be able to get the car out of the way without then further damaging the car as well, which is the last thing that they want to do. So Zach Lucas then, having made that really good start, now has to do it all over again. And to be honest, Alistair Kellett won't be best pleased about this either. Rob Smith, though, he'd quite like a second go at this. Didn't get a good start first time around in the number 1 car. And Rob Smith, reigning champion, of course, been a front runner in this championship for quite some time. And we saw his son, Sid Smith, out in the Fiesta Junior race as well earlier on. So Sid Smith getting himself a win in Fiesta Juniors, another race that was red flagged, unfortunately. And now his father trying to do the same thing again. To add to the frustration, I think we'd actually got ourselves within about 5 minutes of being on time when this happened too. So the delay from the red flag in race 1 of the weekend, race 1 of the day, I should say, the Fiesta Juniors at the start of the morning, put us about 35 minutes behind. We'd got that down to about 5 minutes or so due to the really efficient work by the BRSCC to get the races cycled through nice and quickly. And the lunch break that was supposed to be starting in about 5 minutes' time ain't going to be starting in 5 minutes' time now, because this is going to take another 5-10 minutes probably to get cleared, and then they will rerun the race. And there's no reason why they won't run it for a full 20 minutes. That has been the way that we've gone about this so far this weekend. When we had a red flag in the Fiesta Juniors, we still gave them the full race distance. So I'm sure we'll do so again here. We can go into that lunch break. It's the marshals and officials and commentators who suffer the most when that happens, because that lunch break is a nice opportunity to just stand down for a little bit, for the marshals in particular, get out of the heat, go and have a bite to eat and a drink. But they understand the importance of getting the races run. Now, hang on. Yellow flag being waved. Why is a yellow flag being waved? They're going to start gridding them up now. Marshall wandering to the pit entry. Pit entry. And, yep, going to guide them down onto the grid. So that's good. No, they wouldn't start re-gridding them until we were pretty much ready to go. And that hopefully means we're only a few minutes away. Well, there's John Cooper's car going onto the back of the flatbed. John Cooper watching on as that happens. Marlo Cordell's car, I can't see if that's been recovered yet. The other car that was in that incident. And Marlo Cordell, as we saw, did get out of the car, was chatting to John. Can't see the damage to John's car from here. It will have been the left front corner that took the big hit. But we might get some views of it as we as it gets dragged back around to the paddock area. And John Cooper, that's a real shame for him, who was 6th in the points, actually. In fact, he and Marlo Cordell were only a few points apart. 6th and 7th have been very evenly matched all season long. Cooper with a podium at Brands Hatch at the start of the year. Marlo Cordell still looking for his first podium finish, but really evenly matched drivers. They find themselves together on track quite a lot, not usually that close together, or at that sort of speed either. So, Kellett and Smith go back onto the front row again. Row 2 for Kellett and Spencer Stevenson. And then the third row is where we'll have the first of the gaps, because 5th on the grid is where Marlo Cordell was supposed to be starting. He will not be there, so Jensen Brickley on his own on that second row. And then likewise, it should have been John Cooper starting 7th. So he started just 2 places behind Cordell. And he will have the 4th row Simon Horriban will have the 4th row to himself. Then Jamie Going and Stuart Robbins, Dylan Hotchin and Marco Ritchie. Connor Blackburn and Caitlin May, and then the ST150s didn't ever actually quite get to the bottom of who was leading the ST150s at the point of the red flag, whether they'd had a lead change, but it matters not now, because Joseph Knight will go back to the front ahead of Nick Moore, Tom Davis, Adam Burdis and Thomas Horton. And again, great work by the marshals there to get everyone back into the correct positions and lined up on the grid now where they ought to be. Well, almost, just the last couple of rows being positioned as we speak down at the bottom end of the Cadwell Park circuit. It looks like the recovery is pretty much complete. There is John Cooper's car. Now we'll get a look at the extent of the damage. This won't be a pretty sight, I don't think, the left front corner of the car. Well, actually, not as bad as I expected at all. I'm not saying it's repairable necessarily. The left front wheel is pushed a lot further back than it should be. But I was expecting a more twisted chassis than that, so might have. I'm just thinking about whether the car's salvageable or not. Once it's written off, then there is a very hefty bill coming for the driver, because they then need to replace the car. Whereas if it can be fixed, that's a lot cheaper. So John Cooper's car then looking worse for wear, but actually not as bad as I expected. I haven't seen what the state of Marlo Cordell's car is. The back of that car was surely pretty stoved in. Course car getting out of the way. The ambulances have vacated the scene as well, so I actually don't think we're a million miles from getting the race restarted. Before that, we will have a green flag lap, of course, to get heat back into everyone's tyres, get everyone back into race mode. But yeah, the Oh, well, there you go. 1 minute board is shown. So this was actually a surprisingly and welcomely short delay, really. And red flag. We are going to get racing back underway a lot sooner than I anticipated at the time of the accident. So the grid cleared of marshals, the field about to be sent back on their way, and off towards the first corner they head then with Zachary Lucas on the pole. We are having a slightly shortened race. 15 minutes is the distance then, so they have shortened the race slightly. Sensibly so, I think. So 15 minutes takes us to 1:20, which is only about 15 minutes later than lunch should have started. So that still gives everyone half an hour, 40 minutes to go and have a rest and a bite to eat, which is much needed because it's such a long day. Another 8 races to go, remember. We've got another race apiece for the Fiesta Juniors, the CityCar Cup, the MX-5 Super Cup, the STXR Challenge. The Fiesta Seniors are back out again later on this afternoon, the cars that we're seeing now. Then the MX-5 Mark 1s will be out at 4:45ish, and then at the end of the weekend, 2 bonus races that were replacement rounds for races that were lost earlier on in the season. So the Fiesta Juniors lost a race at Alton Park. That is going to be rerun here at Cadwell. And the same is true from Snetterton of the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup, who lost a race the previous round, I think it was, at Snetterton, and they're going to have that race run here this afternoon. So that's part of the reason why we have so many races, with 2 races this afternoon for the Fiesta Juniors, and 3 today, sorry, for the CityCar Cup. So those teams and drivers with a particularly busy day ahead of them. 1 race under their belt already, but yeah, both of them were categories that were only due to race on the Sunday as well, so they're cramming it all in to one day, and that's part of the reason why we had that CityCar Cup qualifying session tagged on at the end of yesterday, because we had to get them a grid sorted before Sunday morning, because there just wasn't the time in the timetable to give them a qualifying and 3 races. So down into Mansfield we head on this fairly leisurely green flag lap, actually. It does seem like they're taking their time a little bit more on the way back around. Just checking the track conditions as well up there at Chris Curve, although I don't think there was a lot of fluid to clear up, because it was too quick a clean-up operation for that to be the case. So maybe we got away with just the cars and the debris that needed moving. The drivers will have wanted a good look at that nonetheless, just to make sure that the track conditions were clear at Chris Curve, the scene of the accident. The top of the mountain they come. There the red car is Spencer Stevenson, but it's Zach Lucas weaving around at the front of the pack, bringing them towards the race restart then. Zachary Lucas, who has finally now got his first win in the category. In fact, hadn't been on the podium until Snetterton last time out, where he had a 3rd, a 2nd, and now a 1st today, so gradually getting better. Can't really get any better than yesterday's result for him, a win with the fastest lap as well, but he would like to do that again here. Certainly got off the line well the first time round, but having done that once, is he now able to recreate the magic, or is Rob Smith going to learn what he did wrong on the previous start and maybe be able to beat or challenge Zach into the first corner? Smith, of course, falling behind Alistair Kellett. Remember, Kellett is joint championship leader with Jensen Brickley coming into this race. Kellett starting 3rd, Brickley starting 6th, which is basically 5th because he's got no Marlowe Cordell alongside him on row 3 now. So the sort of 2 bluey cars, the blue, silver and fluorescent yellow, just pulling into 3rd place now is Alistair Kellett, winner last time at Snetterton, as well as a couple of victories at Croft, and then Jensen Brickley, who got all 3 of his victories in quick succession, 2 at Alton Park, and then won the very next race at Snetterton as well. He's just pulling in line now, the blue car with a bit more yellow to it around the grille and the wing mirrors and whatnot. So those are 2 starting pretty much next to each other actually on the track, really. Not a lot of real estate separating them as they will head towards the first corner. So 15 minutes on the clock. Fingers crossed for a clean first lap this time, and another good race from the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship, which sees Zachary Lucas furthest away from us on the front row, starting from pole position, and on the inside, the green and black green recycling liveried car of Rob Smith. The red lights go out now. Away we go. Much better start by Smith this time. In fact, might even have his nose ahead of Lucas as they head towards Coppice for the first time. They're absolutely level, heading underneath the pedestrian bridge into the left-hander, flat out on the first lap through here. And Rob Smith is making a much better fist of the start this time. He's got the lead as they turn into Charlie's corner. So into the lead goes Rob Smith. Second place for Zach Lucas. Third position then for Kellett, fourth Stevenson, and that's Simon Horrobin into fifth, so it wasn't a good start for Jensen Brickley. He's lost a position, and that puts an extra car between himself and his championship rival, Alistair Kellett, as they head towards Park Corner. The ST150s were side by side for the lead of their class as well, but it's Rob Smith who leads them into Park Corner for the first time. Through the right-hander, Horrobin late on the brakes there. Let's see if we can catch in fact, it was second place in the ST150s that was side by side, and there was Joseph Knight on the outside, losing out to Triple Eight of Thomas Davis. So it looks like Nick Moore has held on to the class lead in the other black car, and that the fight for second place. Was a bit of dust in the background, possibly cement dust from that incident that we saw earlier on. But this time they all seem to have got cleanly through, and Rob Smith, having lost a position at the initial start, gaining one this time, and is now trying to make his break at the front of the field into the mountain sequence for the first time. Smith leads, Lucas second, third for Kellett, fourth Stevenson, fifth for Brickley, back ahead of Horrobin now. So Brickley into the top five, Horrobin there sixth, and then a bit of a battle just behind them for seventh position. Stuart Robbins, I think that was trying to gain a position, but didn't quite get past Jamie Going, despite the fact Jamie was a little bit slower than him up the hill. The ST150s banging into each other as they went into the Hall Bends too. At the front of the field from the leading pack. And Rob Smith's going to lead the first lap around Cadwell Park. Spencer Stevenson a bit sideways there in fourth position in the red number 12 car. Across the line they go through Coppice Corner, then Smith officially 0.2 of a second clear of Zachary Lucas. I don't think he'll be able to get away from Zach that easily though. The question is whether or not Kellett can gain a bit more ground, because now, despite a bad start for Jensen Brickley, he looks actually like he's pretty quick at the start of the lap 2. He's closing in on Stevenson, and only a few car lengths ahead of Stevenson is Brickley's championship rival. Down towards Park Corner we go again. Then Rob Smith defending from Lucas, who looks from the outside to the inside. Rob Smith jinking around as well as he tries to guess which way he needs to go to defend. That's always dicey, that, though, when you start moving around in the braking zone. Keep it clean. Damage look to the front of Connor Blackburn's car. That was actually there before the restart, so I wonder if he was involved in some way in the John Cooper Marlowe Cordell shunt. So the car was carrying the damage, I noticed, when it was touring around under the red flag. Now down into Mansfield, we've got Jensen Brickley ahead of Spencer Stevenson, so now the joint championship leaders are together on track virtually, third and fourth, the two blue cars. So we've got the leading two, Rob Smith and Zachary Lucas, but behind them is the championship battle, and Jensen Brickley with a really, really strong showing here in the early stages. Didn't look like that's what I was going to be saying a lap and a half ago, and he got a poor start. Now he sees his championship rival in his crosshairs. He'll be really keen to try and get on terms with him. It could be a fight for a podium place as well. There's Jamie Going just ahead of, it's not Stuart Robbins, sorry, it's actually Dylan Hotchin who's behind him. Stuart Robbins' 9th position, and then Conor Blackburn rounding out the top 10. Zach Lucas wide out of Barn Corner. Down they come then to the end of lap number 2, and that now gives Alistair Kellett the chance, maybe, to get alongside, but you don't want to be going around the outside at Coppice on anything other than the first lap, really, because it's a very, very fast corner, hard to go through there side by side. Sort of the story for most of the corners around here at Cadwell Park. You can go wheel to wheel through them, but it's a risky thing to do and a difficult thing to pull off. But Zachary Lucas managing to fend off Kellett for now. There goes Brickley in fourth. Jensen Brickley, another Fiesta Junior graduate, but rather than moving up into the ST150s, going straight for the ST240s, this newer shaped car. And very wide out of Park. These are very good looking cars. They really do look like little touring cars, don't they? And very, very good performance you get from them as well. Great racing too. And Rob Smith is hanging on in the lead of the race. Lucas second, but there, look, Kellett and Brickley nose to tail as they go through Mansfield Corner, and Brickley hunting around much quicker off the corner. Looks to the inside, he's going to go through them. Must be a problem for Kellett, surely. Jensen Brickley goes into third position, but Kellett's car didn't seem to accelerate out of Mansfield in the way that it should have done. Surely he wasn't just letting Brickley go. I mean, that is a possibility, I guess. If he thinks that Brickley's faster than him, maybe it makes sense to let him go and then chase him back onto the tail of the leading two. Alistair Kellett, a very experienced driver, maybe thinking about that big picture, but they're tied on points. He can't really afford to be giving points away to Jensen, and having let him through, which he might have done, he's going to struggle to get it back later on in the race. Or maybe it was a missed gear or something a little bit more obvious like that. No, he's got a problem. He has definitely got a problem. Alistair Kellett losing 4th place now to Spencer Stevenson. This is big drama for Kellett, who needs to try and finish this race if he can. He's already had 1 non-finish at the start of the year at Brands Hatch. They only dropped their 2 worst scores. So if he were to have another non-finish, that would be it. He'd have used up most of his lives. That looks like Jamie going slowly in the Jam Sport Car 2, so a couple of them running into issues, but most notably is Alistair Kellett, who drops out of the podium places now. So Rob Smith leads, Lucas 2nd, Brickley 3rd, Stevenson 4th. There is Kellett. So let's see if we can follow him for a bit, just ahead of the grey and orange car of Simon Horrobin there. Is there anything obvious wrong with the car? It looks like something intermittent, because at certain points of the track he seems to have decent speed again. There go the leaders then. But it is the car in 5th position that has potentially this issue. Jensen Brickley now might start thinking about a race win, because I think he is catching the top 2. There is Kellett in the background. Looks so Spencer Stevenson in 4th position, getting away from him. And Kellett, the blue and yellow car, now seems okay again, doesn't he? And this is the part of the track where he first slowed a lap ago. And Horrobin closing in on him. There is nothing obviously wrong. There's no smoke. There's nothing hanging off the car. He's still flinging it through the Hall Bends, is Kellett. So is Horrobin. He's making his own line there through the left-hand part of the Hall Bends. I mean, this is a really strange situation for Alistair Kellett. There's obviously some sort of intermittent, maybe an electrical issue. Could be still gearbox or clutch related, because these things don't always just break and then not work at all. Sometimes you can have a clutch that's not quite biting as it should, and can affect you periodically, but I don't know, whatever it is for Kellett, seems to be driving around it a bit more now. That wasn't a terrible lap that time. It was a very good lap for Jensen Brickley, who sees ahead of him Zachary Lucas bouncing over the grass coming out of Charlie's. Fastest lap for Brickley, a 1:38.769. What was the fastest lap yesterday? It was a 38.5, so we're within a couple of tenths of that, and he's closing in on the top 2. A 38.7 was about 4 tenths quicker, 3.5 tenths quicker than the race leader Rob Smith. So Jensen Brickley, 7.5 minutes to go. We're only halfway through this shortened second race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta Championship, and he could still be a race winner here, could Jensen Brickley, to add to the 3 wins that he took over the last couple of rounds. Closing in certainly on Zach Lucas. Needs to get past Lucas quickly, otherwise Rob Smith will disappear up the road. Rob is now over a second clear of Lucas. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd positions. There is the fight for the lead in the ST150s. Number 22 is the car of Nick Moore, and he is just about keeping number 89 Joseph Knight behind him, but they're nose to tail through Chris Curve. So the ST150s, I say it's the ST150 class, they actually score points within the overall championship, and I think there is then an award at the end of the year for the ST150 which finishes the furthest up the order. So Nick Moore coming into this race was 15th overall in the championship, but that was the first of the ST150s, about 18 points ahead of Thomas Davis. Well, Thomas Davis not racing in this one, so no, the AAA car, no, he is talking absolute nonsense. He's 3rd in the class, whereas Nick Moore, as you can see, is the 1st of the ST150s. So at the moment that championship margin would go out slightly for Nick Moore, and Joseph Knight would like to try and get the class win, in inverted commas, away from him if he can. Fastest lap this time around, by the way, set by Zach Lucas, 1:38.6, so he is 3 tenths quicker than the leader, 2 tenths quicker than Jensen Brickley behind him, so you're not missing anything at the front of the field. There are the 4 ST150s. There is a 5th one as well in the shape of Adam Burdis, but he's not quite on terms with these 4 at the moment, so it's Moore, Knight, Davis and Thomas Horton at the back of that quartet. Makes its way up through Charlie's for the 6th time. This is where perhaps we're going to see Joseph Knight really move into challenge. Carried a lot more speed through the middle part of Charlie's. Didn't get off it especially well, but it was decent. He's in the tow heading down the Park Straight. Up into Park Corner they will go, the leading 3 overall, heading through the mountain. Lots of curb taken by Rob Smith through the right-hand element of the mountain. His gap came down then to 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap. Jensen Brickley, a big bounce over the curb, just caught that curb a bit wrong. And I've referred to this place as being a bit like a rally stage a few times this weekend, and that's a great example of something that can go wrong in rally. You can catch a bump a bit wrong when you're sideways through a corner, and that can cause a big problem. But Brickley, although he lost maybe a tenth or so from that, at least managed to keep control of the car. Now, Alistair Kellett, adding to my confusion on this, is now looking like he's quicker than Spencer Stevenson again. So whatever this problem... Oh, hello. That's Jamie going. Where is he going? He's on the spectator side of the track there, is Jamie. I've never seen that. He is then driving through the spectator area at Charlie's, I think that was, or Park Corner maybe, at the end of the pit straight. He's obviously gone through the gap that we can see there at Charlie's, but I guess if he's worried about leaking fluid, he doesn't want to drive on the track. Fair enough, but I don't think I've ever seen someone getting back to the paddock under their own steam, mind you, by driving through the spectator areas. But this is Jamie Going we're talking about, after all. Doesn't like to do things by the book always, and yeah, he will get the car back to the team whichever way he can, so then get it fixed for the third race later on. Right, the ST150 battle, still more ahead of Knight. That makes its way through Cobbiss and Charlie's again, inches between the rear bumper of Nick Moore's car and the front bumper of Joseph Knight's machine. Two black Fiestas out of Charlie's, and this time around Knight is a bit closer than he was a lap ago. Might be able to get a better slipstream up into Park Corner. Maybe try and attack up the inside. They're so close together, it almost looks like one Fiesta coming towards us, but actually Nick Moore knows that he's good on the brakes, doesn't feel the need to overly defend there into Park Corner, and so Joseph Knight sits in the wheel tracks for a little while longer. They head down through Chris Curve then, 3.5 minutes to go. The leaders are about to come through to finish another lap, so they should have 3 more laps to go. 3 more laps to go at the end of this one for the battle we're watching on screen now, which heads through Mansfield. There is Rob Smith, the race leader. The lead gap 1.1 seconds now, and suddenly Jensen Brickley dropping away again from the top 2. So a bizarre race this. People pace really coming and going at odd points in the race. Alistair Kellett is still right on the tail of Spencer Stevenson. There they go in the background. Look, the red car of Stevenson, the blue and silver of Kellett, but it is the green and black car, number 1, Rob Smith, which leads the way. Zachary Lucas trying to close back in. He got the gap down to about 3/4 of a second a lap or 2 ago. Now it's gone just back over 1.1 again. Oh, he's on the grass, Zach Lucas from second place, sideways, just dipped a wheel onto the grass through Chris Curve, and that was a really strange moment, just made the tiniest of mistakes, and that has cost him second place. Jensen Brickley can't believe his luck, he's into second without ever having to really fight for it. That was a bizarre moment. I mean, I've seen people do that before though, Chris Curd, because it just goes on and on and on and on and on, that right-hander. And what you can't really see from that angle that we've got of it actually is that it's not a constant radius corner. It sort of opens and tightens. There are a few little elements to it. And if you just get slightly offline, especially in a front-wheel drive car, easy to understeer wide to the edge of the road. He did well to keep it out of the barriers and to keep it in a podium place. So Zachary Lucas down to third, but Brickley now moves through into second position. And if he can stay in second position, that will be 46 championship points for Jensen Brickley, whereas Alistair Kellett in 5th at the moment is only on course for 36. So that would be a big difference between them. It would put an 8-point championship cushion between them in Brickley's favour if it finishes like this, but it might not finish like this because Alistair Kellett, I don't think, has given up hope of getting ahead of Spencer Stevenson. You'll also be thinking about the reversed grid, which I believe for race 3 is anywhere between 6th and 8th, so it's a relatively small window, but if you can finish at the back end of the top 6, you know you're going to be in the front couple of rows for race number 3. Maybe that's what Kellett is thinking about, because if it were to be a top 6 reversal, he would start second on the grid for that race, and Jensen Brickley would be starting on the 3rd row. There is Brickley. His gap now to Smith 4 seconds. It was quite a slow lap for Jensen Brickley, probably because Zach Lucas was broadside across the track in front of him when he came to this part of the circuit a lap ago. Now trying to just keep his head down. He's got a lap to go at the end of this one, I think, before the checkered flag. He's not likely to catch Rob Smith, who, as you can see, is a long way ahead, already heading towards the mountain, past the bus stop chicane. The real question, I guess, is whether or not Zachary Lucas can get back onto the tail of Jensen Brickley. I don't think he will. I think Zachary's probably scared himself a bit with that half spin. Not often you can do that round here and not hit anything and have a car that's still in one piece at the end. So Zachary Lucas perhaps content now to settle for third. The real fight is the one for fourth between Stevenson and Kellett, and then also between Simon Horrobin and Dylan Hotchin. Those two have been nose to tail in the fight for 6th place all race long. Across the line we go, just about with time for one more lap. They actually could have got away with throwing the checkered flag there. There were only a couple of seconds left, but they are going to just squeeze one more lap out of this. And Rob Smith then heads through Charlie's for the last time. And makes his way onto the Park Straight then with now absolutely no threat at all. 4.1 seconds his lead over Brickley, who was 2.1 ahead of Zach Lucas. Lucas was 3/10 quicker than Jensen on the last lap, but it's a big gap. I don't think he's going to catch him before the flag. Spencer Stevenson and Alistair Kellett still running nose to tail for 4th. And the ST150 is still being led, I believe, by Nick Moore ahead of Joseph Knight, but those two have never been more than about 0.3 of a second apart all race long. There is that fight for 4th. Kellett now moving in to really attack Spencer Stevenson, but that might have been his best opportunity to do it at Park Corner, and Spencer fended him off, so the red number 12 car keeping the 4th place now, but still a few more overtaking opportunities for Kellett to have a go if he really wants to. But Alistair is a sensible driver. He will be thinking about the championship, and 5th place with a decent grid position for race 3 is better than going for a move that ends in contact, which can either take you out of the race or get you a penalty, and even maybe an exclusion. That's something that they all need to try and avoid, is an exclusion, because you can't drop a race from which you are excluded, and Alistair Kellett will be mindful of that as well. But the race leader, Rob Smith, is coming into the final couple of corners now, and he makes his way out of barn to see the checkered flag. And for Rob Smith, this is a first win of the year, would you believe? He's had a handful of podiums, but it's his first victory in 2022, and he gets it here at Cadwell Park. 2nd place for Jensen Brickley, and 3rd position for Zach Lucas, and that's Dylan Hotchin on the grass, trying to get around the outside of Simon Horrobin into the last corner. How did that one end? Well, they're both still there. That's the first bit of good news. Horrobin will keep hold of the place, but that battle got very, very tough into the last corner. Waiting as well for those ST150s to come through. Nick Moore had a 0.2 of a second lead over Joseph Knight as they started the last lap. I think they'll be somewhere near the mountain now, maybe. They should be coming past fairly shortly. There, Jensen Brickley moves up to congratulate Rob Smith on the race win. And Zachary Lucas in a slightly disappointed 3rd place, you would have to say. So they are already long past the checkered flag. The ST150s have just gone past me, and they're absolutely together again, heading into the Hall Bends. There they are, look. So Nick Moore still ahead of Joseph Knight, but Joseph throwing everything at this to try and get the class win away. He's into the back of him, actually, through the hairpin, sideways for Nick Moore, and that was that. Now, I don't think that Joseph's going to be able to get to him before the flag. 3rd place pretty close as well, but that's still Davis ahead of Thomas Horton. Across the line they go then, and Nick Moore is going to be the first of the Fiesta ST150s home after a race-long battle there with Joseph Knight. And Joseph Knight got into the back of him on more than one occasion there, but nothing untoward, I wouldn't say, nothing too aggressive. It was just good, hard tin-top racing there. Bit of paint traded, but no one should be too angry with the other after that one. So, Rob Smith gets his first win of 2022, and that might now move him ahead of Zach Lucas, you know, for 3rd, well, in fact, yeah, 4th, maybe 3rd in the championship. We'll have to look at that, because Simon Horrobin was also ahead of them coming into that race. Simon managed 6th place there, so he gets 34 championship points. Work that out in a moment or two. First, oh, well, no, maybe I can go through the points right now then. Zach Lucas will finish in 3rd, so he gets 42 championship points. And Rob Smith, of course, gets the win. Did he get fastest lap? No, that actually goes to Lucas. So 50 points for Smith. We'll give the a bonus point for the fastest lap to Zach Lucas, puts him on 35. So that means Brickley 8 points ahead of Kellett for the championship lead, and then a long way back to, wow, Rob Smith, who is 3rd, 1 point ahead of Simon Horrobin and Zach Lucas, who are tied for 4th. So Smith, Horrobin, Lucas, 1 point apart in the fight for 3rd in the championship, and that really is the best that they can take from the 2022 season now, I think. So they'll be really concentrating on that battle as we go into the 3rd race of the weekend, and then of course they'll have another 3 races up at Knockhill in Scotland and another 3 at Brands Hatch in October. So the championship battle very much not over for those 3 for 3rd place, or indeed for Brickley and Kellett for the race win. So the Fiestas then making their way into the Park Ferme area, and they'll then make the, I'm sure, slow and leisurely stroll down into the podium area to chat to Richard. And the marshals and everyone else here at Cadwell Park taking a well-deserved break. And we can now, I think, head over to Richard John Neal then for our final set of podium interviews from our morning races. So, no audio, I'm afraid, for Richard again, so we will try and get back to Richard for the podium interviews if we can, but some slight technical issues, unfortunately. We are in the middle of nowhere here, really, the middle of the Lincolnshire Wolds, Cadwell Park, so things like radio signals can sometimes let us down, but we'll try and get back to Richard if we can in a minute or so. But we are into the lunch break here at Cadwell Park. We've got about half an hour before we go racing again, and as I said, still 8 races to go, 2 from the Fiesta Juniors, 2 from the CityCar Cup, and then 1 apiece for the MX-5 Super Cup, the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship as well, and then for fans of Fords, as well as the 2 junior races, you've got the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge and the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta Championship as well. So 8 more races to come, the first of those due to kick off at 2:05. If we hear of an amended start time, then I'll let you know, but at the moment it's 2:05. That we will get racing back underway here from Cadwell, which is in just about half an hour's time. So, waiting for, hopefully, the connection to Richard to fix itself again. And we'll hope to chat to our podium finishers, who probably aren't even there yet either. Racing drivers, very, very fast when they're on the track. As soon as they get off the circuit, it's like herding cats trying to get them down to the podium, and they've got quite a bit of distance to cover here at Cadwell as well. And all they want to do when they get out of the car is chat to their teams, chat to their friends and family, chat to each other, do anything other than walk down to where they're needed. And that's why sometimes we have a few minutes anyway to kill before they head down to the podium area. Hopefully they'll get there relatively speedily. And Richard will be able to chat to them. Plenty more racing to come today. Lots more racing to come from the BRSCC as well, including more live-streamed events. There are, I think, at least 2 more live-streamed events planned for the BRSCCs. And we're at Donington Park in another few weeks. That's our next sort of Mazda MX-5 based package, and the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park playing host to that event, and that's going to be one you won't want to miss. Donington Park, one of my favourite circuits. I think it really does produce some of the very best racing in the UK. That will be on the 24th and 25th of September. And we will then be also, of course, bringing you all of the live action from the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, the 51st edition of the Formula Ford Festival, which really enjoyed a fantastic year in 2021, a final for the ages. And that Formula Ford Festival on the 22nd and 23rd of October will also have support action from some of the championships you've seen today, actually. So the Fiesta Junior and Senior Championship, the Modified Ford Series will all be out there as well. So it is a real Ford Festival at the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch at the end of the season. So lots more live action, and of course lots of other racing action from the BRSCC as well for you to enjoy, even if you're not broadcasting it live. Get yourself down to your local racetrack, support club racing here in the UK. And as you've seen from what we've shown you over the last day and a half, the racing that you get at these club events, it's certainly not amateur racing. It's really, really close, really exciting stuff, and it's well worth the day out. Lots of people think that if they're going to go to a racetrack to watch a day of racing, they have to spend a lot of money to go to a high-profile event where they're going to be packed in like sardines, whereas actually, as you can see here at Cadwell Park, you've got plenty of space around the circuit. There's a good crowd on hand, a nice crowd on hand, very knowledgeable crowd as well. Making their way here, I'm sure, this weekend. And you get to enjoy more racing for less money, and a paddock that is fully accessible as well. You can wander around the paddock, chat to any of the drivers, and if you're interested in getting involved in racing, you can speak to a few of our BRSCC organisers who are here to try and guide you on your way to the grid. Right then, we can now, I hope, head back down to Richard John Neal in the podium area, who hopefully has some drivers to chat to.
Thank you very much, Andy. You join us back down in Parc Fermé. Nobody ready to go out because we're going into lunch break. But let us do the overall podium first of all. In third position, Zach Lucas. We can take as long as we want on these, and I can thank as many people as I want. This is great. There is Zach. Takes his trophy and we'll assume third position. And second place, Jensen Brickley. And a very welcome visitor, a return to the top step of the podium for Rob Smith. Right, I'm going to whiz over and grab a quick word with Zach Lucas first. And Zach, Chris Curve seemed to be a problem for you when you were in second. You were hounding Rob, but seemed to go a little bit awry.
What's that, into the gooseneck?
Yeah, out of Chris Curve into gooseneck.
That's right, yeah, I had a little moment, just a back left wheel stepped on the grass and sent me a little bit sideways, managed to catch it, but Jensen took advantage of that and got himself to second step. So
people don't realise just the slightest thing can cause the loss of a podium or a win.
Oh, definitely, yeah, that's what it's like in racing, but yeah, it's a brilliant race and everyone was tussling about, it's great.
Back on the podium though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, more of the same later on. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Jensen Brickley. Yeah, I still have to do the jumping bit to talk to Jensen. You must have thought it was Christmas getting that second position.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think Spencer was quite kind to me. He knew that I was a little bit faster than him, so he let me through, obviously being my teammate. And then I got onto the back of Kelly. He must have been looking in his mirrors or something because I don't know what he was doing. And then, yeah, I was quite lucky with Lucas, to be fair, because I don't know what he did. I think he got a left rear wheel on the grass, but it was close. He nearly came across in front of me. But yeah, really happy with second from sixth and glad to beat Alistair.
Good points. Yeah, Alistair sort of went off and then came back, and I think your teammate defended well from him as well. And Rob Smith, Rob, one of the things I noticed yesterday, you know, you're trying to chat to sit there as well. One of the things I noticed yesterday, Rob, you were P2, right? And you were grinning from ear to ear, and you still are. So it doesn't seem to matter as long as you're on the podium, you're happy.
Well, I missed out yesterday, and Sid here won this morning in the juniors, and I couldn't let him do it, and me let the side down. So a bit of father and son first places. Over the moon for today, really good.
And Cadwell Park's good for you. Did you win, am I right in saying you won the last race here last year, the last round?
Yeah, I had a couple of really unlucky first races, all down to the last race, and we won it, but it was really, really tight, and we haven't had such a good year this year, but just so pleased to be back in winning ways, and yeah, nice day for it.
It's great to see. And Sid, you chuffed about that. What were your reaction as it was going round?
I was loving it. Lucas got quite close at times, so it wasn't the most easiest thing watching it. But
you can call him Zach. I had this with other drivers about using first names.
Yeah. Sorry, Zach then. Yeah. No, it was really good win in my opinion. Yeah, I was watching from the grandstand over there. Looked like a really good race.
Nice one, Sid and Rob. Well done. Many congratulations. Going to do the 150 podium as well. Sorry to take the mick there. Just briefly, it's nice if we do the first lanes. So anyway, let's go on to the 150 podium and. In third position, Tom Davis. Well done, Tom. And in P2, Joseph Knight, yesterday's winner. Well done, Joseph. And your race winner, Nick Moore. So well done. Let's have a word with Tom Davis first. Second race of the weekend, one more to go, but hot work out there, isn't it? These conditions, this summer has been very hot work for all racing drivers.
Yeah, extremely hot. The car got extremely hot near the end, and I thought it's not going to make it to the end, so we was lucky. I kept looking for that flag at the end, but yeah, we made it, got third again. So yeah, 2/3, I'll take that.
Is it something that's going to be okay for race 3?
I don't know, we've had a niggly issue last couple of rounds. Thought we was on top of it, but obviously not, so hopefully it'll cool down a bit, or I don't know. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Fingers crossed, hopefully see you on the podium for race 3. Let's go across and have a word with Joseph Knight. You gave us a nice chat in the car before the race started, and obviously race winner yesterday. Another podium, happy with that? You were third, weren't you, in the early stages, and fought your way back up into second, so not an easy race by any stretch.
Oh no, especially in that heat. I mean, I didn't get the best of start, obviously dropped down to third like you said, but was able to get out to second through the gooseneck downhill chicane. And then yeah, caught up to Nick and couldn't quite get past him. Very close to the finish, but yeah, really close. Really fun though.
Well done, good to see it. And Nick, I think 8th win of the season in class?
I don't know if it is, and I'm pretty pleased with that. No, it's just good to have a good race with these guys because it's been a while since all three of us have been able to come and finish because Joe had his issues at Snat and everything, but there might not be many cars in the class, but I think when you've got 4 together like that throughout a race, you don't need many cars to have a decent race. So really pleased and glad it was clean and everything, and yeah, hopefully have a good last race of the weekend as well.
Nick, well done on the win. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll see you a little bit later on for race 3. Our 150 podium finishers there. Nick Moyer, race winner, Joseph Knight and Tom Davis taking 3rd position. Well, a very interesting, I was going to say morning's racing. We're into the afternoon as well. We've got about 20 minutes, I think, left of our lunch break. So we're going to take a quick comfort break and a cup of tea. Suggest you at home do the same, but leave the stream on and rejoin us around about 2 o'clock, 2:05, to kick things off again. As we did this morning, we start with the Fiesta Junior Championships. Another great race to kick off a great afternoon's racing here at Cadwell Park, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club. So please stay with us and enjoy your break. Bye for now. Welcome back to Cadwell Park. The crew, the marshals, I think, are all fed and watered. I've just clonked someone accidentally. Sorry about that. I'll be sued now for that. We're ready for the afternoon. Clouding over a little bit cooler. I'm going to have a word with this young man here. Dan Lewis was involved the first race of the day and had probably the most damaged car on track. But they've got it out. Jam Sport, his team have got it out. I think he was going to have a word with Sid. We're all right to have a quick word. Get your helmet on first. Get yourself race ready because it's going to be crucial to get you down. I don't want to be responsible, Dan, for you not getting a finish in race 2. At least here you get a chance to see what a driver has to go through and how quickly they can do it. So I did tee Dan up for a little bit of a chat before things got in, before he came in. And so crash helmet on, hands device as well. Safety features absolutely paramount. You can see how quickly the drivers can do it, which is pretty impressive. Drivers all getting in cars as well. We'll get you in the car, Dan, then we'll grab you in there. Just want to make sure Dan's race ready, because the last thing I want to do is have him going out of position on the grid. That would be the worst possible thing after having had the crash this morning. One of the Jam Sport engineers just looking in and going around to the front of the car. As I say, the front end of the car was pretty much missing this morning after the first lap problems that the cars had. So the drivers are getting the calls now to get in the cars. It means we're going to have a couple of minutes to go. If we've got time, I'm going to nip over and talk to George Foxlow as well. Belt's just going on Dan's car. Full afternoon, pretty much what you saw this morning, I think, with the exception of the modified Fords who have completed their programme now. So plenty of Mazda racing, lots of Fiesta racing as well. I think we're nearly there. Belt's just being tightened up. Helmet sorted out, that's great. Fist bump, thanks for that. Sorry, hopefully we haven't, Dan, I hope we haven't impinged on your routine for getting ready for the race. First of all, tell us about what happened in race 1.
Race 1, I had a little incident on the straight. Just, there was too many cars going down the straight and had an unfortunate collision, which led me to go into the wall and take out a couple of cars with me, so.
The boys have done a job, Jam Sport team have done a great job by the look of it, getting you back out, because I think we were thinking you might not be out.
They did an amazing job. I'm so thankful for my mechanics. They did great, yeah. Really quick.
Yeah. And how important is it for you to put this morning behind you and get on and have this race now?
So important. I just need to get out, forget what happened earlier, and just try and do my best.
We wish you well with the race. Stay safe. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hopefully we'll see Dan on the podium. That's Dan Lewis. Thanks for that, Dan. Do you want the door shut, Dan? Okay, let's just pop that shut. Nice click, which tells us that he should all be safe. I'm going to, if we've got time, whiz across and talk to George Foxlow, because he was on the podium the last time we were covering the Fiesta Juniors, but I didn't get to talk to him for whatever reason. We didn't manage to have the time that day to talk. George, are you okay to just open up? Good to see you. Way of an apology, I don't think we spoke to you after your podium at Snetterton, so I wanted to say well done for that, and you know, tell us about that and what the feelings were getting that podium.
Very good, and felt like I've actually, well, achieved something in a very short space of time in the Fiestas, and well, I mean, it was just very good. Yeah, great.
You come from a racing family. I've watched your dad race on the ovals quite a few times, so that must have been something you've been itching to do for a while.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was something that I've, well, ever since I first watched him, wanted to.
Well, cars are going out, so I'm not going to hold you back anymore. Good luck for the race. Thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy the race. That's George Foxlow, so we can see the cars going out now. Pole position starts over there. We go down and then they'll come back from this side for the full field. The Fiesta Junior Championship, as you probably know, has produced some terrific drivers going back to the first champion, with the likes of Jack Mitchell, who finished runner-up to Charlie Liddell the first year they had it. And since then, we've had so many great drivers that are making their way up through sports car racing and tin top racing up towards British touring cars. Whatever your ambition is in motor racing, whether it's single-seaters, Joseph Lowe going up into F4, of course, he was a former champion. Whether it's single-seaters, touring cars, sports cars, there is no better place than the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship to start your career. So, who's in this year's lineup? If you missed race 1, we've got another lineup here for race 2. And to talk you through the grid, here's Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, an all too brief lunch break has passed us by, and we're already about to get our afternoon set of 8 races underway with the Fiesta Juniors, their second of 3 races today, a particularly busy weekend for them because they have this replacement race coming up at the end of the day as well for a race that was lost at Alton Park. But this is the grid for our second race, and it is the pole position then for this one for Cycles 2 on the grid there. It would help if I had the right grid sheet in front of me, wouldn't it? There we go. Grid for race 2 for Fiesta Juniors is headed by Sid Smith with Thomas Jack Lee alongside him, Albert Webster and Dan Lewis on row 2. I mean, how Dan Lewis's car is out there, I do not know after the shape it was in after race 1. Ben Ryan and Luke Hilton on row 3, then Archie Handy and Lewis Hodgin on the 4th row, with Lexi Belk, who had some sort of mechanical issue at the start or the restart of race 1. She starts 9th alongside Lucas Hayden. Then it's Harry England and James Pope together on row 6. Jasmine Shaw and George Foxlow should be there on the 7th row of the grid. And this is going to be, I'm sure, another exciting race. Now, just one amendment to that grid. Lewis Hodgin is non-starting, so he is the only car of the 5 or 6 who were involved in the initial red flag-inducing incident earlier on today. He's the only one not taking the start of this second race. So, fantastic job by the whole team to get the car sorted and get him out there onto the grid again for race number 2 of the day. So, the race earlier on won by Sid Smith. That obviously helps him out massively in his championship campaign. Arrived here with the points lead already, coming into Cadwell Park. And a race victory has extended his championship margin now at the front of the field. Ben Ryan came home in 2nd place, and he came into the weekend some way further back in the championship, actually 9th position in the points was Ben Ryan. Now for 2nd place you get 47 points. 45 points for 3rd then went to Lucas Hayden. And again, lots of these are drivers who haven't necessarily been having the best of fortunes or haven't necessarily been regular front runners over the course of the season, but have been able to stay out of trouble in that race, basically, which was half the battle, really, and managed to get themselves a good set of results. So the main story, really, was that Thomas Jack Lee and Albert Webster, neither of them finished the race, and they were 3rd and 2nd, respectively, in the points coming into the weekend. So they both notch up another 0. Of course, for Albert Webster, his 3rd non-finish of the season. You only drop your 2 worst scores in Fiesta Junior Racing. So an interesting situation at the front then. Sid Smith now really romping away from Webster and Thomas Jack Lee, and indeed Thomas moving ahead of Albert in that race, because Thomas, that was his first non-finish, had an exclusion at Croft which he can't drop, but that was actually his first non-finish of the season. So just waiting to get the cars out onto their green flag lap then, and I'm not quite sure what the reason for the hold-up is here. We were hoping to get the race started at 5 past, but now we are getting the boards raised from the starting gantry then. A bit of debris being picked up by Marshall, I can see out of the window at the Hall Bends, so the track just being readied for the start of the race, and then we will be off and running with Sid Smith from the pole position, and there he goes then. Won the first race, but not actually as easily as it might appear by looking at the result sheet, because he was 2.6 seconds up the road at the flag, but actually had a really hard battle with Thomas Jack Lee and Albert Webster. If you didn't join us for that first race earlier on, it was a very, very dramatic race, not only because of the initial red flag incident, but then on the restart, Albert Webster and Thomas Jack Lee dicing over 2nd place. Albert got it all wrong coming out of the gooseneck, bounced onto the grass, got completely sideways, bounced onto the grass on the other side of the road, and absolutely wiped out Thomas Jack Lee, who was completely the innocent party in all of that, and ended up both of them non-finishing. Now again, both of those teams have done a really good job to get the cars out there. I mean, every team, it seemed, had some form of repair work to do after the first race, and the teams really do deserve all the congratulations that they get. Jam Sport in particular for getting Daniel Lewis's car out onto the track. I mean, that is a work of miracle, really. That race ended up finishing at, what, about 9:45 this morning or so. They probably didn't get the car back to the awning until about 10 o'clock-ish. So they got that car fixed in about 3.5 hours, and it looked like a write-off. I was convinced the car was written off and we wouldn't see it out on track again, certainly not today. But no, they really managed to work miracles there, did the Jam Sport squad, and they, along with all of the other teams on the grid, who had work to do over the late morning and into the early afternoon. Big congratulations to them. There is James Pope's car, also sporting a bit more white now than it was at the start of the weekend after his involvement in the incident too. Really, the only driver, I think, to avoid incident in that race was Sid Smith, and so, rightfully so, he went and took another race victory. every car looking like a bit of a patchwork quilt now, aren't they? Lexi Belk's car is okay. Her problem wasn't damage, it was mechanical issue. Don't know what it was, but her car didn't get moving on the, or didn't move very far anyway, on the green flag lap for the restart. Got pushed into the pit lane. She did then rejoin the track from the pits a couple of laps down, but having now hopefully got the car fixed, we'll be coming from the back of, towards the back of the grid. Lexi starting, well, 9th actually, so it's inside the top 10 ahead of Lucas Hayden in the 46 car. We are only missing the one car, so 13 of them then set to take the start of this 15-minute second race of the day for the Fiesta Juniors. Through the Hall Bends they go, where again it's a little overcast, but it is still, believe me, very warm. So inside the cars it's going to be very toasty indeed. Well, spot the 46 car there, Lucas Hayden, still missing a rear window. Actually, I think he did have a rear window before, but that car damaged as well in the incidents earlier on, is now minus glass in the rear part of the car, but that won't affect him too much aerodynamically unless he starts going backwards, which he'll certainly be hoping to avoid. So Smith then pulls into the pole position, and he is the son of Rob Smith, of course, who we saw racing successfully in the Fiesta Senior Championship a little bit earlier on today. And he is now lining up on pole, looking to try and do the double here at Cadwell Park with Thomas Jack Lee alongside him. The AMD livery car of Albert Webster starting alongside the number 19, the Jam Sport car of Daniel Lewis. Both of those cars heavily damaged in 2 different incidents, as I documented earlier on today. Miracle that they're both out on track. How quick they will be, well, we're about to find out, because the red lights are going on and we are away and racing. Not a great start from Daniel Lewis. Albert Webster was on his toes though, and he breaks through into 3rd place already. The top 2 almost neck and neck, but in the second phase of the start it will be Sid Smith who moves across the front of Thomas Jack Lee to get the lead into the first corner. Looks like they've kept it a bit cleaner this time, a lot cleaner, let's be honest, into the first corner. Not a single car on the grass yet as they turn through Charlie's for the first time. Webster slotting into 3rd. Daniel Lewis has slipped down the order to about 6th place though, so I don't know whether that's just him taking it easy in that car, trying to feel it out, work out, in fact there's a bit of smoke as they're coming from the back of the car, or something rubbing maybe. That red car with the black front in about 6th or 7th place, maybe a small issue just developing there, but we'll monitor that over the rest of the first lap, which is halfway complete already, with Sid Smith sideways at Park Corner in the lead, Thomas Jack Lee in 2nd position, and 3rd place was Albert Webster. So grid order for the top 3. Someone's been out on the dirt there, a bit of dust kicked up into the air. There's definitely something coming out. I can't tell if it's, I think it is fluid of some sort coming out of the back of Daniel Lewis's car. Now it was mainly the front of that car that took the damage, which is slightly confusing. Someone else bouncing over the grass. I hope that wasn't Albert Webster again. No, I suspect it might have been Sid Smith, because he's under lots of pressure from Thomas Jack Lee as they come out of Mansfield for the first time. Thomas wants to try and get ahead of Sid before Sid gets his head down and settles into a rhythm. Into the mountain then, Sid Smith defending on the way in. That means he'll be slow on the way out to these sideways as well. So up the inside will go Thomas Jack Lee, side by side over the top of the mountain. This is for the lead into the right-hander at the Hall Bends, but no, somehow Smith fends him off. So Sid Smith, despite a terrible run through the mountain there, holds on to the lead of the race through the Hall Bends for the first time. Ben will Ryan there in the race car consultant's car going through in the midfield, but Smith is going to lead them into the final corner of the opening lap. And he holds the lead on the exit, I'm sure, because he was very sideways at the apex there. He just about hangs on, but Thomas Jack Lee at this point looks quicker, even in a car that was pretty badly damaged after race number 1. Sticking in the wheel tracks of Sid Smith at the end of the first lap. So Smith leads, Lee 2nd, Webster 3rd, Will Ryan there in 4th, 5th for Archie Handy, another car that's been repaired after the first race. Then Lexi Bell is 6th, Dan Lewis down to 7th, Lucas Hayden is 8th, James Pope 9th, and Harry England rounding out the top 10. 12 of them through. We haven't yet seen the 13th car, which I saw going slowly actually into the Hall Bends just now. That was the car of number 32, Luke Hilton, unfortunately, who was going quite slowly towards the end of the first lap, so he may well be pit lane bound. In fact, he's just pulled into the pit lane, I can see on the timing screen. Sid Smith again seems to like the back of that car to be quite loose. I seem to recall that from race 1 actually, had quite a bit of turning oversteer at the start of the first race. And that's the case again now in race 2. Right front tyre coming off. Oh, yes, that's off the rim, isn't it? So he's had a tyre come off the rim on the right front corner. And it's not Formula 1 style pit stop, it must be said. That'll take him a good minute or so to get reattached and back on its way. As Thomas Jack-Lee runs wide, Albert Webster runs wide. Sid Smith by far the neatest of that group out of Mansfield that time, and he's just now starting to pull a small gap over the two behind, who tangled in the earlier race. Through the mountain they head. Benmore Ryan having a good showing here in 4th position as well. Benmore Ryan scoring some good points this weekend. Had a podium finish at Croft, his only appearance on the podium until that 2nd place earlier on this morning. Through the hairpin again, Smith appears through the trees as the race leader, and now it does become more about this fight for second between Lee, Webster and Mull Ryan, and Lee this time wide out of the last corner. Albert Webster maybe will try to get level with him across the line, but he's not going to be able to do that. These cars remarkably evenly matched in a straight line. You can see actually the Luke Hilton car, having rejoined the track from the pit lane, has come out just in front of the leaders, so that's going to be interesting because he's as quick as the leaders really. Qualifying starting 6th on the grid for this race, so he's not going to be an easy man to overtake, even if it is to put him another lap down. He'll be shown the blue flags, of course, by the marshal, so that should help the leaders in their quest to get past him. Let's up the Park Straight, down the Park Straight initially, then back up the other side they go. There's the Lexi Belk car under pressure from Lucas Hayden. As on the grass there, that was Albert Webster. Stay off the grass, Albert. You'd have thought he'd have learned after the first race. I think that was Thomas Jack-Lee wide as well out of Park, but on the way into Park Corner, Albert Webster dipping the left-hand side tyres onto the grass. If that grass had been wet, he'd have been backwards in a flash, but thankfully the grass actually almost as grippy as the tarmac, it seems, today. Really sliding that thing around, isn't he, Thomas Jack-Lee, and Webster likewise, but that little moment for Webster dropping him back a touch, although Thomas is wide again. Now he is starting to run the risk, I would suggest, of incurring track limits penalties. Mansfield, I'm sure, is one of the corners they'll be checking it. The Exeter Charlies is another. If you start running too wide onto the grass too frequently, you could find yourself having time added onto your race. Luke Hilton, by the way, doing well, actually, I think he's pulling over to retire. I was going to say doing a good job of getting out of the way. He was driving on the grass over the top of the mountain, but he has pulled up just opposite the my commentary position. Luke Hilton then looks like he's going to be out of the race. That is a shame for the TradePriceCars.com backed driver, easy for me to say, who is about to clamber out of the number 32 car. So leader across the line then. Sid Smith's lead was 1.2 seconds. It's grown now to 1.8 at the end of the 3rd lap. Thomas Jack-Lee, despite all of the rally crossing he's doing, still actually looking pretty comfortable in 2nd position. Albert Webster 3rd, Mull Ryan 4th, Archie Handy 5th, and Lexi Belk lost a couple of positions on that lap to Lucas Hayden, to Daniel Lewis and Lucas Hayden. So Lewis goes 6th, Hayden 7th, and Lexi Belk down into 8th position at the end of that 3rd lap. This time it's Albert Webster who's a touch wide over the exit curve at Charlie's. There's Archie Handy, the white and pink number 41 car running in 5th place, but Sid Smith proving to be a difficult man to catch here in this 2nd race. Helped perhaps by the fact that most of the cars that are doing the chasing are a little bit beaten up after their issues in the 1st race. Sid had a very, very clean race, not a bit of contact on that car, I don't think, in the opening encounter. So Lexi Belk there turning through through Chris Curve. Thomas Cross on the back of that car, because Lexi is a relative newcomer to racing. In his 2nd season racing in Fiesta Juniors though, and coming on pretty strongly this 2nd half of the season. Can he catch this podium battle that's going on? Because Albert Webster, having dropped back towards Mull Ryan a lap ago, is still only a car length or so ahead of them. He's got a taste for podiums now. Thomas Jack-Lee there sideways and on the grass in a yellow flag zone. That never goes down particularly well. And, oh, Albert Webster! What a save that was. He caught the curb wrong through the first part of the Hall bends, and that started a real Scandinavian flick effect, an unintended one. And then he sort of went to the sideways again. Albert Webster is flirting with disaster here in that 3rd placed car. Maybe a touch of overdriving going on here as he tries to stay with Thomas in front of him. And Albert Webster needs to be careful because he can't really afford, he won't want another accident anyway, of course he won't, but if he wants to finish at least 2nd in the championship this year, he really needs to be finishing all of the races. Can't have another non-finish. That would really spoil his chances of a good championship position at the end of the year. And again, with every moment that he has, so Benmore Ryan gets a bit more eager to find a way past him. just slowly dropping Archie Handy now, and Daniel Lewis, is he catching him? Yes, by a second on the previous lap. So Daniel Lewis might be able to reward the team here with a top 5 finish. Could even still get onto the podium if these three continue to trip over each other. Would be a remarkable effort then for Daniel. Started fourth, didn't get a great start, just feeding the car out in the first few laps, but now seems to be up to full pace. His last lap was a 47.0, only a couple of tenths slower than the race leader Sid Smith. So for Daniel Lewis, that car clearly not only has been repaired, but repaired to a high standard too, as you would expect from the Jam Sport crew. Meanwhile, Albert Webster coming down out of Mansfield corner in a race car consultant's sandwich here. Blue car ahead of Thomas Jatley, the red and white behind Benwell Ryan. Thomas, is he coming under a bit more pressure from Webster now? I think he is. Webster really hops over that curb through the mountain. Smith, I could sit and watch from the hall bench all day long, especially when we get these little Fiestas out on track. They are so spectacular through there. Daniel Lewis looked past Archie Handy. He did that coming over the top of the mountain, so Handy must have had a moment at the mountain itself and made that very easy in the end for Lewis to break into the top 5. So now he will, in fact, no, Handy's got a problem, that's what it is. Archie Handy pulling off line out of the hairpin. Through goes Lucas Hayden, and that is a big shame. Another car that had a repair job done on it, and perhaps a lingering issue from the shunt at the start of race 1. Looks like it's going to take Archie Handy out of the race. So Handy into the pit lane to retire. As the battle continues for second then, Thomas Jack Lee 4 seconds adrift of the race leader. But this three-way fight for the bottom steps on the podium, or might it become a 4-way fight? Daniel Lewis was quite a bit quicker. He was another second quicker than Webster, and about 1.2 seconds quicker than Thomas Jack Lee in second, who is sort of controlling the pace of those three. So whatever speed he's doing, they 2 cars behind him are limited to that speed, and now he's defending from Webster as well. That's only going to slow them down more. So there, look, Daniel Lewis definitely catching. The gap to Mull Ryan, who is his next target, was 2.25 seconds at the start of the lap. On the previous lap, he was a full 1.25 seconds faster than him. So he could get there, couldn't he? Archie Handy out of his car, though, so his race is done. He looks thoroughly fed up with life, and I can't say I blame him, really. Been a day to forget so far for Archie. Damage in race 1, and now some issue taking him out of the second race as well. Right, second place battle. This is really starting to hot up now. Albert Webster back on the tail of Thomas Jack Lee. And the two tangling in that early race, not through an aggressive move by either of them. It was just unfortunate, really, that when Webster got it wrong, Thomas was in the firing line, but now they are nose to tail over the top of the mountain. This is the 6th lap of the race, 4.5 minutes to go, and again they fling the cars from the right to the left to the right again over the top of the hill, disappear from view just for a moment into the hairpin. They appear the other side, still in the same order. Dan Lewis is off! Dan Lewis is off! He's almost in the barriers. That was, again, overdriving, I think, from Dan. He could see he was catching them and just carried too much speed through the hairpin. And that barrier was coming up very, very quickly. It has Recticel up against it, so it wouldn't have damaged the car particularly, but it could have taken him out of the race. And Dan Lewis, lucky to survive that one. A slow lap, but stays in 5th position. That now probably has cost him any chance of a podium, though, because he's now 3.3 seconds back. Only lost about a second from that, though, would you believe, on that lap. So he is quick enough to close in, I think, if they really start to fall over each other or make mistakes, which they are there, certainly in Benwell Ryan's case, being very wide out of Charlie's. Through Park corner they go, defensive line, really defensive line actually taken by Thomas Jack Lee. He's going to go in a bit too hot, I think. Webster tries to get the switch back up the inside, looks to the inside line at Chris Curve. Is he there? Is he there? Well, Thomas wasn't sure and he left the door open just in case, and Webster needed no second invitation, sticks his nose fully in the gap now as they go through Chris Curve. But actually Thomas, carrying good momentum around the outside, arrives at the gooseneck ahead, but only just. And now Albert Webster is going to look up the inside, and this is going to be the way to make a clean move, hopefully, through Mansfield. Might lean on Thomas on the exit. No, they kept it squeaky clean, actually. And the corner at which they both retired in race 1, they go side by side with no contact in race 2, but on the wide line, Thomas had the superior traction off the corner and manages to hold on to second place. But this is really now bringing Dan Lewis back into it. So having said that Lewis had cost himself a chance at the podium, because they're really starting to fight now, he is getting closer and closer by the corner. Look, he's almost with them now, the 4th car in shot as they appear through the dust at the Hall Bends and head towards the hairpin again. Sid Smith, 5.2 seconds clear at the head of the field. He's missing on all the fun, and now it's Mull Ryan who's on the grass coming out of the hairpin. Not quite as wide as Lewis was a lap ago, but wide enough. And they're all getting a bit scrappy now, aren't they? All 4 of these drivers have been making mistakes. I would have said until that point, well, Ryan had been the neatest of the 4, but he can make a mistake under pressure, and that was a little error that didn't, in the end, cost him too much. 2 laps to go, I reckon. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're lapping in the 1 minute 47, so yeah, 2 laps remaining in this second race for the Fiesta Juniors. And this has been Fiesta Junior racing at its best. Bit of a mistake there from Thomas as he came out of Charlie's. He knows immediately that he's under pressure from Albert Webster, who will force him to defend once again into Park Corner. Wait for them to appear over the hill. Here they come. Thomas hugging the white line down the inside of the track. To the outside goes Webster. Watch for that switchback manoeuvre again. Thomas needs to position the car on the apex. He drifts a little bit wide, and Webster, I think, is up the inside cleanly this time. Yes, he is. They're level into Chris Curve. What can Mulryan and Lewis do to capitalise from this? Because they're going to go side by side through the gooseneck, and that's going to really slow them down on the exit of the corner. Webster drifting ahead. Is he? Has he got the move? Yes, he has, maybe. Thomas might come back at him. No, Webster gets across to the inside, covers the defensive line, and he is now into second spot. So Albert Webster into P2, wide on the exit of Mansfield. Oh, where's Lewis? Lewis dropped right back again, so Lewis must have had another moment there, or the car's broken, I'm not sure, but he should have been right in this fight, and he is not. So it is still just Webster, Lee and Mulryan fighting for second. There is Lewis in the background, still going, so I think maybe another grassy excursion for Daniel there, just as he was about to really join in the fight. But it's Albert Webster who finally, after lap of trying, has got himself ahead of Thomas into second place. Down to the hairpin they go. They'll have 1 more lap to go, though, so Thomas has a chance here if he just catches his breath and takes stock of the situation. He has a chance to get second place back again. And it will be through the Park and Chris Curve and gooseneck sequence of corners, I'd have thought, where it's all going to kick off again. So across the line they go. Sid Smith leading now by nearly 10 seconds as they start the final lap of the race. Second, third and fourth, as close as they have been all race long, really, with Albert Webster keeping Thomas Jack Lee behind him. But this is where Thomas needs to be close. He needs a good run out of Charlie's, which it looks like he's got, and Webster immediately pulls to the right-hand side to defend. Can Thomas go right round the outside? Surely not. He's got a little gap back to Mulryan, though. That could be handy for Thomas, because it means that he can go to the outside here without fear of being overtaken through Park Corner himself. Draws halfway alongside Webster, but Webster knew that he had to just keep the car on the inside. There's a bit of contact, actually. I said that Mulryan wasn't going to try and get up the inside of Thomas Jack Lee. I think he did. There was a bit of a sideways moment there for Thomas. I think he was helped into that by the number 11 car behind, and that stops him from getting up the inside of Webster into Chris Curve. Through the gooseneck, though, down the hill into Mansfield. He's right on the bumper of the number 2 car, which defends again into the heavy braking zone. Right round the outside goes Thomas. That's surely not going to work. He gets the hip and shoulder there from Webster, who then tries to leave him space on the exit, and they go door to door down towards the mountain for the final time. Webster on the inside, Thomas Jack Lee on the outside. Ben Mulryan trying to get past both of them if he can. Up the inside he goes into the mountain. They're still side by side, leaning on each other. What brilliant racing, and Thomas Jack Lee might just get into second place here. Towards the Hall Bends they go. Nothing to choose between them. They lean on each other through the right, through the left. They are still side by side. How are they doing this without going onto the grass? I think Thomas has just got through into second place. Sid Smith will get the race victory. What is going on for second is Thomas Jack Lee into second place with one of the moves of the day, moves of the year, quite frankly. That was ridiculously good racing, and they kept it absolutely squeaky clean as well. Thomas Jack Lee in second place, Albert Webster in third, and Ben Mulryan had the best seat in the house for that in fourth place. He'll be disappointed not to be on the podium, but honestly, I'd have enjoyed watching that battle from his perspective, if nothing else, and it is a fourth place finish for him in the end. Lewis in fifth, sixth Hayden, seventh for Lexi Belk, eighth Harry England, ninth should go in the end when he gets here to James Pope. There he goes, and then it should be Jasmine Shaw rounding out the top 10. That well, they've made up for race one there, I think. They weren't exactly covering themselves in glory after the first race, not necessarily through bad driving standards, but whenever you have a red flag and a number of incidents in your race, it sometimes means that you're not popular with the rest of the paddock. But the Fiesta Junior drivers, if they want to defend themselves, they can show them the final lap of that race, because that was incredible battling between Thomas Jack Lee and Albert Webster. To go side by side through half a lap anywhere is difficult. For it to be the second half of the lap at Cadwell Park is pretty much unheard of. That was brilliant stuff. Sid Smith won't know what we're all getting so excited about, because he was miles ahead of all of that and was a winner in the end by 13.7 seconds, which is a very un-Fiesta Junior-like gap of victory. But Sid Smith will now further extend the championship lead. It's the two drivers behind him, though, who had the most fun, that is for sure. And a nice way for them to make up for the contact that they had in the earlier race, too, which, again, wasn't really anyone's fault, but it did damage both of their cars. It took them both out of the race, and it's fitting in a way that it is those two, Webster and Lee, who put on that show for us on the final lap. So the car's heading to Park Ferme. There are a couple of cars, or at least one car in Luke Hilton's, that needs to be recovered before the CityCar Cup cars can be released onto the track for their second of 3 races today. And that was a great way to get us back into the mood for racing again after our very brief lunch break with the best race of the day so far, for sure. The good news is we get to do it all over again later on as well, because they've got that replacement round at about 5:20 too. So Sid Smith gets the victory. Thomas Jack Lee in second place, somehow ahead of Albert Webster in third. Ben Mulryan fourth. Daniel Lewis fifth. Lucas Hayden in sixth. Lexi Belk in seventh. Harry England eighth. Of course, wins, if you like, his class as the only of the Mark 7 Z-Techs in the race. Then it was James Pope and Jasmine Shaw to round out the top 10 ahead of George Foxlow, with Archie Handy and Luke Hilton the only two non-finishers. Handy to the pit lane, and Luke Hilton pulling off at the top of the mountain. So that was quite an exciting race, I think you'll all agree. And to get all of the lowdown from our podium drivers in a few minutes' time will be Richard John Neal. Richard, what did you make of that?
It was fantastic. I was lucky enough to be watching over your shoulder, Andy. Superb job, mate. Absolutely brilliant. I was enthralled with the race, and your commentary just painted the picture superbly. So well done. While we're waiting for the podium, I think we might have a quick City Car moment. And Patrick Booth, who I know of days gone by, MG Trophy. Patrick, wonderful to see. I was having a quick chat with you earlier on, and these cars are fantastic, and your cars in particular, great liveries that we have in this championship.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's a great championship to be part of. And, you know, me and John have come into this to gain more experience, more track time. We've come into racing a bit older and a bit later in life. So, you know, it's fantastic for us. And the challenge is just see how far we can get, really.
What age did you guys start?
Well, to be honest, I was 52 and John was 50, if I can admit that. And at that stage, you know, you can still race, but you've just got to start to learn stuff quickly. And these cars give us a chance to get more track time. So even when I'm in my MG 190, which is, you know, a completely different beast, this is still teaching me lessons. So this is, anyone who wants to race, this is the thing to race in.
You know, there's a lot made of junior racing, and I'm guilty of that because I've been involved in most of them since BRSCC set up T-Cars years ago. But it's open to everyone, isn't it? You know, we can have more mature drivers coming in, and as a club, you know, absolutely welcome new drivers of any age.
Well, I know for a fact, I mean, there's teenagers here and there's people over 60.
I have to cut you short because I think you're going out.
We're going to have to go. All right.
All the best for the race. Thanks very much indeed, Patrick. Patrick Booth there. And we timed that really well. I hate being rude to the drivers when they're in full flow of a decent chat, but hopefully, I think this is the last time these guys are on the live stream, but next year we'll be back and hopefully we'll set up some features and get a few more in-depth chats with the drivers. As we say that, we've got the 3 juniors coming down. I'm tempted to say we maybe should have had Ben Mulryan on the podium as well, because he was very close in fourth, but we won't break the rules, and we haven't got time, I don't think, before the City Cup cars go out. So here are our first couple of drivers coming down. Another Smith family victory, which is great. Well done, gents. We'll get you up on the podium in just a moment. And we'll just wait for our third driver to come down as well, which is Sid, looking very pleased with himself, I think. So a little bit of a delay because I have to wait for the last few City Cup car runners going through. So they are there. Scott is here as well. And if I start shouting, we can get the drivers onto the podium. In third position, Albert Webster. Round of applause for Albert. I'll do that. Well done, Albert. In second position, Thomas Jack Lee. And give it up for our race winner, Sid Smith. Let's go and have a quick word with Albert over the far side, and what a race.
Yeah, it was great, loved it. Car's not feeling right after the crash earlier, but brilliant. Can't thank the team enough. Race car consultants did a brilliant job getting us both back out there. Thanks for everyone getting me here. Thank you.
When a car's not right and the rebuild goes on, all you can do literally is get in and see what it does. Yeah. You've got another race a little bit later on, which is the rerun, or not the rerun because it hasn't run, but the rescheduled race from Autumn.
Yeah, I was really hoping it was at Alton. I was quick there. But
This is the same sort of track.
yeah, Cadwell. I'm all right here, so can't complain. We got the race, so have fun. Let's try and win this one.
Go for it for the next one. Well done, Albert. Thanks. Thomas, Jack, you had a bit of damage as well, which we saw after race number 2. Obviously, that's going to be disappointing for you. How difficult is it after something like that to get the positives back into a positive frame of mind and get racing again?
Well, yeah, because obviously we had the big incident, but I want to thank the team. They got it back together just in time, and the car went round quick enough to get second, so it worked well.
And looking forward to the third race of the day, what do you think you can achieve there?
Well, hopefully a win, I think, but it depends if we can get the car a bit better after the incident, but yeah, I'll try for it.
And that race too, the race we just had, you guys side by side, what a race we had between you two. This is really a great place to learn your racecraft, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a very technical track, and it requires a lot of you, so yeah.
You must trust each other doing that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of trust in each other.
Well done, cracking race, and a cracking race for our winner who was away down the road. Sid, another great race. The smile says it. You got your dad's smile. You probably won't thank me for saying that, but it's that infectious kind of smile. And what are your words on that win?
Well, luckily we managed to get ahead in the start and managed to keep it, and it looked like Tom and Al were having a really good battle in the mirror. But we managed to get our head down, get some good laps in, get some good clean laps in, and get away luckily. And I couldn't ask for a better win than that, I don't think. Yeah.
Another one later on?
Hopefully, yeah.
Do we know what's happening with the grid? Is it the Alton grid or is it based on this one?
No one's 100% sure. It seems to change every 5 minutes.
I think normally it should be the Alton grid. It should be the Alton grid, shouldn't it? Same grid as you just had. Okay, it'll vary from championship depending on the regulations. But brilliant stuff. All three of you guys, well done. Superb race. We'll see you for race 3. Round of applause for our podium finishers. Albert, Thomas, Jack and Sid, top 3 in the Fiesta. What a championship, what a great race that was. We've got another good race coming up as well, courtesy of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Back to Andy McEwen in the comms box.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. And I can confirm that apparently the decision has been made now that this extra race, the grid will be taken from the second race here this weekend. So the grid has nothing to do with the round from which the race was originally supposed to run. That didn't make as much sense when I said it as I meant it to. I'll explain it better later on. But anyway, for now, we can talk about the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, who had a race earlier on. This is their second race of the weekend. The result of this race will be the grid for the race later on. That's probably how I should have tried to explain that the first time. Andrew Dyer and Richard Bliss then on pole position for race number 2 of the weekend. Elliot Lettis and Stuart Bliss on the second row together ahead of Ben Craner, who is the highest placed of the college run cars, the Student Motorsport Challenge cars, with Liam Browning alongside him. Andy Burgess is next ahead of Christopher McKenzie. They're sharing the 4th row of the grid together, and row number 5 for Patrick Booth and Dan Selleck to round out the top 10. Then on the 6th row of the grid, just outside the top 10, we've got John Nicholson and George Pelozzi, a Peugeot 107 alongside the Citroen C1. Try and break into the top 10 this time after their first race earlier on. John Booth and Charles McKenzie are together on row number 7 of the grid. The 8th row of the grid is Richard Snuggs and Adam Reynolds. 9th row, just towards the back of the top 20 now of this enormous 31-car grid, is Gary Cabourn with Richard Jepps Peugeot alongside him. Richard, another one of the student-run cars, so that car being run by NT Motorsport. Then it's Brandon Savage and Dominic Fletcher to round out the top 20. Andrew Payne is next. He has got Daniel Lockett for company alongside him. And on the 12th row of the grid, Bradley Porter and Craig Flynn. Row 13 for the cars of Richard Bastow and Leon Wild. Citroen C1 ahead of the Toyota Igo. Then it should be Adam Reeves and Joe Miller with Bob Bannister, Stephen Turner and Ben Shaw to round out the finishes. Because of the 31 starters last time, we got all 31 of them to the checkered flag, which was seriously impressive stuff. So yeah, hoping to see a similar survival rate in this second race. Championship led by Richard Bliss coming in, and after the first race he retains the championship lead but did lose a few points, in particular to Andrew Dyer. So the championship situation is as follows: 340 points for Richard Bliss once they drop their 3 worst scores. He leads then by 5 points now over Andrew Dyer in second on 335. He is 2 ahead of Stuart Bliss on 333, and he's 6 ahead of Elliot Lettis on 327. So 13 points covering the top 4 in the championship as we head into the final sort of third of the championship campaign. So pole position then held by Andrew Dyer. Second place for Richard Bliss. Who is going to get the whole shot into turn number 1? That's the question. Well, we're about to find out the answer to it, because the back couple of rows are now in position. The green flag waved then at the tail end of the field. The 5-second board is held aloft, and another 15 minutes of Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup racing gets underway. Now away we go. And a good start made there from the pole position, actually, by Andrew Dyer. So Andrew Dyer is going to lead them down to the first corner. The 2 Bliss brothers together on the outside line. They're almost pushing each other towards the first corner. And 2 by 2 they roll at not particularly high speed into the first corner, but it's not about the speed, these cars. They are very, very drivable. You can hurl them through the corners very quickly, and they generate some really close racing. Into Charlie's they go, demonstrating some of that close racing now as they go door to door through the double apex right-hander over the top of the circuit and down onto the park straight. Andrew Dyer leading the way. Second place then Richard Bliss. Side by side for third. Elliot Lettis there on the outside of the second of the orange and grey Bliss cars. That's Stuart Bliss. And that is going to be the first side-by-side battle, I think, as we head towards Park Corner for the first time, because Dyer has a couple of car lengths over Richard Bliss in second. Elliot Lettis, I don't think, is going to go around the outside there as he slots into fourth, just ahead of Ben Craner, who is still first of the student motorsport challenge cars. Bit of rubbing there between 65 and 110. Gary Caborn and number 110, and 65 Richard Jepp, who started together on the 9th row, just rubbing doors as they head through this curve. And a few of them on the grass. Oh, and over goes Elliot Lettis. That's Elliot Lettis upside down at the gooseneck, and this is going to be another red flag now. Elliot Lettis' car wheels spinning in the air as he ends up upside down. There was a huge cloud of dust, and unfortunately Elliot Lettis' car has turned turtle, and that will at least be a safety car. Might end up being a red flag. We shall wait and see. The rest of them coming through, and that will now have completely changed the order, of course. So Stuart Bliss is still there in third. Fourth is now Liam Browning, I can see out of the window. Fifth place for Burgess. I think Ben Craner was involved in that as well, because he has not yet come through. There is Elliot getting out of the car. It's often a much less severe accident when a car goes upside down than it is when it just hits a wall or another car. So that won't have hurt half as much as it would have done if he'd have made contact with the barriers, but certainly will have shaken him up a little bit. These cars, because they're so small, such short wheelbase cars, they do dig into the grass when they go in sideways, and it's not uncommon to see them going upside down. So Elliot Lettis out of the race, but more importantly out of the car. Where is Ben Craner, though? Did he survive that as well? Well, he's slipping down the order. So for a time there was Palozzi, although only losing 1 place in the end. So Lettis, Craner is still there in 9th. The other car that's not coming through is number 21, and that's Christopher McKenzie, who was also in that group, wasn't he? So you had Lettis, who started 3rd, Craner started 5th, and McKenzie, who started 8th, all delayed in that. McKenzie still hasn't got to the line, so his car is stuck somewhere out at the side of the track. Safety car, unsurprisingly, has been scrambled, and so no need for the red flag because Elliot Lettis is out of the car fine, but it will take a few laps, this probably, to get the car, first of all, turned back onto its wheels, and then back on its way, or recovered at least, by the recovery crews. Hopefully not too much damage done to the car, though, after the roll. Like a fairly harmless roll. I think it only went over once onto its roof, which is lucky because they're carrying some real speed through there. And could have been an awful lot worse. So Mackenzie did come through in the end, did he? So Christopher Mackenzie's transponder is not working, so apologies to Christopher Mackenzie fans watching at home. My timing screen was saying that he hadn't come through, but his transponder was just a bit slow. So he is there and still in 6th place. So it's only Elliot Lettis that we've lost, and Ben Craner delayed in it all as well, with 10th place for Ben at the end of the first lap. So the order then Dyer leads, second place Richard Bliss, third place Stuart Bliss, fourth now for Liam Browning, fifth Andy Burgess. He now becomes the leading Student Motorsport Challenge driver. Sixth place Mackenzie, seventh place then is going to be Patrick Boone, number 33. Eighth place for number 310 is John Nicholson. Ninth position for Dan Selleck, and Ben Craner, having dodged the rolling car of Elliot Lettis, has managed to come across the line in 10th position. So that's a shame for Elliot, of course, and this does have championship implications because he was fourth in the points. He had not had a non-finish, though, I don't think, no, so far this year. So the 0 becomes a drop, and that means he actually scores back whatever his previous lowest finish was, which was a 20th place in the second race at Alton Park. So he, even though he's not going to finish this race, he essentially still scores 28 points because he gained back a score from earlier on in the season. So not a complete disaster, but he is almost certainly going to lose some points to his three big championship rivals who are all running inside the top 3 positions. It will be an incident that he will look back on at the end of the season for a number of reasons, but not particularly fondly. Field touring around behind the safety car. Of course, this does all sadly eat into the race time. Only a 15-minute race to start with. We don't have the time in the timetable to extend this at all, I don't think. So we'll just hope that the track is cleared fairly quickly. I wonder if they've got Elliot Lettis's car back on its wheels yet. If they have, how close they are to getting it onto a flatbed truck. Might get a view of it when we get round to that part of the circuit, because we're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car. Christopher Mackenzie's name again slipping down the timing screen. I'm not going to fall for that one again, though. I know he's still there because I just saw him out of the window running in 6th position. So Burgess then, Andy Burgess, number 57, leading now in the Student Motorsports Challenge. He was leading for a while, wasn't he, in the first race earlier on today. Ben Craner still running second in that class, though, the number 77 car, the Oxford Brookes University OBU Student Challenge team principal Harry O'Donoghue. And Oxford Brookes University, they say, has long been associated with motorsport education. Harry and his team visited the Student Motorsport Challenge paddock at Snetterton in May to gain some insight into the series in preparation for entry actually into 2023's championship, but they were so impressed with the championship that they decided to come and have a go a little bit earlier, and so they're doing a few selected rounds in 2022, and then they're going to build their own car for 2023. So they're dipping their toe in the water this year, and they're going to have a proper go at this in 2023. Paul Toolan drove the car previously at Anglesey. Paul's the brother of the chassis builder, actually, for this series, Simon Toolan at Essential Racing. And the car was on the podium, actually, in the races in North Wales. Ben then took over driving duties for the team last time out at Snetterton, was immediately on the pace, and finished second, actually, in the first race there. Ben began his career in karting, won his first trophy on his third meeting, he says, and then made his debut on short ovals in mini-stocks racing. And then in 2018, he was selected to receive support from NASCAR to guarantee a place on the 2019 NASCAR Whelen Euro Series grid. And that was a huge opportunity for Ben. And I'm sure he'd love to get back to that kind of racing at some point if he could. I mean, this is a little bit different, isn't it? This is no Euro NASCAR, but it's probably just as much fun, the City Car Cup, in a different way. It requires a very different driving style. These cars, not particularly powerful, but not very heavy, sort of the polar opposite of a NASCAR, really, which has too much power and too much weight, and not really that much of a way for you to deploy it safely without getting the tail out. But these cars are an awful lot more drivable. Ben, I'm sure, enjoying hurling that car around. What he won't be enjoying is touring around behind the safety car, partly because he's going very slowly, but partly because it's costing him a chance to regain those places and maybe still challenge for a class win, because he is still second of the Student Motorsport Challenge drivers. And he's only 5 places behind Burgess. Burgess leading the class in 5th, and Ben running in 10th place. Looks like we're going to get another lap behind the safety car then. They're only just now, I think, getting the truck out of the way at Gooseneck. So Elliot Lettuce's car now being taken out of the way, but it's going to take another lap, unfortunately, to get the race underway again. So 6 minutes remain. A safety car lap is around 3.5 minutes, so we should get 2 racing laps in, I hope, at the end of this one. But that will be a real sprint to the finish then for the CityCar Cup drivers. Make their way down across the start-finish line. There's the recovery truck. Elliot Lettuce's car is on the back of it, I assure you. It's just quite a bit smaller than the truck. Oh, that is a sorry sight. So the right front corner needs some attention. The bodywork damage they can live with, and they can punch the glass out of the car and make it still reasonably quick. It's the suspension damage that's been done as it dug into the grass that will be of a bigger concern for them. And that and the fact that he's losing a lot of championship points is a secondary concern. So hopefully only half a lap or so away from getting the second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup back underway. And with Lettuce out of the race from a championship point of view, we now focus on Richard Bliss, Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss, who are in that order, separated by just 7 points at the top of the championship table, and have done most of the winning, those 3 throughout the year. Richard Bliss with 4 wins to his name, Stuart Bliss just the 1, but Stuart Bliss has only finished off the podium twice all season, once at Anglesey, once earlier on today. Andrew Dyer has been a bit more hit and miss, but has got a couple of race victories that he's scored so far this season. For another one, I'm sure, here in this race as and when it resumes. Lights are out on the runyourfleet.com safety car. Big thank you to runyourfleet.com for continuing their support and sponsorship of the BRSCC Jaguar safety car. And that car, as much as we enjoy seeing it on the track, we would rather not have it in the middle of the races. Thank you very much. So let's hope that's the last we see of it for a little while. And it's already pulled well clear of Andrew Dyer, who's backing the field up already. So yeah, we're going to have 3.5 minutes, maybe just less than 3.5 minutes to go when the field get back around to the start line, and then we will go racing for 2 laps then, because a flying lap is around about what were they doing in race 1? The fastest lap was a 1:54, so just under 2 minutes. So we will get 2 laps in. The safety car pulls into the pit lane. There's no sight yet of Andrew Dyer. There he goes, comes out of the hairpin, and he's already starting to pick up pace then. Turned into the barn corner at the end of the lap, and comes across the start-finish line then to restart the race. No overtaking until they cross the line, which is just at the end of the grid hatchings there. So now we are back underway officially, and Andrew Dyer looks to try and claim another race win. If he can get it, then it will move him another step closer to the championship lead. Of course, if Stuart Bliss can get up ahead of Richard for second, then that further helps Andrew Dyer, and he'll be within a couple of points then of the championship lead going into the 3rd race later on. Down the back straight they go then, but actually Andrew Dyer looking more likely to lose the lead now, I think, isn't he? Because Richard Bliss had a really good run through Charlie's, gets in the tow heading down the park straight, and I think we're going to see them overlapping slightly as they get to the top of the hill. Well, Andy Dyer, actually no, the slipstream effect in these cars doesn't seem terribly powerful. Maybe it's because they're not going very quickly, I suppose. The quicker you go, the more effect aerodynamics have. So yeah, as it is, the stay single file, the lead group. They come up through the top end of the circuit. Someone on the grass. That was whoever was in front of Dan Selleck, and Dan Selleck then takes to the grass to try and get up the inside of them. The 312 car of John Nicholson, that was. The leaders head over the gooseneck down toward Mansfield. Andy Dyer struggling then to break away from the pair of Bliss Toyotas behind. Richard Bliss ahead of Stuart Bliss. Richard with the blue wing mirrors, Stuart with the orange. Heading to the mountain section, excuse me. Dyer cannot put a foot wrong now. It's not going to be an easy overtake for Richard Bliss to make, but Andrew Dyer, if he puts a wheel wrong and drifts wide a fraction, then that will make life a bit easier for Bliss, because of course he also knows he's got his teammate behind him to give him a helpful little push through the corners. Through the all bends they all head. Ben Craner one to watch for at the end of the lap, see if he's made any progress from 10th on the grid. Dyer though turns through barn corner, and Richard Bliss in behind him, trying to get the run across the start-finish line onto what will be the final lap of the race then. Dyer leading, Bliss second, Richard Bliss that is, Stuart Bliss in 3rd. Richard Bliss setting the fastest lap there, 1:56.268. That is worth a bonus point, so that further helps him in the championship fight. Andrew Dyer's taking even fewer points out of him now, just the 2 points that he'd taken out of him if things finished as they are now. But there's every chance that Richard might get past Dyer before the race is over. Different lines taken through. Charlie's there, and Dyer gets a bit squirrely on the exit. This is Richard Bliss's opportunity. He's got a much better exit from Charlie's this time. And when they arrive at Park Corner for the final time, I do think they might be alongside each other now. Two Bitcoin liveried cars there either side of Andy Burgess, but here comes the challenge. Richard Bliss looking to the inside. Actually, Dyer really confident on the brakes, didn't feel the need to cover the inside at all, and he was right because he managed to hold on to the place without needing to defend. Andy Burgess there really getting sandwiched between Liam Browning and Christopher McKenzie, and they've also got the 33 car there running very wide, the sort of Citroen World Rally liveried car of number 33 Patrick Booth. Leaders down to Mansfield. Richard Bliss hunting around behind Andrew Dyer. Can't do anything into Mansfield. What about the exit speed for the Toyota versus the Citroen? These cars all virtually identical, different body kits, but underneath they're virtually the same, which is why they're all allowed to race in the race together. It's not just a one-make Citroen series, for example. They do allow the Toyotas and the Peugeots, and they can all be competitive. We haven't seen a Peugeot win for a little while, but we've got Patrick Booth up there in 7th place. You can see him coming through. Head into the Hall bend for the last time then. Dyer away. I think he's going to stay there, isn't he, through the final couple of corners, unless there's a mistake from Andrew Dyer. Now, I don't think Richard Bliss is going to get past him. It's been a good effort, this, from Richard, but with only a couple of laps of racing after the safety car, he didn't really have much time to work out how to get through, and Andrew Dyer is going to come across the line then to claim his second win of the day and close in that little bit further to the championship lead. Dyer comes across the line and takes the win. Second, Richard Bliss, and Stuart Bliss, interestingly, steals the bonus point away from his brother there as they came across the line at the end of the race. Fastest lap for Stuart Bliss in 3rd, Liam Browning 4th, Andy Burgess in 5th, Christopher McKenzie in 6th, Patrick Booth there in 7th position, 8th Dan Selleck, 9th Ben Craner, so he did gain 1 place in the end at the expense of John Nicholson. And then some good side-by-side battles coming through a few seconds later as well. Deeper down the order, they're going to get single file before they get to the line though. That is the battle for 23rd place, 24th place actually, with the number 73 car at the head of the group, Andrew Payne. So exciting stuff then from the CityCar Cup, and again they have one more race to come later on today. In fact, it will be the last race of the day, the replacement round for the race that they lost at Snetterton earlier on in the year, and Andrew Dyer will be hoping that he can capitalise on the pole position that he will have. So as I said, the replacement round, and this counts the same for the Fiesta Juniors, although it's a replacement from a race at another track, they're going to form the grid based on the results here today. So your quid's in if Cadwell Park is your speciality. If you had originally qualified well at either Alton Park or Snetterton, there you might be feeling a bit hard done by, but Andrew Dyer will be on the pole for that race later on because he claimed the race victory. Richard and Stuart Bliss will be on the podium with him. Liam Browning 4th, and Andy Burgess gets the victory in the Student Motorsport Challenge. Christopher McKenzie, Patrick Booth, Dan Selleck, Ben Craner and John Nicholson round out the top 10, ahead of John Booth, George Palozzi, Charles McKenzie, Richard Jepp and Richard Snuggs in 15th place, ahead of Adam Reynolds, Gary Cabourn, Dominic Fletcher, Daniel Lockett and Brandon Savage in 20th place. Outside the top 20 then, we had Richard Bastow and Adam Reeves, Craig Flynn ahead of Andrew Payne and Bradley Porter, then Leon Wild, Joe Miller, Bob Bannister, Stephen Turner and Ben Shaw in 30th place. We didn't quite get all 30 starters to the flag, only the one non-finisher, but it was a fairly high-profile one in Elliot Lettis, championship contender, who will score no points after a spectacular roll on the opening lap. So, as those cars head into the paddock area, we can hear already Mazda MX-5 SuperCup drivers being released from the assembly area. Perhaps Richard John Neal might have time to chat to 1 or 2 drivers before they're sent onto the track.
I think we might have, Andy. We've got the pit crews get the call first of all to go down the hill and across the track, and obviously they've got a fair way to go. I'm just sort of, not looking at the camera, I'm just looking around and work out who we're going to talk to. I'm going to jump in on James Cossins over here. Championship leader coming into this weekend, had some clutch slipping problems in qualifying. James, I haven't had a chance to talk to you on the podium this weekend, and I hope you don't mind us sticking the microphone in again. How is the progress going, or not, as the case may be?
Well, yeah, the podium's long overdue. It was a struggle race one. We were doing fine, just sitting comfortably, and then unfortunately we had gearbox issues again. So yeah, we've chucked chucked a fresh pair of hands on me, so hopefully we'll be able to go a little bit better this time around. Unfortunately, I could only use third gear the whole lap.
Oh, wow.
So I came home in ninth, which is all right for one gear. But yeah, this time hopefully I should have more than one, and hopefully be battling for the podium, which I think I can grab.
What are the ramifications on the championship for you, given the problems you had this weekend?
I don't want to look. It's definitely not a plus, that's for sure. It's a big dent in the old points at the moment, but never say never. At the end of the year at Snetterton, we've got no drop rounds, so who knows what can happen in that final round.
So literally just, you know, get on with it and focus on race by race, which I think is not a bad mindset to be in, is it?
Absolutely. Well, what else can you do? There's no point hanging around waiting for something to happen for you. You've got to go out there and do it yourself, and just try and bag as many podiums as you possibly can, and yeah, also be consistent, which is half the battle with these guys.
What's the score with the drivers around you? Do you sort of go and chat to the guys and say, yeah, I'm coming through, or you just don't, you just get on with it?
Yeah, it depends who you're with. It all depends on what runs they've got out of corners. Sometimes you'll go sort of, there's almost like an unwritten rule almost. You could work with some people, and depends whether they've got a slipstream or not, and it's almost like a mental mind sort of game almost. So it's all, you've got to pick and choose the right moments at the right time, and usually it does work out okay, but fingers crossed for this one that there's no big accidents. Reverse grid is wicked to watch as well, so hopefully you guys will be watching the front and seeing some good action again.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay with the reverse. James, we'll let you get on, and I'll stop interfering. Next time, hopefully it'll be a podium interview. Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the race.
Cheers, thank you.
So that's James Cossins, as I said, championship leader coming here. I might have a quick word with Simon Fleet. We have spoken to Simon on the podium, but Simon, we haven't had a chat with you in the club class before a race. We've seen you nice and relaxed. You look relaxed anyway. I was going to say on the podium you look relaxed because you've got a win. Sorry, they're going out, so I think probably going to have to say good luck for the race, and we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Simon Fleet. Well, okay, we tried to have a quick word. I'm getting very close to the camera there. Now, as luck would have it, great timing. We've got the drivers coming down for our podium for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. And the three groups, so we'll go on the overalls first of all. Third position, Stuart Bliss. Well done, Stuart. Nearly tripped over the little marker there, as ever we do. Second position, Richard Bliss. And your race winner, Andrew Dyer. Sorry to rattle these off quickly, guys. Obviously, we've got to try and do the podium, and you have to help yourselves to trophies as well. So let's grab a quick word. Stuart, good race?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, a lot of it under the safety car. Glad Elliott's okay. But I mean, I think we got fastest lap as well. So that's.
You did, yeah. Andy was saying that.
So yeah, no, we're happy. So on to the next race now.
Seems to have a familiar look, some of these podiums. Let's have a quick word with Richard. Yeah, truncated race, but another good result.
Yeah, another good result. More points to the championship, which is all we needed. I think Stu got me on the last lap for fastest lap, which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. We'll carry on, and I think we've got one more race to go, so we'll see where we end up.
We look forward to that.
Yeah, I think it's reverse or change of grid of top 10, so it'll be interesting.
That'll be great. We wish you well with that. Thank you for that. And very quickly, Andrew Dicey's being a habit now, isn't it?
Yeah. Never thought it was going to happen for the second race. Obviously, it was cut short because of Elliott's crash. So, like, happy he's all right as well. So, yeah, got the lucky socks.
Lucky socks.
As long as I got them on, I'll keep winning.
On that note, we'll say well done, and we'll see you for race 3. So congratulations, guys. Let's move on to our student motorsport podium. In third position for Met Motorsport, Richard Jebb. Well done, Richard. Caught you unawares there, so we'll get to third. Trophies are in the post, by the way, so we will do that. And second position for Oxford Brooks, Ben Craner. Well done, Ben. And back on the top step of the podium for East Surrey, it's Andy Burgess. Very quick words as we need to get back to our live stream feed. First of all, though, Richard, good race again?
Yeah, it's a shame about the safety car, but it's good. I saw Elliott, he's fine, he's out of the car with his thumbs out. It looked like a nasty one. It's not a slow corner around there to be rolling, so it's good to see he's okay. We've got a good few laps in with green, but it's a good race other than that, yeah.
Excellent, well done on the podium, great to see. Let's go to Ben, another podium, at wrong step this time.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that it's Andrew. We saw him out of the car. Wrong place, wrong time. Really, he rolled right in front of me, and I had nothing I could do. I saw dust and then an upside down car. So it was, my car's in one piece, and that's ultimately the main thing. We brought home a clean car, not what we wanted, but sometimes you've got to take avoiding action of these things. So, and it's, it was a bit of bad luck for Andy in race 1. Sort of let me through and win it, and I think the role's been reversed for race 2 and the favour's been returned. So I think we've got a clean slate into race 3.
Sometimes it all evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well said, Ben. Congratulations on that P2. And Andy, another one for East Surrey College.
Yeah, really good. Really happy with that. Could have got 4th, I think, overall, but we got sort of a bit of a slower car in front. But anyway, enough said of that. But yeah, really happy. Really happy. Get back on the top step.
And we've got another race to come to look forward to, hopefully.
We have. I'm 5th again. They should call me Mr. 5th, shouldn't they? Really?
Okay, there we go. Well done, Andy. Thanks very much, guys. Let's hear it for our podium finishes, the Student Motorsport Challenge. So with that, we'll hand you back to Andy for a look forward to the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, and I think their final race of the weekend.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Cars then about to be released onto their green flag lap for our final MX-5 Super Cup action of the weekend for these Mark III Mazda MX-5s, and they've had 2 brilliant races so far, expecting more of the same from this one. Michael Nibbs won yesterday's race by a very small margin in the end over Will Blackwell-Chambers and Colin Bysouth. The second race won by Will Blackwell-Chambers from Colin Bysouth and Michael Nibbs on the podium, but we have a grid reversal this time, which is a top 7 reversal from the results of race 1. So Tom Selden gets the pole position alongside Nick Grindrod, then Richard Amos and Lee Britton together on row number 2. Michael Nibbs and Colin Bysouth share the 3rd row, and then Will Blackwell-Chambers, our most recent winner, and championship leader coming into this race, starts 7th alongside Will Morris. James Cossons, who we briefly heard from there, will start 9th on the grid alongside Simon Fleet, and then just outside the top 10, Chris Richardson and Braden Fletcher, who started from the pit lane in race number 2 and came charging through to finish in 12th position. Had a really, really good race in that race earlier on today. George Grant is next. He starts 13 alongside Patrick Fletcher. Now, Patrick Fletcher was involved in some contact at the start of the race earlier on this afternoon, or this morning I should say, and ended up finishing 14th after a visit to the pit lane. Bruce Robinson and Louis Smithen are next. Louis Smithen starting 16th. That was his best result of the weekend on his debut in the championship. Nick Rutter and Stephen New together on row 9, ahead of Christopher Ginn and Scott Wright to round out the top 20, the top 10 rows on the grid. Martin Tolley is next. He had a tangle at the end of the previous race with Oliver Hall, who starts right behind him. Oliver Hall in the number 27 car was one of 2 drivers given a penalty and 3 points on his race licence for causing a collision in that last race. Then it's Adrian Burge and Matt Pickford, with Clive Chisnall and Liz Walton on the 13th row of the grid. Kevin Brent will round out hopefully the 27 starters. That's how the grid looks. The points coming into this one then. Will Blackwell-Chambers with his 2nd win of the year now extends his championship lead. He is, by my calculations at least, about 17 points now ahead of Colin Bysouth, who moves into 2nd ahead of Richard Amos, who's had a very promising weekend, Richard Amos, but one that hasn't yielded the results that it probably should have done. He had a 6th place finish yesterday, did Richard, in car number 6, having led most of the race and made a mistake late in the going that sent him down to 6th. And then earlier on today, he was able to come home 1 place better in 5th. Now that does at least give him a 2nd row starting position with this partially reversed grid. So all is not lost for Richard. He's got another crack at this, another opportunity to try and get a few more championship points and get back into 2nd place, because he's 2 points behind Bysouth now for the race earlier on, and Patrick Fletcher only a further 4 points back in 4th. So 2nd place Bysouth, 3rd place Amos, 4th place Fletcher, covered by just 6 points, and then Will Blackwell-Chambers 17 points up the road from Colin Bysouth for the championship lead. But these reversed grid races sometimes can be where this championship is won or lost, because you can often have a win and another podium finish maybe out of your first 2 races, but then if you get caught up in something, or you're not able to make the progress through the reversed grid that you would like, then you can end up losing all of the points that you gained in the first 2 races, because it's only 2-point increments, remember, per position. So each position you gain on the track is worth 2 more championship points than the last one, but it's not that easy to take a big haul of points out of people in races 1 and 2. Race 3, though, is where you can sometimes put some cars between yourself and your championship rivals. So just letting the back row of the grid come into place then. Tom Selden starting from pole position, of course. All this talk of championship points. You've got people like Tom Selden and Nick Grindrod up at the front of the grid looking to try and get themselves on the top step of the podium. Will they be able to do it? Well, let's find out, because the lights go out. We're away and racing, and Colin Bysouth is away really well from the third row of the grid there, from 6th on the grid. He is up into about 4th already, I think, as they head towards Coppice Corner for the first time. Into the left hand of the game. In fact, he's challenging for third look round the outside. He's pushing Richard Amos past Tom Selden. Simon Fleet on the grass further back as they bounce over the curb slightly at the front of the pad, but it's Grindrod who leads the way. Amos is second, and look at Colin Bysouth up the inside there of Tom Selden for third already, getting a nice little shove from Michael Nibbs as well as they go down the park straight for the first time. Selden is going to get freight trained here by some of the front runners from our earlier races this weekend up the inside line. Grindrod leading them. Amos second, Bysouth up into third position, 4th place for Michael Nibbs. Selden still stuck on the outside line. There's a car pointing the wrong way. That might have been Nick Rutter. An orange car pointing the wrong way in the background as they got to the top of the park straight. And yeah, I don't see Nick Rutter coming through, so I think it might be the 99 car who has had the spin end of the straight. That's almost certainly as a result of some contact. You don't tend to lose control there on your own. Poor start for Lee Britton as well. He started 4th on the grid. He's down in 7th, I think that is now, so 3 places lost for him. He won't be very happy with that, but Nick Grindrod will be very happy with how this race has started. Started second, he leads them as they arrive at the mountain for the first time. But look at the train of cars behind him as they jump over the top of the hill. The back wheel's getting quite a bit of air underneath them as they come towards the Hall Bends. Grindrod leads, Amos second, Bysouth third, Nibbs in 4th position as they slither and slide and bounce their way through that really spectacular sequence of corners. Can Nick Grindrod, who is a very experienced racer himself, can he hang on and get a race win here then? He's got some of the championship front runners though right behind him. Multiple race wins in the category between them. Nick Grindrod never having won a race in MX5 Super Cup before. He's going to have a hard time keeping them at bay. And keep an eye to this man as well, the black and red car and Patrick Fletcher up alongside Chris Richardson there. That puts Fletcher into 9th. 3 places gained for him on the opening lap. Another of our championship front runners, remember, coming into this weekend. Needs to try and score some good points from this race, and the reversed grid gives him an opportunity to do so and maybe not lose so many points to some of his other championship rivals. And that's not Richard Amos off again. It is Richard Amos at Charlie's Corner for the 2nd time this weekend. Goes off at that part of the circuit from a promising position, but this time, because it's early in the race, it's going to cost him a lot more positions because everyone's so tightly bunched together, and Richard Amos could fall down towards the back end of the top 15 or so. Costons there in behind Lee Britton as they come through Chris Curve. But it is Grindrod who leads then. Bysouth now up into 2nd position. Michael Nibbs into a podium place. Will Blackwell Chambers in 4th position as well. That's Braden Fletcher, the white car, the Paddock Motorsport run machine, as Michael Nibbs runs wide at Mansfield. Might now be under threat from Will Blackwell Chambers, who goes from the outside to the inside. That's a lovely bit of driving that from Will Blackwell Chambers, and he's into 3rd spot as they go through the mountain. Sold Michael Nibbs the dummy there, went from the outside to the inside, might have had to take to the grass slightly to do it, but he's into a podium place, and that's significant because he's keeping tabs on Colin Bysouth, who's the man who's looked most likely to take some points out of him this weekend, really. Bysouth, over the 2 races that we've had, he finished 3rd yesterday, 2nd today in the first race. Can he now go and get a race victory in race number 3? Well, he's only got 1 more overtake to make, but that's not going to be an easy overtake to make because it is... oh, what was that? That came off Patrick Fletcher's car. I think it came off Fletcher's car anyway. There was a puff of smoke and what looked like a chunk of metal, like something off the exhaust maybe that came off. Now remember, Fletcher did have exhaust damage yesterday, so I wonder if something's come loose on the first lap of this one. He had it off, of course, at the start of race 2 as well, so Fletcher, the underside of Fletcher's car would be a little bit worse for wear, and I'm pretty sure it did come off that 29 car then. Fletcher into 9th place, but I'll have a listen to the car as it comes by next time, see if it sounds all right. I reckon it might not do. So, Grindrod leading them, 2nd Bysouth, 3rd is Blackwell Chambers, 4th Michael Nibbs, but that's about to change because here comes Bysouth around the outside of Grindrod. Fantastic move that from Colin Bysouth. He's into the lead of the race. Any man who can go around the outside at Park Corner for the lead is brave. And he indeed has managed to make that stick. I just caught a glimpse of the back of Fletcher's car as well, and that exhaust is hanging down again. So for the 2nd race this weekend, Patrick Fletcher's car is going to be making an awful noise and probably producing a bit less power as a result, and that exhaust dragging on the floor might catch the attention of the clerk of the course. He might be brought in to get it fixed, and if he is, that will be a real disaster and could well spell the end of his championship challenge. Into the mountain comes the lead pack, and already By-South starting to get away. It's now important that Blackwell Chambers get past Nick Grindrod as soon as he can, Michael Nibbs as well, if either of them are to have a chance of beating By-South. Through the Hall Bends they go. Grindrod second, there Blackwell Chambers, there goes Fletcher. His car is sounding rough as it goes through, bodywork flapping on the rear of it as well. So, will he be able to last the remaining 15 minutes, or will he have to go into the pit lane to get that sorted? Final corner they go, there goes Fletcher through the turn. Will Morris, next car behind him, and the car in front of him running wide there was Braden Fletcher. By-South fastest lap, and surprisingly, 1.720, that would be worth another point. There is, now is that the rest of the exhaust? That is an entire exhaust system that has come off somebody's car. Is that the rest of Patrick Fletcher's exhaust, or is there somebody else now running around the track making a not very pleasant noise? Quite frankly, how the car could be running without the exhaust attached is beyond me, but that is, I would say, a memento for the Marshal, but I'm pretty sure the team are going to want that back because they're not the cheapest part of the car, that's for sure. Will Blackwell Chambers, meanwhile, trying to slip up the inside of Nick Grindrod through Park Corner, but can't do it. So actually, By-South already nearly a second up the road at the start of the lap, is probably further ahead now as they get to the top end of the circuit, up by the main entrance. Come around Chris Curve towards the gooseneck. There goes Will Morris, number 17, the black car. Missed the fight for second place. Bit of damage to the front grille on Blackwell Chambers' car, so he'd been into the back of somebody. Whether it was Grindrod, I don't know, but no damage on the back of Nick's car that I can see, and he's holding firm in second position. Blackwell Chambers will want to get through. Doesn't have to finish in second place in this race to hold on to his championship advantage. By-South is quite a way back, so third place wouldn't be the end of the world. He's had a good run over the mountain. Is he up the inside of Grindrod into the Hall Bends? I don't think he is. No, still single file. They pass the entrance to the Hall Bends, the cafe at the top of the hill with a brilliant panoramic view of the Cadwell Park circuit. And here they come now, getting down towards the end of the lap. By-South turns into the final corner ahead of a huge, huge group of cars. Grindrod second, third Blackwell Chambers, fourth Nibbs, fifth Selden, sixth Britton, seventh Cozzens altogether. 6 of them in a long line. Through Coppice they head again on the 5th lap of the race, then coming towards half race distance now. By-South is not getting away by as much as I would have expected him to, actually. Only another couple of tenths quicker that time than Grindrod in second, so you do sense that if Blackwell Chambers could get through, he could go after the leader, and this is his chance to do so because Grindrod drifts out wide coming out of Charlie's. That opens the door on the inside for Will Blackwell Chambers, and I think he's about to take second place away. Yes, he's got it done before they even get to the braking zone, and Michael Nibbs significantly follows him through. So now Colin By-South is in trouble because Blackwell Chambers and Nibbs might have the speed here to bridge that 1 and a bit second gap to the race leader. And I mean, these have been really the 3 fastest drivers all weekend long. They're back into the top 3 positions, even with the reverse grid. They've been able to fight their way to the front. And now Michael Nibbs and Will Blackwell Chambers, will they work together to catch the leader? Or is Nibbs going to go on the attack to try and get into second place himself? I think they're already catching By-South, actually. That doesn't look like a second to me as they head through the hollow and into the mountain. Yeah, it's definitely not a second, although Blackwell Chambers a bit wide into the mountain sequence, actually, so loses a car length or so. They jump back up the other side towards the Hall Bends again. Blackwell Chambers then, former Mark 1 MX-5 front runner for many a year, and making the transition over into the SuperCup a season or so ago with limited success initially, it has to be said, but this last year or so he has, this year in particular, really fully formed into a championship driver, as we always knew he could be. Had a few other drivers making the move over. John Langridge, for example, not racing here this weekend, but he's another former Mark 1 champion who has made the move into SuperCup and struggled a little bit initially, but I felt like he was finally starting to get to grips with the car, but missing this round here at Cadwell Park. Blackwell Chambers leading the championship and now into second place. Looks set for another good points haul here this afternoon. Tom Selden there with a bit of a mistake out of Charlie's, and that allows Lee Britton up the inside of him. But the lead group getting ever closer together at Park Corner. There goes Britton up the inside, and there goes Fletcher up the inside of Cozzens. So exhaust or no exhaust, Patrick Fletcher is still going quickly. And I guess in a way, the exhaust falling off wasn't the worst thing that could happen, because now there's nothing dragging under the car. He's not as likely to get called into the pit lane to get it repaired, so he probably will be quite happy to have heard, seen or felt that exhaust system dropping off the bottom of the car. This gives him a little bit of a more relaxing time that he can just focus on the race now without worrying about being given the meatball flag, brought in to get repairs made to the car. And that move on James Cossins now puts him into 7th position, Patrick Fletcher, and already onto the tail of Tom Selden for what would be 6th place as they go through the Hall Bends again. There is Patrick, number 29, dropping down to 4th in the points coming into this race, and he's still running behind. Well, he's not running behind Richard Amos, is he? Where is Amos? 11th at the start of the lap. After his issues earlier on, his off-track excursion at Charlie's. So, oh, but Fletcher's in the pits. What was I just saying about how he wasn't going to get called into the pit lane? I don't know, he was showing the black and orange flag, because I can see the marshals rolling it back up again. So Patrick Fletcher, unfortunately, the team are going to have to, well, what can they fix? Is it just the bodywork that needs fixing, or is it something to do with the exhaust system that they're asking him to repair? I'm not so sure. Will Blackwell Chambers there with a big wide moment out of Charlie's, and that brings Michael Nibbs up alongside him to the outside line into Park Corner, and he chops across in front of Will. That was aggressive stuff, but it gets him into 2nd place. Sideways there for Grindrod, and Tom Selden out way wide in the number 13 car. Tom Selden still running well though, in 6th position despite losing that place a lap ago. James Cossins back into 7th now. Braden Fletcher goes 8th, 9th Will Morris, and 10th now for Richard Amos after Patrick Fletcher pulled into the pit lane. Did Fletcher get going again? I think he did. Yes, in 18th place apparently, according to the timing screen. Back to this scrap further back, and we've got our old friend Oliver Hall, sorry, there in the number 27 car, just ahead of Nick Rutter, who I'm convinced was the car I saw pointing the wrong way on the first lap. And Nick Rutter trying to find a way past. This would be for, where's Hall running 23rd at the moment. Louis Smithen is in 15th place, so we've sort of been following their battle all weekend, the two newcomers. With Paddock Motorsport, and Louis Smith running a really strong 15th in the number 35 car. He's about 5 seconds behind George Grant, but George has many a year of MX-5 experience. There's a car off at the Hall Bends I've just spotted out of the window, and that was just ahead of Louis Smithen actually, so Smithen's about to gain another place. George Grant, I think, tangling with the Paddock Motorsport number 11 car of Scott Wright, who went bouncing across the grass, so just ahead of this group. I think we're going to see a change of position by the end of the lap as well. There, Patrick Fletcher having rejoined the circuit. Patrick Fletcher running 18th at the start of the lap. Martin Tolley was the first man that he had to try and catch and pass, and he's not quite caught him yet. Rutter sideways out of the last corner. Oliver Hall trying to get up the inside of, that is number 67. That is Chisnell, isn't it? Number 67, yeah, Clive Chisnell losing out now to Oliver. So Hall up into 22nd place now, getting another place on that lap. And actually, number 11, Wright, did not lose, Scott Wright did not lose more than 1 place. So George Grant got past him after that grassy moment, but not Louis Smithen quite. That's a shame. That's the number 55 car in the barrier of Simon Fleet, who was our Masters winner within the club class earlier on, finished 10th overall. That car, I think, has pulled over coming out of Mansfield. It would be a strange place to crash because it's sort of halfway between Mansfield and the bottom of the mountain section. So I suspect that's a mechanical issue rather than driver error, but either way, Fleet out of the race with 6.5 minutes to go. So we're into the final third now of this race. The leaders are coming towards the end of their 8th lap, and they're as close as ever, followed by South with Michael Nibbs back ahead of Blackwell Chambers now, as we saw at, well, actually, it's showing as a change of position last lap, but it was a few laps ago that we saw Nibbs get past Will, so they must have swapped over again briefly, and then Blackwell Chambers falling back behind Michael once more as they went through at the end of the previous lap. The top 3 covered by just 7/10 of a second now, 6 minutes remaining. And these 3 class of the field, they are 5 seconds nearly ahead of Nick Grindrod in 4th place. James Cossins got ahead of Tom Selden as well on that lap, so Selden slipping back to 7th now. As James Cossins gets the Hills Motorsport prepared car, formerly raced by Aidan Hills to multiple race victories in the championship, back up into 6th place. The leaders, Nibs had a go there, I think, didn't he, at Park Corner. But By-South sat on the inside line, parked the car on the apex, stopped Michael from going through, and then Michael dips a wheel on the grass going into the gooseneck there. We've seen from other races today that can end badly. Michael Nibs not afraid to push to the extreme to try and get the best results that he can. By-South then down towards Mountain again. Lap number 9 we're on. And if the move comes from Michael Nibs, where's it going to be? The obvious place is Park Corner, but Michael has proven already this weekend that he's got a few other tricks up his sleeve when it comes to overtaking. He's not afraid to try a bit of an unexpected lunge somewhere to certainly not try and get the lead. Perhaps his second victory of the weekend. Very sideways there for By-South through the exit of the hairpin. There's Oliver Hall still dicing with Nick Rutter, who looks to the inside of him at Mansfield. But Oliver Hall defending his 21st place well. Louis Smithers gained another place since we last saw him. He's now 14th position. Dangerously close to the top 10 now, Louis, on his first weekend in the championship. Really improved a lot over the course of the 3 races. Oliver Hall, of course, trying to race, or having to race with that slight cloud over him of the penalty that he had in the earlier race for contact with, I guess it was with Martin Tolley at the end of the race when they had that little wheel banging moment just here on the exit of the hairpin, so he needs to make sure he doesn't get in trouble, and that is a spin further back. That was Chisnell, I think, going round, and one of the Go For It racing cars involved too. A bit of a lazy spin there at the slowest corner on the track. They'll both get going again, and it looks as though the Go For It racing car, which, is it Stephen New or is it the other one? It's 89, I think, well, whoever it was anyway, they pulled over to let him have the place, so Clive Chisnell gets back ahead of 65, it is, so that is good gentlemanly driving there, having tipped someone into a spin, making sure there Kevin Brent that he gave the place back, and that might possibly get him out of a penalty at the end of the race. We'll wait and see. Patrick Fletcher there ahead of Braden Fletcher now, so that, sorry, no, that's not Braden Fletcher, that's number 11, that is Scott Wright, so that's now 13th place for Fletcher, so he's gone past Louis Smithen on this lap, and also now past the number 11 Paddock Motorsport car as well. And now goes up the inside of George Grant, so that's 12th place for Patrick Fletcher. So he's almost back to where he was running when he got pulled into the pit lane, actually. He was just inside the top 10 when that happened. He's now just outside the top 10. The leaders are coming through to start their penultimate lap of the race. Still By-South with the lead. And Michael Nibs not quite as close as he crosses the line this time around. The fastest of those 3 actually was Blackwell Chambers that time around, who was half a tenth quicker than By-South, and Michael Nibs in the middle, half a tenth slower again. So they're all lapping within a tenth of each other, really. But Michael Nibs, with that slipstream, would like to be able to challenge By-South. They both get a bit sideways out of Charlie's, but Nibs still slightly the quicker of the 2 off the corner. Is he going to be able to get close enough to pounce into Park, though? By-South doesn't feel that he has to defend, and rightly so. Michael Nibs is still 2 to 3 car lengths back. Bit of a slide from By-South as he turns into the corner. Grindrod here trying to keep Lee Britton at bay. Grindrod with some characteristic late braking into Park, though, sees him off, and there James Cossins, having got past Selden a few laps ago, not getting away from him at all. Tom Selden sticking in the wheel tracks of the Hills Motorsport car. Then you've got, is that Amos now ahead of Braden Fletcher? Yes, it is. So Richard Amos now into 8th position, Braden Fletcher down to 9th. Still some battles to be resolved over the final lap and a half now, as the leading trio turn back through the mountain once again. Big jump there, big bounce from Michael Nibs, almost jumping onto the grass as he came over the top of the mountain, then gets very sideways through the Hall bends, wriggles his way back vaguely onto the racing line. But Michael Nibs, spectacular to watch, isn't he? There's Louis Smithen. Now, who's that ahead of him? That's Scott Wright, isn't it, still? So he's back down to 15th now, Louis, after Patrick Fletcher got past him on the previous lap. And he can see that he could still gain at least one more place, and George Grant isn't that far ahead either. So Louis Smithen winning as a guest driver this weekend, so not scoring points, but he doesn't care about that. He's learning with every lap that he does. He's potentially going to have a chance to get ahead of the number 11 of Scott Wright before the end of the race. Leaders then about to go onto the part straight for the final time, and that's a big mistake from Michael Nibbs, and it might cost him second place. By-South has scarpered now as a result of that, but Nibbs was all kinds of out of shape through the second part of Charlie's, dipped 2 wheels onto the grass, and Blackwell Chambers closes in. By-South then pretty comfortable as the race leader. Second place is nose to tail. If anything's going to change, it will be between these two, inside the top 3 positions anyway. Colin By-South looking pretty comfy as the leader of the race. And they come through Chris Curve once again then with Colin By-South, it would appear, about to take his second win of the weekend and his 6th of the... sorry, no, it's his first win of the weekend, isn't it? I beg your pardon, he didn't win the race yesterday, did he? So we're going to have 3 different winners then from the 3 MX-5 Super Cup races here at Cadwell Park. And it will be a 5th victory of the season for Colin By-South. And what he really wants is for Michael Nibbs to keep Will Blackwell Chambers behind, because that's more points that he's taking out of the championship leader. Nibbs has the fastest lap as well, so he's taking that bonus point away from both of them, really. Can Michael Nibbs keep Will Blackwell Chambers behind? And they're going into the final couple of corners, and Will was sort of teeing him up there, wasn't he, for a bit of a lunge up the inside, but decided better of it. Michael Nibbs wriggles out of the corner ahead. He looks as though he's going to hang on to second place. They'll both, though, be chasing Colin By-South, who comes out of Barn Corner and does become the 3rd different winner of the weekend in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Checkered flag for By-South, 2nd for Michael Nibbs, and 3rd position goes the way of Will Blackwell Chambers. There's a 5-second penalty, by the way, being given to Braden Fletcher. So Braden Fletcher's going to drop out of 10th place. That's for track limits, as here Oliver Hall continues to dice away with Nick Rutter. Nick Rutter at the inside, no way through as they head past the bus stop chicane into the mountain for the last time. Braden Fletcher then is going to drop down the order a little bit. That means that Patrick Fletcher, might he inherit 10th place? I don't think he will he? Louis Smithen there with a big moment through the hairpin, locking up on the final lap in his efforts to get past Scott Wright. But Louis Smithen's going to come through to take his best result of the weekend. 14th place, a really impressive end to his Cadwell Park and MX-5 Super Cup debut. And he gets a really strong 14th place finish at the end of it, with Oliver Hall, by the looks of it, in 19th position at the flag. Colin By-South, though, gets the win, so let's turn to the magic points calculator and see what that means, because By-South gets 100 points for the win. It will be 98 for Michael Nibbs, who, as I said, wasn't really close enough to challenge for the title anyway. 96 for Blackwell Chambers, 94 for Nick Grindrod again, then 92 for Britton, 90 for James Cossons, 88 Tom Selden, 86 Richard Amos is the next one of significance. And Patrick Fletcher comes home in 11th place. That is worth 80 points for Patrick Fletcher. And so that means, once we put all of those in, that it is 1,262 points for Will Blackwell Chambers as the... I'll give you that in a moment. We'll give you the result first. By-South the winner, Nibbs 2nd, Blackwell Chambers 3rd, Nick Grindrod wins in the Masters category in 4th, ahead of Lee Britton, James Cossons, Tom Selden, Richard Amos, Will Morris and Braden Fletcher to round out the top 10 despite that penalty that he was given. Patrick Fletcher then in 11th, George Grant in 12th, Scott Wright wins the club class in 13th, ahead of Louis Smithen and Bruce Robinson, Martin Tolley 16th, Stephen New 17th, Matt Pickford in 18th, Oliver Hall 19th, and Nick Rutter rounding out the top 20. Then it's Adrian Burge, Kevin Brent, Clive Chisnall, Liz Walton, with Chris Richardson, Simon Fleet and Christopher Ginn, the 3 non-finishers. So, just to finish my point about points, 12.62 for Blackwell Chambers then, 12.49 for By-South, 12.35 for Amos and 12.23 for Fletcher. So they have separated a bit more now than they were going into that race, because Fletcher and Amos had a poor race and By-South and Blackwell Chambers had a good race. Those two now starting to pull away slightly at the front. 13 points is the championship lead for Will Blackwell Chambers, so it's not a big lead. He's certainly not home and dry yet for the championship, considering we still have 2 more events to go. 3 races on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington and 3 at Snetterton 300 at the end of the year. So, Richard John Neal is down waiting for the drivers to appear for the MX-5 Super Cup Podium, and also greeting the drivers for our final detail STXR Challenge race, which is coming up next.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are looking forward to that, Andy. Whether we got time to jump in or not, I was going to have a quick word with Mark Blunt in car number 3, because he's had a lot of, he's had 2 4th places, so he's been just a shade away from the podium, and we haven't had a chance to talk to him. Hiya, Mark. Sorry we haven't had a chance to talk to you on the podium yet, so we thought we'd grab you down here. hopefully not tempting fate. But
not.
good weekend?
Yeah, it's been very good. Had great battles in race 1 yesterday.
Yeah.
Managed to finish 3rd in the ST class, and then I was race 1 this morning battling with Robinson, but I've never known an XR so wide.
Oh, you got to go. Best of luck for the race. Sorry about that. As usually happens as we start talking to a driver and further up the field, they get called obviously to the track early enough. As luck has it, I think we've got some MX5 drivers, SuperCup drivers coming down from Parc Fermé down onto the podium. So we'll go and have a word. The question this time is, will I get the race positions correct? And also, will we get the right person complete podium on the clubman? So we'll see. I think I wrote them down, but they change so often. Yes, a balancing act between writing down the positions and rushing out at the right time to try and grab everybody. So driver's nearly here. Scott Woodward has got them. I'm just going to have a quick count. Colin Bicehouse here, which is good. Will Blackwell Chambers is here. And I think we got Michael Nibbs. So I'm going to crack on with this. And there'll be a bigger noise later on because they're all still coming down. So 3rd position, Will Blackwell Chambers. He's there already. Well done, Will. Even quicker off track than he is on track. 2nd position, Michael Nibbs. We need more of a crescendo, really, if you can do that one. And the winner, Colin Bicehouse. Let's go straight in and do some interviews. Will, is that one position, one race on each step, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, we've like to don't want to hog it. Got to share it round. But no, really a good race. Struggled with the car a bit. Didn't think quite had the tyre pressures right in that. And I'm not fit enough. That was the long and short of that race. So back to the gym for me. So we'll see what it's like next time out.
Okay, that one doesn't make the driver's book of excuses. You've got to blame somebody else.
No, that was me. That was down to me. Bit of car, bit of me in that one.
Fair play to you. Well, it looks like you've enjoyed your weekend, though.
No, it's been good. Good for the championship, good points, and yeah, generally quite happy with it.
Nice one, well done. Let's go over to our 2nd placeman, Michael Nibbs. Busy weekend for you. First of all, how do you do that?
I don't really know. Just get in the car and go. Yeah, sorry. I don't really know. You just get in the car and go, and hopefully at the end I've still got the energy to turn the steering wheel.
It's just hard work, isn't it? Jumping from car to car. And is there a big difference between the two performance-wise?
There is, yeah, a big difference. And I do find it quite tricky from time to time, but today it's been all right. Here we are.
Good points all and a nice weekend away.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I think I've been every step, I think.
Nice one, Michael. Yeah, you do with Will as well. Let's have a quick word with Colin Bicehouse. And you managed to clear Nick Grindrod fairly early on with a nice move around the outside. Tell us about that from your point of view.
That was almost a continuation from Alton Park actually. So I tried to size up a move on Nick around the outside there and couldn't quite pull it off. So I thought this time I'm gonna do it. And yeah, managed to. It was a nice clean move. It's good, and all fair play to him as well. He gave me racing room, and it was really good.
It's a good experience, driver. I want to give a shout out to Nick's dad, Carl, who's been poorly. He's here this weekend, but wishing him a quick recovery.
No, all the best to him. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, yeah, good race. It's round here. It's just 20 minutes of pure concentration, so I am knackered. So I'm looking forward to going home.
Well, safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you for your next round. I think I'm back on duty with you guys at the finale at Snetterton, which I look forward to. Here's our overall podium. Let's hear it for them. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Just going to bear with me, quick check on positions for club class. Okay, so we can now crack on. Thank you for that. Just double checking the results just to make sure we get everything correct. So third position, Bruce Robinson. Bruce Robinson, where's Bruce? There he is again. Looks surprised, but a hard-earned podium for him. A 2nd podium of the weekend, Louis Smithen. Well done, Louis. And our club class winner, 4th class win of the year for Scott Wright. Bubbly and silverware, that's what it's about, isn't it? We'll be able to enjoy that and unwind a little bit. Hopefully it won't open it. Very quick indeed. Quick word with the 3rd place man, Bruce. Another great podium.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Thanks to Paddock, and they've put a good car on the track, so good. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's have a quick word with Louis. Going to interrupt the selfie, or it wasn't a selfie, someone else taking it. 2nd podium, well done. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just very happy, pushing my way through the pack. Yeah, good job for me.
Well done, many more of them, mate.
Thank you.
And on to our winner, Scott Wright, 4th one of the year. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I had to work my way through the traffic, but the biggest thing I want to say here is Paddock Motorsport. We've locked out the podium, and they're an absolutely fantastic team. I can't thank them enough. It's this lad's first race meeting, and the work for the team speaks for himself. So thank you, Paddock Motorsport.
Well done, guys. Let's hear it for our Club Cars Podium. And with that, we'll hand you back to Scott Woodward.
Or Andy, even. Yes, thank you, Richard. So the next race about to... Scott Woodward is more than welcome to come and commentate on a race or two if he likes. I'm sure he's milling around somewhere. No, you are stuck with Andy McEwen, I'm afraid, for the time being. And we've got the STXR Challenge, the final detail STXR Challenge coming up now. And cars well on their way to the grid. So I'll rattle through the grid then, and this is how they will line up. Michael Blackburn with Simon alongside. Chris Grimes and Matthew Pimlett will share the second row ahead of Mark Blunt and Sam Beckett on row 3. Fourth row of the grid is where we will find Chris Chisnall and Alec Townley together, just towards the back end of the top 10. Row number 5, we will have Paul Dobson and Gareth Pilling, and then further back Aidan Vickers and Oliver Hunt on row 6. Row 7 is Tony Mumford and Christopher Rowlands, and Ron Lufstad and Alex Causa rounding out the top 8. Or the 8 rows, I should say, 16th on the grid. So, ready then to go racing here for 15 minutes in the final detail STXR Challenge here at Cadwell Park. Lights going on. Oh, a couple of jumpers there, I think. Chris Grimes and Matthew Pimlett both moving from row number 2 a little sooner than they should have done, and Pimlett will break through into the race lead, whereas Grimes gets boxed in behind Blackburn. There's contact, there's a car in the barrier. Oh, don't spin back into the road. There we go. Off they go. Car spinning around left, right and centre. That's Alec Townley going around into the first turn. And I think, who else was the other one that got into the barriers then, do we think? It might well have been Mark Blunt, perhaps. No, it was number 12. Well, there's the 4 of Alec Townley. There's a red car carrying damage too. Nasty start for the STXR Challenge as they went into the first corner. They went quite a long way through there without making contact, and then eventually it had to happen, didn't it? Someone went in to the barriers, and there Simon Robinson up the inside of Paul Dobson. Robinson sideways, that was close through the right-hander at Chris Curve, and Robinson a lot further down than he should be, because he left the line when he should have done, whereas other people jumped the start behind and caused all sorts of pandemonium going into Coppice that time around. Chris Grimes dropping down into the gooseneck there ahead of behind, and that's number 3 Mark Blunt behind him, who I think was involved in some of the argy-bargy at turn 1, but just came out of it a bit better than some of the others. I think everyone kept going, although some of them with damage, so hopefully we shouldn't have a blockage or a reason for a safety car at the end of the first lap of racing. So, Matthew Pimlett is going to lead them over the top of the mountain for the first time. Matthew with a bit of a question mark over that though, after definitely moving before everybody else did on the grid. He and Chris Grimes both doing it from the second row of the grid. Second position then behind him was, by the looks of it, Sam Beckett from 6th on the grid. So there was a triple order as they look towards the completion of the opening lap of the race then, down into Barn. The start-finish line again. Leads Beckett going after him in second, Blackburn third, Robinson in 4th position. 5th place then for Paul Dobson, having his best showing of the weekend ahead of Chris Grimes and Mark Blunt. And here, side by side, almost across the line, the 19 ahead just about in that pair. And turning into the one that will be Adam Vickers, just about holding on to 8th ahead of Gareth Pilling. So through Charlie's onto the back straight we go again, and sadly that slightly mixed up start probably robs us of a Stuart Robinson win again, because Simon Robinson win, because he's been almost there fighting for victories in both of the first 2 races without ever quite getting onto the top step of the podium. Made a good initial start, but then got sort of confused, I think, by those cars coming blasting through from row 2, and ended up losing a bit of ground. He's still in 4th place, but the older shape XR2, is he going to be able to get up there and get onto the podium again before the end? We shall have to wait and see. The leaders are down at the gooseneck. There goes Mark Blunt, carrying a lot of speed through that gooseneck and into the braking zone in Mansfield, where he tries to sneak at the inside Paul Dobson. Grimes right behind. Grimes also moved it sooner than he should have done from the second row, but unlike Pimlett, didn't have a gap through to the front, so got blocked in behind Blackburn and Robinson. Slippery surface flag there, coming over the top of the mountain. Now that can mean that there's debris on the track as opposed to fluid. There's certainly dust on the track at the Hall bends, where drivers have been cutting the corners a little bit. Paul Robson, I think, is going to just about manage the tricky track conditions and keep on the race at the out of Barn Corner. And I think they're getting closer together now. Pimblett and Beckett were already quite close together, but they're definitely being caught by the cars behind. Pimblett sets the fastest lap, which is then beaten by Michael Blackburn. So Blackburn fractionally faster than the lead, but 3/10 quicker than Sam Beckett ahead of him. Mark Blunt here trying to get to the inside of Paul Dobson, who retired yesterday because he lost a wheel on the back of his car. As he comes through the right-hander at Charlie's, he's running in 5th place now. DNF in race 1 for Dobson. Race number 2 earlier on today, he was only 11th place. So yeah, running a lot better here after the slightly jumbled run through the first few corners is Dobson, and would love to hang on to a top 5 finish if he can. However, Mark Blunt has other ideas. Peaks to the inside there at Park Corner, unable to get through there. Meanwhile, 82 Pilling now ahead of Vickers, so they swapped around on the last lap, and there is Alex Causer. So Alex Causer, remember, in race 2 was making some really good progress in his XR2. He's back on the inside of Tony Mumford there, and looks as though he's about to take 10th place away from the number 48 car at Chris Kerr. But Alex Causer retired to the pit lane late in race 1, and hopefully they've got whatever ails that car fixed for race 3, because he's small place, I think, before the flag here. He's not that far behind the Pilling and Vickers squabble, for example. Mark Blunt now ahead of Paul Dobson, so Blunt into 5th place now. And into some clean air too, because that group are around 4 seconds or so behind the leading 4, who are closer together than ever, I've just noticed, as they went past me. So the lead battle about to really kick off, I think, between Pillman, Beckett, Blackburn and Robinson. And there goes the leading quartet out of Barn Corner, through the hairpin goes Blunt in 5th now, Dobson in 6th, Chris Grimes in 7th position. That's the line they go. Simon Robinson now with the fastest lap in the XR2. So Robinson at the top 4, covered by less than a second, as side by side go Chris Grimes and Paul Dobson across the line. Grimes around the outside at Coppice Corner. Dab on the brake lights maybe, but dab on the brakes, flash of the brake lights, but he sweeps around the outside of Dobson and does move into now 6th position then, so 2 places lost on that lap essentially for Paul Dobson, and those 3 really well separated now as they go onto the Park Straight. So leaders, what's going on up there then, I wonder, because Pimblett, Beckett, Blackburn and Robinson were covered by less than a second of the line, and there's contact for the lead. That's Beckett up the inside of Pimblett, and Blackburn into him. There's damage to the front of Blackburn's car, and Robinson, I think, has gone through into the lead out of all of that. The XR2 is in the lead of the race. Well, that is not the way he would have wanted to do it, but that's the only way he was ever going to get past all 3 of them, was if they tangled with each other, and they did. So Simon Robinson, who probably can't believe his luck, escapes all of that unscathed, gets the lead ahead of Matthew Pimblett in 2nd position with damage to Blackburn. The championship leader is not going to finish the race, and there he is. There's broken left front suspension on the number 55 car, and Blackburn walks around to assess the damage and then walks off in disgust. But that was Beckett up the inside of Pimblett. They touched, and then Blackburn tried to take advantage, and there just wasn't the space for all 3 of them, so contact made. Pimblett did well actually to come out of that in 2nd place as well. Where was Beckett? Is he still going? He is, but he's down to 4th, because it's now Mark Blunt into 3rd, Beckett in 4th position, Grimes in 5th and Dobson in 6th place. They've just gone up through the Hall Bends, but Simon Robinson now is in the lead of the race. Now, can Matthew Pimblett get back onto terms with him? They've been fairly evenly matched on pace this weekend, so he might not yet be giving the victory to the XR2 driver. Alex Causer there also gained a position out of that, I would imagine. Everyone has gained a position out of that, really, who's behind Michael Blackburn. Is out of the race then, non-finish for Michael. I think that might be his first non-finish of the year, and what a time to do it, just when he was starting to look like he had an unassailable championship lead. That's how quickly these things can change. Inside there, an attempt at an overtake going on further back. That was Chisholm, I think, trying to gain a place, but I don't think he managed to take it through Coppice Corner. Right, the lead gap then is 1.9 seconds, Robinson to Pimblett. Robinson with the fastest lap at the moment, which he set when he was chasing the leading 3. Wait and see whether that gap comes down on this lap. Number 82 heading through is Pilling. Alex Causer chasing him down now. That would be for 7th place. Then it's Vickers, Chisnell and Tony Mumford, number 48 coming through. Oh, someone's off. Who's off? It was Chisnell, I think. either Chisnall or Vickers. They're all still there, but there was a lot of dust obscuring our view now up at Park Corner. Chisnall out wide, and Mumford tries to sneak up the inside of him into the gooseneck. Clapper watching on from the side of the track. Nowhere really for him to go there. It's a vast expanse of grass on the inside of that bit of Cadwell Park, and if you do find yourself off the road there, you're a long way away from a marshal's post or indeed any place of safety. So you sort of stood in the middle of the grass watching on with a great 360-degree view of the action. All Ben's there. Alex Causer ahead now of Pilling, so Alex Causer moving ahead of Gareth Pilling into 7th place. 6 seconds now behind Paul Dobson, but he has been lapping quicker than Dobson over the last couple of laps. There is Dobson on 13. Alex Causer and Jackson on 2 in his newly acquired 7th position. Gavin 8 seconds, so did come down by about a couple of tenths that time, Robinson to Pimblett. So Matthew Pimblett fractionally quicker than the leader. He's still got just over a third of the race to go, 5.5 minutes remain. As again, Vickers and Chisnall do battle into the first corner with Tony Mumford in behind them. 3 of them nose to tail through Coppice, nose to tail into Charlie's. Gareth Pilling hiding the pressure on here to Alex Causer for that 7th position, and it's working because, sorry, not to Alex Causer, to Chisnall piling the pressure onto Vickers, I should say, and it's Vickers who runs wide out of Charlie's corner. But we've seen all day really that doesn't lose you any time if you just keep your foot in it. The grass is bone dry, it's yielding a lot of grip, and you don't necessarily lose any ground, although at the top of the hill he will fall behind Chris Chisnall. The 10 Sport car picks up the place, perhaps dirt on the tyres for Vickers. Have made that job a little bit easier for Chisnall, and now Tony Mumford goes up the inside. He likes that tight line through the exit of Chris Kerr. He pulled that move off a couple of times in race 2, does it again here into the final stages of race 3, and that was important because he now has half a chance of going after Chris Chisnall as well. The race 3 car ahead of him. Then 1.8 seconds the gap to Pimblett. There is Michael Blackman looks lost, doesn't he? And very unhappy with the way that his afternoon has ended. This is what I mean, there's nowhere for him to go. There's no marshal's post up there, so normally that's the first thing you do, is find the nearest marshal's post and go and watch the rest of the race with him. But he's just got no choice but to stand there, and he's a long way off the track. He's not like he stood at the edge of the circuit. But quite a unique view of the racing at Cadwell Park. Lead gap down, up again that time, 2.3 seconds, half a second quicker was Simon Robinson. So unfortunately that bit of drama between, well, everyone in the lead group a few laps ago has sort of separated the pack a bit. Mark Blunt is not really being caught by Sam Beckett in 4th. In fact, they set almost identical lap times a lap ago. Blunt did a 47.801 and Beckett a 47.803. So 2 thousandths of a second between their lap times, nothing at all between them really, except for the 1.3 seconds of empty tarmac, which Sam Beckett is struggling to jump across. Over the top of the hill at the gooseneck in the red tree for Fiesta. Is that 2.3 seconds anymore? I don't think it is, but of course the first half of the lap is ST land because you've got the long Park straight, quick run through Chris Curve as well. It's this bit of the track where Robinson can then take another second potentially back out of the bigger, heavier, less nimble ST150s. So Simon Robinson there hurls the car through the ball bends. Matthew Pimblett tries he might, just not really able to chase after him, or chasing after him, but not able to catch him in the remaining time, I don't think. Although he's done a better job of it this time around. Still probably over 2 seconds though, the gap as they turn through Barn Corner and make their way to the end of another lap. 2 laps remaining then in this final detail STXR Challenge race of the weekend. Now for 3rd place, Mark Blunt is not yet secure in that podium position because Sam Beckett on that lap put in a personal best lap that was about 6 tenths quicker than Mark in front of him. The gap now stands at 7 tenths, so if he does that again, they'll be nose to tail at the end of the lap through Charlie's. The 3 car, you can see he's running a bit wide there in the middle part of the corner, but that is the normal racing line really, because you want to focus on the exit speed from the Double apex right-hander onto the part straight where the leaders are closer than ever. So again, I cautioned myself from getting too excited because we would expect the gap to come down at the park straight, but it came down a lot that time, probably under a second. As off wide in the background, who's that going? It's not Paul Dobson because he's got Alex Causa challenging him again. It might have been Tony Rumford perhaps. Leaders really are close together now. All of a sudden, Simon Robinson not looking all that comfortable as the race leader. He cocks the left rear wheel. They're both running wide over the curbing and a bit of the grass, actually, for Pimblett out of Mansfield. And so Simon Robinson now feeling the heat, feeling the pressure from the second place car. Nose to tail they run through the mountain section, visibly closer than he was a lap ago, Matthew Pimblett. So even if he loses a second through the mountain sequence now, and Paul bends, he could still be close enough to get alongside of the back straight. They almost touch through the Hall bends there. Robinson's car suddenly looking like it's really oversteery, going through some of the tighter corners. And, well, Matthew Pimblett didn't lose a fraction through the Hall bends that time, so suddenly Matthew Pimblett could be the favourite to win this race. We go on to the final lap of the race. Simon Robinson right out over the white line on the exit of the corner, but over the next few straights and fast corners, Matthew Pimblett, you would expect to gain ground again on Robinson. Across the line they go, 1 second the gap between them, but Pimblett was 1.3 seconds faster than him on that previous lap. Going to happen then through Coppice, the gap continuing to close through Charlie's. It's the exit from this corner that is so vital for Matthew Pimblett. Is it close enough? It's going to be very tight, isn't it? Alex Causa there trying to get past Paul Dobson. That's a tough move to make because, again, Dobson has the horsepower advantage, but Causa should be able to carry more speed through the first turn. No, Paul Dobson will hang on. So what's happening with the race leaders then? Are we going to see the change at Park Corner? Oh, that's Robinson! That's Robinson off the road, and he's heading right across the grass towards Michael Blackburn, who suddenly finds himself a lot closer to the action than he wanted to be. How did Simon Robinson get there? There must have been contact. Simon Robinson wouldn't have just driven onto the track. There is damage to the right rear corner of the XR2, and now here comes Sam Beckett up the inside of Blunt for second. So Sam Beckett suddenly gaining 2 places, and Michael Robinson chooses to walk a bit further away from the track. I spotted in the background there, realising that he was a bit too close to the firing line. And Simon Robinson, unfortunately, down in fourth. Now, there's damage to the left rear of Robinson's car, the right rear, sorry, the left front of Matthew Pimblett's car. It doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to work out what might have happened there, does it? But we shall hear at least from Pimblett on the podium in a few minutes and get his perspective of what happened. Will Simon Robinson be joining him on the podium? If he does, it could be a spicy set of interviews for Richard John Neal in a few minutes' time, because Robinson probably will be a little bit aggrieved at that, and he will be really desperate to get back ahead of Mark Blunt into the final couple of corners. Beckett out wide, and he has gone past Blunt, so Robinson at the hairpin with a real block pass. He was not messing around there, and he gets himself back into third place. The win, though, under a bit of a review, let's say, after a possible jump start and possible contact with Simon Robinson at the end, it does go to Matthew Pimblett, Sam Beckett in second, and third for Simon Robinson, with Mark Blunt in fourth, Chris Grimes in fifth, and Alex Causa should come home in his XR2 to get both of the XR2s into the top half dozen at the flag, or will he? Because Paul Dobson's coming back at him, and Paul Dobson, is he going to beat him to the line? It's almost a dead heat finish, but it's just Alex Causa by 5 thousandths of a second who holds the 6th position at the line, with Paul Dobson in 7th, Chris Chisnell in 8th position, 9th place Gareth Pilling, and 10th for Tony Mumford. Well, dramatic stuff. I sort of saw that coming, though. I knew that Pimblett was going to have a go as they went up the park straight for the final time. Something happened, some form of contact between the two of them, and it sent Robinson onto the grass, and the slightly comical sight of him bouncing across the entire grassy area on the inside at Park Corner, going between Michael Blackburn and Michael Blackburn's stricken car to rejoin the race and still come home with a podium finish. And yeah, looking forward to these interviews and to hearing what Simon Robinson and Matthew Pimblett have to say about what transpired at the end there. Still racing, by the way, another dead heat finish virtually at the line. That was Ron Lufstad and Christopher Rowland, separated by 2/100ths of a second in their fight for 13th place, with Lufstad just about getting the edge. Well, another entertaining race from the STXR Challenge. They've been one of the highlights of the weekend, actually, here at Cadwell Park, and they unfortunately are done for the day, but that was a very, very exciting set of races from them. Matthew Pimblett getting the win in race number 3, Sam Beckett second, Simon Robinson, the first XR2 home, in third, ahead of Mark Blunt and Chris Grimes to round out the top 5. Alex Causa, Paul Dobson, Chris Chisnell, second time I've done that. Gareth Pilling and Tony Mumford rounding out the top 10. Oliver Hunt 11th is the only guest driver on the grid, so doesn't score points. Then he finishes ahead of Aidan Vickers, Ron Lufstad, Christopher Rowlands, with Michael Blackburn and Alec Townley, the 2 non-finishers. So, entertaining racing as always from the STXR Challenge. We have got more Fiestas coming up next, the Fiesta Senior Championship, and down amongst the drivers is Scott Woodward. Richard John Neal.
Yeah, thanks for getting my name right there, Andy. I'm sorry for getting you wrong earlier on. There we go, it's a busy day, that's my excuse. I'm going to see if we can have a word with Simon Horrobin, who was front runner in the championship, long-term driver. Simon, how you doing?
Very well.
What's happened this weekend?
We just had a few problems last round, and we just managed to get them sorted out now. So we're clawing our way back to the front.
It's difficult when you have that sort of carryover, isn't it, from a previous meeting?
Yeah, especially when the cars are so close.
You've been a long-term driver in the championship. You must be pleased to see how it's developed and changed over the years.
Yeah, these new cars are the way forward, you know. So they're growing. Be better next year.
It's a great championship now, but as you say, when people see the coverage, I think it's going to get even better.
I think so. Yeah, it's really close racing.
Good luck for the race, and we'll hopefully see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, let's go and have a word with Caitlin May, who's over there in the 152 car. We've got Paul McCurlin, the CEO of BRSCC, just going in and grabbing a quick word with Simon Horrobin there as well. And Caitlin's making no eye contact at all, and who can blame her? This is not a great thing for a racing driver too. I'm just going to say okay to do a chat, so I'm going to open up the door if we can. Caitlin, first of all, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, not too bad. We're getting there.
That's good. The inevitable comment is not enough females in motorsport, so it's great that you're in there. How was your path into this?
Well, yeah, we went through go-karting and stuff to get here, so you know, it's going well. Just learning more tracks and learning the car, really.
And from karting to here, what did you watch? Some of the races and then, you know, get in touch with one of the teams?
Yeah, well, we you know, we got picked up by Jamie, like JRW Motorsport, and they said that they'd like us to be in their team, so hopefully it all goes well.
Hope so too. You've got a fair amount to do. The cars are going out, so I'm going to close the door and let you go. I'm sorry to interrupt your preparation. Good luck for the race. Thanks for the quick word. Caitlin May in the 152 car. All part of driver training, isn't it, really, getting a microphone thrust through the window just as you're about to go out to race. It's a difficult thing for them to deal with. It's part and parcel of what the young drivers have to put up with these days, particularly with live streaming. I think we're going to head over to the podium now for the final detail podium. I miscalculated that because Michael Blackburn's car is out on the grass. I thought we were going to have a longer time to go around the senior Fiestas, but that wasn't the case. So hopefully the drivers will, you know, just looking over to Park Ferme, I think we do have the top 3 cars there, and we'll see if we can get our top 3. And there might be some debate here if you watch the race, because the first point was about was it a jump start from Matt Pimlott, and was there contact between him and Simon Robinson on the last lap? So that's what we need to find out. So we get down here, the drivers are making their way down. Simon and Matt ever present on the podium this weekend in our visiting championship, so that's been good for those guys. Sam Beckett, wasn't it, in second place? We'll have a word with Sam as he's here, actually, rather than keep everyone waiting. We've been getting people up on the podium, Sam, and then interviewing them, but you're as quick off track as you are on and getting down here to the podium. So second position, and first of all, did you see what unfolded in front there?
Well, first of all, we're sort of part of it. I went for a dive up the inside of Matt, which was, you know, we were alongside each other. I got a little tap as he turned in, nothing serious, but then someone just kept steamrolling through as we've like slowed each other up. So I got a big whack from the back, and then the car handled like a pig throughout that. But then a little scuffle on the last lap, and I just capitalised really, you know, just pounced when I needed to, and we're here, second.
Okay, Sam, I'm going to do the podium now, so we'll come back to you and we'll have a well done on the podium. So have we got our other drivers? I think we very nearly have. So third position, Simon Robinson. There is Simon. We'll get you up on the podium. We'll do the podium interview as well. Nice round of applause from our gathering here as well, which went up as we mentioned it, which was great. Second position, Sam Beckett. We'll come on to the... and our race winner, Matt Pimlott. So, going to have a quick word with Simon Robinson first. Now, we're going to get fireworks on the podium, or what happened on that last lap?
I think we'll let the clerk of the course decide what happened. As far as I was concerned, I moved across to cover my line and he just fired me off. So I'm not even racing him. I don't really understand what it was all about. But at the end of the day, I had a good race up until that point, and I'll just concentrate on the bits that I did enjoy. So it was fantastic.
I hope we get a handshake before the end of the day. I'm not going to force it on you now. We had a quick word with you on it. Great to get a podium finally this weekend, though.
Yeah, after the start of the weekend, you know, not finishing the first race, making a mistake, and then they had to battle through from the back of the grid to 6th in the second race, and then yeah, this one it just cherry on top really.
Great stuff. Well done, Matt. In response to that, clerk of the course visit.
I think so. I think it's worthwhile. Yeah, I think there were 2 defensive moves. I went for the inside line, and then it got covered instantly, and I couldn't even brake anyway. So,
However it plays out, you two guys, you're here to race, and irrespective of class, with what happens in racing, sometimes you get a coming together.
Exactly. Yeah, it wasn't intentional, genuinely. So we'll see how it goes from there.
Okay. Well, you guys, all of you guys, have given us great entertainment so far this week. Well, I say so far this weekend, all weekend, because you're done now and you move on Croft next. So we wish you well. Hope you sort it out and can handshake and agree to race again in the future. So well done. Our podium there: Sam Beckett, Matt Pimlott, and Simon Robinson. And a nice round of applause from the crowd here. I'm going to name check Scott, but I'm going to hand back to Andy McEwen this time and get it right. So back to Andy for our look at the next race, which is the Fiesta Seniors.
I've been called much worse, Richard. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, Richard playing mediator there but against between the 2 drivers that tangled fighting for the lead in that race. It's one of my favourite things to do, is to stir the pot on the podium when there's a few hard feelings, and I'm sure they will sort that out over a drink of something later on this evening. Right, for now we've got more Fiestas on the track. This time, though, it is the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship, Fiesta Seniors as it's called in the paddock, and Dylan Hotchin has the pole position for this race because, again, we take the result from the second race earlier on and we reverse, in this case, the top 7. So Dylan Hotchin has the pole position with Simon Horriban alongside, who we spoke to in the assembly area. Alistair Kellett and Spencer Stevenson make up the second row ahead of Zachary Lucas and Jensen Brickley, who took some points out of Kellett in race number 2 in their fight for the championship, and will now be hoping to try and defend that championship advantage through race number 3. Rob Smith and Stuart Robbins are next. Rob Smith, the winner in race number 2. Connor Blackburn and Marco Ritchie sharing the 5th row ahead of Caitlin May, and not Jamie Going. Jamie Going is not racing, but his car lives on in spirit because he's donated some parts to his teammate Marlo Cordell, who, remember, was involved in that heavy accident with John Cooper at the start of the race earlier on, and they've donated quite a bit of Jamie's car onto Marlo's to get him out on track. Then it's going to be the ST150s headed by Nick Moore and Joseph Knight, with Thomas Davis and Thomas Horton on row 2, and Adam Burdis hopefully there at the back of the grid. So cars now starting to have they gone on their green flag lap yet? I don't think they have they? So they've been sort of sat around waiting on the grid for a little while. I guess there's a bit of a recovery still going on out on the circuit. So a little bit of a delay in getting this one started, but we should hopefully get them sent on their way fairly soon. And yes, in fact, there is a course car only now returning to its position in the pit lane. It's just going through the hall bends now, giving the track the once over. So a few minutes before we get the race underway gives us plenty of time to talk about this championship situation that is developing, because this weekend we've had 2 races so far from the Fiestas. One won yesterday by Zachary Lucas and one won today by Rob Smith, but those 2 both sort of out of the championship fight, really. It's Jensen Brickley and Alistair Kellett who are the top 2 in the championship. Neither of them have had a stellar weekend, really, it must be said. Brickley had a 2nd place finish earlier on today, Kellett a 3rd yesterday, but they both had slightly off results, either towards the back or indeed outside of the top 5 at some point in the weekend. Anyway, it means that Brickley, once the 2 drop scores are calculated, is now 8 points clear of Alistair Kellett at the top of the championship table. So Brickley and Kellett, 8 points between them in Brickley's favour, but of course Kellett now has the track position advantage because of the reversed grid. He starts 3rd, Brickley starts on the row behind him, 6th on the grid. Then they are 80 odd points ahead of the fight for 3rd, which is very, very tight indeed, because Rob Smith on 344 points is 1 point ahead of Simon Horriban and Zach Lucas, who are tied for 4th. So those 3 drivers separated by just a single point as we head into the final race of the weekend. Not the final race of the championship, though, because like most of the categories we're seeing racing here, they've still got 2 events to go. 3 races at Knock Hill on the 17th and 18th of September, and then Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival over the 22nd, 23rd of October is where the championship campaign will be concluded for all of the BRSCC's Ford-related championships. So the Fiesta Seniors, the Fiesta Juniors, not the STXR Challenge, in fairness, they will wrap their championship up at Alton Park at the end of the year. But we'll also have the modified Fords out at the Formula Ford Festival, fittingly. It's traditionally been the job of the Mazda MX-5 championships, at least over the last couple of years, to support Formula Fords and brands. But this time around, they've gone back to the blue oval for the support categories, and I think that's a very good move indeed. The Mazdas instead will have their championship deciders elsewhere. I seem to remember it being Snetterton, isn't it? Yeah, 15th, 16th of October at Snetterton is where our various MX-5 championships will wrap up. So, drivers then making their way around on their green flag lap, with Dylan Hotchin leading the field to the grid. As he turns through Mansfield Corner, he'll have Simon Horrobin, former champion in Fiestas, back when all of the cars on the grid were the ST150s. Of course, these days we've got these ST240 turbocharged cars, which are quite a bit faster. They look a lot better. They're bigger and heavier as well, though, so it does require a different driving style to get the most out of them. But it's always been really good racing. What makes Fiesta racing, and you know, some fantastic drivers have come out of the Fiesta Championship over the years, many of them going on to race at the very, very top levels of motorsport. Look at the likes of Ash Sutton, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Colin Turkington, for example. What did they ever go on to achieve? Well, they all started off in Fiesta racing, some of them over 20 years ago now. And it's terrifying to think that it was that long ago that we were seeing those names in the junior categories of tin top racing, and it's nice to see still some drivers able to go from racing at club level to the very top end of British and indeed international motorsport. So Dylan Hotchin could be one of those names that we're talking about in the future, the youngster lining up on the pole position, former Fiesta Junior driver, as is the case for many of the younger drivers on this grid. Second place for Horrobin then, he's the grey car with the orange wing mirrors. Row number 2 for Alistair Kellett and Spencer Stevenson, the red car. Then Zachary Lucas, winner yesterday, starts 5th on the grid. Jensen Brickley alongside him, Brickley with this 8-point championship lead over Kellett. Very, very tight indeed. 50 points for a race win, bonus point for setting the fastest lap as well. And then 47 for second, 45 for third, and then down in 1-point increments. So you really have to be finishing in the top 3 to take big points out of some of your championship rivals. Back of the grid, we've got the ST150s, who were very, very evenly matched in the previous race, Nick Moore and Joseph Knight in particular. But I think we're almost ready to go. Then the 5-second board is shown on the starting gantry. 20 minutes of AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship racing gets underway now. Simon Horrobin from the outside of row 1 seems to get the better jump, but what a start it is from Alistair Kellett and Spencer Stevenson from row 2. They go either side of the slow starting Dylan Hotchin. Cars taking to the grass to try and avoid them. There's a big squeeze into Coppice Corner, but it's Horrobin who leads. Spencer Stevenson second, and Zachary Lucas into third already. From the third row of the grid, Zach Lucas into third place as they head through Charlie's for the first time. Brickley looks like he's there in 4th ahead of Kellett as well, so there's been a big sort out through the first couple of corners. And Jensen Brickley, from a championship point of view, that's a perfect start for him, getting ahead of Alistair Kellett in the early stages. One car running wide there out of Charlie's, but they're all safely through and up towards Park Corner, where Spencer Stevenson attacks around the outside line. There's contact from Simon Horrobin, they're both off the road, and Zach Lucas gets the lead as they head out of Park towards Chris Curve. Spencer Stevenson and Simon Horrobin tangling at Park Corner, and that was never going to work. They were both so late on the brakes. Stevenson was trying to go around the outside and chop across the nose of Horrobin's car, and neither of them wanted to give way, and they both end up paying the price and dropping right to the back of the field. So Lucas, having started 5th on the grid, now leads. There's another car off there as they go down out of the gooseneck. The cloud of dust temporarily obscuring who it is, or indeed where they've gone. I see no sign of a car, so I can only assume they rejoined. No, there we are, right at the bottom of the hill. There was a blue car going nowhere in the dip, so a chaotic opening lap then. It is number 15, I think, Marco Ricci, that is, who has gone off at the gooseneck. A very, very dramatic start to the race then, and I wonder if we might now need a safety car. There's a lot of damage done to that car after a couple of bits of contact then in the opening half a lap or so. Right, Zach Lucas leads. Jensen Brickley is second from 6th on the grid. Kellett in 3rd. Who is that in 4th? I think that's Rob Smith in 4th, isn't it? Yeah, so there goes Marco Ricci's car being pushed out of the way. Look at the state of the left-hand side of that car. Marco Ricci's taken a big whack somewhere through the gooseneck area of the track. And he is being pushed out of the way by, in fact, he's helping to push the car out of the way with the marshal, so he's obviously okay, but they're struggling to push it uphill, and if they can't get it out of the way, that could require the RunYourFleet.com safety car to make an appearance on the track. There's John Cooper. They got his car fixed after the accident with Marlo Cordell earlier on as well. That's good to see, and both of those two seem to have survived the opening lap skirmishes in more or less one piece. So, through part they go. There's Dylan Hotchin, who missed sort of in all of that he'd lost all that ground. Got a poor start, did Dylan, and then was really slow on the run into the first corner. So Hotchin only 7th at the end of the first lap, but at least he's still got a car in one piece, unlike many others. Spencer Stevenson and Simon Horrobin both continued as well, albeit right towards the back of the field. They are, well, Horrobin 15th and Stevenson 16th, and Hotchin's off now in a yellow flag zone. I think he's gone into the back of John Cooper. The safety car is being scrambled. I don't know what's gone into the Fiesta drivers this weekend, but they have been not afraid to get stuck in, and that was Dylan Hotchin out of the race. I don't know where he's going now. He's trying to find his way back onto terra firma, going behind the old commentary box, that is, isn't it, on the exit of Mansfield circuit commentary box. The safety car is coming out. That's good news for the drivers, because they get to catch their breath. For me, because I get to catch my breath as well and try and take stock of what on earth is going on in this race. Lucas has the lead, Brickley 2nd, Kellett 3rd, Smith in 4th, Stuart Robbins is still 5th, John Cooper 6th. There will be no Dylan Hotchin now in 7th place, because he just, I think, ran into the back of John Cooper as they went through Mansfield. It happened just as they cut from one camera to another, but I think that's what happened. They were certainly nose to tail into the braking zone, and then coming out of the corner, Hotchin's car was on the grass. We've also got not Marlo Cordell, we've got Marco Ricci's car to move out of the way. Stevenson and Horrobin are in the pit lane, probably having a spirited discussion about what happened at Park Corner on the first lap, but they're both in the pits, I guess, with quite a bit of damage after that one. And we calm things down for a minute or two. A much needed breather being taken now by our AirTech Motorsport BRSCC Fiesta Championship racers. There is Dylan Hotchin, a shrug of the shoulders, arms in the air. Well, I don't know what happened, he says to the marshal. But in the end, he comes off worse. And yes, sensibly, Simon Horrobin and Spencer Stevenson staying in their cars, not just because there's a chance that they'll get back on the track, but there's an even bigger chance that they would have some unpleasant words to say to each other after that. The damage done to both cars, though, is insignificant, really, compared to the damage done to the Marco Ricci car. I mean, I don't know what or who hit him. There must be somebody else out there with corresponding damage to their car, having rattled down the side of his, but that was a very, very battered Ford Fiesta that's parked at the bottom of the hill at Mansfield. Right, what's going on in the ST150s? Because they tend to behave themselves a bit better, or they have done so far this weekend. It's a class that's being led by the number 22 of Nick Moore, with Joseph Knight second. So that's the situation it's been really all weekend. Those two very, very evenly matched at the front of the pack, and it is the 22 car that once again finds itself ahead for the time being. Kellett then behind Brickley. What does that mean for the championship? It probably won't stay like that, but if it does stay like that, well, Brickley is running second then, so that's 47 points, 45 points for Kellett, so the gap goes back out as it stands to 10 points between them. And that's why it's so important for Alistair Kellett to try and get that position back if he can. Try and, if possible, get some cars between himself and Brickley, but really, Brickley's been the quicker of the two so far this weekend. In yesterday's race, Kellett did beat him, but then since they arrived at the track again this morning, Brickley has been like a different driver. I can only imagine they made some setup changes to his car, because he's been a lot more competitive on Sunday than he was on Saturday. And he now looks as though he might be able to actually extend the championship lead when it looked like he might lose the lead over the course of the 3 races earlier on in the weekend. So at least one, maybe 2 cars that need moving from dangerous areas means that we're going to have at least one more lap behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Hopefully only one more, though. It is at least a 20-minute race, so we've got a bit of time to get the track clear. Oh, Simon Horrobin is back out on track, I can see. He's racing up towards the back of the pack. Spencer Stevenson is as well. And they're both still on the lead lap, I think, according to the timing screen anyway. So this safety car came at a good time for those two. And provided they've got the cars fixed, they should be in a strong position to still score some points and resume their battle. It's not for the lead anymore, but they are back together again on track, or will be once they catch up behind the safety car queue. There's Marco Ricci's car. They just couldn't push it up the hill. Again, the camera flattens that part of the circuit a little bit more. It's a lot steeper in person, and trying to push a very heavy racing car up that hill is not an easy thing to do. Poor marshals down there always have a busy day. They've had a few incidents at Mansfield today in particular, a couple yesterday, but mainly today, that they've had cars and bits of cars to move out of the way during and between races. And they have another recovery operation ongoing down there now. So as well as the championship lead battle, then we've also got this very close situation for third in the points. Of course, Simon Horrobin in trouble with that contact on lap 1 means that he's not scoring very many points, and that's going to benefit Rob Smith and Zachary Lucas. Zachary Lucas in particular, who leads the race on for 50 points at the moment. And Rob Smith, where's he running? Fourth? Yes, fourth place for Rob Smith. That's 38 points. And so, yeah, he is going to take some, let's just re-tot up the points then. So we're going to have Horrobin dropping down the order and Zachary Lucas now pulling to about 11 points ahead of Rob Smith. Horrobin is still scoring though, at the moment in 15th. He should really gain some places before the end. At the moment he's on course for 16 points, which would become a drop for him. But Horrobin had already had a couple of iffy results earlier on in the season. Now non-finish at Croft in particular, and that would become his second lowest score of the 2022 season so far. So 11 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock then. Hopefully we might go racing again this time. We're heading into Mansfield now. This is where Marco Ricci's car was being recovered from. I don't see Ricci's car anymore there, so that suggests that it's been dragged out of the way, and we hopefully will get the race resumed again this time around. Can't see whether they've taken the truck off the track or whether it's making its way all the way around to the pit lane. The light's still on the safety car for now as it turns into the mountain. There you can see the Jaguar, but it would be somewhere around this point on the circuit where they would extinguish the lights if we were to go racing. They're still on there, they're still on as they go towards the Hall Bend, so we're in for another lap, I'm afraid, of safety car intervention, and this will now take us well into the second half of the race, so 10.5 minutes to go. And the races so far this weekend, we've had a safety car in a Fiesta senior race. I don't think we have we? There have been 10 or 11 laps both times. 11 yesterday, 10 today. So quite shorter as a result of the safety car interlude. Now is this the other reason for the delay? Oh, I thought Hodgins' car was further out of there. I think he went behind the old commentary box and then actually pulled in closer to the track again, and arguably put the car in a more precarious position. So Hodgin, there you can see on the exit of Mansfield, and that is the exit of Coppice Corner, and it's a great example, that shot actually, of how as a spectator here at Cadwell Park you're spoilt for choice, because pretty much wherever you go on the track, not only do you get a great view of one of the most spectacular circuits in the country, but actually you can usually see more than one bit of it. So for example, the spectators you can see on the banking there on the exit of Charlie's, they get a great view of the pit straight, the first corner, the second corner, the run up the Park straight, and then they disappear briefly up here at Park Corner and then come back into your view through the Gooseneck and Mansfield. And again, if you're up near the mountain, you can see the start-finish straight in the distance and the mountain and Hall Bends up close. So wherever you go, it winds its way around the Lincolnshire countryside, this circuit, in a way that you get to see multiple bits of the track from pretty much wherever you feel like spectating from. It really is a fantastic place to come and watch some racing, and there aren't really any other racetracks in the vicinity up here, so if you're a motorsport fan in this corner of the country, then Cadwell Park is the place that you would go to watch some racing. And it's still just as popular with certainly club level motorsport these days as it always has been. It's also well known for its British Superbike round, which is coming up in a week's time. And Cadwell Park, I think to some, is seen more as a bike circuit than a car circuit. Unfairly so, actually, because again, we've proven this weekend, as we did last year when BRSCC visited, you can have some really exciting four-wheel racing around here. It might be narrow, but you can run side by side as long as you show each other some respect. And I reckon we might see a bit of side-by-side racing imminently, because the third and final Airtech Motorsport BRSCC Fiesta Championship race is about to resume with just under probably 8 minutes left by the time they get to the line. The runyourfleet.com safety car is about to pull back into the pit lane. The lights have now been switched off, and we're good to go once again with Zachary Lucas leading, Jensen Brickley in second, and Alistair Keller desperate to try and get some points out of Brickley, running right on his boot lid in third place. Zach Lucas has already hit the loud pedal though as they come out of the hairpin and into Barn Corner. We get racing back underway then in our final Fiesta Senior Championship action of the weekend. Lucas leads them across the line, no overtaking until you cross that line, and now we go racing again with the top four already starting to make a bit of a break then, from Robbins in fifth, Cooper in sixth, Marlo Cordell in that repaired car in seventh place, and Alistair Kellett immediately snapping at the heels of Jensen Brickley as they turn into Charlie's once again. This is the sixth lap now of this slightly curtailed race, but down through the dip, he's not going to be close enough now to Brickley to have a go at Park Corner, I don't think. He's closing slightly, but Jensen Brickley there, the sort of dark blue and fluorescent yellow car, holding second position. There goes the Stuart Robbins car in fourth, with John Cooper now sporting some bits of red and black bodywork that weren't there at the start of the weekend after his shunt with Marlo Cordell at this part of the circuit in race 2. Both of those cars repaired really well by the teams to get the drivers back out into this final race of the weekend. Leaders then down into Mansfield Corner, the left rear wheels on the leading two cars four in the air as they come through the left-hander. Car wide in the background was, I think, actually Marlo Cordell, who I just mentioned, running a bit wide from 7th place, but hopefully hanging on to the position. As they wind their way through the mountain again, Lucas sideways over the curve, carrying as much speed up the hill as he can. Into the wall bend sequence where Jensen Brickley tries to close in ever further. Brickley's best result of the weekend so far, well, he's had a couple of 46 pointers, so 2 second places, yet to actually win a race here to Cadwell. Winning a second again, that would be a good championship day, but a frustrating weekend in a way for Brickley. Whenever you finish runner-up in a race, you always feel that you could have and should have gone one better. Brickley virtually matching Zach Lucas there, fractionally quicker, sets the fastest lap at 1:39.4. We know they can go quicker than that though, by nearly a second, because they did so in the earlier race. Interestingly, Rob Smith, the winner of that second race earlier on, not really going with them this time, is he? In 4th position. He and Alistair Kellett dropping away from the top 2, who are much closer together now as they head into the Park Straight on this, the 7th lap. Are we going to see a Jensen Brickley attack on the brakes into Park Corner? Not close enough, surely, to Zachary Lucas. Hazard lights flashing as the ABS kicks in at the biggest braking point on the track there at Park, and then they swing into Chris Curve. A great view there of the back of the car dancing around as they try and carry as much momentum as possible into the turn. And into the gooseneck they go. Now Brickley close again through the right-left flick. These cars are very good on the brakes actually. Their braking distance is surprisingly short, and that means the scope for out-braking each other into a corner like Mansfield is pretty limited. Rob Smith there wide over the grass in 4th place. And Smith had been closing in slightly on Alistair Kellett until that, but look how close Brickley is to Zach Lucas. Couldn't get any closer to the race-leading car as they come across the top of the mountain then. Into the Hall Bend once again. Lucas hops over the curb. Brickley trying to unsettle him, trying to force a mistake out of the leading car. And knowing that he's only got a limited amount of time to try and do this now. Less than 5 minutes to go. And almost as the back of Lucas there, he also knows that if he starts forcing Zach to defend a lot, then he's in danger of bringing Alistair Kellett back into the fray. So the three of them across the line, actually pretty equally spaced out. 3 tenths between the leaders, 4 tenths back to Kellett, and it's Kellett who sets the fastest lap, 1:39.40. So on that particular lap, 1.5 quicker than the race leader. And this is Brickley's concern. Does he focus on putting the pressure on the leader and risk slowing them all up, or does he instead focus on defending from his championship rival? Well, he's had a decent run out of Charlie's here, and again gets in the wheel tracks of Zach Lucas as they head through the dip on the Park Straight. There goes Rob Smith in 4th, but is Lucas this time going to have to defend the inside at Park? Thinks about it, but no, stays on the racing line. Turns in a bit early though. That's always a telltale sign that a driver is watching the mirrors a bit, and they just take a slightly earlier than normal apex because they know that the car behind might just try and throw it up the inside at the last second. But There's only a Fiesta length now between them as they turn through the gooseneck, dropping down the hill. This is where Brickley really seems to catch Lucas, but hasn't yet tried to make the move into Mansfield corner. A bit wide of the apex there for the leader though, and Brickley again almost into the back of him. He's starting to get a bit frustrated now, I think, down towards the bottom of the mountain. Does he jink to the inside? No, goes to the outside instead because the inside line is covered. That's a brave move to try and make for Jensen Brickley, and he backs out of it. Maybe he is thinking championship a little bit, gets the run over the top of the hill, looks to the inside, weaves back to the racing line again. Zach Lucas is making this the widest Ford Fiesta at Cadwell Park to try and hold on to claim his second win of the weekend. And what would be a really important one in his quest to finish third in the championship, and best of the rest behind Brickley and Kellett. And can Alistair Kellett get himself back ahead of Brickley for second place? That's the other question. They're all together as they come through to start the penultimate lap of racing then. 2 more times around the 2.2 mile Cadwell Park circuit. And Zach Lucas has, well, nearly half a second in hand. Rob Smith is almost there as well now, so the 4 of them in a line heading through the first corner. Just a quick mention of the ST150s, where it's still Nick Moore ahead of Joseph Knight by 3/10. I mean, those two have never been separated by more than about 3 or 4 tenths all weekend, and that's continuing deep into our third and final race here on Sunday afternoon. Towards the first corner they go. There go the ST150s, right on cue, as if by magic, and it is still Nick Moore ahead of Joseph Knight. But this Joseph Knight can get close and stay close to Nick Moore, but hasn't yet been able to find a way past him in any of the races. And he will really want to try and do it as they head perhaps to Park Corner this time. That's the third place car within the class. That's the 888 machine of Thomas Davis. They're the leading 2. Again, the separation starts to build between them heading up the straight, and that's frustrating for Joseph Knight because this is where he would like to try and launch the move on the inside. But he's also using his head here, not wanting to take a big risk. Second place within the class is still a strong result, and the ST150s score points within the overall running order. Nick Moore, the championship leader, or the highest place within the championship of the ST150s coming into this weekend. Slightly sideways over the curb there through the gooseneck. They drop into Mansfield, and Joseph Knight as close as he's ever been, but still not looking likely to make a rash move in his attempt to get into his 12th place overall. First of the ST150s. Right, leaders then out of the final corner. Here we go. One more lap around the Cadwell Park circuit, and Jensen Brickley closer this time at the line. Only 2 tenths now, as opposed to nearly half a second that it was a lap ago. But there's not really much that Jensen can do with that going through Coppice. Instead, needs to just concentrate on the exit here. If he's this close to Lucas coming off Charlie's, then he should be close enough then to force him to at least think about defending into Park Corner. There's only a couple of car lengths in it. That will come down slightly with the effect of the slipstream. And up over the crest of the hill they will go. Zach Lucas, does he look in his mirrors? Does he move to the inside? No and no are the answers to those questions. He's a bit wide of the apex though, so he was pushing the late braking there to the limit pretty much. Makes the next corner of Chris Curve just fine. So Jensen Brickley then still frustratedly can't find a way past him. Into the gooseneck we go for the last time, running out of options now. Brickley has been good through this part of the circuit so far, but hasn't yet tried to convert it into a move at the bottom of the hill, and that doesn't change on the last lap. I think Jensen's quite satisfied with second place. He's got Alistair Kellett at arm's length, taking points out of Kellett for the championship. He does not have to force the issue with Zachary Lucas, especially if it was going to be a 50-50 move. I've seen him back out of a couple of those moves in this race already, and I really don't think that Brickley's going to do anything silly through the final couple of corners. Into the Hall bends then. Lucas over the curbs, hooks up the left-hand apex, and just really needs to get these last 2 corners right. No big mistakes, and it should be a second win of the weekend for Zachary Lucas, who brings the 111 car into the final corner, brings the 111 car out of the final corner and towards the checkered flag. For the second time here at Cadwell Park, it is going to be a race win in the Airtech Motorsport BRSCC Fiesta Championship for Zachary Lucas. Second place for Jensen Brickley. He extends his championship lead over Alistair Kellett, who comes home in third, and Rob Smith, a bit of a quiet race in the end for Rob, in 4th place. Now, what about the ST150s? Nick Moore and Joseph Knight almost overlapping as they go to the Hall bends, and Joseph Knight, if he's ever going to try and make a move, it has to be now into the hairpin. Will he look to the inside line, waiting for them to appear? Here they come, and no, they're still single file. Fair play to Joseph Knight, because he's had ample opportunities over the 3 races to make a rash move against Nick Moore, and at no point has he even looked likely to do so. And Nick Moore is going to hang on to take the win. They've both driven really well this weekend. Nick Moore, the first ST150 home, and second place within that class, if you like, goes to Joseph Knight. So, Zachary Lucas getting himself the race win. So again, we'll double check what the points are going to look like. He will get 51 because he got the fastest lap in the end, with Jensen Brickley in second getting 46 points, 42 points for third place going to Alistair Kellett, and then it's 38 in fourth place for Rob Smith. And where did Simon Horrobin end up in the end? Simon Horrobin recovered from the pit lane to 11th place. 11th place gets him 24 points in the end. But it will still drop him now, I think, yes, down to 5th place in the championship. Zach Lucas then gets the win. Jensen Brickley in second, Alistair Kellett third ahead of Rob Smith. The championship contenders filling out the top 4 positions ahead of Stuart Robbins and John Cooper, with Marlo Cordell, Connor Blackburn, Caitlin May and Zachary Lucas rounding out the top 10. Then it was Simon Horrobin and Nick Moore, Joseph Knight and Thomas Davis, with Thomas Horton and Adam Burdis the last of the finishers. Dylan Hodgkin and Marco Ritchie, both non-finishers, and their cars needing to be recovered, brought about that safety car in the early stages of the race. So we are almost ready to go with our next race, which is for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. The Mark 1 drivers heading out very shortly. Perhaps we've got time to catch up with a couple of them before they head out onto the circuit.
Thanks very much indeed, Andy. So yeah, MX-5's going out, or will be shortly, for their last race. I'm going to come down and look at a car that we saw at the start of the meeting yesterday, which was damaged. The driver already knows that I've eyeballed him, and this is a car that had some damage in qualifying yesterday, and it's a car that shared over the course of the meeting. We've got Chris Malloy here now. Chris, so shared car, Matt Fletcher did the damage yesterday, and what were your thoughts when he brought the car back to the paddock?
Well, when you looked at the car, I don't know if you had an opportunity to see it when it came back in, but my instant thought was that this weekend is over. I mean, the team here and the crew with Paul, who's just got this award for Spirit of the Weekend, has put the whole car back together in time for me to get out 1 hour later for qualifying. Quite remarkable. He told me it ran straight, and it seemed to.
It was amazing to see, because I was out in the paddock and I saw the car and I thought, oh, is that something the marshals have been using for training? You know, and I'm sorry, utmost disrespect, and I didn't mean that at all, but that just goes to show what the task was for the boys. And you've gone out in this car and put together some great racing.
Yeah, and it's been fantastic, because it's all fun for us at this level. And of course, it's such a disappointment if you can come to an event and then not race. So it's almost been extra special to be able to get out there, have a laugh, and do some racing. It's been fantastic.
It's been a standout for probably the wrong reason, but that's good. What's your background and how did you get involved in the BRSCC Mazda Championship?
So I just decided in my late age that I needed to do something like this. Got involved in this championship. I think it's a fantastic championship.
I think I've got to let you go.
I better go.
We're glad you're in the championship. Best of luck, stay safe. Hopefully see you on the podium sometime.
Right, very good, thank you very much.
Chris Malloy there. What a story this weekend. That car has been through the wars, literally, but the team have put it back together. We're going to see it go away. Tucker Motorsport team doing a super job, and yeah, we had a little bit of time, didn't we, there, because they come around the back to go off. I'm going to wait until these cars have gone out, because the last thing I want to do here is get in the way of the cars, the marshals, and upset the racing. So obviously safety absolutely paramount on track, but off track in the busy areas that we've got. A couple more cars coming down, and we can look forward to our podium as well for the Fiestas. I think we're very nearly done. I was going to catch up with driver 68, and of course the grids are so big in the Mazdas that the drivers at the back of the grid have to start on the slope or use the slope as part of the holding area, which is unused. Sorry guys, thanks for your chat. So we're just now waiting for, and as if by magic, we have the guys from the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship coming down. We, I think, are going to be with, we are going to be at their last championship round, which is the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival weekend, and it's going to be great to have the finale of the Juniors, Fiestas and the AirTech Championship there with the 50th festival, 51st festival this year. It was the 50th anniversary last year, so 50th festival, which we're looking forward to. And then the meeting before that we live stream is at Snetterton, where we'll see the finals of the BRSCC Mazda Championship. So they're the next two that I'm involved with, and very much looking forward to those a little bit later on. So we're going to get everyone down. I think Scott's saying we've maybe got one more driver that we are waiting for, but I can see third and first who are there. And bless them, the drivers that are here are looking up to see where the other guys are.
So we'll crack on. Fastest lap changed on the last lap on that race as well. I'm sure that Andy probably covered that, but we were keeping an eagle eye on it. Let's go. So third position, Alistair Kellett, and make some noise for Alistair. Brilliant stuff. Alistair will take his trophy. And second position, Jensen Brickley. Well done, Jensen. And making it a double here at Cadwell Park, Zach Lucas. Trophies there. While the trophies are going out, I'm going to whiz over here, grab a quick word with Alistair. You had the fastest lap until the last tour, and that man on the top step pipped you to it.
He's always at it, isn't he? Yeah, great race. I didn't know what was going to happen. I lost all power, and for about 3 laps in the second race, dropped back, and it came back for the last 4 laps, changed the turbo valve, and it did it once in that race, and then it was perfect. Got stuck behind Dylan at the start, ends up on the grass, got wheel spin. Thought it was going to end up on the grass, and anyway, ends up in third. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Decent weekend.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's good fun. Ends up third and 2 thirds. Can't be better.
Brilliant. I'll see you next time at the festival weekend. Looking forward to that one. And now I'm going to do my. This is a regular thing. It's jump for Jensen. Here we go, Jensen P2.
Yeah, happy with that. We got an all right start. Picked through some of the cars at the start when they stalled and stuff, but yeah, it was chaos at the start. We were trying to keep our nose clean and yeah, get through. I'm happy with second. I felt I was quicker than Zach through some parts, but I just couldn't get past him. His defending was good, but yeah, we're happy with second.
Andy McEwen was speculating on commentary that thoughts were going championship, maybe rather than make a lunge.
Yeah, definitely. I'd rather get a second than a DNF any day. We're just going for points for the championship, extend the lead, and that's what we've done. We came here, done what we had to do.
Nice one, Jensen. Well done. And Zach, you did have the pace because you got the fastest lap on that last tour, so that says a lot, doesn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah. I'm really happy with the fastest lap. Obviously, all points help, especially as I'm a little way back now. Obviously, I've got a bit of catching up to do. It's going to be hard to catch back up with the front two, but I'll do my best to make it happen. Let's see what happens at where we next, Knock Hill. Hope.
Yeah, best wishes with that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you at Brands. Can't make the Knock Hill one, but Zach Lucas there. That completes our overall podium, so we'll have a round of applause for them. We'll move on to the 150s, and in third place, Thomas Davis. As Thomas is doing the walk up to the podium, we'll get second position, Joseph Knight. And the winner once again, Nick Moore. So we'll get them through. I'm going to whiz over to Tom Davis. This hopefully will be seamless. So there is Nick, takes you on. Quick word, you don't know what to say.
Well, yeah.
What was the high spot of your weekend?
Finishing all 3 races in 3/3. Oh, yeah, fine. It was really good racing, and it's a brilliant track in it. Everyone loves Cadwell. Well, most people do. But yeah.
And now the preparation starts for the next round. What's the first thing that you've got to do?
Look on Google Maps and work out how far Knock Hill really is. Yeah, and work out if I can be bothered to go up there or not. But yeah, I think we can. I'll go to.
You've got to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've never been there, so I'm looking forward to.
You'll have a great weekend as long as it's not raining, which it probably will. But well done, good answer. Thanks, Tom. Well done. And Joseph, nice to catch up with you over the weekend. Thoughts on that race and looking forward to Scotland?
Well, close, very close. I mean, I think I dropped back a little bit at the start, but was able to make the gap back up. We couldn't quite get past Nick. I mean, very hard track to overtake, and he's good at defending as well. Yeah, couldn't quite make it work, but I mean, I'm happy to come away from the weekend with 2 seconds and a win. So yeah, looking forward to Scotland. Not the journey so much, but yeah, we'll be fine.
Just cherish it. It's a nice drive. It's some nice scenery. Well done, Joseph. Congratulations. And the man you had a great battle with, Nick Moore. What a fantastic race that was. Much pressure?
I think, put it this way, Joseph's pretty well acquainted with my rear bumper. He's a lot quicker than me around here, but I pride myself on my ability to defend, and it makes it a bit easier here because it's a thinner circuit with very difficult opportunities to overtake, and you have to be proper committed, and it's one of those where you're probably going to have a bit of contact or something like that. But I think, you know, the weekend as a whole has been pretty clean from us boys, and we've had some super close racing, and looking forward to taking that up north of the border to Knock Hill.
They'll enjoy seeing it too as much as we have. Thanks, guys, for some great racing. Super stuff from the 150 podium. Congratulations, Nick, Joseph and Thomas. We will now go back to commentary for the Mazdas with Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, cars coming towards the grid now then for our third and final Mark 1 MX5 Championship race of the weekend. The result from race 2 giving us the grid for this one. So it is Steve Foden then, the Mancunian. He was keen to remind me. I knew that. I was half winding him up when I called him a Scouser earlier on today. He lines up on pole position, having got his second victory of the season alongside the points leader Fraser Fenwick, then Seb Fisher and Luke Pullen looking to get back onto the podium as he did yesterday. Courtney Milnes looking for her second podium of the season. She starts 5th alongside Ollie Graham, with Owen Mills and Brad Jones together on row 4. Jason Graytrex and Michael Nibbs, that man again, Michael Nibbs in his 6th race of the weekend, starting from just at the back of the top 10, having come from the back in the earlier race. Jack Noller starting 11th alongside Richard Wotton on that 6th row of the grid. Row 7 then is where we find Michael Green and Adam Craig. The 8th row of the grid will be shared by Simon Hartley, with Ollie Walden alongside him in 16th place on this big 29 car grid. Hopefully all 29 of them make it out there. I know we've had a couple of issues for the cars earlier on in the day. Tim Dorr, one who had an issue in qualifying yesterday, but he starts 17th alongside Levi Aisbett, who came from the back of the grid in race 2 to finish inside the top 20. Then it's Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey to round out the top 20 on that grid, with Kevin Dengate and Chris Malloy sharing the 11th row of the grid. We're under starters orders already, I think, so we may have to abandon the grid because our 3rd race of the weekend is about to get underway. The red lights I can see have just gone out of the window, and we are racing once again in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And I'll do a little bit of old school commentary out of the window. There we go. Now we've got the pictures as they push their way towards the first corner. 2 by 2 at the head of the field then, between Foden and Fenwick, then Fisher and Pullen for 2nd place. Fisher will get the better of Luke for that final step on the podium at the moment, but Fraser Fenwick has not yet found a way ahead of Steve Foden as they head through Charlie's, though he does now get ahead of Steve Foden. So it is Fenwick who leads. Foden in 2nd, 3rd Fisher, 4th Pullen, 5th Ollie Graham, 6th for Courtney Milnes. Michael Nibbs is into 7th already, ahead of Brad Jones. So from 10th on the grid, Michael Nibbs already marching up towards the front of the field. No reversed grid in the Mark 1 Championship as we had in the SuperCup, so these are the quick drivers all starting at the front of the field, and they're going door to door already into Park Corner for the first time, all going in one piece, so they all come out the other side in one piece. I think they do just about. Out wide go 1 or 2 of them further back, in fact very wide onto the grass there for Chris Malloy in the 21, and he will lose a handful of positions as a result, but the rest of them making their way towards Chris Curve and the gooseneck for the first time, and Fraser Fenwick, I think, still chasing Steve Foden. Yeah, Foden leads, Fenwick 2nd, Fisher in 3rd, and Luke Pullen in 4th. These have been the 4 quickest drivers here this weekend, and they've managed to establish themselves at the front here in the early stages of race number 3 as well. Towards the mountain they held Ollie Graham, they're going with them there in 5th position. Ollie Graham right on the tail of Luke Pullen, and then Michael Nibbs. Michael Nibbs into 6th now, getting past Courtney Milnes, wasting no time in making that move at the bottom of the mountain. Up towards the Hall Bends they go, dancing their way over the curbs as usual. Absolute nose to tail. Look at how close they are in that midfield group. And then down towards the final turn at Barn, where Foden leads the way now. Fraser Fenwick, try as he might, just couldn't quite match the pace of Steve Foden in the second half in particular of race number 2 earlier on. Have they made some changes to Fenwick's car to allow him to stay on the tail and maybe even challenge Steve Foden for the lead? That engine change that Rob Boston Racing did overnight on Foden's car has worked absolute wonders, and the car was like a rocket ship in race 2, but Fraser Fenwick sticking with him in the early stages of this one. There goes Jason Graytrex trying to get up the inside of Brad Jones. Jason Graytrex only 9th after the first lap, so Jason still running where he started, basically, having started on the inside of row number 5, and that's Brad Jones out wide. Well, Graytrex gains 1 place at the expense of a very wayward Brad Jones, and Jones has lost all of his momentum up the hill now. Meanwhile, Fraser Fenwick going for the race lead around the outside of Steve Foden into Park Corner. He stays on the outside of Steve Foden coming out of Park Corner. They almost lean on each other slightly. Can Fenwick go through? Foden's still there on the inside. They're door to door as they go through Chris Curve, who will emerge at the gooseneck. They tried to do this yesterday, remember, and it almost ended in tears. Who comes over the hill first? It is Fenwick. So Fenwick back ahead of Steve Foden. That punches them all back together again. Look, because now Seb Fisher, Luke Pullen and Ollie Graham make this a 5-way fight for the lead. Interestingly, Michael Nibbs, actually having raced through into 6th place very quickly, has not been able to go with them for the time being, but it is a 5-way fight heading into the mountain for the second time, and we already have had our first lead change with Fraser Fenwick drafting his way past Steve Foden up the hill, and then really standing his ground round the outside through Park and Chris Curve, and actually now starting to make a small break over the 77 car. There's Ollie Graham, number 24, working his way through. Over the crest he goes in 5th place. and onto the brakes into the hairpin. Now, can Fenwick break away from Steve Foden? Again, couldn't do it in the earlier race. But what about in race number 3? The teams all had a bit of time to tweak the cars. There's not a lot you can do setup-wise to a Mark 1, really. You can tweak the shocks, tweak the tyre pressures a little bit, but these are fairly basic cars as far as the way you set them up, and that's part of the appeal that they have for new racers. It's a great entry-level championship, this. Even if you're not one of these drivers up at the front, and they are supremely quick drivers racing in front of the field, you can still have an awful lot of fun racing these cars, and you don't have to be particularly mechanically minded to make them work. But Steve Foden is very mechanically minded. I know he was helping with the engine change at 6 o'clock this morning to get that 77 car a little bit faster in the races today. And he's now going to try and use that new engine to get back alongside Fraser Fenwick, which he does. It's a role reversal from a lap to go with Foden going around the outside of Fenwick. Now, Foden left Fenwick plenty of space a lap ago. Fraser does not leave Steve Foden any space on the exit, and that will cost Steve second and maybe third place. Luke Pullen doing all sorts of arm twirling in 4th position as he tries to get up the inside, but that will be Fisher into 2nd place then, and Steve Foden squeezed out wide over the grass. Is Pullen going to try and take advantage of that? No, thinks better of the late dive up the inside. And now they all need to regroup and stop Fenwick from getting away, because we've seen time and again this season that if you give Fraser Fenwick an inch, he will take a mile as far as leading the race is concerned. If he gains half a second on the rest of the pack, then sometimes that can become a second very quickly, then 2 seconds, and then he's gone, and they can't quite get back to him. So we'll see whether Fisher, Foden and Pullen and Graham work together to, and indeed Michael Nibbs we have to include in this, work together to close in on Fraser or not. 68 is Owen Woodwards. He's in the pit lane. That is not the first time I've said that this weekend. The Brian Chandler run car unfortunately going no further. Leader, singular though, is coming out of barn, and already Fraser Fenwick, in true Fraser Fenwick style, starting to assert his dominance at the front of the field. Seb Fisher will do his best to go after him though. There's Luke Pullen in 4th, having to watch his mirrors a bit as Ollie Graham closes in on him. Pullen's car does seem to drop away from the cars ahead slightly down that pit straight, but then a bit of commitment through the first couple of corners should drag him back onto the tail of Foden, who is right onto the rear bumper of Seb Fisher. So a change for 2nd place is definitely something we may see heading towards Park Corner. But if they start running side by side, Fraser Fenwick will get further away. He's already nearly a second up the road from them. Michael Nibbs, incidentally, has the fastest lap. Steve Foden to the outside of Seb Fisher. I think he's quicker than Fisher, so Seb might be better off letting him go. Of course, he's not going to listen to me, and he stands his ground on the inside line. So Seb Fisher defending his 2nd position successfully, but at what cost? Because they'll have been much slower through the corner than the cars around them, both Fenwick ahead and the 3 cars behind them, Pullen, Graham and Nibbs. And, Seb Fisher choosing to try and hold on to this 2nd place rather than let Foden go and then chase him back up to the race leader. I think the only driver maybe in this group who could catch Fenwick is Steve Foden. Out of the pit lane there goes number 9, and that is Christopher Abbott. After a brief pit lane visit, see him in the distance going into turn 1 as the leading group bounces over the curbs and over the hill at the mountain top. Fenwick, Fisher, Foden, Pullen, Graham and Nibbs the leading 6th. Then it's Courtney Mills 7th, Jason Greatrex 8th and Owen Mills 9th. That's the battle you're watching now, making its way into the hairpin. In fairness, having just said that Foden's the only one who can go after Fenwick in this race, Seb Fisher's doing a very good job of proving me wrong right now, because I actually think he's lapping a bit quicker than Fenwick this time around. We'll see what the lap times say as they come across the line. Yes, new fastest lap for Seb Fisher, so not for the first time today. I'm talking nonsense. He is quick enough to chase after Fenwick, and is chasing after him nicely indeed. Was that a change with Graham ahead of Pullen that I saw in the distance? I think Ollie Graham was just, yes, he was ahead of Pullen at the line actually, so Ollie Graham ahead of Luke Pullen for 4th position. And Ollie Graham, teammate to Seb Fisher, might get up there now and help his teammate to hold on to 2nd or maybe even challenge for the race lead. There goes Greatrex with Mills. Here are the leading cars though, and yep, Seb Fisher is now back on the tail of the AB Motorsport run car ahead, and there, confirmation of the change for 4th then with Ollie Graham now into P4. Through Park Corner they head then back towards the long right-hander at Chris Kerr. There's Jack Noller, 14th for Jack. Slipping further back from where he started again in this race, which is a shame. He's shown flashes of brilliance this weekend, Jack Noller, and perhaps just getting shuffled out a bit in the early stages of this one. Mansfield then 3 for the lead, 3 for 4th, but if the lead battle starts to intensify, as I think it will, it could very soon become a 6-way battle pack again. turn through the mountain sequence then. Fenwick now having been caught by Fisher and Foden. Again, we saw this situation in the race earlier on because this was the order on the opening lap in race 2. And then Foden pushed Fisher through into the lead at Park Corner, and then a lap later he got the lead himself. So Steve Foden knows how to do this. Seb Fisher, though, of course, will not want that to be exactly how this pans out because he wants to try and hang on to the lead this time if he can get himself up there. Across the line they come. Ollie Graham now starting to bridge the gap slightly to the leading 3, dropping Luke Pullen, who's now got Michael Nibs to worry about behind him. And Michael's not going to be close enough into the first corner. In fact, no wonder Ollie Graham's getting away from Luke Pullen. It's a new fastest lap. 1:45.762 is the fastest lap of the race now set by Ollie Graham, and that means he's taking that point away from some of our championship front runners, 2 of whom are in this lead battle. Ollie Graham, Seb Fisher in second place, not really fighting for the championship this year, but fighting for podiums and race wins. He's going to want to try and get past Fenwick if he can. He's up the inside of Fenwick into Park Corner, and Steve Foden needs to try and go with him. He's late on the brakes, he's up the inside, he's over the curb, he's into the side of Fenwick there. There is no love lost between these two, I think it's fair to say. And that look, again, it's Foden that comes out worse in a way, because Ollie Graham almost slips up the inside of him through Chris Curve. But Fraser Fenwick and Steve Foden, oh, that's Foden off, completely off now at the gooseneck. So Steve Foden dropping down to 6th position. Now, was there further contact coming out through Chris Curve? He had Graham up the inside of him, remember? And Steve Foden drops down the order. So the new order then, Seb Fisher leads the way from Fraser Fenwick in 2nd, Ollie Graham 3rd now, and Luke Pullen into 4th place. Kevin Dengate there going up the inside of number 64, Darrell Radwell. Good to see Darrell running in this race, to be honest. He's had some mechanical problems all weekend that have sent him to the pit lane quite often. What happened to Steve Foden then? Steve Foden down to 6th. He's not out of it. I think he's got the pace with just under half the race to go to get back to the leading group, but something happened just out of our sight through Chris Curve there that fired the race 2 winner off the road. And he's down into 6th place with it all to do again. Here are the leaders then. 5 of them now together pretty much for the lead group. You can just see the white and gold car of Foden in the distance in 6th. Seb Fisher leading the way then. And Seb Fisher, podium yesterday of course, but no race wins to his credit yet this season. On, but he's got Fenwick behind. He really needs Ollie Graham, his teammate, to come up and help him out, doesn't he? Ollie Graham, if he could get up there and hassle Fenwick, then that could help Seb Fisher to retain the race lead, but that's not happening yet, and Fenwick is well within slipstreaming range onto the Park straight. Michael Nibs bouncing wide. There goes Foden in 6th, Milnes 7th, Jason Greytrex 8th, and Owen Mills in 9th position, with Michael Green rounding out the top 10. Fisher to the inside, defends the lead at Park Corner. Fenwick with a half look, but actually didn't really fully commit to an attempt at an overtake that time. Stays in 2nd for now. Brad Jones and Richard Wotton here. Not Richard Wotton, Adam Craig. About £1 for every time I've mixed those 2 cars up, the 2 black and yellow cars. Number 29 is Adam Craig, though. He is fighting Brad Jones for 11th place now. Fenwick again follows in the wheel tracks of the race leader, but they're all coming back at each other here, aren't they? This time Luke Pullen looks like the quicker of these 4. And he and Ollie Graham just fractionally closer maybe to Fisher and Fenwick, the top 2. And what they really want to see is Fraser Fenwick applying the pressure to Seb Fisher. What they don't want to see is Fenwick get through into the lead, probably, because they would be worried then that he could again start to pull away. Although Fisher, again, to give him credit, caught Fenwick once and passed him in this race. So even if Fenwick were to get the lead, I don't think that would be the race win in the bag for the championship leader, who has to think championship, has to think that it's not worth having a non-finish at this stage. That would really put the pressure on him heading into the final couple of events of the season. Donington Park and Snetterton the last 2 rounds for the MX-5s. That's the line they head then. There, Courtney Mills, Jason Greytrex and Owen Mills all together. Through they go. And the fastest in the lead group this time is actually Michael Nibs. He does the fastest lap, which is then beaten immediately by Steve Foden. So 45.519 for Steve Foden, the only driver in the 145s. Of the cars actually in the lead group, though, because Foden's still trying to catch them, it was Pullen who was fastest that time, 46.0, 4 tenths quicker than the leader, and a personal best lap to boot. So the top 4 now 1.4 seconds, well, top 5, let's say, 1.8 seconds apart, and that could be even closer by the time they get out of Park Corner, because for the 2nd lap in a row, Seb Fisher feels the need to defend the inside line. That just slows them down slightly at the apex and will allow the chasing cars to get that little bit closer. Now Jones here in 11th, Adam Craig 12th, and Jack Nolan out to 13th place then. And cars we're seeing coming through the Chris Curve sequence or section of the circuit. He was at Mansfield then. Ollie Graham very much with the top two now, and he is now starting to play a nice little rear gunner role for his teammate Seb Fisher, because he's distracting Fraser Fenwick. It means that if Fenwick were to go for a move and it didn't work, it would likely cost him second place. And that's something that Fenwick won't want at all, because then he's not scoring as many points, he's not finishing as high up the order, and of course Steve Foden all the time is getting closer and closer as well. So I think we're going to have 6 of them together, maybe by the end of the lap, because Steve Foden's only a couple of car lengths behind Michael Nibbs, who's right on the tail of Luke Pullen, as they turn through the final couple of corners. Across the start-finish line again, then on to another lap, another new fastest lap for Foden, 45.2. Yellow flag at the mountain. Why is there a yellow flag at the mountain? Somebody's obviously gone off at that part of the circuit. He's turning their way through now. Was it something to do with this then? That's Bo Parry, number 73, ahead of Graham Rumsey, number 45. He's been in the thick of a lot of the incidents and battles this weekend. 87, I can see out of the window going slowly. That is Ollie Walden. So Ollie Walden then, it looks as though he is perhaps the one who brought out that yellow flag, because now he's got going. The yellow flags have gone in again at that part of the circuit. So Seb Fisher then, TSW driver, leading the race then, leading by 0.4 of a second that time. Here, Graham Rumsey trying to fend off Kevin Dengate in the 178 car. Succeeds in doing so as well, and the red car of Dengate just dropped back a bit after that failed attempt at an overtake through Charlie's. Who's that behind him now? That is, well, in the pit lane is number 87, so that's Ollie Walden, who in the close racing car I saw going slowly after an incident of some sort at the mountain, possibly involving Kevin Dengate and Graham Rumsey. These cars both look a little bit worse for wear. Through Chris Curve goes this little group of 5 cars. Dengate up to front of the group, which puts him 21st, I think. So Tim Dorr at the moment, the last car hanging on to a top 20 position. If I know he's not, sorry, because Tim Dorr is the purple car, 3rd in that queue, so Dengate's into 20th now. So meanwhile, race leaders across the line, 4 minutes to go. And we do have 6 of them together again, really, don't we? Fisher, Fenwick, Graham, Pullen, Nibbs, Foden, and Fisher inside of a back marker. Serves me right for not paying attention. I thought he was going for the lead then, but of course Fisher already has the advantage over Fraser Fenwick. Ollie Graham there in 3rd. Ollie Graham on the podium is not something that we've seen an awful lot of, is it? In fact, we haven't seen it at all yet this year. So Oliver Graham in 3rd place, looking for a good result. Side by side almost for the lead. It was side by side behind, as well as Foden was attacking Nibbs, I think, for 5th position. Did he make that one stick? Yes, he did. Steve Foden into the top 5 again now, but then Nibbs almost drives off. Well, he does drive off the track, trying to get back alongside Foden. Around Chris Curve they go. Foden, how much more progress can he make, though? There'll be 2 laps left at the end of this one. Certainly say that a podium is doable. Surely you can't still win the race. Imagine if I mean, whoever it was that he had contact with, and he must have had some contact, he's not going to waste any time getting past them, is he? But he's had run-ins with Fenwick in this race too, so red mist perhaps descending a little bit for Steve, who works his way through the mountain section now, right on the tail of Luke Pullen in their fight for 4th place. Both Foden and Nibbs getting sideways over the top of the hill. Fraser Fenwick looking very, very keen to get back past Seb Fisher. 2 laps at the end of this one remain then. And are we going to see an attack from Foden at any point on this lap? Much like we saw in the previous race, sorry, from Fenwick, I should say. Much as we saw in the previous race from Fenwick when he was behind Steve Foden. He seemed able to stay with Steve, but not really able to close in the slipstream. So is it the same situation now that he's behind Seb Fisher? Luke Pullen there, is he letting Steve Foden go? I don't think he is. There's a yellow flag zone anyway. And I think neither of them could quite decide who was ahead going into the yellow flag zone. In the end, Foden goes past. I think he had his nose ahead anyway. He wasn't ahead at the line, but by the time they got into the yellow flag zone, I think he probably was. Pullen had let him go anyway. So one car going slowly there. That's the reason for the yellow flag, with the orange car that was going slowly through Charlie's. Luke Pullen now closing back in on Steve Foden. But Foden into 4th position now. Fenwick, again, can't catch it. His car is not working well enough through Charlie's, not the Park straight, is it? So he is not able to challenge for the lead again on this, the penultimate time through Park. Luke Pullen there helping Steve Foden through Chris Curve, whether Steve wants the help or not, and now just sticks his nose where it's not really wanted up the inside of the gooseneck as well. Luke Pullen inches behind Steve Foden's car. Very easy to misjudge your braking zone, of course, when you're that close behind somebody. And all of these drivers doing a good job not to run into each other into some of the tighter corners. Inches away from each other in Mazda MX-5 racing. You're getting the slipstream as well, sometimes arrive at the corner faster than you expect. And if the car in front brakes when you're not expecting them to, then you can sort of meet in the middle. But they've perfected that art, most of them, of racing inches apart without pushing into each other too much. Pullen actually not that close to Steve Foden this time as he comes through the Hall bends, because Foden has already latched onto Ollie Graham. He's not going to win the race, I don't think, Steve, but he could definitely get back onto the podium. Ollie Graham is the man that he'll have to overtake if he's going to do it, and he'll have one lap to try and make that move work. He'll have another run up the Park straight, which is the place he's most likely to try and make the pass. The orange car, by the way, that we saw going slowly at the start of the lap was Simon Privet. He's still working his way around the track. He's just gone past my commentary box at the top of the mountain. Leads, though, on the final lap of the race. And Seb Fisher, is he about to claim his first win of the year, or is Fraser Fenwick going to have a go at getting past him? Fraser's a lot closer this time out of Charlie's. Fisher has to move across to defend. Fenwick almost pushing him down through the dip. At what point does Fraser Fenwick choose to pull out and have make the attack into Park corner? Looks to the outside line. He's almost level. But again, it feels like a half-hearted attempt at passing. I don't think he really wants to take a big risk, does he, Fraser, when he's running in such a strong position in the championship? Steve Foden did not get up the inside of Ollie Graham for 3rd that time either, so the order stays the same. Fisher leading from Fenwick, Graham leading in 3rd place from Steve Foden, and then Luke Pullen sort of in no man's land now in 5th place. So too Michael Nibbs down in 6th. Fraser Fenwick in behind Seb Fisher as they drop into Mansfield for the last time. Puff of smoke there from the back of one of the cars as they coast through the middle part of the corner. Fraser Fenwick has been close enough on a few occasions to have the lunge if he really wanted to, and hasn't yet really looked likely to do it. He's forcing Fisher to defend again, though, into the mountain section. If a mistake comes from Seb Fisher, then I'm sure Fraser would absolutely seize the opportunity to get by, but that mistake hasn't yet come from Seb, and he just needs to get through the last couple of corners now, and the race win will be his. The TSW squad will be very happy as well if they can get 2 of their cars on the podium. Ollie Graham trying to make that happen in 3rd place, and I think it will now happen because Steve Foden's running out of opportunities to take 3rd from Ollie Graham, and Fraser Fenwick has now run out of opportunities to get past Seb Fisher for the race win. It's a first victory of 2022 for Seb Fisher. Across the line he comes, the checkered flag waves, and Seb Fisher wins race 3 in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship here at Cadwell Park. 2nd place for Fraser Fenwick, 3rd Ollie Graham, 4th for Steve Foden, and 5th position for Luke Pullen. 6th place Michael Nibbs, 7th is Jason Graytrex, 8th Courtney Milnes. She dropped down the order a bit in that one, but still a solid weekend for her. Owen Mills in 9th, and Michael Green, who was in 10th I think for most of that race, finishes in 10th at the flag. Some battles to be resumed though here. Graham Rumsey in the number 45 car is just ahead of Darryl Radwell, who could get into the top 20, and that would be a nice result for the man who's struggled to finish a race so far this weekend, but I don't think he's quite going to have time to get past Graham on the run to the flag. There you've got number 73, Bo Parry. Bo Parry coming through in 18th, then it's, 17th, got past Chris Malloy on the final lap, who's 18th, Kevin Dengate 19th, and Graham Rumsey does indeed round out the top 20. So Seb Fisher gets his first win, and he will be very pleased with that indeed. Fraser Fenwick, though, in 2nd position, gets another 100 points for his championship campaign. He did not take the fastest lap, though. That went to Steve Foden significantly. So 100 for Fenwick. Foden gets 4th place with fastest lap, which is worth 94 points. Jason Graytrex, where was he at the end of that one? Jason Graytrex in 7th position gets 88 points. Michael Nibbs finished in 6th, gets 90 points, and then 92 for Luke Pullen. A good weekend that for Luke. 3 top 5 finishes. That's got to be one of his highest scores of the season so far. Seb Fisher, sorry, wins the race then. Fraser Fennick, I'm so used to saying Fraser Fennick wins, but it is Fisher this time who gets the better of him. Fennick in second, Graham in third, Foden fourth, Luke Pullen fifth, and Michael Nibbs in sixth. Jason Greatrex is the first Masters driver home, although his chances now of winning the overall championship take a bit of a hit, ahead of Courtney Milnes, Owen Mills and Michael Green. Then it's Adam Craig, Jack Noller, Brad Jones, Richard Wotton and Levi Aisbit. Again, better end to his weekend than it started. Matt Goddard, Bo Parry, Chris Malloy, Kevin Dengate and Graham Rumsey round out the top 20 ahead of Darryl Radwell, Simon Hartley, Tim Dorr, Richard Bartlett, Andrew Dean, Christopher Abbott, Simon Privet, Ollie Walden and Owen Woodwards a lap down, but did reach the flag despite his visit to the pit lane. So that's our final Mazda MX-5 action of the weekend, disappointingly, but Richard John Neal in a few moments will be able to catch up with our podium finishers and look ahead to our bonus Fiesta Junior race coming up in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, down here in the holding area, I'm going to whiz down because I want to catch Harry England before we go out. So we'll open the door if we can. Harry, thanks for agreeing to chat to us. You're in the new Mark 7, the only driver out there at the moment in it. How do you find the car?
It's good. The car's very good. Also, it's good to learn with the car. Pushing myself, learning, improving, and yeah, just getting overall better.
Did you have you tried the Mark 6?
Yeah, I've tested in it multiple times.
Yeah. What are the differences between the two cars? Would you say?
That Mark 6 got a bit more torque than mine.
Okay.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's a slightly bigger engine. This is the 1.6
Yeah.
Sigma engine, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it'd be nice to have some other drivers against you in class. But you're finding some keen racing in the Formula anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the racing's been really good.
And what's the summary of your weekend so far?
Probably last race because it was a good race. A few overtakes, good positions gained. So yeah.
Very good. Harry, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for this race, and we'll see you on the podium before too long. Harry England in the Mark 7, just making sure I've shut the door properly. That was good timing because they're just going out now. And I feel a bit guilty sometimes sticking the mic into a youngster just as they're about to get going. He's got away very well indeed. Lot for a driver to cope with because Harry is evaluating the car as well, but I wanted you to hear about what the driver's experience is of that new Mark 7. And they're going to be out on track in a minute. We get photobombed there by Fraser. So let's go down and kick off our podium for the BRSCC Mazda Championship, the last race of the weekend. And I was just looking through and summarising what's happened over the previous races. And basically, to finish first or second, you have to have a surname that begins with F. There were 3 Fs on the race too, but anyway, they weren't in this one. So, third position, Ollie Graham. Well done, Ollie. Second position, Fraser Fennick. And making it up onto the top step of the podium, Seb Fisher. So let's go and have a word with Oliver Graham. Your middle name doesn't begin with F, does it, by any chance? But
it doesn't, no.
That's good. Oliver, great to see you on the podium. Well done. Good finish to the weekend.
Yeah, as best as we could hope, I think. We made a few changes for the last race, and we've been talking about a double podium all year, so it's finally nice to make it happen.
Brilliant stuff. And you just now, thoughts obviously, you don't switch off straight away. Do you get a bit of a break before you think about the next meeting, or is it on the way home that you'll be thinking about what happens next time at Donington next, isn't it?
Yeah, Donington. It's actually my birthday that weekend, so that'll just be one big party, I think. We'll just
cakes and presents for this guy.
I hope for good top 10 results and yeah, good times, I think.
Okay, well, safe travels home and have a good weekend at Donington. Won't see you there very sadly. Fraser Fennick, second position. Looked like you were mounting a challenge there, and you look a little bit disappointed, actually, if I'm honest.
No disappointment. This man deserves it. He's been brilliant all weekend, and it's brilliant to see him back and definitely back on the podium, so he deserves it. They both drove really well. You know, it's one of them things like I said, we'd like to win, but we've got to think about the championship, which is what we're doing at the minute.
Absolutely. You talk to any driver coach will tell you the same thing, that you have to have those considerations. And with the amount of wins you've got under your belt, you must be fairly happy at the moment.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. We've got the wins we need, but you know we just got to keep it going for the rest of the season, and we're happy for podiums that bring points in.
Well done, Fraser. Good to see you on the podium. Congratulations. We'll see you at Snetterton for the final rounds. And wow, I said that Fraser didn't look happy. You look happy, but you look like you've been in a battle as well there, Seb.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever worked so hard in my life. Fraser's mega quick, obviously, and he was right on the bumper the whole way through, as was everyone else. But I was desperate to win. I mean, me and Dad built this car 10 years ago from a 250 quid MOT failure that used to sit outside my primary school, and it was basically just a wreck. And we built it, and it was rubbish. We were hopeless. We were slow, and we've worked our way forward. And now this is my 3rd win, so it's a dream. It really is. It's just wonderful coming here and doing it, racing against these guys. Great circuit. Great, you know, family here and everything. It's just brilliant. So I'm a bit lost for words, to be fair, but hi Leona and Isabella, I hope you're watching.
Someone who's lost for words, that was a great story giving us that with the car. That's a super interview. Thank you very much, and well done, Seb. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There we go, our podium. Our winner, Seb Fisher. Let's hear it for him. 2nd position, Fraser Fenwick. 3rd position, Oliver Graham. And with that, we go to the grid for our final Fiesta Junior race of the weekend as we play catch-up for the race that they missed at Alton Park, and once again doing sterling work in the commentary box to keep you up to date on the championship positions and the grid positions. Let's go back to Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, it's been a long day, but I've really enjoyed it. It's always a great trip up here to Cadwell Park. And yeah, it's been a brilliant day's racing. Relentless. We've not had much of a break between races, but that's kind of the way we like it, really. Keep the racing going. And we've got another exciting 15 minutes of BRSCC Fiesta Junior racing coming up for you now. So this, as Richard says, is the replacement round for a race that they didn't have time to run because of some delays at Alton Park earlier on in the season. However, the grid for it is based on the race result from race 2 this weekend. So the grid bears no resemblance to what it originally would have looked like at Alton Park. Well, some resemblance, I suppose, because it's been, generally speaking, the same drivers filling out the front few places on the grid. So it is Thomas Jack Lee, who I believe has the pole position. Except that's not what my grid sheet says, so I think there might have been a change to the grid then. So this says Thomas Jack Lee ahead, Sid Smith there and Luke Hilton row 2. Okay, one of these grids is right, either the one I've got in front of me or the one that's on the screen now. But I'll tell you what, when they come over the mountain, which they're doing now, I can tell you it's Sid Smith on pole, Thomas Jack Lee second. So my grid is right. That's what I thought. The TSL grid is correct. So it's Sid Smith and Thomas Jack Lee row 1, Albert Webster and Daniel Lewis row 2, Ben Will Ryan and Luke Hilton on the 3rd row, ahead of Archie Handy and Lexi Belcom row 4. Row 5, Lucas Hayden and Harry England. Row 6 is James Pope and Jasmine Shaw, and George Foxlow rounding out 13 starters. We are, of course, not going to see after his accident earlier on in the first race. I remind myself, Lucas Hayden, number 46, he is a non-starter after the start line shunt he was involved in earlier on today. So, Fiesta Junior then, with Sid Smith now continuing to extend this championship lead that he's got over, well, now Thomas Jack Lee into 2nd position ahead of Albert Webster, but let's see whether that changes in this one. Sid Smith, so far this weekend, has been the man to beat with a win earlier on today and a 2nd place yesterday. What does race number 3, this bonus race for the Fiesta Juniors, have in store for us? Remember, we had that terrific scrap between Thomas and Albert for 2nd place in the race earlier on, and that was well, something we're hoping to have a resumption of again in race number 3 then, which is about to start because the lights are on red. The lights go out now, away we go, and Sid Smith away well from pole position. Thomas Jack Lee doesn't get off the line particularly strongly from 2nd, and so Albert Webster immediately comes up the inside, and to the outside goes Daniel Lewis. He's already had one start line shunt, and there's contact again. How did he save that? That was really, really close. Daniel Lewis, you'd have thought, having already been in that barrier once today, he'd take it easy into turn 1, but no, he fights his way through from 4th to 2nd with a bit of contact with Albert Webster on the way, and he's into P2 behind Sid Smith then. So Smith leads, Lewis 2nd in the hastily repaired car after its race 1 shunt. 3rd place Thomas Jack Lee, that's Archie Handy up the inside of Albert Webster for 4th position through the dip and back up the other side of the hill. But are we about to see a challenge from Daniel Lewis against Sid Smith? If you'd have told me at about 9:30 this morning that Daniel Lewis would be fighting for the lead of a race today, I would never have believed you. But that team have done an incredible job of fixing the car. He's doing a good job of driving it, and he's up there in 2nd place. Off track go several drivers, including Ben Will Ryan, who was a podium contender in the race earlier on today. He's the number 11 car, the race car consultant's car, which loses a few positions as it heads towards the gooseneck for the first time. Onto the brakes goes Albert Webster, but there, the leading 3. Oh, out wide goes Archie Handy, very wide at Mansfield Corner. Through will sweep Albert Webster into, what's that, 4th place now, I think, as they turn into the mountain sequence. It's Smith that leads, second Daniel Lewis, third Thomas Jack Lee, fourth Webster, fifth Handy, sixth place then, is Lucas Hayden, sorry, Lucas Hayden is out on the grid. He's not the starter, my apologies, it's been a long day. He is in sixth place, seventh place Lexi Bell, as they turn through the final couple of corners, and Thomas Jack Lee muscling his way through on the inside there of Daniel Lewis, but Daniel Lewis stands his ground as he's entitled to do. Archie Handy's got his indicator on and seemed to be going slowly. So I fear that might be a mechanical retirement, not for the first time today either for him. Through to the first corner they head once again. And it is still Daniel Lewis second then, despite that attack that came from Thomas Jack Lee at the final turn. Archie Handy did pull into the pit lane, so the white and pink car we saw indicating through the last corner in the pits now. And out of the race, and Thomas Jack Lee sideways onto the grass at Charlie's. And that was a big, big slide. That was about as far sideways as you can go without losing control. He does lose third place to Albert Webster, and a bit of trim on the back of his car as well, as Archie Handy's car is worked on in the pit lane. Look at the state of Daniel Lewis's car. The front of that car flapping in the wind, the front splitter. That's not really generating a lot of front grip, but he's driving it well still in that runners-up spot. George Foxlow, whose car was reluctant to start in the assembly area before the race earlier on today, I noticed, but the novice racer in behind another novice racer actually in Jasmine Shaw, the white number 48 car. There, Thomas Jack Lee. Now that's the rear bumper that's hanging loose after that grassy moment at Charlie's. We have seen in other races, MX5 SuperCup specifically, drivers getting pulled into the pit lane for that sort of damage. So, because if the bodywork gets any looser and flies off, it could hit another car, it could cause a bigger problem. And the clerk of course very often requires that to be fixed in the pit lane, so he'll be kind of hoping that it does fall off, because then he'll be able to not have to worry about that. He has lost third place to Albert Webster, as we saw from that slide at Charlie's, and Lucas Hayden in fifth place, just ahead of Benmore Ryan, who's coming back up the order in the race car consultants car. Dan Lewis sideways into Barn Corner. He is really wringing the neck of that car, but how much would it mean to him to reward the team with a race victory after the hard work they put in to get that car working? Jam Sport so busy this weekend, running cars in 3 different events around the country. They're running half of the cars that are here at Cadwell Park, it seems, certainly within the Fiesta races. And Jamie Going, the team boss, not racing unfortunately in that final Fiesta Championship race because his engine blew in race 2, but he's been overseeing some of the repair work that's been done on the other cars throughout the weekend, and they've done a fantastic job just to get the cars out there, let alone running as competitively as they are. So, Sid Smith leads, Lewis second, Webster third, Thomas Jack Lee still in fourth place ahead of Lucas Hayden and Benmore Ryan. This for the race lead, and again Sid Smith has to move to defend a little bit, turning into Park Corner. There goes Webster in third position, Thomas Jack Lee's bumper getting ever looser, I would say, in fourth place. I can't see any sign of a black and orange flag though on the starting gantry. That is Lexi Belk in the pit lane, and another job for the race car consultants team to do. Looked into Ollie Turner a moment or 2 ago, former star of the Fiesta Junior Championship and then later the VW Racing Cup. He's here doing some driver coaching for race car consultants and helping their drivers to get the absolute maximum out of themselves and the cars here at Cadwell Park. But unfortunately, race car consultants with some work to be done on Lexi's car in the pit lane. They were jacking it up on the right-hand side to see exactly what the problem was. Sid Smith through the Hall bends. Bit of a mistake from Dan Lewis at Mansfield. You kind of get the feeling that Dan's car is not fully underneath him, if you know what I mean. He's trying his best to push as hard as Sid Smith is, but it's just not quite sticking to the road as predictably as he would like, and that's just really leading to a few little mistakes from Dan. He's still driving really well, just to stay with the leader, honestly. Sid Smith setting the fastest lap at 1:46.5, only half a second quicker than Lewis, but actually a tenth slower than Albert Webster, so the third place man now has the fastest lap, a 46.441. And what was the fastest lap from the day earlier on? That was a 46.4. So yeah, we're bang on the money for fastest lap pace again in this one. And it is Albert Webster in third, 2.2 seconds off the lead, fastest man on the track right now. Jack Lee bouncing wide over the grass, so too Benmore Ryan in sixth place with Lucas Hayden still sandwiched in between them. We've got 11 cars still running, so we only had 12 started anyway, so we were missing somebody on the grid, and in fact now we're back down to 10 of them running because Lexi Belk is back in the pit lane again, having briefly been released. Archie Handy never did get back out onto the track. There goes 47, that's James Pope, and there Harry England in the new shaped Fiesta Junior car, which has been developed by Cook Sport, Josh Cook's organisation. Josh Cook, British Touring Car Championship race winner, championship contender in 2022, and he's driven that Fiesta, the Mark 7 Fiesta, and he says it is a fantastic piece of kit, and he's we're very excited to get a few more of those on the grid in the future. Lexi Belk's car now being parked neatly next to Archie Handy's, so Lexi very much out of the race now, I think. As this battle heads towards the mountain again, so this is for well, hang on, that was Lucas Hayden I saw up the road, but I did not see Ben Mulryan. Because Lucas Hayden's going slowly, so there's a slow car there, and that is Lucas Hayden. This is not a good place to catch him. Big sideways moments, cars taking to the grass to avoid the slow Jam Sport car, but that's a shame for Lucas, who was running in 5th place, and the car suddenly conks out on him as it comes over the top of the mountain, and he will coast into the pit lane if he makes it. The car doesn't seem to have any drive at all. In this group in particular, doing well to avoid him. It's got some drive, it does pick up a bit of pace out of the hairpin, but Lucas Hayden then out of the race, it seems. Sid Smith to Dan Lewis comes down, because Dan Lewis, in half a Ford Fiesta, has just set the fastest lap of the race of 46.288. That is quicker than they went in race 2. Don't tell me that's the fastest race lap of the weekend. It is, you know, by about 3/10. He has just set the fastest race lap of the whole weekend in Fiesta Juniors in a car that is far from in showroom condition. Daniel Lewis driving superbly well in the number 19 car. There is another car sporting a few war wounds after its grassy moments earlier on. Thomas Jack Lee, who now runs in 4th position. But there, Sid Smith with this narrow margin over Lewis. Now, Lewis, as close as he is, has never yet been close enough, at least not since the first lap, to really, really force a big defensive move out of Sid Smith. So it's a small margin, yes, and Sid certainly can't afford a mistake, but he is not under any imminent pressure, I suppose. The car park of Fiestas continues to grow down in the pit lane with Lucas Hayden's arrival on the scene, so 9 of them still circulating. First 2 half a second or so apart. Then it is Webster 3rd, Lee 4th, Ryan in 5th. There is Albert Webster turning through the Hall Bends. There, the lead gap, you can see it visually, maybe fractionally bigger than it was a lap ago, but it's certainly still all to play for with 6 minutes to go. With Sid Smith, your leader, heading down the hill. Very steep drop that is, out of the last corner, barn corner, past the pit lane, past the control tower to the right, the medical centre then also just beyond that to the right, and then into Poppius Corner. Yeah, gap up to 0.8 of a second, so it almost doubled that time, but again, this has kind of been the pattern of the race. Dan Lewis will close, and then a little mistake happens, either because he's pushing so hard because the car is not handling very well. Sid Smith, though, also making mistakes there, drifting wide onto the grass, a little bit sideways. That will lose his momentum on the exit of Charlie's, and it means that the lead gap shrinks almost down to only a car length or so. As they turn into Park Corner, Smith sideways again. There's Albert Webster in 3rd. Thomas Jack Lee defending from Ben Mulryan, his 4th position now. Mulryan, I didn't quite spot exactly where he lost those positions on the first lap, and well, part of it was by running wide up here, but he'd lost some ground even before that. But Mulryan now back onto Thomas Jack Lee's tail as they head through Chris Curve. Thomas, interestingly, not being pulled into the pit lane for that bodywork to be removed, which I'm glad, but we have seen other cars in other races pulled in for a similar amount of damage. They obviously feel that it's not likely to fall off, that bit of rear trim, dislodged by going sideways through the grass at Charles at early stages. Doesn't look reasonably secure, doesn't look flapping in the wind, but doesn't look like it's getting any looser as the race goes on. I do, though, if Ben Mulryan gets any closer to him, because he was almost pushing him into the mountain there. That's the cafe to Hall Bends. Toward the end of another lap, 6th lap about to be completed then. This 3rd Fiesta Junior race, the lead gap 0.8 at the start of this lap. Comes down to this time around, as here a 4-way fight. This is the group you were watching earlier on, isn't it? Which is James Pope, Jasmine Shaw, George Foxlow and Harry England. 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th they run. So the last car's running in the race, but they're having one of the most entertaining scraps. Very wide there, went Pope out of the hairpin. And as he rejoins the track, so he drops away slightly from Jasmine Shaw ahead, who had already got past him anyway on that lap, and further into the clutches of Foxlow and Harry England. Harry England peaks to the inside of Collins, but decides that wasn't a sensible move to try and make. Said that I'd monitor that lead gap. It went out by another couple of tenths that time, so perhaps Dan Lewis now has had his best shot at challenging Sid Smith for the win. Barring a mistake or something for Sid in the last couple of laps, it looks as though the number 99 car could be on course for its second of the weekend. Onto the brakes at Park Corner comes Jasmine Shaw, another driver whose day did not start in the best of fashions with that first corner shunt that she was at least partially involved in. She's into 6th place now, having got past James Pope, and Pope seems to be struggling because that gap has shot out to a couple of seconds between Shaw and Pope, and he's really feeling the heat from George Foxlow in the 141 car. Gooseneck they head. The leaders, by the way, have just flashed past me closer than they've been for a few laps, so I spoke too soon, I think, about Dan Lewis, and off goes James Pope at Mansfield, so it makes the job a little bit easier for George Foxlow in the end, who sweeps past him on the run towards the mountain. I don't think Harry England's close enough to capitalise though, so just the one place lost there for James Pope. There goes Albert Webster through the final corner, but there, look at the race leaders, and that's not 9.5 tenths anymore, because the lap time for Sid Smith on that 7th lap is a 1:47.29, a 46.94, so 3 tenths quicker for Daniel Lewis. It's just a fraction under 6 tenths of a second now, the distance between those top 2 runners, with Webster having a very lonely race, much lonelier than he had in race 2, in 3rd position. Right, Lewis close again here to the leader out of Charlie's. Is he close enough though to get that toe up the hill? How is that number 19 car performing in a straight line? The front bodywork flapping around a little bit, the front splitter in particular. That will not be helping the drag of the car, but he did close in with the toe, so he's got still some performance in a straight line. If he could have been a car length or so closer to Smith going onto the straight, then he might have been alongside him by the time they got to Park Corner. He'll have one more go at it because we're on the penultimate lap of the race, and Daniel Lewis now as close as he's ever been to the race leader, Sid Smith. Really takes a big bite out of that inside curb. I'm not convinced it's the fastest way through the gooseneck though, because Smith's meter line seems to be a little bit quicker than the grass tracking route being taken by Daniel Lewis behind him. Oh, James Pope sideways. Did he save it? Where's he gone? There's dust. He's off on the grass. Did he rejoin? Well, yes, he did. And in fairness to Jasmine Shaw, who is now back ahead of, is he? Yeah, that is Jasmine Shaw. Foxlow's gone into 6th place. Shaw must have been off the road herself to fall down into 8th. And she was very lenient there, didn't really force the issue when she saw that Pope was having his slide, so Pope stays in front, but I'm not quite sure what happened there for George Foxlow to gain 2 places on the previous lap. There's only 1 place that Daniel Lewis needs to gain, but it's proving very difficult to get past Sid Smith, as it has done all season long. There is a reason that Sid has this comfortable championship lead. He's learnt from his dad, I'm sure, who's taught him all the tricks of the trade. And Sid Smith comes on to the final lap now, with once again a 3/4 of a second cushion over Daniel Lewis. Lewis, I think, is just lacking that last little bit of performance required to really take the fight to Sid, but we'll see what happens out of Charlie's corner. Quick right-hander onto the back straight. Neat and tidy for both of them, really. A little dip of the wheels onto the grass for Sid Smith, but not enough to lose him any traction. So the 99 car leads the number 19 over the top of the hill towards the braking zone at Park Corner. In the background, look, Thomas Jack Lee being shoved out of Charlie's by Penwell Ryan in their fight for 4th position. So there go the leading 2. There is Albert Webster in 3rd. And where is the 4th place car, Thomas Jack Lee? Here he is defending the inside line. Penwell Ryan to the outside. Watch for the switch back on the exit. No, Thomas knew that was coming. Parks the car on the apex. Make sure that Penwell Ryan can't carry that momentum off the corner. And Thomas stays in 4th position. 2 teammates, of course, here as well. So there's extra incentive not to drive into each other. Now, Sid Smith doesn't need to be doing too much of that. Goes 2 wheels wide onto the grass, and then the car weaves around, just trying to clean the tyres, I think, as he went towards the mountain. He didn't want to turn into the left-hander and find that he had dirt on the right-hand side tyres. Well, Dan Lewis is off anyway. Oh, no! Dan Lewis, he's lost a wheel! That is the 3rd Fiesta this weekend to lose a wheel, and from 2nd place, Dan Lewis has well, he's going to be out of the race. He won't make it to the flag. That is tragedy for the Jam Sport squad and for Daniel Lewis, who had driven really well. He gapped Albert Webster by 4 seconds. He might not have been able to get past Sid Smith for the win, but a second place was easily his. But the wheels literally come off his podium charge with less than half a lap to go. The checkered flag is out, though, for Sid Smith. He takes a second win of the weekend here at Cadwell Park in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Albert Webster takes second place in dramatic circumstances, and third is going to go to Thomas Jack Lee if he can keep Ben Mulryan behind him, which he has. So Thomas Jack Lee third, Mulryan in fourth, and then, well, who's it going to be in fifth? Because it will be either Foxlow, Pope or Shaw. There is Foxlow, there is Pope. Shaw has dropped away from James Pope in the end, so it will be Foxlow fifth, sixth place for James Pope, and Jasmine Shaw in seventh with Harry England up into eighth place. But absolute heartbreak that for Daniel Lewis. The right front wheel just parting company with the car as he turned into the mountain section. I don't really know what would have caused that, because he hadn't noticed him hit a curb particularly hard in the recent past. I think it was just one of those mechanical failures that had the cruelest of timing, and unfortunately for Daniel Lewis, it's going to end up being a non-finish. Certainly not the podium that it looked like he was going to take, but let's not take anything away from Sid Smith, because I think he had that one in hand anyway, despite the little grassy moment at Mansfield Corner. And Sid Smith will bring them around to the podium as a race winner once again. That is Sid Smith's fifth win of the season now. And he will further extend his lead at the top of the championship. So another dramatic Fiesta Junior race that is won by Sid Smith. Albert Webster second, Thomas Jack Lee third, Ben Mulryan in fourth. George Foxlow takes fifth ahead of James Pope and Jasmine Shaw, with Harry England, the last car home in the end, in eighth position. Daniel Lewis, of course, the dramatic last lap non-finish, as we can see the reason for that, the wheel that parted company with the car. Then you've got Lucas Hayden, Lexi Belk and Archie Handy, who all retired to the pit lane as well. So, dramatic stuff as always from the Fiesta Juniors. A heartbreak that for Daniel Lewis. It really looked like second place was going to be his, but it ends up being a second win of the weekend for the championship leader Sid Smith, and he will very shortly be catching up with Richard John Neal.
He will, but we're looking forward to the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race. This is the partially reverse grid race that was carried over from their previous round. We didn't get to see this at Snetterton, so I'm going to grab a very quick word with Chris McKenzie. How does it feel getting this reverse grid pole, Chris?
It feels good. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm going to give it my best shot. It's my first time starting on pole, but yeah, I'm hoping for a good result.
That's what it's about, though, isn't it? Gaining an experience that you might not have otherwise had. And now, once you've had the experience of starting on pole, all you've got to do is go out to the next meeting and grab it in quali.
Exactly, yeah.
So any tactics? You had a word with Andy Burgess next door?
Yeah, going to be defensive, because I know they're quick behind. So
quite right too, you've been given that place. Well, I'm going to let you crack on with the race. Thanks for chatting to us. Very best of luck. Enjoy the race, stay safe, and we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Chris McKenzie. So, do you want the door shut, Chris? There we go. We're going to hop out of the way. We've got another bit of the City Cup story to fold up, really, from earlier on today. You might remember race 2, and I hope you've been watching with us all day. Elliot Lettis had a rollover. He was our pole position sitter at the start of the meeting. And a lot of people have been asking, is Elliot okay? He is, and I think he's with us, hopefully, down on the, there he is, in the podium area. So while we're waiting for the Fiesta drivers to come over, we'll grab a quick word with Elliot. Elliot, first of all, many thanks for coming down and chatting to us. Yeah. And obviously, really sorry that you're not in the race, but just talk us through what happened.
Well, basically, obviously, first lap, I was braking for the gooseneck, got some oversteer, caught it, and got another oversteer on the other side of the car, and then the verge just caught me off guard, and I just did a little barrel roll.
What goes through your mind when, you know, before and during and then after?
Well, before, I didn't even see the verge, so I wasn't sure what was happening, and then as I turned over, I just don't even remember it, to be honest. It was a bit of a blur, but I'm all good, so yeah. Could have been worse.
Have you watched it on the live stream yet, or is that a treat for you when you get home?
I haven't watched it yet, no. So
will you watch it, or will it be a bit unnerving, to be serious?
No, I will watch it. I'll learn from it, so and develop. So.
Do you carry onboards as well?
Yes, we do. Yes, I've watched the onboard. Yeah, so I know exactly where I've gone wrong, and we'll learn from it and progress from there.
Saw a rollover. It was double roller, wasn't it? At Snetterton last time you guys were with us on the live stream, and it's something taken very seriously. The safety is very serious. You've got all the kit in the car, and I noted at Snetterton that the scrutineers keep the car separately to make sure that everything's done its job, and I guess is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, they checked over it, but it's going to need a new shell, so when we bring it here, hopefully we go to Croft. If we're we're going to have to work hard to get the car out, but then they'll check it over and make sure it's all safe, pretty much.
As a front runner in a championship, must be a little bit gutting. I know no motor racing is cheap, but I guess it's better than writing off doing a Dan Lloyd in touring cars.
Exactly, yeah. It shouldn't be too bad. We just need a new shell. Other than that, hopefully we can use some of the parts from the existing car.
Yeah. Do you have a sort of spare shell on standby, or people that you can contact to get a replacement?
Yeah, we've agreed a shell already, so yeah, we're straight on it. We really want to go to Croft, so keep the championship points up. Yeah.
Okay, well, we wish you well with that, and thanks for taking the time. And you're fit and well. Was there any effect at all to you?
No, not at all. I was all good. It was just make sure I didn't undo my buckle fully when I was upside down, so I didn't hit my head, but they were all good.
And did you have to go to the medical centre, or were you just checked over on the scene?
I was checked over on the scene. They seemed to be happy, and then if I wanted to, I could go over there, but there was no need. So
no head bangs or worried about concussion or anything like that?
No, all good.
These are great, strong cars, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. The engine still starts, so which is surprising. Yeah. So no, it's very good, very well built as well. So yeah.
Elliot, thanks for chatting to us. Well done, mate. We look forward to seeing you out on the next round of Croft. Best of wishes, and thanks to that. Elliot Lettis, championship front runner, who was on pole position at the start of the meeting, and then wound up in race 2, as you heard with that flip. Very eloquently described. But we wanted to do that to wrap the story up, and also let you know that Elliot was okay. We now go on to our Fiesta Junior podium, so I'm just going to edge behind Ben Craner's car. We might be talking to Ben a little bit later on with the student motorsport podium. Have we got everybody here, Laura? Yeah, can I? Yeah, we'll get ready for... We'll keep that for the end. We've got a driver of the day as well, which is great. So we will go back over here, and I crossed out some notes because I rather sillily, is that a word? It is now, wrote down the top 3. And then, of course, Dan Lewis disappeared on the last lap after taking the fastest lap, which was disappointing. So, in 3rd position, Thomas Jack Lee. Second position goes to Albert Webster. And 3 out of 3, Sid Smith. Right, I'm going to grab a sneaky one for driver of the day as well. And driver of the day, drum roll, Dan Lewis. Let's get Dan down. Well done, Dan. So, cracking start from Dan Lewis. Well done, Dan. I'm going to talk to Dan first. Bit of disappointment for you on the last lap, Dan. I hope that is a justified recognition of your race there, and hopefully makes up a little bit for it. But tell us about your start.
Start was brilliant, off the line, straight past Tom. I was really happy with that, but then, you know.
These things happen in motorsport. They got the car back together, but ultimately it was a little bit too much maybe for the car.
Yeah, too fast.
Too fast, mate. Yeah. Well done. Congratulations on driver of the day. And I think fastest lap as well. You got fastest lap just before the wheel came. So give it up for Dan. Very well done. We're going to move across. Thomas Jack, another podium. And did you think you were going to get a podium? You just never know in racing. Obviously hard lines for Dan, but you know, sometimes the luck comes back to other drivers.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the way we wanted to get the podium. Really, Dan definitely deserved it, but in the end, this is how we've come out. So we struggled with a few issues through the race, but we managed to be there at the end.
I gather you had standard parts on the car as well that you've been wrestling with.
Yeah, we've had like a road gearbox, so the car's it's not got the proper like diff or anything that helps it. But yeah, we managed to be there.
Fair play to you. Well done, Thomas Jack Lee, second position. We'll do a handshake as well, why not? And let's move over to our second place driver, Albert Webster. What a weekend. Series of weekends we're seeing from Albert. Many congratulations. Are you happy with your weekend?
It started off Saturday, brilliant first pole, and then it started. First race didn't go too well. Second race made up for it with brilliant battle with Thomas. Third race, I couldn't do anything wrong. I was just there. You've got to be there to get positions. I was doing fast laps every lap, and them two were just driving off, and I couldn't do anything. So I just carry on, keep going, do what I could, and came out of it.
Well done, Albert. Great stuff. Got cars on the grid, so it's going to be a quick word with Sid Smith. We've had a lot of words, thankfully, with you over the weekend. So super weekend for the family. And just sum up your 3 wins. How do you feel?
Well, that last win wasn't as easy as the other 2, unfortunately. Didn't get the pressure on the whole race, and unfortunately got unlucky at the end. But it was a proper hot. The pressure was on the whole time, but I loved every second of it. Yeah.
Congratulations on a fine weekend and extending that championship lead.
Yeah, that was the main aim of the weekend, just to get some 3 solid results and then keep that championship lead. And I think we've extended that luckily, so I'm a happy man. Yeah.
Okay. Safe travels to Scotland, all of you, and safe racing up there. So these guys move to Scotland. They're going to get a treat, aren't they, at Knockhill Circuit when they see these youngsters, the future stars of British motorsport in action. So a great podium for our Fiesta runners. We've got one last race to go. What a weekend we've had of racing, and one more terrific Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race to go. So back to Andy McEwen in the commentary box for the last race of the weekend.
Thanks, Richard. Race 24 of the weekend, race 16 of the day, sees Christopher Mackenzie's Citroën C1 on pole position, alongside Andy Burgess in the Peugeot 107. Another Citroën then of Liam Browning lines up third, with Stuart Bliss in the Toyota Aygo fourth on the grid. Richard Bliss then lines up fifth in his Aygo. Andrew Dyer will share that third row with him, and then Patrick Booth with Dan Selleck for company on the fourth row. Row number 5. Rounding out the top 10, Ben Craner, who did a good job to avoid the rolling Elliot Lettuce in that earlier race. He finished 9th, second of the Student Motorsports Challenge cars home, with John Nicholson rounding out the top 10. John Booth and George Palozzi round out the top dozen on the grid. On row 6, row 7 is Charles Mackenzie with Richard Jepp's Peugeot alongside him, another one of the student run and prepared cars, whilst Richard Snuggs and Gary Cabourn are together on row number 8. Right row then is where we find Dominic Fletcher and Daniel Lockett. Dominic Fletcher in the Citroën, Daniel Lockett in one of these very good looking Peugeot 107s. Brandon Savage in another Peugeot is next, whilst Adam Reeves rounds out the top 20 on the grid. 21st is where you find Andrew Payne. Bradley Porter's Citroën C1 is next. We've got, I believe, 25 cars starting this race. Leon Wild, Bob Bannister and Elliot Lettuce, well, 24 actually, because Elliot Lettuce would have been the last car on the grid, but as we've just heard, he's not going to be taking the start. So we're down to 24 cars. There are a couple of reasons for that. One of the non-starters, Elliot Lettuce, is because the car's too badly damaged after the earlier race. The other reason for the fact we're missing a few, remember we started with 31 this weekend, is simply because this is a replacement race from Snetterton. Anyone who didn't enter Snetterton is not therefore entered into this race. So there were a handful who didn't make the trip down to Snetterton a few weeks ago, but did make the move, make the journey up to Cadwell Park. Those drivers not eligible to race for this race. Again, though, the grid for this one, despite the fact it's a replacement race for a Snetterton round, the grid is based upon the results from race number 2 here this weekend. So the front row, therefore, is Christopher Mackenzie with Andy Burgess alongside him, I believe. As we get ready then to get this 24th and final race of this long, hot weekend at Cadwell Park underway. And the number 21 car of Christopher Mackenzie then, which finished 6th in the previous race. This top 6 grid reversal, the lights are out, and we are away and racing, and it's a decent start that from Mackenzie. Really good start actually from Stuart Bliss there, from 3rd, 4th in fact on the grid, into the top 3 already as they head towards turn number 1. 2 by 2, 1 or 2 getting squeezed onto the grass there as they run into Coppice Corner for the first time. 3 wide for about 4th place, and that looks like it's Andrew Dyer, our double race victor so far this weekend, trying to find a space around the outside line. Dyer has held on to win both of the races, but always by a very narrow margin. In fact, if you combine his winning margins together, you still don't get to a full second. It was 3 tenths in race 1, 4 tenths in race 2, but now he's got some overtaking to do if he is to make it the hat-trick here at Cadwell. Towards Park Corner then for the first time, all cleanly through the first couple of turns, and it's not quite side by side for the lead. It's Burgess, who leads the way. Bliss in second, Mackenzie third, and Dyer already through to 4th then from 6th on the grid. 1 or 2 of them again dipping wheels onto the dirt there through Park Corner, but it is a clean run through the first half of the lap. But now we head down to towards the Goosenet, where it all went wrong in the race earlier on today. Let's hope for a cleaner run through here. The leading quartet come down the hill. There is Dyer, the number 15 car, the All winner already here today, and he's got Bliss right behind him. That is Richard Bliss, number 17. Stuart Bliss looking to second place already with a wing mirror folded in. In fact, lots of leading cars have either the left or the right wing mirror folded inwards already. The 310 car is no exception, that being John Nicholson, the pink car, with his passenger side wing mirror folded in further than it should be. But they come over the top of the mountain then. The cars pop into view and head into the Hall Bends for the first time, where it is Christopher Mackenzie leading the way. And one or two of them getting a bit sideways and indeed side by side further back into the Hall Bends. And there is one car sideways and just about keeping it out of the barriers. Just as we panned away, I saw out of the window now a car getting very crossed up, but I think we all carried on going. And the leaders then head out of barn for the first time with a 6-car breakaway starting to form now. Andy Burgess then leading the way. Second for Stuart Bliss, third Andy Dyer, fourth Richard Bliss, fifth Liam Browning, and Dan Selleck in sixth position, the last car in that group, except it's not because Christopher Mackenzie now gets reinserted in there. Christopher Mackenzie's transponder has been confusing me all day. Side by side there into Charlie's corner. That was for fourth place, wasn't it? Mackenzie and Richard Bliss almost tangling, and Richard Bliss is able to move through into fourth ahead of Mackenzie then. So Mackenzie down to fifth place. One car running a bit wide there just towards the back end of the top 10. Is Dan Selleck, I think, because he's just ahead of the red and silver car of Ben Craner, the second of the Student Motorsport Challenge run cars. But Burgess leading then as they get to Park Corner. Is he going to be able to stay there until the end of the race? It's going to be a hard task now. He's got some of the championship front runners right behind him. Andy Burgess, of course, I don't think he's done the full champion. Oh, he has. He's sixth in the championship, Andy Burgess. In fact, joint fifth he was coming into today. But, is he going to hang on to a race victory? Well, let's find out. Andy Dyer, third position. Oh, that's Ben Craner up the inside of Dan Selleck in the background. Did he get that one stopped? Yes, but runs out wide, and so Selleck will try and come back at him as they head towards the mountain again. That for seventh place. Leading 6 go through, and is Craner going to be in seventh? Yes, he is, just about. Selleck tries to hang it tough round the outside all the way into the mountain, but there's no grip out there, and he has to settle back in line. So, still Burgess leading then. They screech their way through the Hall Bends. These Nankang tyres crying out in pain as they get dragged across the Cadwell Park surface. And then they hop over that hairpin curb and re-emerge into our view into the final couple of corners then, out onto the pit straight again. And Burgess with a slender advantage over Stuart Bliss in second position. Stuart Bliss, of course, behind his brother Richard coming into this race. In fact, he'd slipped handy down to third position, I think, in the championship coming into this race. Very close between the leading contenders in the points, those top 4 really, Richard Bliss, Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer, although Elliot Lettis with his non-finish now slips a bit further back. Now it's a good exit from Charlie's there by Stuart Bliss, right onto the rear bumper of the leader. But we've seen in earlier races the slipstream affecting these cars isn't quite as powerful as you might expect. So, is he going to be able to get alongside the leader? No, he's not, is he? And whereas in other categories, if you're within half a second of someone going onto the Park Straight, you're ahead of them sometimes by the time you get to Park Corner itself. In these CityCar Cup races, you have to do the work yourself under braking, and Stuart Bliss wasn't quite close enough to fully commit to a move there. Numbers 110 and 210 there doing battle. 210 Charles Mackenzie, 110 Gary Cabourn, and Cabourn went ahead of him then into Park Corner for about 14th place or so, although they've changed positions a few times already since they came across the timing line at the start of lap number 3. Ben Craner, by the way, holds the fastest lap. He is now into 7th place ahead of Dan Selleck. He set that fastest lap on the previous lap when he did the overtake, which is quite impressive because it wasn't really a very tidy looking lap, was it, as he was scrapping with Selleck. He should go even quicker in theory on this third lap now that he's into clean air. Trying to chase down the leading 6, and we've had a change for the lead there because that is Stuart Bliss at the inside of Andy Burgess into the Hall Bends. So Stuart Bliss into the lead, Burgess down to second. Didn't see how that started, but there might well have been a mistake from Burgess going through the mountain, and that allowed Bliss through. And now Stuart needs to try and make the break if he can. Burgess in second place. There's more side by side behind as Ben Craner tries to get up the inside of Liam Browning for 6th at Barn Corner, but it is Stuart Bliss then who gets the lead away and already has a bit of daylight between himself and Andy Burgess in second place. The gap officially at the line, 3/4 of a second. More door-to-door action at the back of the top 10, where we've had a new fastest lap from number 53, John Booth, who was 10th at the line, no, 11th at the line, in fact, has just set the fastest lap of the race at 56.868. Pace perhaps not quite as quick in this one because we've got this really close battle at the front with some of the quicker drivers having to fight their way through the order. One car there dropping back. Now, is that Dan Selleck, or is, yes, I think it is Dan Selleck, the black car, who was very slow through Charlie's, number 66, yeah, Selleck going a little bit off the pace. Here comes, around the outside, Andrew Dyer, and Andy Burgess nearly getting into the back of the leader. It's all getting very up close and personal through Park and Chris Curve this time. It looked as though Stuart Bliss was getting away from Burgess, but then they, I think, did touch slightly on the apex. That delays Burgess, and so Dyer goes round the outside of him at Chris Curve and gets second place away through the gooseneck. Now, that is bad news if you're Stuart Bliss, because Andrew Dyer is a double race winner so far today, and he's now the person chasing you down in second place. Out of Mansfield they head towards the mountain. We'll see what the gap is at the end of the lap, but it's almost certainly going to start coming down now. Andrew Dyer has had the pace here at Cadwell Park. Like I said, he's not won either race comfortably by less than half a second each time, but he's already getting away from Burgess, and I would say starting to catch the race leader as they turn into the Hall Bends again. So Toyota Igo leads Citroen C1, which is sideways. That's Andrew Dyer, isn't it, who's surely gone around. Yes, there are cars everywhere. I think there's fluid down. Yes, there is. I can see it out of the window. There is fluid down. It came out of Dyer's car, and cars behind scattering as they go through the Hall Bends. So, well, Dyer is still there, though. So, yeah, I think it is still leaking from the back of his car. And Andrew Dyer then still going, but surely will have to pull into the pit lane or to the side of the track if he is leaking fluid onto the road. And if he is continuing to do so, then that's going to make life very tricky when they get to the first corner as well. So Stuart Bliss leading them. Dyer was the first to get really sideways, but then behind Liam Browning, no, it wasn't Browning, it was Christopher McKenzie maybe who had the spin on the slippery surface, although I don't trust his transponder still after it was catching me out earlier on. Well, I can tell you for sure that number 43 was caught out by all of that then. That's Brandon Savage at the Hall Bends, and that is surely going to require at least a safety car. It looks like maybe he's in the barriers as well. That's number 66, Dan Selleck off. I couldn't begin to tell you where that is. The first corner, maybe. It might be on the exit of Charlie's. He's found a massive bit of grass to go and explore, and he'll have a hard job to find his way back onto the track, I think. So there's something slippery on the track at the Hall Bends. There's a car in a dangerous position at the Hall Bends. We've got 6 minutes to go in this one. Are we going to get the runyourfleet.com safety car back on the track again before the end of the race, I wonder? Stuart Bliss will hope not, because Andrew Dyer was actually 1.9 seconds back after that slide that he had. What concerns me is I can still see that line of fluid on the track, and they're heading towards the Hall Bends again in a few seconds. So are the leaders going to survive without any big sideways moments this time? Up into the mountain they go. You can see the yellow flags, and now the safety car is being scrambled, so that's sensible. The leader's about to arrive on the scene, and the safety car then being thrown. You can just see there on the screen the whatever it is, coolant or oil or something that's been dropped right on the racing line, and it really caught out Andrew Dyer. But I said it was coming from Dyer's car, but Andrew has carried on, and I haven't seen any other examples of cars getting sideways behind him, so maybe it was actually already there, and Dyer was just the first car that I saw losing control on it. It really looked, though, like there was something leaking from the back of his car when he did get sideways initially. A couple of them not quite getting the message that the safety car was coming out, I think. The 110 car of Gary Caborn was having to let somebody back through, but yeah, Stuart Bliss still leading then. Andrew Dyer second, now behind the safety car. Andrew Burgess third, still leads the Student Motorsport Challenge element of the race. Richard Bliss in fourth. Fifth place Liam Browning, sixth Ben Craner, second within that SMC class, and then Richard Jepp, the MET Motorsport car, running seventh, another one of the SMC cars. So second and third within that class pretty close together, and they're not a million miles behind the class leader either, in third place overall, Andrew Burgess. A couple of places, but not that many from where he started on the front row. Started second, so he's only lost one actually, although did lead for the first couple of laps. So, who's not come through? Well, at the moment, the only two who didn't make it back are the 43 of Brandon Savage and the In fact, no, he's the only one because Christopher McKenzie has once again been reinserted into the running order in 11th. So he did lose ground on that lap, Christopher McKenzie, but his dodgy transponder still catching me out. Dan Selleck found his way back onto the track at some point too because he's tagged along at the back. So the only car we've lost is Savage. So was it the 43 car that dropped the fluid and then others in the lead pack got caught out by it, or did he spin on the fluid and hit the wall? It was hard to tell from the angle we had of the car whether it was damaged or not. That would have been the telltale sign. But at least that means there is only the one car that needs to be recovered here. There is Dan Selleck, who has seen bits of Cadwell Park that drivers probably haven't seen for years after that off at, I think it was the first corner he went off. It was that hill, I reckon, on the inside of Charlie's that he'd gone through. Right, there is definitely damage to the front of Savage's car, so he has hit the wall. And look at the turf that he's taken with the front of that car as well. He's taking a little bit of Jonathan Palmer's grass home with him. He'll bill him for that. Get an invoice in the post for the bit of grass that he's taking with him. But that does rather suggest that he spun on the fluid. Whether it was coming out of his car or not, I don't know. He spun on the fluid and went into the barriers at the Hall Bends. Not a nice place to have an accident, but he was okay. And the car, I'm sure, will be repaired before the next round at Knock Hill. So disappointingly, there are only 2.5 minutes left. If we don't go racing this time, I anticipate that we might not go racing at all because a safety car lap in previous races has been around 3 minutes. So unless they decide to give them another lap, which they did do in a race yesterday, which really confused me, then I don't think we're going to get much more racing in. We have got time. We're half an hour away from the curfew. If they want to give them another racing lap, then I'm sure the drivers wouldn't complain. Well, Stuart Bliss might complain because he, at the moment, would be a very easy race winner if this race finished under the safety car, which it now looks increasingly likely to do because the lights are still on the Jaguar. And it goes through onto another lap with less than 2 minutes to go. I mean, there's actually less than a green flag lap time left. They were lapping in the 56s, 57s, and there is 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock when they come through at the end of that lap. They stream through then. Stuart Bliss looking good for the race victory. Andrew Dyer not quite going to do the hat trick, but is at least going to claim 2 victories, which is actually the first time that any driver this year has won more than one race at the same meeting. So it's not going to be the hat trick, but he does take 2 wins from the earlier 2 races and a 2nd place in race number 2. If they, as I say, don't go racing again at the end of this lap, which I suspect will be the case. There is a board being held out on the start-finish line as well, which I suspect is, well, it could be a safety car board, I suppose, as opposed to a last lap board. So actually, yeah, that will be a safety car board, and I don't see any other board being held, so perhaps they haven't given them the last lap. I forget which race it was yesterday where they the time had ticked to 0 behind the safety car, and they released them onto 1 more lap to decide the race, and maybe what we're about to see from our final race of what has been a packed and very, very exciting weekend of racing at Cadwell Park, with the BRSCC bringing some of their most popular championships, some of their best supported championships, and some of their most exciting championships to Cadwell, and each and every race has had something going for it, something exciting that has really kept our interest throughout, and it's kept many of the spectators here right to the end of the weekend too. Bear in mind, we started racing at 9 o'clock this morning. It's now 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and they have not moved an inch. They've stayed trackside, enjoyed the action, enjoyed the facilities here at Cadwell Park. Many of them I've seen wandering around the paddock as well, getting up close with the cars and the drivers. And I hope they'll be back again at Cadwell Park in the near future, and perhaps to a BRSCC round in the near future. Remember, we've still got a few more live-streamed BRSCC events to come. Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit in September, before the Ford Festival in October at Brands Hatch as well is one not to be missed. As well as lots of other non-live stream BRSCC events. Be sure to head over to the BRSCC website for more information on where and when you can watch the action. Right, I think we are going to get another lap here because the lights are out on the safety car. The time is now at 0, but there's no checkered flag logo showing on the timing screen, and I didn't see a last lap board out on the starting gantry. So I think, like we saw yesterday in one of the races, we're going to get a one lap dash for the prize. And Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer will do battle around Cadwell Park once more, but it's not a great restart here for Dyer. Stuart Bliss has gapped him slightly, and in fact off the road already is Richard Bliss in 4th position. Green flag waving there. Checkered flag at the line, or green flag? No, it is a green flag, so we are still racing, and that was dangerously close to some overtaking before the line. They didn't quite swap positions, but that's Liam Browning up the inside of 2 cars into the first corner. Liam Browning's going to get past Andrew Dyer as well, so 3 positions nearly gained actually for Browning out of all of that. He crossed the line in 5th, and I think he's just taken 2nd place as they go out of Charlie's on this last lap of the race. So Liam Browning really was ready for that. I think some of them perhaps were expecting a checkered flag and instead saw the green, and that confused them. So Stuart Bliss then has a 1.9 second lead at the start of this last lap after a safety car restart. That's not bad going. Liam Browning into 2nd. They're leaning on each other for 3rd there as Andrew Burgess is back up the inside of Richard Bliss. Again, they make a little bit of contact at the apex at Park Corner, neither wanting to give way. Got a feel here for Dyer, haven't you? Because Andrew Dyer has slipped now to the back of the top 5, maybe even out of the top 5 as they go to the gooseneck for the last time. So I don't think he was expecting the race to resume. They got caught on the hop slightly because of it. Richard Bliss there, ooh, leaning on Burgess, who is sideways. He's going to go back up the inside, isn't he, into Mansfield? No, couldn't quite brake late enough. So they turn through the left-hander. Dyer on the outside of Ben Craner there. He'll be used to these green-white checkered finishes from his NASCAR days, and drops in line behind Dyer as they head towards the mountain once again. There is Stuart Bliss then. 2nd place for Browning. 3rd is Richard Bliss, and that is Craner sideways all over the grass. He's going to rejoin right in front of cars everywhere as they go through the mountain. They're side by side. Craner is rejoining just ahead of them. And they're 3 wide into the Hall Bends. That is never, ever, ever going to work. It did work. I stand corrected. They managed to sort it out. They go with 2x2 in the end. The car in the middle, I think, bailed out of all of that. A very dramatic last lap of racing here at Cadwell. The time now officially takes down to 0, and the checkered flag is waiting for Stuart Bliss, who comes across the line to take another race victory in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. That is his 2nd win of the year, his first one though since Alton Park on the 9th of April, right back at the start of the season. So Stuart Bliss, 2nd place in the championship coming into this weekend, finally gets his 2nd victory of the year. Liam Browning in 2nd, Richard Bliss is going to be in 3rd. Somewhere in all of this, the checkered flag, according to TSL, was actually shown to Burgess in 4th place, so I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I think Stuart Bliss knows that he's won the race, and he celebrates with Liam Browning, who went from 5th to 2nd on that final restart. I'd love to get his thoughts on that and how he anticipated the restart better than those ahead of him. Stuart Bliss, though, the race winner. Browning 2nd, Richard Bliss 3rd, Burgess 4th, Dyer 5th, Ben Craner 6th, despite that off at the mountain on the last lap, ahead of Booth, Jepp, Palozzi and Chris McKenzie in 10th position at the flag. So, Stuart Bliss then celebrates the win. And a bit of damage to the back of his car, but it's more or less in one piece. And Liam Browning, what a phenomenal restart that was. And I must emphasise, he did not overtake anybody before the line. He made all of those moves between the timing line, which is more than halfway down the pit straight, really, and the first corner. So Liam Browning, really driver of the race in a way there, although Stuart Bliss also drove really well to come from 4th to take the win. And a shout out as well to Andy Burgess, who doesn't quite get on the podium there, but still manages to claim the victory in the Student Motorsport Challenge in the East Surrey College run car. Stuart Bliss then getting the win, and I think in a moment we can confirm the provisional, anyway, result from our final race here at Cadwell Park. The victory going to Stuart Bliss, 2nd Liam Browning, Richard Bliss in 3rd, and Andy Burgess in 4th wins the Student Motorsport Challenge. 5th for Andrew Dyer, 6th Ben Craner, 7th John Booth, Richard Jepp comes home in 8th position, Christopher McKenzie in 9th, and George Palozzi rounds out the top 10 finishers then. 11th position for John Nicholson, 12th Richard Snuggs, 13th Charles McKenzie, with Patrick Booth and Daniel Lockett 14th and 15th, ahead of Dominic Fletcher, Adam Reeves, Gary Cabourn, Bradley Porter and Bob Bannister in 20th place. John Booth, by the way, did hold on to that fastest lap, the man who finished 7th in the end. Leon Wild and Andrew Payne 21st and 22nd, with Dan Selleck and Brandon Savage, the 2 non-finishers. So the cars head into the paddock, and a last opportunity for me to thank everybody here at Cadwell Park for putting on a fantastic event. The BRSCC have outdone themselves to get us not just back on time, but actually finishing bang on time at the end of the day, about 2 or 3 minutes early maybe. We are finishing our racing here at Cadwell, so great work by the BRSCC officials and of course all of the marshals and recovery crews for dealing with the several incidents they've had to deal with throughout the weekend as efficiently as always, and making sure that we get all of the racing in, all 24 races, 16 of them today here at Cadwell. They've done a superb job, so big thanks to all of the marshals for their hard work. Sentiments I'm sure that will be echoed by Richard John Neal, who is about to introduce our final podium finishers of the weekend.
Thanks very much, Andy. I was going to thank the marshals. You nicked my thunder there, but thank you to all the marshals that have done a great. Our next race, as you can see here, is production cars and enterprise van challenge. That would be something, wouldn't it? So a little bit of thought there for BRSCC. There used to be a road saloon challenge. We were talking about that at Snetterton with one of the modified Fords that was actually built out of a road car. So if you haven't seen that racing from Snetterton, go back on the BRSCC's archive and have a look at the live. Archive sounds like years ago, doesn't it? It was only a couple of months ago, but worth having a look to see what one of the guys did with the Ford Capri that he used in the old BRSCC Road Saloon Championship, where you had to drive the car to the track, and modified it over the years into an absolutely awesome machine that it is now. Yeah, big thank you to all the officials for all their hard work, the marshals as ever, the medics who have been busy this weekend checking people out. Thankfully, I don't think any bad injuries, which is good. And to our production crew and everybody at the BRSCC for making us feel welcome. Kev's been working hard on the camera here, and we've already got some people down for our podium, so I'm going to swing around this way because these guys want to go home as well. I think it's been a good weekend's racing. I've really, really enjoyed it. Wonderful to be back at Cadwell Park. Always great to be with the BRSCC. And they've had a pretty good weekend. So I'm going to start shouting. This is where apparently I've got to drop the mic when I shout, because otherwise it bursts the eardrums of the editing team and the production team. So welcome everybody to our final podium. In third position, helps if we've got the right page, doesn't it? Richard Bliss, third position. And second position goes to Liam Browning. And back on the top step of the podium, Stuart Bliss. There we go. So, Richard, a podium to wrap up the weekend. A little bit of safety car towards the end, but a one-lap dash to the flag.
Very confusing into the race, yeah. Andy obviously was doing quite well ahead of us, and I think he thought it was a check flag, so he slowed down, which caused Andy to slow down. I had the run, so I had to stop, and then Liam literally shot past us all. But it was an exciting race, so yeah, it was exciting to the end, so it was good. But more points, so on to a winner.
When do you start thinking about backing off of that championship, or is it just gun-ho all the way?
It's hard, isn't it? You just keep going and just see where you're at. I don't tend to try and get involved with all the mess and just see what happens at the end.
Great podiums and good consistent point scoring for you, and good to see you on the podium. Thanks, Richard Bliss. Whiz round the back here. Let's go across to our second place driver, and Liam Browning. And you look very, very happy with that. A good safety car restart from you.
Well, it seemed that everyone else thought the actual race had finished. Dyer did, so I'm taking advantage. Rick had to brake, so just go through it, pin it, get through, and I mean, Stuart had already gone, so
until you see a checker,
you ain't stopping, are you? So that was mint, absolutely great. This one's for Naib, is that right? Yes, boys, there we go. And yeah, great. That's the first trophy of the year. After so many DNFs, it's deserved, I think.
And again, it proves the point. We've been saying this on the podium a lot, that you can get bad race days, but when you get a good one, they do come around if you stick at it.
Yeah, for sure. We've had 3 engines let go this year. One from fuel pump, another from just me being an idiot and over revving the car. And this seems to be fine, this one, and that's what you get if you're consistent, I suppose.
Brilliant. Well done indeed. Super stuff, Liam. Let's go back to Stuart Bliss, who took the win, and we've got a bit more team with us. Tell us about the team.
These are my 2 little monsters, to be honest. My best supporters, I think.
Let's have a name check.
Corey.
Corey and?
Mia.
Mia, well done. And obviously, are you going to follow in Dad's wheel tracks? Are you going to race as well?
No.
Corey, you're going to, aren't you?
Maybe.
Maybe. Good lad, yeah. Get him to... the other thing is, you make sure that you get as an expensive hobby as Corey does, yeah? Okay. Stuart, rugby, good man, good man. Great win though, Stuart. Good way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It was a hard race, to be fair. Andy did well and made a slight mistake and I got the run on him, which was great. And then once they're out in front, just don't look back, do you? Just keep going because you know they're right there. And then the safety car came out and I was just hopefully a good restart. And I looked in the mirror and they'd all slowed right down, so I just carried on going. It was great. So.
Yeah, you got to race the checker, and I think we in the booth there were just sort of having a look and thinking, is it going to restart or is it not? But it was nice to get that final lap.
Yeah, it was. Well, I'd say it was nice. I was dreading it, to be honest. I thought it was just going to be a last lap shootout, but no. I mean, it's been a great weekend. It's got better and better. Now on to the next one.
Congratulations, many congratulations for our overall winner, Stuart Bliss. Second position, Liam Browning, and third position, Richard Bliss. Let's hear it for them. But we need to do our student motorsport challenge as well. Oh, we're going to do a bit of bubbly as well. Never good on the camera lens. And onto the student motorsport. The podium has a familiar look to what we've experienced over the remainder of the weekend. If any of the students want to join in on the podium, they'll be more than welcome to come up, as it's the last one of the day. So, third position team, driven by Richard Jett, Met Motorsport. Well done, Richard. None of the team want to join you? Get the team down as well, because this is about the whole team thing. So we'll get those guys down there as well. And second position for Oxford Brookes, Ben Craner. And on the top step of the podium, there's lots of those, isn't there? And on the top step of the podium, he was looking for an overall podium. It didn't quite happen. It's going to come another day. For East Surrey College, Andy Burgess. So the East Surrey boys are all there as well. Now, just to frighten our editor and producer today, I'm going to interview everybody. No, I'm not. Just joking, because we wanted to. Cliffy, yeah, get off, he says. Right, I'm going to nip over, have a quick word. We'll get the photos in a minute. Richard, I'll stick the mic in. Great to have the team up here with you, but a good weekend.
Yeah, it's been up and down. The team have done really well getting the car together, as always. It's been an interesting weekend for one reason or another, but yeah, it's good to bring it home at the end and get good results. So.
Congratulations on the podium. Well done, team. Thanks for coming up here onto the podium and joining us. Ben, another great weekend with the Student Motorsport Challenge.
Yeah, it was good. That last race was chaotic, to be honest with you, but we live for chaos, and it was a good laugh. Shame with the safety car losing us a couple of laps, and I couldn't quite capitalise like Liam could on the restart at the end. There, where it all went a bit wrong for some of us. But you know what? It was a great racing, great weekend, and we've still got a bit of work to do to catch this man at Crofts. So overall, yeah, good fun.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well done, Oxford Brookes and Ben. East Surrey College and Andy Burgess, another win, and many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Well, I think I was ambushed by the Bliss boys, but there we go. So I think I led for about 3 laps, and then second, I think, for about 2 laps, and then that was it, really.
Overall podium, it's not far away, is it?
Not far, no. We'll get there. We'll get there soon, yeah. But thanks to East Surrey College. Brilliant, brilliant boys.
Congratulations, guys. Give it up for all our motorsport student teams. Met Motorsport in third position, Oxford Brookes second, and East Surrey College. We'll use that as the backdrop to say a big thank you to everyone once again. Marshals, medics, BRSCC staff, Andy McEwen doing a fantastic job in the commentary box. So everybody involved in the meeting, thanks so much. All of the racers and teams who have put on great racing over the course of the 2 days here at Cadwell Park. From me, Richard, John Neal, and Kev, who's been with me on camera. Thanks, Kev. Stay safe. Be well. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.